The world was already at peace to the point where even a raindrop could be heard, when suddenly, a portal appeared out of nowhere, destroying all order. In just a moment, hordes of monsters and demons suddenly burst out from nowhere, pushing the world to the brink of destruction. However, there is still a small group of people capable of standing up against the monsters, known as the Awakened. In the sky, a proud young man with blonde hair appears, wielding a great sword. The sword in his hand surged like a lightning bolt, unleashing rapid strikes too fast for the naked eye to follow, shattering the massive monster into thousands of fragments that scattered through the air. And that young man in yellow still stood there coldly, with a nonchalant expression as if he had just done the most trivial thing in the world. But it was precisely this that completely shook Li Jun's mind. It's just one-sided. The other person already defeated the monster, and you can't do anything just by touching it. The cool-looking blonde young man who just appeared is Gu Liong, Li Jun's best friend and the heir to the family's renowned martial arts legacy. If only I had inherited the talent of my family, I wouldn't have fallen so easily like this now. The more he thought about it, the more Li Jun felt his blood boil with envy as he clenched his wound shut, blood pouring out uncontrollably. If you could be as strong as Gu Liong, you would be standing on the battlefield now, fighting fiercely to save everyone instead of sitting here with a wounded arm, helplessly watching your friend shine. Li Jun is a painful exception, a false awakening forced upon him, with no special bloodline running through his veins. No matter how hard he tries or how desperate his efforts are, Li Jun still only stays put at the low rank D. If I also inherited the family talent and achieved a higher level of awakening than level D, would my life be different or not? That thought only makes Li Jun even more hopeless. At this very moment, a system screen suddenly appeared, unlocking the martial arts trait. Li Jun stared in surprise at the words, quietly wondering what kind of trick this was. Then he laughed, joking about how even his luck was terrible. Now that he's about to die, what's the point of unlocking anything? Li Jun's eyes slowly closed, weighed down by blood loss draining his life. He knew he was about to die. His hand clenched the ground in bitterness, and a final thought flashed through his mind. It really is just some useless awakening system. Just as darkness was swallowing Li Jun's last breath, suddenly, a blinding flash of light appeared. Or rather, an invisible formation suddenly manifested before him. Li Jun opened his eyes, feeling as if he had just been pulled back from the brink of death. When he fully regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a soft bed, inexplicably free of any pain. The desk, bookshelf, and tidy belongings. He was stunned for a few seconds before dazedly wondering, what the hell is this? Is this my dorm room? Li Jun kept thinking more and more. This is definitely the dorm room. But clearly he had moved out after graduating from high school. So why is he lying here now? The memories of the moment when the monster bit his arm and he fought to the point of exhaustion to protect the civilians are still vivid in his mind. Why am I here? Wasn't I supposed to have died after getting injured while protecting the people? At that moment, something strange appeared in front of Li Jun, causing his pupils to instantly dilate. Another screen appears, showing the date clearly as January 2, 2025. Seeing the timestamp, Li Jun involuntarily gasps loudly, 2025. No way. The sound makes the people passing by outside the corridor look back in confusion, not understanding what he's going crazy about. Inside the room, Li Jun is still lost in confusion, his mind spinning, unable to make sense of what's happening. Is this a dream, or some kind of crazy illusion? The young man decided to verify for himself. Li Jun stepped down from the bed, tried to stay calm, and then opened the dorm door. The morning sunlight filters in, illuminating everything. The scene outside is completely peaceful and tranquil, with no trace of destruction or bloodshed. Friends are running in the morning, while a few others are practicing swordsmanship with the professor. These scenes that Li Jun once found exhausting are now happening right before his eyes again, as if everything is just beginning. Li Jun opened his eyes wide, feeling he could no longer deceive himself. Could it be that he had returned to 7 years ago? The more he thought about it, the more everything seemed impossible. Li Jun sat back on the bed, propping his chin with his hands, beginning to analyze everything from the beginning. Could it really be that I have been revived? Clearly I should have died from the fatal wound on my side and arm. Yet just a moment ago I still felt that terrible pain. Yet now it has vanished without a trace. Returning to the past with death as the starting point. What I thought only happened in novels is now really happening to me. He pulled up his shirt to reveal his body. The old wound that once caused you pain and suffering has now completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Li Jun quietly muttered, What should I do now? You know very well that in just 7 years, a terrible war will break out, and future Li Jun, with all his efforts, finally only manages to reduce his burden slightly. Li Jun temporarily pushes aside that worry, takes a deep breath, and gently presses his hand on the system screen in front of him. All right. First, check my condition. Immediately, a series of stats clearly displayed on the screen. A detailed status panel of Li Jun, there. A bright blue label, marked Loser, stands out, along with basic stats: stamina, 10 out of 100. Endurance, 10 out of 100. And strength and agility are equally low. Li Jun is not only unremarkable in mind, but also has no development in his spirit. However, looking at this information, Li Jun feels excited. He wondered if this was the same skill tree window he saw before dying. If so, then the unlocked martial attribute would look like this. He reached out and touched the newly appeared martial path attribute, and immediately, a notification popped up. The martial arts trait has been unlocked. Please choose your path. Once selected, it cannot be changed. Li Jun hesitated briefly, and a series of supreme martial arts techniques appeared on the screen: swordsmanship, divine magic, demon transformation, and celestial energy, each one so powerful that anyone would desire them. Li Jun thought to himself, so I get to choose one of these then. In my previous life, I could do nothing but leave in vain. Alright, then I'll choose this. In this life, I definitely won't follow that same path again. Nowadays, the entire Asian region, and the Republic of Korea specifically, have a setting that looks exactly like a wuxia film. To understand the cause of this problem, we need to go back to the era of the first-generation awakening masters, who originally had two choices: the magic and illusion techniques of the Granthos continent, or the martial arts of the Jianghu. Li Jun paused briefly. Now everywhere, there are outstanding martial artists. I wonder if any exist independently. Without relying on anything, he swiped his hand across the screen, trying to eliminate all martial arts from the three nations to find the answer. As a result, the screen immediately displayed a list of martial arts names, among which one caught his attention: the Chaos Divine Technique. According to Li Jun's understanding, the Chaos Divine Technique does not belong to any sect or faction, but is an entirely independent martial art. As if finding true love, Li Jun immediately and decisively chose it. But as soon as his hand touched the screen, he quickly withdrew it, his heart pounding as the message appeared. You have unlocked the Chaos Divine Technique at SSS level. Li Jun exclaimed in shock. I actually just chose a level SSS martial attribute. What has been chosen cannot be changed. Time keeps passing, and the sun gradually sets. On the mountain behind the school, Li Jun sat cross-legged, training alone, as memories of the past resurfaced in his mind. In the past, this place was where he quietly trained, partly because he liked the silence and partly because he didn't want others to scrutinize him. Li Jun shook his head vigorously to dispel the memories. No more begging for the past. From now on, everything will be different. He takes a deep breath, trying to focus completely on his cultivation. Spiritual energy begins to surge around Li Jun's body. He can feel the difference clearly, as if his blood is boiling and full of vitality. Li Jun smiled and looked down at his two hands. At that moment, the system screen appeared before him once again, clearly displaying the contents of the Chaos Divine Technique SSS Level 1, a technique that helps cultivators gather and absorb the essence of heaven and earth's vows, suitable for all types of martial arts. Li Jun immediately feels the spiritual energy swirling inside him. This power is quite reminiscent of the primordial control technique I practiced in the previous era. Although I've only just begun testing the chaotic divine technique, Li Jun has to admit that its rate of progress far exceeds all normal logic. At that moment, the system immediately activated the first main mission of the SSS Chaos Divine Technique's initial training at the Genesis School. With difficulty rated at level D, Li Jun carefully examined a series of information on the screen, a bead of sweat silently rolling down his cheek. The young man pondering. This is quite a tough challenge, but with my current self, I think I can handle it. Time quietly passed, and when the moon hung high overhead, Li Jun was still immersed in his training. Jun completely immerses himself, focusing with extreme intensity until he's fully drawn into the terrifying flow of spiritual energy around him, unable to break free. At that moment, a strange voice echoed into his mind, and the foolish child kept crawling awkwardly like a newborn baby. Enough. Open your eyes. The words carry a strange power, pulling Li Jun out of the intense meditation state that had engulfed him. He suddenly snapped out of it, soaked in sweat. Li Jun coughed painfully, trembling as if he had just endured something terrible. Once he managed to regain his composure, he panted and wondered what had just happened after surviving. He looked at his trembling hand, feeling the chaotic divine energy still not settling down. If you had just kept practicing, maybe now you'd be incense burning and admiring the nude chickens on the altar. As Li Jun was still stunned, the mysterious voice echoed again. The one who has returned from the underworld gate. A faint glow of light surrounds him. Li Jun looks around but cannot tell where the sound is coming from. He stands up nervously and asks, "Who are you?" Suddenly, they appeared right behind you, chuckling softly. "Who do you think I am?" Li Jun hurriedly turned around and, under the bright moon, saw an immortal elder dressed in pure white with a gentle yet commanding gaze. Li Jun trembled and stammered, asking, "A demon?" That question made the immortal elder furious. "You are too arrogant. Do you think I am some fool you can just dismiss? You dare compare me to that discarded ghost again?" Li Jun was scolded so hard he nearly fainted. Unable to wipe his face and stopped asking, "So, if not a demon, then who exactly is it?" The immortal old man gradually regained his composure, clearing his throat, and spoke slowly. "Listen carefully. I only say this once. This old man is the strongest in martial arts history, martial arts world. I think I've heard of it somewhere before." I try to recall, and suddenly my eyes light up as memories flood back. Right on the system screen when I chose the Chaos Divine technique, the system revealed this is a consciousness left behind by a martial artist at the end of their life after achieving enlightenment. Li Jun looked in awe at the immortal elder in front of him, silently pondering, "No way. That's the immortal who created the Chaos Divine technique." The old immortal chuckled. "It seems you're not such a dull kid after all," he asked softly but warmly. "Since my current form is only a soul, it's hard to recognize me, right?" Li Jun fell silent for a few seconds, then held his head as Ding Quang shouted out, "I can't believe it. Does someone really exist who created martial arts? I've never heard of such a concept before I was born. How can you talk to me? Are you no longer alive?" The immortal old man rubbed his temple, his voice full of frustration. "Because the chaotic divine technique falling into the hands of such a foolish child means I can't rest easy inside it. The chaos divine technique is the strongest thing to ever exist in history, and its loss would cause a major problem. That's why I appeared to prevent that from happening." Li Jun listened and broke out in a cold sweat from the pressure. "I get the gist now." The old fairy suddenly looked angry. "Roughly speaking, just roughly speaking, this brat is so reckless. Do you know that there are always thousands of people waiting in line just to hear a single word from me? Are you even listening?" Li Jun was shouted so loudly he thought his ears would burst and be perforated. If he stayed here any longer, his head would hurt even more. The young man tries to avoid and chuckles awkwardly. "Yes, I have to go train now. Next time we meet." As you're about to leave, the old man will keep speaking. "Try practicing control magic for 100 days. If you don't go insane, then thank heaven and Buddha." Hearing this, Li Jun turned back with a look of great surprise. The immortal old man still appeared calm. "So, why be so surprised? I'm just saying what's true. If you keep training like that, you'll never reach level 2 in your entire life." Those words keep echoing in Li Jun's ears, and he bitterly complains, "You never encourage me. So why do you keep saying such harsh words? And, if I want to become stronger, what should I do now?" The immortal elder replied immediately, without beating around the bush. "There's no training method anyone can follow." Li Jun desperately clung to hope. "Somehow I will do it." The old immortal pondered for a moment, silently observing Li Jun from head to toe with a hint of amusement in his eyes, then finally turned his fan back and chuckled softly. "I like your spirit. All right, since we're already dead. Being generous won't hurt." After that strange and eerie night, Li Jun returns to his normal high school life. It's still early morning coffee, but deep down, he has no hope at all. Li Jun silently sighed. But before he could exhale completely, the old fairy suddenly appeared beside him and shouted loudly. How lucky can he be to still be able to sigh? The young man almost floated up to the sky. Li Jun quickly patted his chest to calm himself down and muttered, "Please don't just appear out of nowhere. I almost had a heart attack." Trying to calm down, Li Jun glanced at the notification just appeared on his phone, confirming the payment success. 4 million coins for a workshop in the city. Elder Tian clearly saw Li Jun's disappointed expression and casually reminded him that this was the only way to improve a person's skills. Li Jun was speechless. The skill this enlightened martial artist mentioned was simply wearing a 50 kilograms anklet on his leg. When you came to the blacksmith's shop to place the order, the blacksmith's strange gaze almost saw through your entire body. He even muttered a question that made Li Jun just smile bitterly. Are you serious? Little brother, right now. Li Jun can only lie down on the table, sighing in frustration. Isn't this method a bit too much? Old Tian immediately got angry and shouted loudly. If it had been someone else, they would have already died from too many complaints. Li Jun, feeling insulted, immediately slammed the table and stood up, shouting loudly. You said you wouldn't interfere in that anymore. But at this moment, Tian Lao is still invisible. So in the quiet coffee shop, Li Jun shouting alone makes him look no different from a steam cleaner. The guy sitting there blushing and awkwardly slumping into the chair. The murmurs around him starting to grow louder. This guy must be crazy, Li Jun sighed, and reminded himself that he wouldn't say another word. He quietly opens the system screen. The ability stats have changed, but overall they are insignificant. Like a drop in the ocean. Li Jun mutters in boredom. Leveling up your abilities is harder than I thought. However, after mastering the Chaos Divine technique, your internal energy limit skyrocketed to 620. A number that even Li Jun whispers to himself. The Chaos Spirit technique is definitely a very powerful martial art. Elder Tian is finally showing off, emphasizing his point confidently. As your master, I must emphasize once more that this is my only principle. The Chaos Spirit technique is the result of a lifetime of effort and embodies profound internal energy cultivation, uniting the essence of martial arts. Even after hearing this advice so many times, Li Jun cannot deny that it was thanks to the guidance of the old master. Training the Chaotic Divine technique has become much easier for you, which is why you quickly reached level 2. Li Jun reached out and selected an item on the system screen. At that moment, the phone beside Deng kept ringing. He picked it up and glanced briefly. The old immortal immediately asked, curious, where do you want to go? Li Jun also didn't hide it, calmly saying, the workshop has finished the inspection. You push the door and step out of the cafe. But before you can leave, you suddenly run into a few uninvited guests. In front of you are 3 thugs blocking the path, their eyes full of hostility. The leader slightly smirks and mocks. Isn't that the guy who fell from the tree? He continued to mock him. I didn't expect someone as reclusive as you, always hiding in the corner, could actually go outside. Li Jun quietly watched them. The people in front of you are all classmates. At level E. Not top tier, but still higher than level F, which you were stuck with in your previous life. Unlike Li Jun, they are all heirs by bloodline. Li Jun just sighed softly and whispered, don't cause trouble with me. Just do your own thing. But he's not going to let go easily. Stepping forward to shove Li Jun's shoulder and sneer. Let's see what this trash has to say. You haven't been hit in a while, so you think you can act tough. They all burst out laughing and said to each other, oh right, I forgot you told me not to touch him until the confession, sorry about that. That remark made Li Jun feel cold inside. But this guy still wasn't willing to stop and kept provoking. Do you want to come with us? We're heading to Thon Tong. Maybe if we go together, they'll treat you better. Keep your mouth shut, Li Jun said coldly with a sneer. The leader lowered his voice. Mockingly, you're pretty arrogant too. Well, you're also from a lowly background. So if your master encounters you and wants to fight you, you know what will happen. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Li Jun can no longer hold back. He coldly charged forward and threw a powerful punch that sent the other guy flying far away. Blood and snot spraying in a bright red streak. Li Jun calmly looked at the masterpiece he had just created. His eyes cold. The other 2 guys, still trembling, couldn't believe what they were seeing. Li Jun turned his head, looking at the guy still lying flat on the ground, coldly saying, I told you to shut up. Immediately after, his accomplices all charged forward, shouting, you bastard. You're too arrogant now. But Li Jun didn't bother to dodge. He began to channel his internal energy, his breathing gradually stabilizing, his inner strength surging, and his eyes shining brightly with intense focus. When Li Jun opened his eyes, all their movements suddenly slowed down in his view. Every step they took, every punch they threw, seemed to play in slow motion. So predictable, it was easier than eating candy. Li Jun blocks the first punch and then counters fiercely. He grabs the first guy's arm, spins around, and gently breaks it. The movements are gentle, but the screams of agony ring out immediately as he clutches his arm in pain. The last guy, with slicked back hair, still refuses to give up. Rushing in to throw a punch, Li Jun calmly caught the punch with one hand, leaving the guy stunned and confused. Then, he increased his grip, tightening his fist. I just squeezed a little and the guy with gelled hair was already crying out loud, completely exhausted, collapsing to the ground. Utterly pathetic. And in just a few minutes, the result was a total disaster. Li Jun stands in the middle of that small battlefield, scanning the area, his voice low and tinged with sarcasm. I know I'm a useless guy who can't inherit my ancestors' bloodline. Old memories suddenly flood back, tightening Li Jun's heart. Those were dark days when, as a child, he endured unjustified beatings from his own mother. When he was only 7 or 8 years old, Li Jun was constantly scolded by his mother, and the words he heard most were, "You ruined my life. You are the reason I have to live like this. I have to kill you." The brutal beatings and frantic chases only left a child crying and fleeing. In that moment of despair, Li Jun once saw his father as the last hope. That day, you held on to hope that you could save your father, just to have him save you from your mother, just for him to stand by your side. But the look in his father's eyes at that moment was forever etched in Li Jun's mind, cold and contemptuous to the extreme, and then he turned his back and walked away, resolutely, as if the child in front of him was not his own son, but something strange and even detestable. Li Jun, at just 8 years old, was chased and killed by his mother, abandoned by his father, and completely turned away by the world. That scene, that memory, was etched so deeply that Li Jun couldn't find the words to describe it. He once reached out in a desperate attempt to hold on to the last fragile hope, but that father decisively closed the door to the hellish house himself, leaving Li Jun behind, forcing him to endure brutal beatings that a child like him shouldn't have to bear. That horrifying memory haunted Li Jun until he reached adulthood in his previous life. You once did nothing to be recognized by your family, but this time it's different. Li Jun's eyes now shine with a fierce determination. He clenched his fists and vowed to himself, I won't waste the opportunity given to me. I will gain strength on my own and stop looking down on others. I will not live like I did before. I won't let anyone hurt me anymore. Li Jun's incredible change today is all thanks to last night. That night, he returned to the clearing on the mountain behind the school to practice the Chaos Divine technique. This martial art originating from chaos is an immortal cultivation method that only works when the body is pushed to its limit. And the immortal old man, of course, personally stepped in to teach. The first lesson he gave Li Jun was to become a version 2.0 of Sun Wukong, sitting on a large stone with a giant teapot, with immortal old man Bonnet sitting on it to train endurance. Li Jun shouted in panic, asking, Is this really the right way? Old Master frowned deeply. This little brat is exhausted but still has the energy to talk. Huh, you still have a long way to go. So stop talking nonsense and keep moving. In the darkness, when not a single rooster crows, a pair of silent, frozen feet wander through the deserted forest. Li Jun, exhausted, slumped down and gasped for breath, his limbs numb and unable to stand. The immortal elder lowered his head and suddenly jolted upright. Gi also has to stand up. Who told you to sit down? Get up and look. Despite feeling frustrated inside, Li Jun's strength was too exhausted to argue anymore. He opened the system screen to check his current stats. Just looking at it, Li Jun almost fainted. The Chaos Divine technique has reached 2 stars. The primary mission is already complete, and there's even a reward for leveling up so quickly. Li Jun was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes, and was even more surprised when the system actually rewarded him immediately. Suddenly, a gold ring appeared on his finger, which was the reward for the primordial elements. Li Jun squinted and examined the ring. It's beautiful, and the design is quite intricate. The elder's voice boomed proudly, saying it's because I have sharp eyes. That is the spiritual item of our primordial sect. Without hesitation, Li Jun quickly put the primordial rings on his fingers. As soon as the ring was on his finger, the system screen immediately displayed a new notification showing a series of stats related to the origins. This equipment will continuously collect internal energy in the primordial dantian of the sect, helping Li Jun escape the danger of demonic invasion. Li Jun read and wondered excitedly. Did I see wrong? Master, this is an S-rank equipment. The immortal old man flicked his paper and smiled proudly. Does the primordial body not see, or what? This is the treasure of the Genesis sect. Li Jun was stunned, puzzled, pondering. What is this spear that it gives me such a high-level equipment? Is this a good thing? But then I set my worries aside and decided to command the system to open the next journey. The screen immediately switches to a new interface, displaying the next journey for successfully cultivating the chaotic universe. This mission is called The Regret of the Endless World, with a high difficulty level. Li Jun looked up and asked the immortal master, Does the second choice relate to you, master? But elder immortal, you were just here laughing and talking, then suddenly disappeared without a trace. Li Jun looked around anxiously, thinking to himself, why did he suddenly disappear that day? He was definitely just standing here. Honestly, lost and unsure of the way. Li Jun had to think carefully before making a decision. Until this evening. After dealing with those troublemakers, the young man returned to the dormitory, opened the system, and finally chose the path of endless worldly regret as his next step. A sudden voice rang out beside him. Why did you choose that one? Who else but the immortal elder would appear and vanish mysteriously? He asked, tilting his head. The other two options are fine too. Why didn't you choose Li? Jun smiled calmly and said, I think this is very good. You suddenly act regretful. I was also going to choose the third one. But this made the old master momentarily proud. Then he was furious again. Li Jun looked at his cold but fiery master beside him, secretly thinking, anyway, I can't abandon my master's path. The immortal elder suddenly fell into deep thought, as if recalling something. Just now, he saw those three bullying Li Jun, especially when the leader mentioned the Divine Power Sect. The old man asked directly, what is the Divine Power Sect that those guys mentioned? Li Jun replied calmly. The Divine Power Sect is where I can learn the martial arts of the Huangfu family. The old master stroked his beard thoughtfully upon hearing that. A sect where people can learn the martial arts of the Huangfu family is truly fascinating. Are you not yet proficient in the Huangfu family's martial arts? That question is like a dagger stabbing into Li Jun's wounded heart from his past life to this one. He gazes into the distance, whispering softly, I do not inherit the bloodline. Inheriting the bloodline means 95% of the cultivation techniques from the parents are passed on to the children. If the parents are awakened elders, their children will naturally be awakened elders too, carrying the cultivation techniques in their blood. The remaining 5% are special children chosen to train at a higher level. Like Longsword, from the Bloodsword sect. A family with martial arts roots from the Nankang clan. In the eyes of the public, they are considered a genius family. The old immortal sighed. Deception is real. In my time, I learned martial arts when I met my master. So the reason your father abandoned you is because you didn't receive the bloodline inheritance. Li Jun chuckled faintly, not denying it. The old fairy was furious, waving his fan and slapping it loudly on his hand, shouting, that's truly an unreasonable reason. I can't believe it. He once again abandoned his kin. Someone like him doesn't deserve to be a father. You don't need to worry anymore. I am your master. And I will teach you all the martial arts I know. Those words caused Li Jun's memories to spiral out of control. One late autumn night from years ago, that father coldly spoke to his little child. I guarantee no one will trust you, and you won't be able to trust anyone either. That's obvious because you're a failure. That cold gaze, that remark, and that sudden turnaround still haunt Li Jun to this day. But this time, he wants to try something different. Li Jun smiled softly, looked at the elder, and said, I will rely on you, master, but why do we keep talking about me? You tell me about your past, master. Hearing that, Elder Tian was startled and sweating, stammering that he had made too many mistakes and was now living in hiding. Li Jun nervously asked, so are you the villain? Are you the demon sect leader? This question drove Elder Xian into a rage. He swung his hand and slapped Li Jun repeatedly, shouting as he hit, get out of here. How dare you call me that? The master and disciple kept fighting. But only Li Jun knew that from this moment on, he could truly trust someone in his life and gradually escape the psychological shadow haunted by his father's malicious words. Then, under the strict but dedicated guidance of his master, Li Jun threw himself into practicing the Chaos Divine technique. The awakening cultivators here are much weaker than those from our sect because they have improved their martial skills through techniques, but do not understand the true essence of martial arts or fully comprehend what martial arts really are. Li Jun diligently trains according to every instruction, determined to become a genius awakening expert. You can only see Li Jun's footsteps gliding across the ground, drawing lines of energy. His speed has improved unbelievably. His awakening is more refined, and his body is always full of powerful energy. Master smiled confidently and said, from now on I will make you the second strongest in the martial world. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jun launched a powerful strike toward the wooden figure in front of him. His incredible strength caused the wooden stick to develop multiple cracks before it snapped in two right on the spot. Li Jun stopped, slightly curious, and asked, why only second place? Master, the immortal old man should relax and smile proudly. Isn't the answer already obvious? That I am the strongest? Li Jun was left speechless. But his master didn't let him rest. He closed his fan and looked serious. A life or death crisis is the perfect moment for enlightenment. Li Jun listened, but didn't understand a thing. Ben asked, "Where should I go to find a situation like this?" At that moment, Li Jun suddenly felt something was wrong. His whole body broke out in cold sweat. Soaking his clothes inch by inch, he glanced at the immortal elder and asked cautiously, "Don't tell me you're heading to some place where powerful monsters appear." Seeing the unusually excited look on the old fairy's face, Li Jun immediately knew he had guessed their mother's whereabouts. The next morning, Li Jun quietly went down to the basement of the dormitory, with his master following closely behind. "Where are you going?" Li Jun replied calmly. "This place is called the Six Gates, located in the basement of the building, and it's very dangerous for low-level awakened ones. So the martial arts master is in charge of this area. It is said that the principal himself sealed that barrier." As soon as the words left their mouths, the teacher and student arrived at the place called the Six Gates. In front of them was a massive door sealed with talismans and complex formations, and just looking at it was enough to understand how terrifying what lay inside must be. Li Jun, don't worry. He watched the formation carefully, and then sighed. "But I guess they have already sealed it." But my master beside me casually shrugged. "The 5 elements array, I can easily enter it." Li Jun was stunned, staring wide-eyed at him, and the master gently smiled and said, "The 5-element formation is easy to break. Just follow what I showed you and you'll be fine." In just a few minutes, the barrier door gradually opened. A faint light seeped into the dark space inside. Li Jun couldn't believe he had broken the 5-element formation and stepped deep into the 6 gates. You turned to look at the door behind you, face full of confusion. It's open now, so it's too easy. But when he turned to look ahead, an enormous vortex of air suddenly appeared before him, continuously pulling everything inside. Li Jun shivered, hesitating. "This is the barrier from the rumors. You keep removing the control seals on your arm, and my master immediately notices." "My disciple." "What are you doing?" Li Jun replied with a bitter face. "I took them off just to pass through the barrier." The master immediately got angry when he saw through your tricks. "Don't make excuses." Li Jun helplessly and unwillingly puts the seal back on, silently screaming inside. "It's already hard enough to pass normally. Now I have to carry these pieces of iron too." Facing the swirling energy and anger, Li Jun couldn't hide his tension. "Master gently encourages you. You don't need to be afraid. Even if it's just the two of us here." Then suddenly, he spoke sternly. "It's time. Now I will officially transfer the martial arts techniques to you." Li Jun was utterly stunned as he felt a strange aura seeping in, transforming within his body. The system screen immediately displays a notification that Li Jun has learned the Heaven King Step Level B, and he can now officially use this technique. Li Jun was overjoyed. Have I really learned a Level B martial art? Before he could even choose his expression, his master beside him snorted coldly. The timing was perfect. Right in front of them, giant monsters suddenly appeared with red, furious eyes, gnawing on the heads of the two teachers. Master simply said, "Get ready to fight." Li Jun clenched his fists tightly and quickly prepared for battle. He absolutely did not want to fall into the same helpless state as before, just because a low-level monster bit his hand. My master calmly explained that the Heavenly King style I just granted you is a martial art of the Hoang Fu clan, created based on pure strength. This move has a few small and simple changes, perfectly suited to your current level. Show me your skills. Just like we practiced before, Li Jun used all his strength to dodge each monster one by one. Thanks to months of relentless training, his current speed is no longer an issue. Since these monsters attack relentlessly, they leave him no moment to catch his breath. Just dodging one strike already costs him too much energy. Li Jun clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing with a fierce anger as a series of attacks closed in, leaving no time for him to think of his next move. At that moment of despair, your master's voice rang out like a clarifying bell. Use the Heavenly King stance to the right 2 steps. Lean as far as you can. Then fall back. Without hesitation, Li Jun immediately followed suit. He took exactly 2 steps and, as the monsters charged, Li Jun leaned back with all his might. As expected, you have seized the opportunity. The monster's stance now reveals all its weaknesses, with the creature above and the human below. Vulnerabilities clearly in front of Li Jun. Seizing the opportunity, he swung a powerful fist directly into the beast's stomach, right above his head. The creature couldn't withstand this fatal blow and immediately collapsed, bleeding heavily. That moment seemed to boost Li Jun's courage, planting gold in his heart. I finally did it. I defeated the monster at the 6th gate myself, but he forgot one important thing. Besides this monster, there are countless others lurking and ready to tear him apart. The master coldly reminds him, This arrogant guy. Before the master even finished speaking, reality slapped Li Jun hard and woke him up. A gust of sharp breath leaned in from behind, instantly alerting Li Jun. Turning around at that very moment, he saw a giant net, as wide as 3 basins, with hundreds of sharp teeth bared, ready to swallow him whole. Master's words were brief, like a warning. Foolish child, you're not done yet. Li Jun was so caught up in his first victory that he forgot this is the 6 gates, a place full of danger. One mistake could cost him blood or even his life. The monster's bite was precise. This time, not at the arm like before, but at the neck, and fresh blood kept flowing from the wound, making Li Jun feel the chilling presence of death approaching. He clenched his teeth. Long Tran and Gap blamed himself. If he had been just 1 second slower, the Grim Reaper's scythe could have taken his life. The pack of monsters still relentlessly charges forward. Li Jun tries to dodge, but as he avoids one, another from behind lunges at him. He couldn't believe it and wondered when these monsters had started moving behind him, with one hand bleeding. Li Jun tried to steady himself and think about how to fight back. If you keep dodging attacks, there will always be another one ready to strike from behind. My master taught me the steps to dodge. But fighting is more than just avoiding. I have to fight back. But how can I defeat them? Li Jun realizes a serious mistake he made in both of his lives, that he was too arrogant. Before dying in the previous life, he was confident because he had awakened as a low-level martial artist and trained diligently. But harsh reality slapped him in the face. It's not enough. Just as Li Jun was lost in self-blame, his master couldn't hold back any longer and shouted loudly. Now is the time to be alert and take action. That shout was like a thunderclap, bringing Li Jun back to reality. The master placed a hand on his shoulder, encouraging him. Nothing is impossible. Don't be timid and keep using the Heavenly King. Step. Stay calm and wait for the right moment. This remark is like adding fuel to the fight. Li Jun took a deep breath, calmed his panic, and regained his composure. Li Jun grit his teeth, tearing a piece of fabric from his sleeve to tightly wrap around his wound on his neck to stop the bleeding. He focused all his strength on dodging the fierce attacks from the approaching monsters, silently praying. That's right. I've been overthinking enough. Just need to cut it off. Once Li Jun focuses, these monsters will have to call him father, and as if infused with extra energy, Li Jun threw a powerful punch straight at a monster's jaw. He fought more fiercely, with continuous punches and kicks non-stop. At this moment, Li Jun has discovered his combat method, focusing all his chaos, divine power, and the Heavenly King movement technique. Time quietly passes, and 6 hours have gone by. Li Jun fights until exhaustion, sweat pouring down, his strength nearly gone. Yet the monsters in front of him still show no mercy. Charging forward without a moment's rest, Li Jun clenched his teeth, feeling heavy in his heart. The number of attacks has decreased, and now they are only focusing on defense. If I don't have internal strength, I'll have to prolong the fight with movement techniques. So Li Jun used the Heavenly King step to dodge and hold on. He dodged while quietly waiting for the Chaos Divine technique to restore his inner strength. His body was almost exhausted, and Li Jun felt himself about to collapse. But thanks to your strong will, you stand firm and cannot die here. Just then, your master slowly speaks. It's time to make them pay when the enemy is exhausted. Sounds good. But Li Jun pondered absent-mindedly. Not only are the enemies exhausted, but I am also completely worn out. Hey, you asked the old master, can I take a break for a bit? My master glanced at you sharply and said calmly, do you think your recovery speed is faster than your enemies or vice versa? Trust in the regenerative power of the Chaos Divine technique. Now is the perfect opportunity to strengthen your inner strength and resilience. Li Jun had no other choice. Clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and nodded. I will do as you say. Immediately after, he continued to channel internal energy, with power surging through his body. Li Jun's gaze changed completely, his core blazing with spiritual energy, filled with unwavering determination. Master nodded approvingly. Well done. To boost its spirit, after others capture them, I will grant you a martial art suitable for you. As the old prophet finished speaking, a beast suddenly opened its mouth wide and charged straight at Li Jun, but he only slowly raised his arm and easily grabbed its mouth. Then, in one breath, Li Jun delivered a fatal blow, causing the beast to bite its tongue and collapse on the spot. Clearly, my master's promise has given Li Jun a lot of strength, and he smiles excitedly. Master, I'm holding you to that promise. But at that very moment, Li Jun felt a massive surge of deadly energy approaching from behind. That energy blazed fiercely and intensely. Soon, a giant monster appeared behind Li Jun, its mouth wide open, roaring fiercely. It unleashed a powerful stream of fire towards Li Jun. Flames, blazing fiercely, burning everything to ash. Even the rocks turned to dust. But now, there is no one where Li Jun was standing earlier. The monster is stunned, staring fixedly at that spot, unaware that Li Jun had already flown away before the flames arrived. And from that perfect vantage point, Li Jun seized the opportunity, channeling all his inner strength into his arm, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Watch this attack." Then unleash a blow that shakes the heavens. This strike lands, and the monsters below are either defeated or fleeing. Immediately, the system alerts that Li Jun's Chaos Divine Technique has reached 3 stars. The system continues to notify that the Chaotic Divine Technique has been fully charged, and the prison instantly counterattacks. His health is back to full, with less than 10% remaining, and Li Jun can clearly feel each surge of vitality returning, his body filled with energy. The system continued to display a message, and Li Jun received an astonishing 25,000 bonus points. You removed the scarlet bracelet from around your neck, and it is now completely healed, with no injuries left. At the same time, the system continued to notify that the innate ability of the Chaos Divine Technique Fear had been unlocked. Once this ability is activated, the monsters around will fear the user. Sure enough, the beasts that were aggressive just now are now shy. As timid as an 8-year-old girl experiencing love for the first time, my master beside me chuckles proudly, muttering to himself, "You truly are a genius. Who would have thought this kid achieved a 3-star Chaos Divine Technique in just 2 months? This child is very much like the first one," Li Jun asked confusedly. "What does the first one mean?" The old master replied indifferently, in a half-hearted tone. "That is my first disciple. He is your senior brother." Li Jun nodded softly, understanding, and said, "I see." But as soon as he finished speaking, he sensed something was off. He immediately shouted, "You already had a disciple before. So how many others did I have before me?" Master quickly covered his hand to prevent piercing his eardrum, biting back the pain. "You are also one of my disciples. After all, there are 4 of you before you." Li Jun frowns in frustration. "Why are you only telling me now?" But the master was quick-witted, changing the subject and pointing at the monsters. "They're running away. So go and finish them off." Li Jun frowned and looked around, then said with a sneer, "Don't try to dodge the issue. They've been running since we started talking. As expected, there are no traces of the beasts left there at all." The master annoyedly tapped Li Jun on the head. "Which is why I told you to quickly defeat them. You didn't listen to your master. What are you doing? Hurry up and chase after them," Li Jun gently reminded. "You haven't forgotten your promise, have you?" The master takes a deep breath and must fan himself. "You think an old man like me would break my promise? This is Da Kuan, the most basic martial art. What do you think? Do you want to learn it?" Li Jun asked, slightly surprised. "Is the Da Kuan similar to the Heavenly King Bu, the martial art of the Huang Fuha family?" When the old master nodded in confirmation, Li Jun remained silent for a few seconds before resolutely, "I will learn." Immediately, the elder bestows the B-level Da Kuan technique on Li Jun, and the system also confirms the notification. Li Jun fell into deep thought. A failure who can't even inherit innate bloodline. Now I am learning the martial arts of a prestigious family. If one day I become stronger than all of them, I wonder what they will think. But Li Jun didn't let himself think for too long. After gaining momentum, he immediately continued on his way to find the monsters. The young man kept walking until his legs were exhausted, but still couldn't find any trace of them. Li Jun sighed and wondered to himself, "How far could those monsters have gone? My master keeps nagging. I told you to take care of them. Didn't I? This is the consequence of not listening to your master." Li Jun tried to hold back. "I told you I was sorry. I'm genuinely sorry." But suddenly, you froze up. "Master, the thing I'm looking for isn't a 4-star level monster." After the elder confirmed, Li Jun just pointed and looked over there. "In front of you now is Lam Hu, the monster ruling this barrier. Lam Hu the lair, and also the boss here. It can be compared to red-level monsters in terms of speed and strength, to the point that even a team of level C awakening novices would struggle to fight it. Therefore, this creature is on a completely different level from the monsters encountered before." Li Jun was more nervous than ever, knowing that just a small mistake could cost him his life. "Master seems to read your thoughts and speaks slowly. Do not be afraid. There is nothing more valuable than passing through this life and death ordeal." Li Jun asked nervously, "Do I still have to fight?" The immortal elder immediately shouted, "Go away, my era has no one daring to mock the master's words these days. Kids these days are really suspicious." Even though the old immortal spoke firmly, Li Jun still worried whether he could defeat Lam Ho. This was a real battle, and no one could help him now. But then Li Jun made up his mind. If he gave up and ran away now, it would be no different from his past self. It's no different from that weak, pitiful boy who was always beaten and looked down upon, haunted by dark memories of the brutal beatings from those who inherited the bloodline. You were beaten until exhausted, collapsing on the ground, and when you tried to get up, a dirty foot stomped right on your face. That person is Li Jihong, the brat leading the gang that once blocked Li Jun's path. Li Jihong stomped his head down to the ground. The prison has been taken down. You'll never be able to fight again. Li Jun was worried then, but still managed to ask, "Li Jihong, what are you doing?" Surely the principal didn't approve this, but Li Jihong coldly replied that the principal had given permission. This statement hit like a fatal blow, leaving Li Jun almost speechless. But Li Jun suddenly burst out laughing mockingly. "I said he already gave permission. Beating a useless guy like you is no big deal." At that moment, Li Jun felt he was touching the depths of his fear. Tears welled up, not from pain, but from frustration. Frustration beyond words. In this life, I know I will never forget that humiliating moment. But no, this time must be different. You have to become stronger. Even stronger to take revenge on everything, including the family that looked down on you. Someone who has already died once. What is there to fear anymore? Li Jun stands up empty-handed, his eyes blazing with determination. If this is the end, going all out once isn't so bad. And you lift your head and tell your master, "I will fight it." At this moment, the monster Lam Ho was still peacefully sleeping on the other side of the stream. But suddenly a surge of aura woke everyone up. It is the aura emanating from Li Jun. The innate power of the Chaos Divine technique has been activated. Li Jun still clearly remembers the effect of this ability, making the surrounding monsters fear him. But that effect only works on the other monsters. With Lam Ho, the defenses were shattered instantly. The system immediately displayed a notification. The innate skill Howling of the Alpha Wolf has been activated. Thanks to the Alpha Wolf, the pack of monsters no longer fears Li Jun, and their speed has even doubled. Li Jun hesitated, thinking that his innate ability might not work against Lam Ho. But he never expected that just one young Lam Ho would be enough to nullify it completely. This is the true power of the Lam Ho, the legendary beast. Now the Lam Ho is fully prepared to bite your head off and drink your blood at any moment. Li Jun refused to wait for death. Still full of inner strength, he shouted loudly, "Master, I'm starting now." But Li Jun was startled to realize that his master had disappeared long ago. No one was in sight. And in that moment, a fragment of memory suddenly flashed back. The school principal is your father, who once coldly declared to eliminate all the useless, including his own son, Li Jun. Li Jun snapped out of the flashback and returned to reality. Standing in the desert gate under the scorching sun, with the intense heat actually coming from the raging flames caused by the Lam Ho monsters. You are completely surrounded by a sea of flames. Every step you take could turn you to ash. But Lam Ho and the monster are completely immune to this fire. Li Jun forced himself to stay calm, knowing he couldn't panic now, and had to rely on his accumulated knowledge of monsters to make up for his lack of combat skills. I've accumulated knowledge about monsters, but theory and practice seem worlds apart. I might end up as grilled meat. But in the end, Li Jun concluded that they would disperse if the leader was gone. I have to deliver a final blow to take it down. In the blink of an eye, Li Jun charged forward, delivering a fierce kick with all his might in a decisive strike. But at the moment the punch was about to land, Lam Ho vanished. Li Jun stood still for nearly half a minute, unable to believe Lam Ho dodged so easily. And more importantly, he couldn't see where it had gone. Just as he was still confused, a disgusting net with sharp teeth suddenly lunged from behind, aiming to swallow Li Jun alive. Li Jun immediately prepared himself, gritting his teeth and silently cursing. Damn it. But luckily, my master's voice rang out right at that life and death moment. Using the Heavenly King step, I advanced forward. Li Jun seemed to grasp the chance to save himself. Without hesitation, he followed his master's instructions and immediately used the Heavenly King step to swiftly circle around in front of Lam Ho. You truly escaped death. And moreover, Li Jun's current stance is perfect for a counterattack. Lam Ho roars in anger, but Li Jun remains undeterred. He clenched his fists tightly, his energy surging, still unleashing all his inner strength. Do you think I will die in a place like this? Without another word, Li Jun poured all his strength into a mighty punch that shook the heavens. In the Lukman desert, a deafening explosion of dust and sand erupted, sweeping across the area and staining the ground with fresh blood. The final deadly battle has finally ended. Li Jun is exhausted, his whole body limp, sitting down breathlessly, trying to steady his mind. With his back against Lam Ho's massive blue corpse, Li Jun whispers softly, "I guess next time I might not make it out alive." The cultivation system immediately announces that you have defeated the monster boss. With this incredible record, you earned an additional 500,000 experience points, and an extra 250 points as a token of respect from the system for your extraordinary performance. Not only that, Li Jun also obtained a B-grade demon crystal and an A-grade demon technique of the same line. The Blue Lake corpse gradually disintegrated under the sunlight, leaving behind a strange secret manual on the ground. Master only appeared now, chuckling. The one who received those useful items, the A-rank demon technique and demon art that can drain the opponent's life force. That's the best way to improve oneself. I couldn't hear any words, so I was calling your name in desperation. Master, where have you been all this time? I thought you abandoned me because I was no longer valuable. To soothe Li Jun's weary spirit, the old immortal cleared his throat and said, Why would I abandon my own disciple? It's not because I hate you or anything. Li Jun still gazed intently at his hand. This is the hand that defeated the monster. Just one strike. And the master advised me to focus on learning the demon technique of the demon line first. Listen to me. Your skill will definitely be stronger. Li Jun looked with doubt and asked again, Really? Master also nodded, thinking I was joking. Li Jun smiled and tore the book in half. The system announced that you have learned the A-level demon technique of the demon line, and from now on you can use the A-level demon technique of the demon line. Master pats the table and says, Good. Now you just need to complete one more task. Use your level A demon technique to drain all the blood from the monsters here. After a morning of chaos, Li Jun finally returns to the Divine Love dormitory room. He puts on his robe and opens the system status window to check. It displays all the basic information after the update, with parameters skyrocketing far beyond the previous level. Li Jun was so moved that tears of happiness streamed down his face. He now ranked higher than the level C Awakening Master in all 4 skills. The master appeared and asked directly, What are you doing? Li Jun gently smiles and says, I'll be going now. He closes the system and leaves the room. While the other students are rushing desperately to avoid being late for class, Li Jun calmly praises himself, strolling gracefully as if watching flowers from horseback. The master looked at his demeanor and asked with suspicion, My disciple, aren't you also late? Li Jun calmly replied, If you're going to be late, just take your time and be even later. Master faints from anger. How dare you think that way? You should be looking forward to the lesson with the teacher. Right. Li Jun simply glanced calmly and chuckled softly. The only teacher I need is you. Master. Just one sentence is enough to soothe me, sweeten that fiery temper of yours. He chuckled to himself with satisfaction. As long as there's one good teacher, that's enough. Li Jun thought to himself, my master is really easy to coax. But then a sudden voice called out, Li Jun, are you heading to school? Li Jun turned around. It was the same group from before, the ones he had easily beaten up last time. Only this time they were accompanied by Li Ji-hong. How could Li Jun forget that hateful face? You look so impressive. Li Jun simply looked at him coldly and replied softly, Don't cause trouble with me. Go wherever you want. As if that wasn't enough to make Li Ji-hong furious, he raised his voice. It's been only a few months since we last met, and you're still the same. Tomorrow is the official match. Why are you so confident? The master nearby couldn't help but be surprised when hearing about the official match, and Li Jun quickly explained clearly, This is the official one-on-one match on campus, where students' rankings are decided. But outside, you're just muttering to yourself, which only irritates Li Ji-hong more. And he keeps raising his voice. What are you muttering about? Even I have my limits. You, Li Jun, looked at Li Ji-hong with a bored expression and asked mockingly, What are you putting up with a freak like you? Someone who always punches faster than thinking. What are you enduring? This comment made Ji-hong's blood boil, his face flushing red. The students nearby couldn't hold back their laughter. Li Ji-hong is completely enraged. He roars, How dare a failure like you talk to me like that? Without another word, he charged like a mad beast, roaring, I will kill you. But in Li Jun's eyes, today was no different from a clown show. Just a slight step was enough for him to easily dodge. From then on, It was completely Li Jun's playground. Li Jihong kept fighting chaotically, stabbing and kicking non-stop. Meanwhile, Li Jun easily glided past, dodging effortlessly and not even breaking a sweat. Not only that, Li Jun even sneered with a smile. Li Jihong's heart was now filled with extreme panic, as he couldn't understand why he couldn't defeat this defeated opponent. Suddenly, Li Jun's system displayed a notification about the first side quest to defeat Li Jihong with an absolute victory, rewarding 100,000 points. Li Jun sneered. Master really is giving me a task like this. You still channel inner strength into your leg, but I changed my mind since I initially planned to deal with Li Jihong during the official match. But, oh well, might as well settle it now. Li Jun gently kicks the basket of Li Jihong, causing him to feel the world spinning and fall to the ground, pain making him grind his teeth. Eyes filled with fury, Li Jun crouched down, stuffing the corner bag. That was close. That statement made Li Jihong so angry he almost burst blood vessels. He kept jumping up, ready to strike a deadly blow. The atmosphere became extremely tense. The students around fell silent, not daring to breathe heavily. But what stunned them wasn't Li Jihong's brutal attack, but the terrifying blow he just delivered, which Li Jun easily blocked with one hand. Li Jun couldn't move the pot. He started to panic and shouted at Li Jun, "What are you doing? Let go of my hand." The scene is really funny. The attacker is begging, and the one being hit lets him go. Li Jun chuckled softly. "I will let go and you really do." But at that moment, Jihong suddenly felt something was wrong. The strength in his hand was completely disorganized, and a sharp pain spread through his arm. He clutches his arm, screams in agony, feeling as if his arm is about to be ruined. Li Jun leans down and looks at him with a cold gaze. "I know what you tried to do. Did your family order you? This time I won't let myself be beaten again." Then Li Jun reached out, energy surging wildly, releasing in a relentless wave, his eyes flashing with a cold, sharp light. "I will return what I endured, exactly as it was." Jihong is really panicking. Jun pushes and asks, "What are you doing?" But clearly he could no longer stop him. Li Jun quickly dealt with him, and Jihong's desperate scream echoed loudly, the last thing left after this brutal defeat. Finally, Li Jun leisurely walks into the classroom. The system announces that the first side quest has been completed and the reward points have been awarded as promised. Li Jun muttered with a satisfied smile. But his attitude drove the teacher crazy. The master beside him teased with a sly tone, saying the way he laughed was downright creepy. The teacher roared, questioning if I knew what I had done by destroying the student's dungeon and a disciple of a prestigious family. It turns out Li Jun was transferred to the school classroom and is being criticized by several teachers. But Li Jun calmly responds that he has never violated the school rules. The teacher was furious. "Where does it say that in the rules?" Li Jun calmly replied, "In Article 1, Section 4 of the rules. When sensing hostility from an opponent, you have the right to defend yourself." Sure enough, the clear words on the white paper, Article 1, Section 4 are written so plainly that the teacher is furious but doesn't know how to continue punishing. At the tense moment in the classroom, the principal spoke up to stop the furious teacher and casually asked Li Jun in a dismissive tone, "Just consider that you defended yourself as you said. Then what will you do next? Li Jihong is a famous disciple of a top-ranked family. They probably won't let you go." "Right. This man is Han Min Sung, president of the Wulin Military High School, from the Jisa main line, inheritor of Shuji's martial arts." Li Jun carefully observed Han Min Sung, thinking that at that moment he was probably an A rank, and if it weren't for the primordial divine technique, I would have fainted already. But he remained calm and responded briefly, "As long as I don't have to worry about this. It seems everyone has forgotten, but I also belong to a noble family, and my father is the head of the clan. I will let my family handle this matter." His words were gentle but made the entire meeting room fall silent. Chairman Han Min Sung looked intrigued, a hint of appreciation in his eyes as he watched Li Jun, and thought to himself, "Yet there is another student besides the Dragon Slayer who can withstand his aura. From what I know, he is a failure who was cast out by his family." In the end, the class ended just the way he wanted. The atmosphere remained tense afterward, and everyone in the school was buzzing about Li Jun. No one expected him to be this strong. Most were just surprised. But one person who couldn't accept it was teacher Kim Tae-hyun, the one who had just scolded Li Jun. He secretly curses. "Damn it. That brat Li Jun should have been dealt with. When the disciples of the clan are ranked in school, I will receive valuable items, money, and martial arts skills. But that kid, abandoned by the clan, has ruined everything. If I leave it be, I won't just lose my reputation. Other clans won't let me go either. I have to deal with that bastard by any means necessary. From then on, wherever Li Jun goes, there are whispers and gossip, but he just calmly ignores everything. Him, the one who fought the tyrant, how could such a failure like him do that? Li Jun smiled softly and whispered to his master, if that meeting ends badly it will be trouble, but luckily I have the primordial divine technique. Master, with the fan. Diok Yi said. The outcome was easy to predict. In my time, I also faced similar situations. The people from the major sect and the 5 great clans opposed me. And in the end, I won. Li Jun listened but clearly didn't care. What you care about right now is the meeting just now. Li Jun has realized that the person behind organizing that meeting is Kim Tae-hyun, your class supervisor, because he has close ties with the ranking clans. But now the situation has changed, especially since Li Ji-hong's dantian has a problem. Li Jun stood by the window, accidentally overhearing an interesting conversation from Kim Tae-hyun, who was nervously making a phone call. The incident involving Li Ji-hong was truly unfortunate, although I insisted on the meeting. It did not lead to any results. It seems the other side of the phone said they would cut off the subsidy. Kim Tae-hyun was startled and hurriedly asked, what does cutting the subsidy mean? No way. One more chance. And he keeps begging. If you give me another chance, I will pay more attention to Li Ji-hong in the rankings. Li Jun, hearing this, already guessed part of it. He silently thought that it seemed they no longer intended to hold an official match. Master asked curiously, why does the family hate you so much? There must be some reason other than the lack of bloodline inheritance. Li Jun crossed his arms and replied coldly, because I am an illegitimate child. My aunt can't stand me. And my father loves my mother more. Master frowned. In truth, your father should protect you, because he loves your mother. Li Jun replied with a faint smile. But your father loves the family more. He's the kind of person who would sell himself to kneel for the family. Master looked at Li Jun with pity, and sarcastically said, you're really lucky. So lucky to be this unlucky. Li Jun just smiled faintly and said, I'm used to it. He may smile on the outside, but how could he ever get used to such things inside? The family has always been trying to drag him down into the abyss, both past and present. Li Jun, angry, tightly squeezed the coca can in his hand and crushed it easily. Now, he has engraved his resolve. He will no longer let anyone, including his family, oppress him. Time passes quickly, and soon the day of graduation has arrived. The whole school is still buzzing about Li Jun. Hey look, that's Li Jun. What kind of advantage does he have that makes him unbeatable? How strong is he really? To change so much even as a night class student. Master. The rogue swordsman suddenly appeared and asked who I was studying under, always attracting attention everywhere I go. Li Jun smirked and replied, it's all thanks to you. Master. Just then, Kim Tae-ha looked at Li Jun angrily and shouted, stop fooling around and follow me to class. Then he started giving instructions. The teacher will create a random monster for you. You will face opponents based on your level as usual. From now on, enter in order. Besides the barriers, there's no better place for an accident to happen than here, because they can adjust the difficulty in the control room. He was already secretly planning in his mind to double the difficulty when it was Li Jun's turn and pretend it was a system malfunction. Today is the perfect opportunity to get rid of that bastard. Teacher Tae-hyo kept glancing at Li Jun. Master Tram Chu whispered, he's going to deal with the person who wrote on Han's face clearly. After a guy like Han could become a teacher, Li Jun just grimaced and thought to himself, I can't just keep taking it like this. And then it was Li Jun's turn to enter the virtual reality room. Kim Tae-hyo's voice echoed with a sly smile. Do you want to meet any specific monster? Li Jun replied casually. Any is fine. Kim Tae-hyo smiled strangely. So do you want to fight the evil spirits? You must understand that the evil spirits are what people call those who have awakened but used to be criminals, with the most typical example being the Lianhua Tuthan, criminal organization. Li Jun smirked silently, thinking, I didn't expect him to order a student to face such enemies. Has he finally revealed his true colors? He clenched his jaw and confidently said, then let's fight. Even with clear intentions in mind, Tae-hyo still pretends to be a dedicated instructor until the very end, speaking softly through the microphone. If any danger occurs, report it to the teacher immediately. Immediately after, Tae-hyo coldly pressed the start button. A formation instantly appeared in the virtual reality room, with flickering lights spreading throughout the space. Li Jun closed his eyes, focused on sensing the environment, and this time the location for buying the room was a snowy field with a difficulty level of grade E. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a foggy, icy, snow-covered mountain. Taehyo's voice echoes mockingly. Wishing you good luck. Li Jun just pursed his lips. This guy really intends to kill me. Amidst the foggy snowbone table, Li Jun's vision was limited, and moving became more difficult than ever. But the most terrifying thing is the opponent. White Fox Cold Demon, one of the top leaders of the Death Flower, and the 7 ghosts who opened their voices. He is not an ordinary monster, but an old black-clad assassin with a penchant for killing. A true killer. Li Jun's back chilled. He couldn't believe a teacher would dare to let a student face someone like this. You're crazy. Kim Tae-Hee-ung. The demon in front of you stands silently, unmoving. But the murderous aura around him is still thick enough to suffocate everything. The system suddenly displayed an urgent mission notification for Li Jun. The youngest's will. He must use the chaotic divine technique to defeat his opponent. What is the passing condition? Only use the chaos spirit technique below level 2. The failure condition. Use the chaotic divine technique above level 3. Li Jun smirked slightly. Now, with even more reason to win at all costs. Finally, the ghostly aura also took action. Without a word, he channeled his internal energy, focusing his strength into both hands, and launched a deadly palm strike directly at Li Jun. Li Jun quickly moved to dodge. But what he didn't expect was that the aura released by the dead ghost could change direction, circling back to hunt him down. This time, Li Jun couldn't avoid it and was hit by a fatal blow. His arm gradually began to freeze. This technique is the martial art of the Cold Faction Grandmaster from North Sea, Bang Kung. But the deadly ghost didn't stop there, rushing towards Li Jun at an unbelievable speed, aiming a deadly strike. If this blow didn't maim him, it would likely kill him. Li Jun immediately raised both hands to defend. But the strength of this crazy old man was too great. He struggled but did not back down. The White Fox Cold Demon may only be a mock opponent, but its skills are incredible. Truly a formidable adversary. But Li Jun is no longer the failed kid from his previous life. He perfectly defends against the attack, his whole body excited as he thinks to himself. That's what makes it exciting. Li Jun immediately counterattacked with a powerful strike, causing the entire snowy mountain to tremble with the force. With incredible speed, Li Jun sneaked behind the demon and prepared to strike a deadly blow. But the demon was no pushover and quickly anticipated his move. Dodging the fatal punch, Li Jun sneered coldly. I can't miss this opportunity. No matter how the demon escapes, Li Jun pursues relentlessly, creating a cat-and-mouse game that is truly evenly matched. Li Jun is not afraid. On the contrary, he feels excited to face someone this strong. But the demon is not only good at dodging, he begins to channel all his energy into his fists. Both sides are ready to clash head-on with fierce aura blazing. And then, just as it seemed both of them were about to engage in a one-on-one fight, Li Jun suddenly realized something was off. The demon in front of him vanished, and what he had just punched was only an illusion. The demon has disappeared without a trace. And Li Jun suddenly realizes, could Kim Tae-Hee-ung have cut the system? Annoyed. You kick the floor hard. Just when it gets interesting, it cuts out again. Outside, Kim Tae-Hee-ung was in a state of extreme panic, staring intently at the flickering virtual reality screen, wondering what was happening. His aura is causing the system to malfunction. Tae-Hee-ung's face shows clear horror because even as a simulation, the difficulty level of this match is at a C grade. Even the most experienced students, even the old man himself, find it hard to compete with Li Jun. Kim Tae-Hee-ung grew more furious the more he thought about it, roaring loudly before punching the virtual reality screen with all his might. Inside the virtual reality room, Li Jun now appears extremely composed, completely unconcerned. He closes his eyes and relaxes, enjoying the lightness after a seemingly breathless battle. The training system has also promptly notified that the first urgent mission has been completed. The reward points are immediately added to Li Jun's account. He smiled contentedly. And thanks to his origins, Li Jun was finally recognized at level D. From a pathetic, useless F rank, he skyrocketed to D rank and even defeated that bastard Li Ji-hong. Thinking of this, Li Jun muttered to himself, with this level, I am fully capable of challenging the major guilds. While Li Jun was still lost in a beautiful dream of a bright future, a sudden voice called his name, bringing him back to reality. You turn around to see who dares to ruin this rare moment of enjoyment. And then in front of Li Jun were his classmates' faces, but not with the contempt he had endured before, but with shining admiration. They cheered excitedly. Li Jun, you did well. You really are strong. A scene that leaves Li Jun stunned for a few seconds. The young man was stunned and confused. watching his classmate's attitude change 180 degrees. For the first time in both scenes, Lee Jun received this warm recognition. He chuckled softly, his warmest smile yet. It's not a bad thing. What did you say? I didn't catch what your friends mumbled. Can you repeat it? Lee Jun just shook his head slightly, smiling happily. It's nothing. Since that day, Lee Jun's life truly changed overnight. As soon as he stepped into the school hall, a line of lower-year students all bowed respectfully. Hello, Senior Lee Jun. A scene of overwhelming admiration leaves Lee Jun standing stunned in the hall, his mind filled with doubt about life. What on earth is going on here? Then, the leader of those students stepped forward confidently and spoke politely. I am Hyo Soo, the new student. Then, everyone bowed their heads deeply. Senior, please be kind and help us out. Lee Jun thought to himself, why do these guys greet me like I'm a gang boss? And looking at their faces, they really seem to be 7-year-olds. Is there some mistake here? The more I think about it, the more headache I get. So I decide to speak up. From now on, you don't need to greet me like that anymore. Yet those kids keep acting even more overly familiar. Did we do something wrong? Lee Jun had to sigh and honestly say, who am I to accept such a grand gesture from you guys? I'm not some gangster. The new students immediately bowed and apologized, making Lee Jun flustered and shout, I told you all not to do that anymore. After escaping the respectful greeting from the social brothers downstairs, Lee Jun finally trudged up to the classroom, letting out a long sigh of frustration. The new students escorted him all the way to the classroom door before saying goodbye and leaving. The master beside him stroked his beard and smiled, saying this was also a test for the strong. Lee Jun was so annoyed he couldn't even speak. But that's not all. Besides a few pleasant changes, his life was also accompanied by some misfortunes. As soon as he sat down at the table, a fellow student confidently approached and challenged him. But Lee Jun, exhausted, told him to go away. But that guy is not afraid of guns and has never shed tears over a coffin. He suddenly drew his sword and charged at me, demanding a duel right in the classroom, regardless of whether Lee Jun agreed or not. In just a moment, as the sword was about to strike down, Lee Jun reached out and gently snapped it into pieces as if crushing a weed. The young man who was so fierce earlier immediately drew his sword, face twisted with anger. Lee Jun quietly examined his fist, and with a quick burst of force, his fellow disciple fainted right there on the spot. Lee Jun snorted coldly. Just listen to what others say. The master beside him chuckled happily. He's also quite famous, isn't he? Lee Jun hesitated and replied, is this what you call being famous? And then, the restless days began. One after another. Every day someone challenges Lee Jun to a duel. Every few minutes, someone jumps in and drives Lee Jun crazy, making his head spin and forcing him to complain. Better to let me handle 10 monsters than to have to deal with these kids acting cute. Master stroked his beard and smiled, saying maybe they just doubted his abilities because they had never seen them with their own eyes. Lee Jun sighed wearily. Even so, this matter has already spread far and wide. Just then, the classroom door burst open with a loud shout. Line up. Who was the one messing around during this morning's activity period? Teacher Kim Tae-hyo strode in fuming, scanning the room with a fierce gaze before glaring directly at Lee Jun, as if ready to tear him apart on the spot. Lee Jun just sighed, ignoring its gaze. Kim Tae-hyo quickly regained his serious teacher demeanor, stepped onto the podium, handed out the schedule, and asked the students to fill it out for collection. Master, curious, glanced at the paper in Lee Jun's hand and asked, do you usually go to school like this? Lee Jun calmly replied that usually he only studies 3 subjects: martial arts, weapon techniques, and observation skills. Focusing on just one type of martial art is already difficult, let alone learning a new one. The master asked again, what do you plan to do next? Lee Jun remained silent, not answering immediately. When your classmates take turns submitting their forms, Lee Jun approaches class monitor Bress, hands over the timetable, and asks, I just need to give it to you. Bress casually replies, just hand it to me and it's done. After submitting, Lee Jun turned to leave the classroom, leaving Bress curious as she glanced over the timetable she just received, and with a single look, she squinted her eyes on Lee Jun's form, without waiting for a single box to be checked. Almost all classes are registered. Unfortunately, the first lesson is held outdoors on the football field. The female teacher in charge rolled her eyes and looked around the yard, thinking to herself, it seems there are more students this year. Her gaze shifted to the male student standing at the front, and out of courtesy, she bowed her head to greet him, and Lee Jun responded with a gentle nod. Of course he recognizes this person. Chiang Jin, a teacher from a prestigious family known for maintaining a neutral stance. Li Jun smiles softly. You know, I respect everyone, even those abandoned by their families like you. Just like family. Cha Qiang-jin spoke. The martial art you are about to learn is the 10 Steps Divine Staff. This is the secret inheritance of the 100 Steps Divine Staff. The Divine Dragon technique was dedicated to the school by the deity himself. She signals to a disciple standing nearby. Let's start with the basics first. The disciple takes out a box placed on the table. Inside are round spheres, whose purpose is unclear. Qiangjin's father explains that all the students should wear the 20 kilograms iron bracelets on both wrists. The students quickly followed suit, laughing as they put them on. Turns out, this level of training isn't that tough after all. Only Li Jun secretly felt lucky. He never expected that following the 50 kilograms anklet his master told him about would actually come in handy like this. Indeed, life is full of surprises. Father Qiangjin continued to give instructions. Now we will officially begin. Please have the disciple demonstrate. Everyone, get into the stance as the student is demonstrating, raising both arms. You are not allowed to use internal energy. Another student raised their hand and asked, do we have to hold the pose for the entire time? Qiangjin smiled faintly. Of course, until the class was over. So on the soccer field, the whole class started standing still together. 40 minutes passed silently. Then an hour, and half of the team had disappeared. Then, in the last 2 hours, only Li Jun remained standing firm in the middle of the field, completely unmoved. While the students outside kept whispering and speculating, how much longer do you think Li Jun can hold out? Is he even human, since he hasn't moved at all? Of course. With Qiangjin's completely different view of Li Jun, she quietly observes him standing firm and thinks to herself, this kid can't beat young master Li Jihong with tricks. In the end, Qiangjin signaled to end the class. She approached Li Jun. That's enough. Li Jun still remains calm, standing straight, and replies, there's still time before it's over. Huh. Qiangjin gently smiles and says softly, I don't think it needs to go that far. Qiangjin's father gently reached out his hand, and the disciple beside him immediately presented a carefully wrapped book. She turned to Li Jun, her eyes passionate yet full of trust, and spoke. Her words made Li Jun straighten up in surprise, unable to hide his astonishment, as Qiangjin's father then personally handed him the precious secret manual, with a calm yet weighty voice. This is the secret manual for the 10 Steps Divine Spear. It has been improved, but it's still a very challenging martial art. Li Jun felt an overwhelming joy inside, surprised that he had already gotten this book so quickly. Qiangjin patiently explained further. This isn't a martial arts secret from the underground, so it's not an official book in the martial arts system. You must learn exactly what's written in the book. Li Jun quickly flipped through each page, just glancing at them. Qiangjin reminds you, his gaze serious but warm. You must be truly determined. Before the warning could even finish, Li Jun suddenly clenched his fist, assumed a stance, and channeled the energy he had just gathered. Clearly unable to wait any longer to test his strength, he immediately swung his hand to deliver a 10-step divine staff strike. That moment made Qiangjin freeze in place, as the strike Li Jun just threw past her was so precise that she couldn't deny it was the technique recorded in the secret manual. How could Li Jun perform it? After just one quick glance, Li Jun scratched his head, awkwardly smiling. Sorry, but you didn't learn the 10-body divine staff. Master beside him sneered and reminded him, this isn't something you can learn in just one try. Li Jun pouts and retorts, just a few more tries, and it'll be fine. While Li Jun carefully reviewed the fighting techniques, the master beside him watched silently. This is the first time he has realized that this student is so stubborn. Who would have thought that from someone who was once looked down upon? Li Jun now shows abilities beyond expectations. Master looks at the paper with a glint of anticipation, thinking he once thought the boy was just an idiot. But now his talent is increasingly outstanding. I look forward to seeing how this kid's future will unfold. Even Qiangjin cannot hide his embarrassment. Li Jun isn't born with the innate body of a demon to easily absorb martial arts, nor does she possess the talent of a celestial general. So how did she manage to turn from a failure into a genius like this? Li Jun suddenly spoke, interrupting her train of thought. I accidentally used internal energy in my cultivation, which was all for nothing. So the key to the 10-section divine staff must be controlling internal energy. Right. Qiangjin's father hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. That's why you need to control your internal energy well. That single question was enough to amaze Qiangjin, who had just read the secret manual and seen through its martial essence. Without hesitation, Li Jun continued to try again. He slowly assumed the stance, each movement textbook perfect, carefully channeling his internal energy and controlling his chi step by step according to the principles. Then he unleashed an extremely powerful strike, precisely the move recorded in the 10-stage Divine Palm manual. This time, Qi Yongjin could no longer maintain his composure and gasped in surprise. It can't be like this. And Li Jun, you just smile brightly and shout out in happiness. I did it. The cultivation system immediately displays a confirmation that Li Jun has successfully mastered the 10-step Divine Spear. This martial art has now become a general skill in the skills department. Thanks to that outstanding performance, Li Jun was honored and even invited by the teachers to a special internal meeting. But that meeting quickly turned into a true competition for top students. Li Jun, head pounding, tried to explain, "Professor, could you please ask each question one by one, but immediately?" The professor eagerly spoke up first. "I'll go first. In my opinion, you were born to wield a spear, with powerful strikes, precise angles of grip, smooth body movements like flowing water. All of these are instinctive for you. This fighting style belongs to the Saint of Blades family." Before he could finish speaking, Professor Kim Fap pushed him aside and declared loudly, "You are more suited to swordsmanship." This professor describes it in detail. "Your swordsmanship can rival Long Kim's. Why not join my blood sword clan?" But before he could finish speaking, Professor Ma Duok Fap immediately rushed forward, insisting no. Li Jun should learn demon medicine techniques, that's the real way. Your performance has proven everything. The Fandok family has always welcomed you. Immediately after, the three professors erupted into a loud argument, fighting over who would take Li Jun into their sect. Amid the chaos, Li Jun could only accept his fate silently, quietly retreating as the three of them continued their fierce argument. "I never thought about joining another clan. Why do they keep bothering me?" Before the master could start explaining, Li Jun quickly cut in. "Are you saying this is a challenge that only the strong can face?" Interrupted halfway. The master was annoyed and frustrated, while Li Jun just chuckled happily. Suddenly, another person arrived. It's teacher Cha Ki-ong-jin. Li Jun quickly sat up, blushing shyly. "I'm taking a little break to hide from the other teachers." Ki-ong-jin smiles gently, casually handing me a can of Coke and asking, "Are you happy?" Li Jun happily takes the soda from the professor's hand and nods, saying, "I'm very happy, I always learn new things." Father Ki-ong-jin sat down beside him, casually asking, "Are you not tired? You seem capable of practicing the tenfold divine spear on your own now." Li Jun took a sip of cold Coke and smiled in response. "I'm not tired. For someone without a noble bloodline like you, being able to study as a vice-class president at school is already precious. Much better than not learning anything 100 times over." The words spoken by him left Ki-ong-jin silent for a few seconds, his gaze fixed on the young student before him. Just then, a loud call rang out, and the three professors, who had been vying to take the talented student earlier, arrived at the scene. Li Jun could only sigh in frustration. "Are they really here?" The boy immediately stood up and bowed politely. "Professor, I'll be going ahead now." Father Ki-ong-jin could only helplessly wave goodbye. Li Jun has lived through a dark and gloomy past, but now he is enjoying a peaceful blue sky, something that once seemed so distant. Since upgrading his martial arts, Li Jun often visits the Six Gates to train, not only to challenge himself but also to eliminate monsters and improve his strength stats. Every monster fallen by Li Jun's hand had its vitality drained and was transformed into energy. As a result, even the top of the sect was covered in the dry remains of foxes. The training system keeps displaying notifications, and Li Jun receives a small amount of mana and additional stats. Li Jun pondered silently. Even the Blue Lake monster boss had been defeated, but luckily the other monsters continued to multiply, allowing him to keep returning to refine his points. Nevertheless, Li Jun realized that the rewards from these fox demon monsters had become too insignificant. Since the first time he defeated the Blue Lake monster, he hadn't received any more mana stones. Shouldn't I have received the mana stone by now? The master closed his paper fan, pondered for a moment, then gave a hint. "I've changed my mind. Since you're developing faster than I expected, let's do a big deal." Li Jun hesitated, vaguely not understanding what his master meant. The master continued calmly, the chaotic energy of the barrier still drifting in the air, and one wouldn't be curious to see what happens if they use a blood magic technique to absorb it. Hearing this, Li Jun hurriedly asked, "Can that even be absorbed?" Considering the magical energy emitted by the barrier is so abundant, if it can be absorbed, it would be a cure-all medicine itself. Master stroked his beard and chuckled. You probably can't do it just with blood magic, but don't forget you also have the Chaos Divine technique. It's worth a try. But then the master reminded him, with a hint of meaning. The problem is that the human body is already saturated with energy, and has used up a lot. If you absorb such a large amount now, 90% of people would fall ill. But you still want to try. Li Jun hesitated for just a moment. Then the young man smiled excitedly instead of giving an answer. Just decisively. Li Jun walked straight into an uncharted extreme zone to begin the process of absorbing magical energy. He knows well that if he were someone who gave up easily, Li Jun wouldn't have come this far today. The training system kept ringing out with new notifications. Li Jun received a small amount of mana thanks to the demonic blood technique, followed by the notification that the demonic blood technique had reached 4 stars. The Chaos Divine technique also reached 4 stars, along with your endurance, physical strength, power, agility, and willpower hitting their maximum levels. Amidst the thick space of demonic energy, Li Jun still immersed himself in absorbing each piece of magical energy from the barrier. Persistent, resilient, and full of desire, his whole body tensed, bravely enduring the raging waves of chaotic energy. My master stands beside me, her sharp eyes watching every move I make, silently wondering if this is the first time I've used the chaotic divine technique, and whether I've fallen into a state of being without spirit or not. But clearly, you have overcome the first barrier. Suddenly, Li Jun opened his eyes wide, his eyes shining brightly, and a fierce aura surged within them. Immediately after, his body collapsed as all his energy was drained, and Li Jun fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Master Luo stepped forward, crouched down, and asked casually, with a teasing yet sincere tone, "How are you feeling?" Li Jun was gasping for air, trying to speak, and said it felt like he had returned from the underworld. The old immortal chuckled softly, crossed his arms, and said, "I guess this matter can be handled." As he predicted, a satisfied smile appeared on Li Jun's face. The training system screen still shone brightly before his eyes, with endless notifications constantly appearing, even though he tried to delete them. They remained piled up like a mountain, rolling in continuously. Suddenly, a notification caught Li Jun's eye. The system announced that he had absorbed all the magic power emanating from the barrier and received the reward for being the first to purify the barrier with 250,000 points. But it didn't stop there. Li Jun officially became the new owner of the Fox Spirit Lake. Replacing the position once held by the monstrous beast, Li Jun looked stunned, unable to believe that a human could become the master of this barrier. This defied all norms, leaving him confused that a person could indeed become the master of an extraordinary barrier. At that moment, a strange sound echoed behind him, startling him. Li Jun quickly turned around and asked nervously, "Master, was that you making that sound?" Master shouted angrily, "What do you think my master is?" Li Jun's eyes immediately turned to the back, where a tiny creature with vibrant blue feathers shimmered under the light, stunningly beautiful. As soon as he saw it, Li Jun recognized that the blue color was definitely an absolute legacy from the Lamho monster. This little creature is the young Lamho, adorable beyond words, but inheriting the DNA of the very monster that once roamed here. He gently lifts the small being into his hand, a smile of delight on his face. It seems that this is the true meaning of the small Lamho's privilege. Even the master can't help but be softened by its cuteness. He crossed his arms and looked on thoughtfully. Once it grows up, it will definitely be a reliable asset. After all, they have 10 pairs of limbs. Li Jun, lost in playing with the little Lamho, suddenly froze when he heard his master's reminder. A flicker of nervousness crossed his mind. Will this adorable creature really become like that? Master tilted his head and asked softly, "Didn't you give it a name?" Li Jun paused for a moment, truly confused about what name would be suitable. But after just a quick breath, his mind quickly jumped to a decision. The young man with a medium build looks at the master and winks playfully, asking, "Can I call it Lam Lam?" The name Li Jun just thought of left both the master and the little Lamho speechless, as they stared at each other with their mouths agape, while he was overjoyed, feeling that the name Lam Lam was incredibly adorable, a feeling that clearly no one else but me can share. Just seeing the helpless look on the little Lamho's face is enough to understand how strongly it objects. But unfortunately, it can't protest. Master also didn't bother to argue further, waving his hand in resignation. "Fine. Whatever you like to call it." So the fate of little Lamho is officially tied to the name Lam Lam. He happily holds it in his hand and gently asks him, "You also like this name, don't you?" Seeing the little fox's expression, Anyone can guess that if it could speak, its first word would definitely be an EO. The next morning, as Lee Jun just woke up, an uninvited guest was already in the dorm room, a fellow classmate standing right at the door, and he was about to refuse immediately. "I can't go. I have an urgent matter." But when I saw the pleading look and the begging eyes, Lee Jun suddenly hesitated, moved by compassion. He finally nodded in agreement and went along. Before leaving the room, he remembered to ask her to buy some milk for him. At the same time, in President Truong's office, Han Min-sung was leisurely wiping the leaves of a plant when suddenly the door burst open, and Secretary Thu hurried in, panting as she spoke urgently. "The chairman has a problem." Han Min-sung frowns. "What's going on?" Secretary Nam. She hasn't caught her breath yet and is hurriedly reporting. "The barrier in the basement has a problem, and the lair has been broken into." Chairman Han Min-sung immediately goes down to the basement himself. In front of him, the ceiling talisman that once protected the 6 gates was torn to shreds and scattered on the ground. Who could have broken the 5 elements array? The 5 elements array, once the pride of the school, an inviolable forbidden formation. Han Min-sung said calmly, "I need to go see the barrier and check it out." He pushed open the green door, took a few steps in. Then suddenly, a virtual system screen appeared before his eyes, sternly announcing that Han Min-sung was not the owner of the 5 Tiger Lair. Without the owner's permission, entry is not allowed. He straightened up, frowned, and wondered, what is going on? Has someone become the master of the barrier? After a moment of silence, he turned to the male secretary and ordered firmly, "Find out immediately who broke the barrier." Going back to last night, Lee Jun, after leaving the Lam Ho lair, was still deep in thought. "You ask the master if he doesn't think this is enough." And the master replied indifferently that it's not a good choice. Lee Jun was unwilling and hesitant. "But that was the place where I could often meet Lam Lam." The master gently shook his head and reminded me, "Dear disciple, it's clear you've never raised a pet before. Monsters like to roam freely outside." His eyes scanned Lee Jun's small room before he smiled softly. "Can I stay next to your bed?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lam Lam's smooth blue tails swiftly curled up in the corner of the bed. It sprawled out with a look of pure enjoyment. Clearly loving this bed, Lee Jun grinned happily and said excitedly, "Just leave it there." Master quietly glanced at his disciple, a faint emotion stirring in his heart. This was the first time he saw Lee Jun truly happy like this, a moment free of sorrow and defensiveness. Originally, after failing to inherit the bloodline, Lee Jun was abandoned by his family and mocked by others. It's understandable that his heart was shrouded in darkness. But unlike those who suddenly gain power only to destroy themselves, Lee Jun has always tried, always kept a positive spirit. Master couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for this child. At least he is different from the first disciple. A person filled with hatred, living only for revenge. Lee Jun kept fondly stroking Lam Lam, unwilling to let go of her hand, and only when the tiny creature closed her eyes and fell asleep did he quietly smile to himself. "There's only one thing left to do. Your cultivation system has indicated that this meridian containing internal energy has been fully opened. Blood circulation is smooth, and your power has increased dramatically." Lee Jun opens the system information panel and immediately stiffens all over. The master glances over, noticing, but then asks, "Is something wrong?" Lee Jun stares in shock, pointing at the screen, voice trembling. "What the hell is this?" In front of him is a completely different information panel from before. A new Lee Jun, stronger than ever. Lee Jun's stats for stamina, strength, and agility on the status board now skyrocket to dizzying levels, leaving even him stunned. Normally, an AA-level pseudo-awakening is rare, and their maximum stat value only reaches 300. A figure belonging to the 5 emperors, the leaders of the great clans. Yet now, you've reached that level. Lee Jun stood silently for a long moment, his heart pounding. A true spring only arrives when one is worthy, and that has now become a reality. Lee Jun is fully capable of standing equal to the most powerful beings in this world. Master approaches and asks with a knowing look, "What are you looking for?" "Just keep increasing the accumulated points." Lee Jun, more composed after the shock, asked, "I have points available." "Right." The system screen suddenly flashed with over 2 million points, a number that made anyone hearing it gape in surprise. Lee Jun muttered, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Adding points is just adding deception. Should I set the maximum martial arts stats right away?" The master stroked his beard and replied calmly, looking at the person's condition. Even learning the imperial footstep now would only be useless. That statement only deepened Lee Jun's curiosity. In the end, How powerful is that forbidden technique that the master refused to let him learn? And Li Jun sneered, secretly thinking that curiosity really kills the cat. And then he decided to use an unfamiliar move, pointing out the window and shouting loudly in a very natural way. "Master, look over there." Master was slightly startled and turned to look outside. But there was nothing there. He then turned back and frowned, asking, "What am I supposed to look at?" But Li Jun seized the golden opportunity. Quickly choosing to open the foot of dominance on the system, a series of notifications appeared, indicating Li Jun had understood the dominant stance. A new skill was unlocked, and an endless combat technique was established. Li Jun held his breath, his ears turning red, ready to be scolded by his master. But he waited and heard no reprimand. Unable to bear it, he took the initiative to ask, "You're not scolding me, huh?" The master suddenly burst into laughter, full of pride. "I knew you'd do that anyway." Thinking that a good teacher must discover the foolish disciple's personality, Li Jun asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Immediately, the system pops up a cold notification saying Li Jun cannot use the dominance foot because he does not meet the required stats. Master laughed even louder, happily watching disciple Lam get teased. "You threw your points out the window." Li Jun's face paled, his mind just wanting to scream, "No way." But once the points are spent, they can't be recovered. If you commit, you must follow through. Li Jun can only tell himself to keep trying to master this technique. The next morning, Li Jun slowly woke up, feeling refreshed. He still felt that last night's sleep was better than usual, and without much thought, he immediately knew the reason. Your pet has been sleeping beside you all night, becoming the softest pillow in the world. As soon as you open your eyes, Li Jun activates the system to check the stats, but everything remains the same, with no change at all. Having chosen to take the path of dominance, Li Jun now has to keep grinding to meet the conditions set by his master. He frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "I think I might have forgotten something." As soon as he realized this, Li Jun hurriedly stroked Lam Lam, smiling and coaxing her. "Sorry, Lam Lam. I'll get you some food right away. You're still young. You can still drink milk." He stood up hesitantly and walked out. But Lam Lam wouldn't let him go alone. "It clings tightly to you, following every step." Li Jun chuckles softly and picks Lam Lam up to cuddle. "You don't want to leave me. Do you want to come with me?" Li Jun was about to step outside when there was a sudden urgent knocking at the door. You stare into the cat's eyes, wondering who could be here so early in the morning. There is a woman outside with a serious look. She introduces herself in a flat tone. "I am the secretary of the union president. You must be Li Jun." "Right." Li Jun opens the door, still speaking in a calm tone. "It's me. What's going on?" Secretary Nam announced directly that the chairman wants to see you. Li Jun, slightly surprised, asked again, "What about me?" But then he somewhat guessed the reason and whispered to his master, "Surely Min Sung intends to talk to me about the barrier, so why meet him?" Despite the somewhat pitiful look from Secretary Nam, Li Jun ultimately agreed to visit the chairman's office. In the room, Chairman Han Min Sung secretly observes Li Jun from head to toe, his mind full of suspicion. He actually looks quite normal. That barrier, did he really manage to break into the Lam Ho Shao lair? Next to him, the master, understanding all the opponent's thoughts, softly whispers a reminder to Li Jun. It seems he cannot guess his true abilities. Li Jun gently smiles and responds to his master with a confident tone, "I won't fall into your trap again. Before coming here, you carefully wore the origins to ensure Min Sung couldn't fully assess your true abilities." After a tense silence, Li Jun took the initiative to break the atmosphere. "I heard you called me here to talk." "Right." Min Sung took a sip of tea, his gaze still scrutinizing. "I called you because I was worried you might clash with Li Jihong." Then he put his teacup down on the table and asked cautiously, with a probing look, "Is King Quine still well?" Li Jun responded completely unfazed. "As an abandoned child, I don't know anything about my father." This statement made Min Sung freeze with his tea. He cleared his throat softly and hurriedly corrected himself. "Sorry. I was careless." In the end, Min Sung let him leave the room without mentioning the barrier at Lam Lake's lair at all. As Li Jun left, Secretary Nam couldn't contain his curiosity and spoke up. "What do you think?" Min Sung replied slowly, his voice tense. "I don't know. I can't tell what kind of person he is." Even Secretary Nam was stunned by that answer. Min Sung, who was known for his sharpness, how could he say something like that now? He shook his head, murmuring with tired and surprised eyes, "This is the first time something like this has happened to me, and I'm still in shock. Anyway, I need to call Jiwoo right away." After this conversation with Chairman Min Sung, Li Jun returned to the dormitory in silence. The first thing he did was of course to find Lam Lam. As soon as she saw Li Jun, Lam Lam immediately wagged her tail happily and ran over. The milk bottle he left in the morning was completely gone. Not a drop left. Li Jun refilled the bowl with milk, smiling affectionately as he did so. Immediately, the system announced that Lam Lam's affection level had increased by 5 points. Lam Lam has a full belly. Li Jun chuckled softly and patted Lam Lam's head. The screen now automatically displays all information about Lam Lam, but when he looked at the stats board, something made Li Jun chuckle. Every stat was extremely low. Even some lines were completely blank. Li Jun quietly thought that maybe because Lam Lam is still too young, its stats haven't stabilized yet. It's okay. Once it grows up, I will turn you into a red-level monster. Lam Lam, thinking about this, Li Jun started to worry about Lam Lam's size as it grows up. After all, he had once fought a mature Lam Ho. Just then, the master quietly appeared beside Li Jun, his calm voice echoing. That's not the only problem. Li Jun nodded, understanding that a bigger challenge was waiting ahead. Han Min Sung had already started to suspect, so he had to be very careful. And not just Min Sung, you also have to be cautious of Bi Shu Yen. Bi Shu Yen, the best information gatherer of the divine family, just like Han, has exclusive access to countless formations and treasures. If they find out, you could be monitored 24/7. Li Jun quietly pondered whether he could use the master of Lam Hosao Huet's authority to avoid being followed. The master looked at him calmly and asked, "Are you thinking about that?" Li Jun sighed. "I always think about that." That evening, Li Jun quietly left the school again, heading toward the familiar rocky area behind the mountain. The system immediately displays a notification, confirming the link path. Suddenly, a space-time crack appears in the air, then whirls and coils, forming a giant pathway with thousands of celestial energies pouring out. Li Jun slowly walks in with a calm look. Now, I don't have to go to the basement anymore. When Lam Lam grows up, I will bring her here. The system displays a confirmation message of successful connection. Moreover, Li Jun set up another designated point connected directly to the dormitory, allowing him to teleport instantly with just a touch. Standing in front of the glass window, the young man gazed at his reflection with shining eyes. Now he just needed to become stronger. A few days later, Li Jun continued his usual activities without revealing anything unusual. In fact, he's secretly hiding within the barrier to train. But the system still hasn't issued a new mission. Li Jun realizes it's time to move to a higher-level barrier. He has chosen his target, Dong Chlorid, where a green-level barrier and a special treasure called Fire Crystal are hidden. Before the regression, a monster summoner once discovered the Fire Crystal and let a beast eat it. Then, the originally weak white-level monster suddenly transformed into a blue-level creature. Li Jun couldn't help but daydream, wondering what would happen if he fed the Firestone to Lam Lam. Just as he imagined a brilliant scene, the distant noise suddenly snapped him out of his reverie. A new student is entering the class, and everyone's eyes are fixed on her. Han Ji-woo, known as the Ice Queen. She stops in front of Li Jun's classroom door, and he is stunned for a few seconds. Han Ji-woo stepped forward, stopping in front of Li Jun and asked, "Are you Li Jun?" Li Jun was completely confused about what was happening. Han Ji-woo half smiled. "You probably already know who I am, and I've just been placed in Class 6 too." Li Jun was stunned. Han Ji-woo is the eldest daughter of the Divine Family, inheriting martial arts from the Rakat clan. She is a level B awakening and is known as the Ice Harmonizer. I think she should have been placed in the Noble Class 1. But somehow she's stuck in Class 6 with the F students. Han Ji-woo parted ways, smirking. "Let's help each other." Li Jun, on the other hand, coldly pushed her hand away. "Just leave me alone. I don't want to make friends." Immediately, he felt the hostility coming from the girl. It seems that being rejected makes Han Ji-woo want to deal with you right then and there. Li Jun holds his head and sighs. Dealing with her properly is quite complicated. My master was curious to see what would happen. "What are you planning to do?" Li Jun nervously replied. "Quian Long, my half-brother on my father's side. That bastard is secretly longing for Han Ji-woo. Why is she sitting next to me? If he sees my eyes rolling and tries to cut me, you know that already." "Right. What are you still whining about?" The master pondered for a moment and then asked again. "How does the power structure work here?" Li Jun immediately explained that there are 15 noble families here, along with the Martial Alliance, the Death Lotus Society, and the 9 sects. Among them, 5 major families dominate everything. Tianlan asked further, The divine technique points to the inheritance of the Zakat family's martial arts. Right. Li Jun nodded in confirmation. The master paused for a moment before uttering a sentence. Those bastards. Do they always go after talented people? Li Jun jolted. Then his master continued. Unlike other clans, their martial skills are weak. So the Zakat clan only focuses on recruiting talented people. That's all I know. They even involve the flower ice in their schemes. Maybe they want to ambush someone. That's why they are observing to gather information about that person. Li Jun was stunned. So that scary girl is going to cling to me, Tianliu shrugged. I'm weaker than her. Better to find a way to take advantage. It's none of my business anyway. Li Jun holds his head and mutters, I don't want anything to do with her. The next class went on as usual. But Li Jun's mind was a tangled mess. Today, Li Jun's class entered a swordsmanship lesson. Standing at the podium, the professor glanced over the class and spoke with a serious tone. Surely, you are all ready for the exam. Now we will start the one-on-one combat magic class. Does anyone want to volunteer? A slow hand raised. And standing up was none other than Han Ji-woo, from the Hoa Bang. The professor smiled with satisfaction. Han Ji-woo, who do you want to fight against? Without hesitation, she grabs a rope and immediately points at Li Jun. I want to fight him. At the training room, Li Jun and Han Ji-woo stand facing each other. She inspects her opponent. Is he fully prepared? Li Jun helplessly shows his face, wondering why she keeps mocking him, then responds dismissively, I haven't prepared anything. Tae Huin. Hands behind his back. Are you both ready? Then, a rallying cry sounded. And it began. Han Ji-woo moved swiftly, sword in hand, her long hair flowing in the wind. He was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. She was taken away. Han Ji-woo suddenly appeared beneath him, planning to strike his thigh. Li Jun was startled, so fast that her eyes trembled, as if she could see through his soul. Han Ji-woo quickly swung her palm but was avoided by his tilted head. Li Jun reached out to grab the sword, but she quickly dodged to the side. Han Ji-woo jumped up, swinging her sword toward him but missing. Li Jun channels his spiritual energy to caress his sword but can't tear himself away from her for half a minute. He strikes fiercely at Han Ji-woo, releasing a dense, toxic aura that fills the entire room. She's not injured, and even launched a strike that made him hesitate. She's stronger than I thought. I can't hold out like this. Li Jun clenched his jaw tightly, using his sword to block the deadly strike ahead. His eyes flashed with divine fire. But it wasn't because he couldn't block the attack. A fierce battle is unfolding, with victory and defeat hanging in the balance, as Li Jun concentrates thousands of spiritual energy beams into his sword. He opened his eyes wide, the green aura in his pupils still not fading. Li Jun swung his sword. And I will witness and experience it firsthand. A strike like this should be aimed at Han Ji-woo. But instead, it's focused on the spiritual core and his body. She hesitated, overwhelmed with confusion. Did he just identify a few weaknesses in her blood sword technique and then attack immediately? This time, Han Ji-woo can only defend. But how does he know my attack so well? If I keep wasting time, I'll lose. Their eyes lock. The tension is as tight as a string. In that situation, I have to use my trump card to fight back. Li Jun seemed to read her mind. You were going to use a supreme sword slash, weren't you? Han Ji-woo froze for 5 seconds. Huh. The sword in your hand flashes brightly. What are you doing? Her eyes open wide, realizing it. While she was momentarily stunned, you suddenly struck to end the match. As the surroundings gradually receded, Li Jun sheathed his sword, deeming the test complete. It had been a while. But Han Ji-woo still stood there, staring blankly. Her hair fell down, and the surrounding air gradually grew thick and heavy. Han Ji-woo's signature long hair had now been cut on one side by him. Li Jun turned back because he saw she still hadn't moved at all. Han Ji-woo sheathed her sword, and the atmosphere noticeably eased. Her ear clenched tightly as if she was enduring a huge blow. Han Ji-woo lost her composure. I lost. A few days later, in the classroom, golden sunlight gently shone through each window. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing outside with a somewhat dreamy look. He sat at the top table, turning around, looking at Han Ji-woo with a puzzled expression, as Li Jun cautiously asked about her. Still standing there after the practice match, seemingly upset. And the old master appeared to scold her. Why did you cut her hair? What if she had the soul contained in the seal? Thon Min told me it was an accident. He explained that the divine technique and the blood-steel sword are the only clans that despise them, and someday they will unite to fight against them. Li Jun scratched his head cautiously. I need to keep good relations with them. The sun is also taking a break. Replaced by a reddish-orange sunset, he hesitated for a moment as he walked around the school grounds like any other student. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Lee Jun. Han Ji-woo approached with a serious expression that made him pay attention. She asked, "Are you busy right now?" Lee Jun replied, "No." Han Ji-woo walked away. "So come have dinner with me. You shy one." "Okay." Thoughts of nonsense pop into my head. What is going on? Why is she acting so strange? All of a sudden I'm worried. Do you think she has decided to bury my body, old master teasing? So I hope you rest in peace, my disciple. After class, the two of them met up and went to a small pizza place. Han Ji-woo took a slice with melted cheese and juicy sausage. She hugs her face, enjoying it so much. Lee Jun awkwardly smiles at her. She really eats heartily. Your eyes drifted to the pizza on the table. So delicious, huh? I didn't see anything special. Han Ji-woo wondered why you didn't eat anything. And when asked, Lee Jun hesitated and mumbled that he was just a bit. She brought a piece of cake to her mouth and said, "I don't even know what we're eating." Han Ji-woo asked, "Are you angry?" You got startled. "Oh." She frowned. "I bought you delicious food, and you still look like that." Hearing that, he immediately froze stiff. Han Ji-woo wiped her mouth and said, "Let's get straight to the point." Her eyes lingered on his face. Wondering how he managed to defeat her, Lee Jun remained honest. "I was just pointing out her weakness." Han Ji-woo asked again. "The weak point. You explained the gaps during the fight. Your sword is very sharp. But I feel like something is off." Listening to Lee Jun explain, "It sounds simple. I just targeted those gaps and attacked." Han Ji-woo was stunned. "Do you mean you knew before you even finished?" "It's just a coincidence. Nothing more." Lee Jun. "Hey. I've already answered your question, so don't be sad about your hair anymore." But she looked a bit surprised. "Hair?" Han Ji-woo cut her hair. "So why be sad?" She charmingly smiled. "It's also new. I actually like it." Han Ji-woo calmly explained. "I've wanted to cut my hair shorter from the beginning. At the same time, tonight the crescent moon shines brightly, illuminating every step. In the palace, the lights are on, and people inside can't help but shiver at how eerie it is. Inside the building, shattered glass scattered everywhere, blood slowly spreading from one direction." He replied, "Lee Jun, I will tear that bastard apart." Old servant. "Young master Ji-hong, please calm down. Your hand is bleeding." Han turned to look at the servant with tears in his eyes and said, "So what?" Lee Ji-hong, in his madness, slashed fiercely at the old servant's face with the glass shard. "Now that he sees I am weak, does he look down on me?" Han slowly approaches the unfortunate servant. "Because of that stupid broken glass trick. My body has been hurt, so you told me to stay calm. My dear, blood is streaming from both my eyes. My heart is shattered into 100 pieces." Han's hand, about to slash down, was seized by a firm grip. Lee Ji-hong froze, still clutching the broken glass. Han shyly looks at the person in front of him. "Father." Ming-guk gently removes Han's hand from the shard of glass. Remaining calm, Lee Ji-hong sobs uncontrollably and throws himself into the old man's arms. "Father." "Son." Ming-guk comforts him. "Don't worry." The old man clenched his fist. "Your father will heal your dandayan." Ming-guk delivered shocking news. "I have found a cure for all diseases that can help you recover." Han happily asked again, "Is that true?" The old man introduced the mysterious golden planet. "This is called Firestone, a bundle of objects with unimaginable fire energy. If you eat it, your dandayan will be restored immediately. I will get it for you." Lee Ji-hong buried his face in his father's chest. "Thank you, Dad." Ming-guk hugged Han but secretly felt angry for his son. Lee Jun, the useless brat. The old man shows a paternal love. "How dare you?" He walks away down the school hallway. You go to the bathroom and enter, but something feels very strange in the air. The bathroom door slowly closed. Warm sunlight shining through and illuminating the floor. The stalker whispered through Bluetooth, saying he's inside, and the other side responded immediately. "Remember to keep an eye on him," Han hurriedly replied. The wind. The stalker waited patiently, constantly checking his watch. Han waited until he was dizzy but still saw no sign of him. More than 10 minutes had passed. The tracker anxiously watches. It's been 40 minutes inside. And the other end asks if he's got a stomachache. He stares intently at the closed door before falling silent. The stalker hurriedly ran over, feeling something's wrong. "I'm going inside to check." The other end quickly tried to stop him but couldn't. "What are you doing?" His hand had reached the door handle but hesitated because of the voice from the other end. The bodyguard shouldn't face him directly. Suddenly, inside, Li Jun pushed the door open forcefully, causing the stalker to be hit. You were startled. Are you okay? I didn't know you were there. The assassin was holding his nose. I'm fine. Li Jun asked worriedly. Really? I have to attend the next class now. Be careful next time. The person on the other end teased. Now I'm worried I might have made a fool of myself. He hesitated. I'm sorry. The person on the other end hung up at the same time. Li Jun turned around with a piercing gaze. I will see you again later. You complain and whine as you go. Honestly, it took more time than I expected. But the old fairy reminded me that you've already achieved your goal. Li Jun's eyes lit up a bit. Yes, I guess they can't imagine it at all. You hold up the price list, showing I escaped the barrier. Sold a level C mana stone for 600. 0, 0, 0. A level E for 500. 0, 0, 0. Another level E for 600. 0, 0, 0. And a level F for 40. 0, 0, 0. Li Jun, with a mysterious look, gazed at the valuable mana stone and announced the sale of a level B mana stone for 100 million. You discussed with him about the bodyguards, and creating different designated points earlier was indeed a good idea. At least this much is needed to fool those bodyguards. The old immortal replied logically. But do you think that's okay? Li Jun put the paper into his shirt. What's going on? The elder explained, inviting the signer to attach the documents to sell the mana stone. He looked serious, as the family alliance had approved its viewing. A contract written on plain white paper with black ink appears as an unbreakable pledge. On the left is Li Jun's signature, the divine symbol of the family bank, which seems to belong to the divine family clan's bank. You just smile casually. It's better to make them more confused. The sparkling green mana stone, the tier B mana stone I sold, almost always appears in the boundary zones, and for someone as clueless as him to get it, they'll be wondering about that. Li Jun waved his hand and said, let them guess for themselves. The school cafeteria was crowded with people, and Jun pretended to chat and laugh. He sat alone at the counter, quietly eating without anyone sitting next to him. Mr. Ho approached and asked, Jun, is there anyone sitting in the seat next to you? Li Jun replied, no. Suddenly Han Ji-hu set down her tray and said, someone is already sitting there. I don't know, sorry. Han Ji-hu sitting down suddenly caught him off guard. Li Jun nervously asked why she scared them away. We could just sit and eat together. And she calmly replied, I don't feel comfortable around a crowd. Are you angry and questioning? Hey you. Because the atmosphere isn't comfortable when you arrive. Can't you see that? Han Ji-hu replied indifferently. So what? Li Jun stood there sniffing stubbornly, glaring, then gave up. She was eating when suddenly she froze, as if remembering her purpose here. Just as the food was about to reach your mouth, you asked, is that right? Li Jun froze in place, stunned by her interference, and he wondered if she was learning other techniques besides the three principles control technique. He turned to her and asked why she was asking that. Han Ji-hu explained that with only the 3 UN control technique, a person couldn't reach that level. Li Jun closed his eyes. So that's what she thought. She was about to chat more with you. But you ignored her. I've finished eating. I'm leaving now. Li Jun walked away, leaving Han Ji-hu sitting there like a fool. She turned to look at his back, her deep eyes hard to read. In the lecture hall building, the glass reflected the warm sunlight. Brother Tae is standing on the podium, and we will have training next week. The student below asks, where is it? He introduced the first location, which is the treasure of the gods. The white octopus with its tentacles spread out is the second location, the Sea of Despair, and the deadly Trung Quoy, the infernal abyss. Tae Hyun asked where the students wanted to go, and the students below discussed that anywhere was fine. Li Jun rested her chin in her hand, lost in thought. At that moment, I would go to the Hell Cave for training. But why does it seem so convenient? He looked straight ahead. But is it really just a coincidence? Li Jun's girl had a cold aura flowing through her, as if someone was staring intently at him. You try to close your eyes and pretend you don't care, but the aura around you keeps pouring in fiercely. Li Jun, frustrated, turns back to look at Han Ji. Oh, what? What's wrong? Do you want to say something? She throws the neatly folded paper toward you. Li Jun looks away. I'm just watching. Forget it. After reading this, my lungs feel like they're about to explode from this eccentricity. This obsession with these 4 guys. The yard is now deserted. Not a single soul left. You go home and just lie there sprawled on the bed. Ugh. Li Jun hugs a pillow and complains. So tired. You look cold. Why are those weirdos so persistent? Hai Zio is enthusiastic. Greeting the seniors. Today you look very handsome. And Han Gio is so eccentric. Just observing. Whatever. I'm annoyed. Whatever. Lao Tian just relaxes with the fan. This is also part of the life of the strong. Li Jun buried his face in the pillow, wondering why he kept talking about how the strong have to endure this and that. The old man grumbled. But the master was speaking, and he was arguing back. You covering your ears suddenly freeze with a confused expression. Li Jun quickly looks around the room, wondering if it's my problem or if Lam Lam has gone missing. And Tian Lao also notices. Yeah. You came up with a reason that couldn't be more reasonable. What if it snuck into some corner to sleep? Master Xian is floating behind. That's right. Lam Lam should be coming out to greet me now. Call out its name loudly. Lam Lam. Li Jun walks back and forth around the room. Where is Lam Lam? He lowers his head to look under the bed. Lam Lam. Suddenly his eyes widen. Dongzi pulls out. Worry clearly visible on his face. Li Jun softly calls the green fox spirit curled up in the corner. Lam Lam. It grimaces, with cold sweat running down its forehead, as if enduring something. The van is parked in the schoolyard, preparing for an exciting adventure. The students are chatting happily, not noticing Li Jun sitting quietly on the long bench. You carefully unzipped each compartment to find something in your bag. Li Jun smiled gently and apologized, saying it's a bit cramped. Sorry for the inconvenience. Lam Lam's head rises, her tiny pink tongue constantly flicking out in an incredibly adorable way. The system displays its status. Basic information. Name Lam Lam. Growth level 1. Species Lamb Fox. Rarity. Attribute Fire. My magic power is weakened. Territory Lamb Fox Den. Area has been cleansed. Li Jun looked at the blinking system panel with a restless heart, worried that it was because of the lack of magic power that it was hurting so much. Li Jun touched her. Wait a moment, Lam Lam. Suddenly, the old immortal roared. What do you think you're doing? I was just transferring mana to Lam Lam. But he quickly stopped me, saying, don't do that. Because if the death aura suddenly erupts, it could be dangerous. Li Jun looked disappointed. But what should I do now? The immortal elder reassures him that it's not a weak fox spirit. So, until the day you go for training, it can still endure. Take it to the training spot. You gently stroke Lam Lam's head as the warm afternoon sun sets over the schoolyard, with rows of cars lined up neatly. And now in the present, Li Jun looks at it playfully with immense joy. Luckily, my master transferred the energy of the day to Lam Lam, so it's no longer as tired as before. You smile brightly. And when we return to the barrier, it would be great if your condition improves. Suddenly, Han Ji-hu stepped in from somewhere, causing Li Jun to slam his bag shut. What does she mean? Li Jun panted heavily. You scared me to death. What are you doing? Aren't you planning to get on the car? Han Ji-hu explained. I only got on after I saw you did. She sneered. Suit yourself. Finally, it's time to depart. Li Jun grabbed his bag and got into the car. Hisao was so happy to see him. Senior, you're here. The boy hesitated. So you're... He happily chatted. Oh, I haven't introduced my name to you yet. Hisao introduces himself. I'm Hisao. I hope Senior can help me with this training. Hearing that, Li Jun seems to be lost in thought. Hisao. I think I've heard this name somewhere before. He hesitated, wondering if he remembered incorrectly, then warned him. Hey Hisao, don't ask me questions like that again next time. As he finished speaking, he bowed his head again, saying, I will learn from this, which startled Li Jun. Oh, don't. He moved forward to sit by the window, surprisingly sitting next to Han Ji-hu. Tahun checks each row of seats. Everything is there. Right, remember to fasten your seatbelts. He stared intently at you. Li Jun. You did well. Right in the depths of hell. So it's convenient for me now. Ti Huin's eyes are full of hatred. This time I will deal with you properly. Below the bridge, a clear blue wave reflects the sky, while somewhere a swirl of spiritual energy gathers into a small tornado. Min Zi steps out with a serious expression, greeting everyone. I am Kang Min Zi, team leader number 3, a member of the Divine Pawn Clan's combat team. Today I am your guide. If you follow our instructions, nothing will happen after this gate. Li Jun put his hands in his pockets. Team. Your gaze is intense. Leading a top-tier team of awakened individuals from level C and above as a guide for the tour, it's a bit showy. Isn't it? The flow of spiritual energy from his thoughts gradually became clearer. Are they coming to kill me? Or do they know the location of Hawathash? Or maybe both. Li Jun looked up as if sensing some ominous aura. Min, D, wearing sunglasses, leads the student group on an exploration. Someone suggests, "Captain, let's start slowly." He agrees. "All right, let's go." You stand behind smirking. They're not even pretending to be polite. Truly a very professional family business. But Li Jun suddenly fell silent, only now realizing that this was how they truly behaved. Even if I killed someone here, no one would be able to call for help. From afar, Han Ji-u suddenly crouched down as if pushed by a powerful force. She gathered herself, her hand gripping the sword ready to fight. Han Ji-u looked at the blue light emanating from him. She froze for 5 seconds. What is that? Han Ji-u was frozen in place, staring intently at Li Jun's face. That bloodthirsty expression. What's going on? Entering the cave. It's a dark void illuminated by blue-colored monsters. The group slowly advanced, no one daring to act rashly. Min-gi raised his hand to stop them, commanding. Han seems quite knowledgeable. From this point on, it's an uncharted area, which is a pity since you can only explore the already discovered zones. According to what he said, some people whisper that this is an unexplored area, and the thrill seekers are curious if there's anything here. So we should come back again someday. Brother Tae breaks the awkward atmosphere a bit. This is a place the kids probably won't come back to easily. So maybe we should just let them wander around for a bit. Min Gi-so scratches his chin and says, "So we should gather here again." Then Han Ji-hoo interjects, "I really think we should." Wait a moment. She raised her hand to speak, saying we should only consider the safe areas. Today is just a training session. He clenched his teeth upon hearing that, secretly angry inside. Why like that? Just try me. Brother Tae was stunned and didn't know what to do after Han Ji-hoo's words. Li Jun frowned in amusement. "I think this will be very interesting to see." She stammers. "Thanks for watching." You smile faintly. It's what everyone wishes for. Just a little. It should be fine. After all, the combat team is here. Min Gi-so points toward the cave. So I'll go with the majority. Let's move out. The goblins inside the cave haven't sensed the danger approaching yet. Han crawled out from the dark mist behind, sensing the smell but not enough time to turn his head. As Min Gi-so struck the goblin's carotid artery, it collapsed with a bloodied face, making the goblin beside it alert. Seeing its comrade's expression, it went berserk and charged straight out. Thousands of sharp knives suddenly flew from somewhere and pierced into the goblin's neck, causing it to scream painfully. Min-ji calmly wipes the knife. All done. Let's go back. Huh. So it's over. We haven't seen anything yet. Han immediately cut off the next words. There's nothing more to see. This place has no boss monster. That's why I can go this far. Min-ji looked down at the two ugly goblins with a blank face. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, causing everyone to sway, and the students screamed out loud, "An earthquake." Han Ji-u nervously gestured for everyone to retreat quickly. This isn't an earthquake. It's a... One by one, they pushed and rushed out of the cave. It's a tsunami. Han Ji-u pushed her way out of the cave with the students, but still turned her head back. She gasped in surprise and called out, "Li Jun," worriedly rushing toward him, wondering why he was standing there. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around her waist prevented her from moving forward. Di-hyun looked righteous, saying no. It's too dangerous. Han Ji-u, step back. What are you doing? Let me go. Hisao also stepped forward. Senior, just as his hand was about to reach out, a strange light suddenly appeared in front of Li Jun. Senior, a huge boulder suddenly falls from nowhere. Dangerous. Yet you stand still like a puppet waiting to be pulled, while she calmly watches the thug's defeated face and looks ahead. Hisao furrowed his brows, clenched his jaw as if he had just missed something, and his hand gently reached out to touch the stone, a sense of helplessness evident in his subsequent actions. Hisao kneels, a cold aura surrounding him as he repeatedly strikes the rock. Senior, are you okay? Li Jun calmly replied from inside. I can't die yet. Don't call anymore. Hisao sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Captain. Li Jun is trapped. Min Jae pats your shoulder to reassure you. I'm not sure if there are any other rocks left, so we should head back to where we started. He will be safe for a while. There are no signs of monsters nearby. I will come back after finding a way to help him. Hisao had no choice but to accept the reality helplessly. Han Ji-woo beside him also regained composure, breaking free from the teacher's embrace. She is nearby. Li Jun. Don't go anywhere. Just wait patiently there. You don't seem very concerned. I understand. Go quickly. Li Jun listens to every sound outside the rock to ensure it's safe. Lam Lam crosses her arms. All right. You can go outside now. Her movements make Li Jun also marvel. This kid has been full of vitality ever since he was inside the barrier. You put it on your shoulder. Shall we go? Then, as the goblins sit in a row like they're discussing something, suddenly, one of them spots a shadow and growls cautiously. They laughed nervously, discussing the most brutal ways to deal with humans. Then a goblin charged out, mouth wide open, as if waiting for this moment for a long time, but suddenly it stopped, sweat pouring down its face, looking terrified. At the same time, the system announced that the passive skill, Fear, had been activated. The goblin slumped to the ground, its eyes shifting from red to white like a chameleon's. They ran in fear, but Li Jun paid no attention. The deeper you go, the more the system reports that Lam Lam's affection for you has increased by 20 points. Lam Lam has absorbed the demon energy. Low level. Lam Lam has learned the innate skill of demon energy, because the compatibility condition was met. Lam Lam has learned the skill of biting and tearing. You smile as it nuzzles into your neck. Finally, having learned its first skill, Lam Lam not only recovers but also gains a lot of strength. Demonic energy. Level. Goat. Growth type. Description. Absorbs dispersed demonic energy in the air to regenerate divine demonic energy even better. High-level demon energy allows the release of concentrated energy, producing demon energy that bites and tears. Level SS. Description. Even if the quality of the demon energy is not good, it doesn't affect Lam Lam's appetite. Effects, or absorption of demon energy. Li Jun looked at the system panel with a hint of surprise. This, he wondered. It seems similar to a blood-sucking cultivation technique. The immortal old man appeared. Probably so. Like owner, like pet. It's also a divine beast. Right. He seems to be distressed. I didn't think it would turn into a person. You're completely helpless. Hey. Am I your disciple or not? Suddenly, Li Jun's gaze fell on something on the ground, where a golden aura surrounded a celestial stone, illuminating the long path. The fire crystal seemed damaged but still emitted a dense, toxic spiritual energy. Li Jun slowly approached and carefully picked up the fiery stone. He paused for a moment, realizing this was indeed the fire stone. The system displays a message. You have obtained the fire stone. Do you want to use it, yes or no? Li Jun obviously couldn't pass up the chance to play this hand, so he used it. Elder Teet, standing beside him. I can sense an apparition about to appear. You just praised him, as expected of a master. Knowing everything, Li Jun carefully searched for a way into the cave. While Lam Lam's blue light like a protective layer surrounded the two of them, he gently placed a seemingly ordinary stone that looked no different from the others. And since it didn't move at all, he pressed the fire crystal against it. The system announced that you have found the secret chamber in the hellish cave and received 250,000 PV for discovering the hidden vault, along with the collapse of the stones, revealing a new path. The system announced that you have reached the secret chamber inside the hell cave. At the same time, at the entrance of the cave, a blue light enveloped the group of students. Han Jiwoo questioned, why can't I go with you? I have to go to save Li Jun. Minza tried to explain. Han Jiwoo, you are the noble daughter of the divine clan. If anything happens to you, your family will also face trouble. She still insists, but the teacher was too hasty. Han Jiwoo, stop it now. Brother Tae reassures you that if anything happens to you, the chairman won't leave us alone. So let the combat team handle this. Han Jiwoo clenched his teeth with a restless look, feeling that something was very strange. And he had a bad feeling about this. She stared intently at him and the guards. Those guys aren't here to help Li Jun. Li Jun got caught in a trap himself. This situation really is. Could it be some kind of conspiracy? Suddenly, the system panel appeared in front of Brother T, surprising him. And the system also appeared to notify Han Jiwoo. Minze saw the system panel too but remained very calm. And not just 3 people. Everyone could see the system notification. This is so confusing. What is going on? The system screen shows a message that the green zone barrier has been upgraded to a blue zone barrier. Summerang gets angry because he thinks someone has broken into his master's house. Summerang. Attack. Plus 20 speed. Plus 30. All the students are panicking. So how did the barrier shift in the dark cave with no one around? It's so silent you can hear the sound of a falling needle. Thousands of demon bulls line up, ready to shoot at Li Jun, unleashing blazing red arrows while he stands calmly still. Li Jun swiftly used magic to block the incoming arrows. He dodged skillfully, glanced to the side, and saw someone planning a sneak attack. The beast charges on horseback, wielding a blazing spear. But its spear is blocked by Li Jun's surrounding spiritual energy. A sharp spiritual energy streak cut across the head of the beast, causing blood to spray everywhere. He slashed across, and any creature with a fiery head was immediately killed. A perfect landing. The surrounding aura becomes even more dangerous. The system notifications keep coming. You have defeated the beast soldier. You have defeated the speed beast. You have defeated the speed beast again. Li Jun looked at the system panel with boredom. Still not finished. Huh. I was about to try to complete the mission I failed last time. You look up at the millions of orcs lurking around. Fine. If something good happens, this time will be perfect for training because there's no limit to how many times I can clear them out. Right. It orders with a heroic tone, saying there is a human. Quickly go up and tear him apart to sacrifice to the Lord. Li Jun frowns, realizing that the person is the one who ordered Huya. With millions of bulls staring at him greedily, a strike to its head shatters the beast's skull. Li Jun swung his arm, unleashing a surge of spiritual power that decapitated nearly half of them. For the rest, he charged like a whirlwind, tearing through each one. The more Li Jun advances, the more he kills the herd beasts, making the leader worried. He's getting closer, isn't he? They scream in despair, determined to kill him at all costs. The eyes of the beast glow with a fierce light, grateful to have found a formidable opponent. It swung its blade at his legs, but luckily he leapt away to avoid it. The buffalo roared, cold sweat betraying its fear. Li Jun suddenly appeared right behind it, fury pouring out like a flood. He kicked the middle of its neck so hard that the beast's head shot straight out into space. The head rolled noisily across the ground, making chilling sounds. The blazing eyes now only hold a pitch-black darkness of death as the giant foot of the beast lord stomps on that head. It looked at Li Jun with curiosity and delight. The shadow of the beast lord covered him completely. Quite surprising. It carries the pain on its shoulder. You say, the intruder who violated my territory is a short human. And at the same time, outside the cave, the students have already left the barrier. All the others have gone out. Minze put his hands in his pockets. Thanks to the upgraded barrier, I don't need to destroy it myself. The barrier has been upgraded to a working zone, so the search team must be close to the fusion stone. The system in front of me also announced that the barrier has been upgraded to a manufacturing zone. Minze sneered, searching for Li Jun's corpse before heading back. Inside the cave, the Lord of the Boar was still questioning. You say the intruder into my territory is just a lowly human. Li Jun looked up at it and said, you must be the boss monster of this hell level. Your appearance is really funny, with your head stuck to your body. The demon lord and the boy faced each other, neither willing to back down. It screams loudly. I will cut out your tongue and crush it. You human bastard. Li Jun releases dense spiritual energy, fist raised in a fighting stance. But suddenly his eyes widened in fear, and Lam Lam darted forward to protect its master. Lam Lam, Li Jun shouted when he saw the lord of the land digging down. Danger. Lam Lam's eyes ignited with a blue flame, making it look even more mystical. The system sounds an alert, indicating Lam Lam has used the car-biting skill. It opens its small mouth as if trying to swallow the proud lord whole. It coughs. This pitiful little monster dares. To the lord roars angrily, who do you think you are? Then it, with a look of complete despair. I can't. Just die like this. The entire body of the lord crashes down onto the rocks, warm blood flowing from his carotid artery. Li Jun watched helplessly. I was so determined, but it ended up like this. I was just surprised about that. I didn't expect someone to suddenly explode like that, especially considering the scolding I received. I'll take care of this and come back. Rest here for now. And don't blame me, I told you to stay safe and rest. Li Jun hugs him and says, next time, don't do that. You put Lam Lam on your shoulder. After all, I didn't know monsters could use that biting attack too. The system notifications keep coming. You have defeated a high-level boss on your own, earning 1 million points. The barrier has been broken, earning you 500,000 points. The main mission and training of the hermit have been completed. You have received 650,000 points. Li Jun was surprised. The reward is not just for leisure. Li Jun's gaze flickered back and forth as if he had discovered something. He looked down at the Lord's proud face, lying sprawled in a pool of blood. He lowered his head and took a book from her. This is a seemingly new copy of the King of Karma technique. What deep secrets does this book hold? The King of Karma cultivation method is the foundation of the sovereign techniques, derived from the magic arts that only my father, the venerated clan leader, can master. You seem to know a thing or two about this mysterious book. The two words, karma, indicate that this level is even higher than the highest realm of illusion. Tai gently stroked Li Jun's book. But this kind of technique, originating from manipulation magic, appears here. You put the book away with a contemplative look, thinking that if given a chance, you would burn that martial arts manual so that Vuong could never have it. But the elder is wondering if you really have no intention of using it at all. Li Jun closed his eyes slightly. I don't know if it's because I've endured too much under the martial house, but I really have no interest in it at all. You smirk slyly, choosing not to use it, rather than smearing it all over the family's face. The system interrupts your thoughts. The owner of the demon secret realm no longer exists. Do you want to mark this place as your territory? Li Jun pressed the system panel. Why ask such an obvious question? The notification now appears. The Hell Secret Chamber has become Lam Lam's territory. Are you hesitating? Are you almost done? I almost forgot something important. Li Jun orders. Lam Lam, bring me the mana stone. Lam Lam holds the fire stone in her mouth. Well done. Bring it here. But she keeps refusing to step closer and just stands still. Li Jun chuckled softly. Lam Lam. Lam Lam looked up and stared directly at him. The system announced that Lam Lam had used the tearing staff. Li Jun widened his eyes in panic. No, the fresh bloodstain was still on the rock. Minze's voice rang out, so it seems the fire crystal should no longer be here. He clenched his fists and demanded. So Li Jun actually entered the secret underground vault. His teammates responded. Yes. The exact location is still marked on the map. But it seems the fire crystal has been taken by Li Jun. Minze grimaced. Damn it. How did that damn brat get here? No way. How did he find his way here from the start? Suddenly, he looked down at the notice board. A beam of light illuminates the entire space as the upgraded barrier shifts to the green zone, and the shadow guards stammer. This is... Li Jun slowly stepped out of the light. What is this? Why is it gathering here? He froze. Thank yous for watching. Li Jun scowled challengingly. What wind brought you here? Members of the combat team. Minze tried to ask. You're still alive. Which means you defeated the boss monster and ate the firestone. Did you? Li Jun remained calm. So what if you did? He gritted his teeth in anger at the reckless attitude of the boy. How could a failure like him dare? Since when did he know about it? A cold sweat on his forehead. Minze started to tremble. All the trouble was about to begin. Li Mingguk kept reminding himself to bring back the fire crystal. He gazed slowly at the seemingly harmless student in front of him. Even though he had already eaten the precious stone, it will probably take a while to completely get rid of that unbelievable thing. I have to kill Li Jun. At least bring back his blood. A force as heavy as a boulder crushes down on Minze, causing the hidden guards to panic at this sudden upheaval. Li Jun stands amidst the whirl of spiritual energy, his face unchanged. Minze, terrified, knew that just eating firestones couldn't make him this strong. Signaled to his teammates to retreat, then suddenly burst into a mischievous laugh that froze everyone in place. Li Jun's tears fell silently from the corner of his eye. Why would he think I would reveal my strength? The system announced that the owner of the Hell Dungeon's secret chamber had sealed the barrier. Minze was terrified. Has the boss already been defeated? He stands above, creating an invisible pressure. From now on, none of you are allowed to take even a step away from this gate. The water surface below the bridge looks strangely peaceful. The group of students gathered in a line, forming a glowing barrier, while Hisao nervously fidgeted, and Han Jiwoo remained expressionless. She was annoyed. Can't you just stay silent and stop making me angry? You're startling me. I'm sorry. Han Jiwoo looked at the twisting chains around the barrier, but this might not be the right moment to probe Li Jun's abilities. She pondered silently, 1,000 thoughts rushing through her mind, to understand his power. I followed him all day but found nothing. He is too strong. Having defeated the tyrant Li Ji Hong and fought against the swordmaster Aka during the trial. And moreover, he is the one who once defeated me. Han Jiwoo deduces that he is likely still alive and hiding his cards. Li Jun. She is now certain that he will survive and escape, proving she was not mistaken. As he finished his thoughts, the chains around the barrier clashed and then exploded outward, shattering into pieces as if driven by an immense force from within. The curious students watched eagerly. And finally, the barrier was broken. Streams of spiritual energy burst out, dragging the objects inside the barrier along with them. A hot droplet quickly splashing onto the ground, signaling trouble ahead. Li Jun slumped down as if exhausted, attracting the attention of the curious students. Han Ji-woo supported his shoulder and asked, "Are you okay?" Her eyes widened. "This person," Han Ji-woo shouted when he saw the bloodstains on Hong Li Jun. Li Jun. Everyone was discussing excitedly. And after a long time, they estimated it had been about 3 hours. The MC seems a bit anxious. It's been quite a while. I wonder if it's because the Divine Family team just entered. The cameraman glances around. Is that so? He explained that usually fluctuations only last about 15 minutes, even if some teams finish earlier. The cameraman marveled at how elite they are, and the MC brushed it off and forgot about it. Suddenly, the MC's eyes widened. Ready the camera. The barrier shone with dazzling light. It had been broken. But then he furrowed his brow in confusion. Why? The previous barrier was still open, but now it's surrounded by thousands of chains, and the barrier has closed again. In this dark and oppressive space, filled with a heavy aura of deadly energy from a few hours ago, Li Jun and the secret guard team face each other, the team in fighting stance, while he remains calm. One of them shouts, "No matter how strong he is, it's nothing. From now on I will handle it." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Jun delivered a flying head strike. Minzy was afraid Jun was too quick to catch, moving so fast that he couldn't see anything. But he still kept his mouth shut. "What are you doing? Are you afraid of a third-year kid?" The entire secret guard team rushes forward like beasts, attacking him. Attack now. Li Jun kicks his foot, raising his head to scan each face. He stomps forcefully on the ground, electricity flowing out combined with spiritual energy to form a unique spear. The crowd rushing at him is stunned by the electricity, and Kyola still acts like a coward with only his mouth. Never facing a monster like this before, Minzy stammered. "Do you think doing this will keep you safe? The Divine Family won't let it go easily." Li Jun sneered. Maybe he forgot. "But I also carry the blood of the Divine Family." Hearing that, he widened his eyes. "With such lowly blood, how dare you?" You grab his mouth or squeeze it shut, leaving him with nothing but Kyola. Li Jun crouched down to enjoy the terrified look of the prey. After all, there's no evidence. No one would help him anyway. He pulled out his knife, ready to deal with this meddlesome bodyguard. Li Jun's eyes were deadly. "You started first, so don't blame me." Li Jun stood among the bloodied corpses. He sighed, glanced back as if he had guessed something. Li Jun ordered, "That guy, come out." The remaining Zukmung, trembling with shame, steps forward. "What do you want from me?" You gently close your eyes and gather the remains of the corpse. It hurriedly calls its team to the Zouk market. The Sea Circle. The master has given the order. "Everyone, come out quickly and present yourselves urgently." Li Jun watched the busy Zukmung and sighed. Zukmung understands human speech and has the intelligence of a second-grade child. Truly a remarkable monster. When he calls out to a person, he responds obediently with a yes. Li Jun patted his head and said, "From now on, you are the leader. This place is entrusted to you." Zukmung shyly thanked him. "Yes, sir. You take the knife and hold it. And there's this too." Zukmung awkwardly smiles while holding the knife. "Sir, this is..." Li Jun smiled kindly. But inside he was plotting something. The sky was clear, and the tall buildings lined up along the street. "You are holding your bleeding side. Han Ji-woo and He Xiao are worriedly sitting beside you." She kept asking urgently what had happened and how he was like this. And he was calmer. "Senior, are you okay?" Li Jun forced himself to respond. And in the secret dungeon, among all the guides, a loud shout rang out. "Stop. Don't say anything." Old Man Tien appears, flying everywhere, closing too much. Why does he act so fierce? I scratch my head awkwardly. I'm also embarrassed. Let's not talk about it anymore. But then I suddenly thought of something and got angry. Damn it, Mung. That damn bastard. I told him to just hit me a few times, and Mung pretended to be sorry. "Sorry, landlord. I got a bit carried away. Try to forgive me." Li Jun lamented about his wound. "How many times have I been cut? My head is a mess." You look at the innocent crowd in front of you. At least they are less suspicious of me. I am still broadcasting with the mic. Currently at the entrance to the Hell Cave. I have confirmed one student is still alive. The whereabouts of the others are still unclear. Li Xin then orders from behind. "Move aside." The students automatically formed 2 lines to make way for him. Li Xin. I didn't expect the heir of the Than Chi clan to come here in person. He steps in front of Li Jun, his shadow cast by the setting sun. Li Xin looked up with a haughty expression and said, "Go ahead." I told him about the blue-level monster engraved there. Thanks to Kang Minzi's sacrifice, I was able to survive and escape. He sneered sarcastically, thinking I believed that the team sacrificed their lives to save others. Li Jun pursed his lips. I don't believe it. And that's okay. Li Xin gritted his teeth, saying that no one has dared to respond to him like that before. Thank you. He charged forward with electricity gathering in his hand. Damn it. He closed his eyes tightly, appearing helpless as if accepting the beating. But the punch Li Jun was waiting for never came. And he opened his eyes with a look of confusion. Han Ji-yu points her sword directly at his neck, while Hyungjun tightly grips Li Xin's wrist. She remains expressionless. Striking someone without reason is not fitting for a noble family member. Senior Li Xin, he punishes people. So why are you protecting him? Yemmat explained. Young master, I am attracting attention. But Li Xin pushed his hand away angrily and told him to get out. He frowns tightly as if he could kill 2 flies at once but can't do anything to you. Li Jun also responds with a cold glare. No one is inferior to the other. Hyungjun announced that from now on, this barrier is under the management of the Than Tri family. Li Luke transferred the teacher's name and informed the chairman. And we will handle this matter. Do you look scared? He asked Li Jun. Li Jun turned back to ask him. So, what's going on? She clenched her fists and questioned. Is everything you just told me the whole story? You panicked. And she's asking if the newcomer just returned from the dead. I know you're cold-hearted. But still. He patted your back hard. Take care of yourself. Hisao was startled. Senior. This is the patient. At the school, with lush trees and singing birds, Minsung sat in the teacher's office, sipping his tea, and gently responded to the knock on the door. Come in. She sat down facing him. And since no one spoke, the atmosphere felt a bit strange. Min Sung took a sip of tea. How is Li Jun doing? Han Ji-ho responded with a sorrowful look. I've been watching him, but I still don't see anything unusual. He set down his teacup. Li Jun is indeed a talented student, which is why he managed to deceive even you. Min Sung announced shocking news. Our bank just called and said Li Jun recently sold a high-level mana crystal. She is standing by. He also added that, according to the bodyguard, Li Jun never left the academy at that time. Han Ji-ho fell into silence. Indeed, he hid his talents well, lowering his head to think. Now I need to find out how strong he really is, and where that strength comes from. She pursed her lips as if she had just found a solid lead. Han Ji-ho looked up with confidence. Li Jun harbors a deep hatred for the divine family. And this is our chance. She confidently assured him, just trust me, I will convince Li Jun. The golden sandy beach reflected the clear blue water and the swaying ripe coconuts. Li Jun signaled. Okay. Sit down. He reached out his hand for Lam Lam to place his. Good job. Li Jun threw the firestone for him to eat. Okay. Here you go. The system repeatedly announced that Lam Lam had successfully absorbed the firestone, upgrading Lam Lam's rank to 35. With all skill points improved and fire element training completed, little Lam Lam, with his round belly turned up. Isn't it delicious? Li Jun's gaze falls on his body. He should be a bit bigger. But for now, his size remains the same. The system explains in detail that the fire core is an infinite flame that continues burning until the opponent is burned out. Used to generate the fire core. The system now displays Lam Lam's health status. Basic information. Lam Lam's age is 35. Like Lam Ho. Rarity. Fire attribute. Charm 85. Domain 2. 2 Lam Ho Thon territories. Hiding place of Lam territory. Ability points. Attack. None. Speed. Special attack. None. Special wind attribute. You looked at it and wondered, isn't it strange? At least the ability points should have increased. Right. Old Master Tien hovered nearby and explained that even if you've reached level beta or higher, your maturity level remains low. So you can understand the current situation like this. Li Jun asked nervously. If I find a similar firestone item for Lam Lam to eat, then I will understand the reason. Right, he replied. That's correct. Elder Qian looked wise and composed. But more importantly, don't forget, you also need to try harder. No matter how hard you try to hide your identity, the longer the tale, the easier it is to reveal, until you're caught. You must become as strong as possible. The boy obediently agreed. Yes. I will remember that, he calmly reminded him, but it was already too late. Li Jun suddenly realized, What? Oh no. It's already time. I'm running quickly into the barrier. Lam Lam. I'll go to the academy and then come back. Li Jun teleports back to his original spot and walks out as if nothing happened. Hiso bowed politely. Senior. I have finished my work. Then he straightened up shyly. I will make some adjustments. You're helpless. This guy never changes. And Hiso still smiles brightly. Did you sleep well yesterday? And is your wound better yet? Li Jun glares. But then he mentions you. You seem confused. We've only met once or twice. And all I remember about you is the formal questions. Why do you care about me so much? Hiso told stories about you like a legend. Senior Li Jun has many victories over other seniors in the martial arts hall. He scratched his head in disbelief. Impressed and deeply admiring Senior Li Jun. Li Jun sighed, thinking to himself, well, I am quite lazy too. So I might as well let it go. He tilted his head in deep thought. Wait, in my past life, I also had someone like that. Li Jun raised his hand to introduce Jun. I will introduce you to my first trusted fighter, Wang Ma Yisu, Hiso suggested. Master, please ignore the timestamps in the middle. But Hyuk-jin didn't care. Then he ran off, leaving Li Jun and Hiso with puzzled looks. Hey Hyuk-jin, where are you going? You're helpless. Really? You should have finished the introduction before leaving. He hesitated. Right. You replied. Hiseo's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had just found a treasure. He was truly impressed. A straightforward person who doesn't blame circumstances. Really? You are truly a master. Li Jun was stunned by this overwhelming enthusiasm. Yes. I see. You found a good teacher. Insu. He smiled brightly and introduced himself. Yes, that's right. Oh, you're not Insu. Your name is... Lost in the past story. He was snapped back to reality by a call. Senior, Li Jun compared the faces of the two people, wondering if there was a problem, and when he saw they matched perfectly, he was startled, as if electrocuted. That's crazy, isn't that Helen Su? Someone really went nuts and changed their name to hide their identity? Li Jun, thinking in fear. Although his personality is similar to Bitch Trang Ho, in the future, this crazy guy will reach AA level. He's suddenly friendly, placing his hand on his shoulder like two sworn brothers. The two of them walk down the school corridor with their arms around each other, as Hyuk-jin charges forward like a bull from behind. Li Jun was caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time, and then a terrible scream echoed after the impact, followed by a loud crash. Li Jun frowned. What's going on here? He growled, grabbing Hyuk-jin, and the older guy raised his hand to stop him. Are you still that weak? Hyuk-jin was curious. But who is this friend? Li Jun replied with difficulty. My beloved junior. Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm your senior who took Hyuk-jin from Gyeonryong. Hiseo bows politely. Yes. I am Hiseo. Don't tease me. Jun's junior is also yours. I will take care of you like I take care of him. Yes. It's truly an honor. Hyuk-jin stared at him intently, as if evaluating a valuable item. He smiled. But the kid. You come from the Blood Sword clan. Li Jun pats his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. And Hyuk-jin introduces. Do you want to come along? He insists. Hey. I haven't finished talking yet. I insist that this time I was the first to figure it out. Got it. Hyuk-jin. Take tomorrow off. This time. Hiseo's decision is what really matters. Hiseo stands beside, struggling to stop them, saying, Sorry. Please. I'm completely helpless. Please don't argue because of me. Old mister. Tien fanned himself with a fan. The boy always so mature. He looked down at Li Jun playing around. Turns out he also knows how to behave age-appropriately. The warm sunlight shines down on the school cafeteria building, with not a single gust of wind passing through. You hold the cake with a long face. Surely there will be a gathering during lunch break. Hyuk-jin wondered. Aren't you going? He just pointed to the side. I'll dodge like she did. Because I want to go with you. Han Ji-woo sits between two stacks of bread, calmly savoring each piece. Li Jun is cold and distant. Another tailor. Han Ji-woo. Are you a tailor too? My associate has one more person. And Hyuk-jin still casually jokes and claps his hands. He slammed the table and pointed directly at her face. This is no joke. Han Hyuk-jin, ever since she arrived. She's been following her everywhere like her shadow. You wouldn't know. Han Ji-woo replied casually. That's right. I really like Li Jun. She closed her eyes and thought to herself, Hyuk-jin, you still have a bright future ahead. Hyuk-jin shook her shoulder hard. I can't let that bastard get involved. Li Jun interjected a few words. Do you want to die? Hyuk-jin, you're annoyed. And while you're at it, there's no point in delaying anymore, just decide to go. Han Ji-woo. What the hell do you want from me? She pointed directly at you. What I want is you. Lee Jun. Lee Jun was coughing, but Han Ji-woo still insisted it was you. The warm glow of the desk lamp shines into the student council office. Damn it. Lee Jun slams the table in anger. What do they think the student council is? Han clenched his teeth. They dared to skip class with the two of them, and Han Ji-woo was even with Lee Jun. Seo Eun-ji frowned. Should I let my people intervene? Lee Jin intervened. Kim So Eun-ji. That's a bit too much. Taemin stepped in. It's fine. Let So Eun-ji handle it, Han shouted in anger. Choi Taemin. You clearly know Kim So Eun-ji always crosses the line, yet he still calmly explains. Sina. Our opponents are Hyuk-jin and Han Ji-woo. Taemin explains that letting So Eun-ji act will create peace with them. Lee Jin can only helplessly advise. Or say, fine. Then shake hands with Han Ji-woo. While Lee Jun just lets them trample over him. They all laugh. Just leave it to me. At the same time, in the school cafeteria, Han Ji-woo points her finger at Lee Jun and says, what I want is you. Lee Jun. She offers benefits. If you join my family's faction, I promise to fulfill all your wishes. Say what you want to say. Lee Jun pondered quietly. Indeed. A bold request. Although I don't want to bow to any power, I need an allied force to back me up. He stared at her intently but didn't give an answer. And perhaps it's best that way since that power has exceptional intelligence but isn't the right time now. Lee Jun gently closed his eyes and said, I understand. He slowly explained what I wanted. Then Lee Jun pointed directly at Han Ji-woo and said it was her. Han Ji-woo. The space seemed to freeze for a few seconds. She froze in place. Huh, the boy chuckled. Just joking. Han Ji-woo replied softly. Forget it. She drew her sword with a murderous look in her eyes. I will cut you up. Lee Jun was startled. Go ahead. He shook his head and sat down. No, I was just joking. I was just teasing you. Where did Hyuk-jin go? Wait, Han Ji-woo, I'm sorry. The clear blue sky and drifting white clouds echo throughout the spacious courtyard as the high sun shines down on the rooftop of the school. Lee Jun managed to escape and breathe a sigh of relief. Feeling relieved, he sat down heavily. I have to meet Han Ji-woo in the next class. She probably won't cause trouble in the classroom. Elder Xian reassures. No one dares to do that. Lee Jun complained that even she had to obey. When suddenly Hyuk-jin appeared from behind. Lee Jun quickly dodged. Startled. When did you get here? He replied. Just arrived. Lee Jun teased. Thinking you disappeared again like last time. Hi, Hyuk-jin signaled. But the important thing is, Han Ji-woo is still searching the school for you. You clench your fists. Class is about to start. He marvels at Lee Jun's talent. And the swordsmanship he showed earlier is no joke. She said he defeated Lee in a fight. And our Lee Jun has become super strong. Hyuk-jin looked at you and judged. But I didn't hold back because of that. Lee Jun raised his hand because I was carrying a good magic tool. I introduced that magical ring. It's a gift from someone important to me. And it can conceal your power. He couldn't help but wonder who would give you such an amazing gift. Who could it be? Lee Jun smiled and said, it's from someone I hold dear. The elder hesitated and avoided the question. Why is it so sunny today? The old man flew over, puzzled, saying you tell this kid too much. And he explained, Hyuk-jin is trustworthy. The old man hesitated. If you say so. Hyuk-jin is joking around. Lee Jun. Let me try a bit. Then Han Ji-woo barges in after knocking. Finally finding you. The two turn around with mixed expressions of surprise and fear. Unable to believe it, she rushed at Lee Jun as if to devour him. With nowhere left to run, Uzi stepped forward and said, Oh my. Why are you running so fast? Go straight to the rooftop. Oh. You're smiling mischievously. Breaking into the rooftop. Our student council has to set an example. Han Ji-woo. Hyuk-jin seems a bit reserved. Long time no see. Uzi's student. You turn back. Kim Uzi. Uzi is like a master of the Hoa Sun martial arts school. Kim Uzi Mai Hoa. Heir to the Jongsan Society. Carrying the martial arts legacy of the Hoa Sun school, Lee Jun wondered why someone like her would come looking for Han Ji-woo. You asked why. Is something wrong with my teacher? Oh, I explained confidently because you guys didn't attend the meeting. So Li Xin is very angry. Uzi clenched his lips. This time he told me to teach you all a lesson. Lee Jun was startled. Huh. The teacher is talking about me. He just pointed at Hyuk-jin. Not you. If we go after you. Only you won't stay quiet. I'll only deal with those two. You wonder why me? Hai Yuk Jin pats your shoulder and says, just kidding. Whispering voices spread all around. Snowflowers and plum blossoms are fighting, and the commentators say this is a preliminary match before the Tianhua tournament. Han Ji-u turned around and asked Li Jun why he was retreating. Isn't it supposed to be us fighting together? Li Jun explained that it seemed she was the target first. So she gave her a chance, Uzi sneered. Too confident. Wait a moment. I'll come and fix it. And she responded with a smile. Yes. Teacher, gently strokes the sword. Since I am older, I will go first. Uzi charged with a palm strike but was repelled by Han Ji-yu. Two streams of spiritual energy collide, creating an immense force. Ah grits her teeth and strikes out. Stubborn girl. She wields her sword with sharp eyes. Not saying a word in response, Han Ji-yu uses a lightning bolt to wrap around her sword and then strikes her hand, causing the sword to fall, clattering to the ground in front of everyone's eyes. Sits down with a look of utter shame. Li Jun films, what do you think, master? What does the immortal old man say? The essence of the plum blossom sword technique is to deceive the opponent's eyes. He is disappointed. But that child only relies on physical strength. That's no longer the Manhwa swordsmanship. Han Ji-u stands straight and solemn. I have nothing more to say to my senior sister. I hope you won't bother me anymore. Zeun Ji-jun clenched his fists in anger. So everything has turned out like this. Ah. He roared at the guards. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Zeun-ji ordered. She is alone. Everyone charge forward. She gently closes her eyes to calm her mind, not focusing too much on these pests. A leader of Han Ji-yu's is enough to scare away anyone who dares to approach. She slowly explains that the wound isn't deep. Han Ji-yu swings her sword. As if you don't attack now, the pain will be blind. Her face drains of color. Han Ji-yu is that strong. It's unbelievable. The master intervened as the battle reached its climax, and everyone whispered among themselves. Tuyet Hoa is indeed very strong. They marveled. She is even stronger than a lower-ranked teacher. Some hesitate. But my Hoa. On the other hand, when someone tries to interrupt, she steps back. Her sarcastic words. She always avoids training sessions and only knows how to torment the weak. Constantly mocking. She didn't practice martial arts during the entire break. Only fooling around. Yet she still dares to seek advancement. The final remark made her veins bulge on her arm. Truly a waste of martial arts. Zeun-ji reached into her pocket to take something. Han Ji-yu, throwing the sphere at her to see how long she can keep her arrogance. Han Ji-yu instinctively swung a staff forward. But no. This time her face twisted as if she had provoked something she shouldn't have. The sphere shot out thousands of sharp needles, aiming to pierce the opponent. She holds her ground as the needles rain down. Too many to dodge. Han Ji-u grits her teeth, trying to shield herself with her sword. Filled with rage, Han Ji-u grits her teeth as she looks at the pile of needles in front of her. There are too many to dodge all of them, Hyuk-jin shouted worriedly. Han Ji-u. Blood is pouring out, spreading across the rooftop, creating a stark contrast. Li Jun teased. You're pretty tough. Shooting so many needles at your face without blinking. I blocked all the needles with my arm. But I still saved you. Li Jun looks at the fallen bomb. A needle bomb. It's a secret technique passed down by the Mando Kamsao clan. Then his gaze shifted to his bruised arm. Surely because these needles had been poisoned. Elder Xian. Don't worry. The spiritual energy control technique will automatically dissolve the blockage. Li Jun gently massages his arm. Thank goodness. That fairy is famous for my patience. But I didn't expect it to be this bad. He returned here mysteriously. Does he think he's leaving a trace? You frown. Probably not. The system displays a notification. Side quest. Deal with the bullies. Difficulty. Goat. Description. Hermits really dislike hypocrites within the sect. They want you to teach Kim Seo-ji, reminding them of a hypocrite with a lesson. The condition to complete is to defeat Kim So-ji, with rewards that are more fitting for Han Ji-woo, including fame and reputation. Reputation is one of the most important things in the current era. With a high reputation, people will flock around you without much effort, boosting influence, wealth, and fame. The deep story that has never been forgotten reveals that Geomanson Corporation once betrayed everyone, slaughtering not only those who awakened but also ordinary civilians. A shocking secret is revealed. One of the leading groups has become a servant. Li Jun uses his spiritual power to fill all the needles, letting them taste the flavor of their own poison without issue. Han Ji-woo runs over, looking panicked. Are you okay? You wave your hand. You should have known first. COG sat on the ground, beads of sweat dripping down, while Lee Jun grabbed her collar and pulled hard, making her cry out. He coldly states that the condition for using the Mandokam family's poison bomb is to fight monsters or face enemies like Samaroon. You look down on Seoji with contempt. Unless both of those are involved. They can only be used when your life is in danger, no matter how powerful the era of strength is. There are rules that even the weak must follow. She screams, "Shut up." Seoji breaks free from your grip. You're acting like a kid, you insignificant pest. She secretly bites the tip of her sword. Han Ji-woo is like that, and yet you too. Seoji rushed forward in a frenzy. You're testing me. Huh. Han Ji-woo suddenly panicked, shouting in fear. On the other side, Hyuk Jin was just as terrified and furious, with blood streaked across her face and her eyes wide as if she had seen something horrifying. Seoji looked up at the sword stuck in his shoulder. What Lee Jun still stood firm, not bothering to move at all. He calmly drew his sword without changing his expression as blood dripped down along the blade. He stands in front of her, lowering his sword as if to prove he doesn't need weapons. Lee Jun raises his hand to absorb spiritual energy, because she crossed the line before. So now everything I do is just self-defense. COG, looking scared. What are you about to do? Wait, don't come any closer. The glowing pink star is floating in her heart. Don't, Han Ji-woo suddenly shouted. Don't do this. You are focused on absorbing that pink planet. So you don't notice. She tightly grips the wrist, reaching out to stop you from doing something foolish. Han Ji-woo stands in front of her. Stop right there. Lee Jun responds with a serious look. Seo. You know too. Right, with people like this, we'll just plan our revenge. She clenched his hand tightly, her face slightly blushing, her lips pressed together without a word. Han Ji-woo looked at her fierce face in silence. This power, she remembers when she was inside the barrier, feeling a power similar to what she sensed before entering the Chlorur cave, and that bloodthirsty face reappeared in Han Ji-woo's mind. At the same time, Lee Jin stepped in. Enough already. His brow furrowed. What are you all doing? Lee Jun pursed his lips. Seeing this scene, he knew already. If he wanted to discipline me, he should come alone. You really don't respect him, and others have suffered for nothing. Lee Shin replied. Are you serious? Lee Jun, with that angry look on your face. Kim Se-eun-ji is the second daughter of the Gyo Man-san group. Lee Jun rolled his eyes indifferently and said, So, what if I am? Are you afraid that Gyo Man-san Corporation will resist? Then you should have disciplined Kim Se-eun-ji from the very beginning. He grits his teeth and says he doesn't understand what you're talking about. Lee Shin, with a righteous look, is the heir of the family. I need to pay attention to relationships with other factions. Right. He glanced over him as if he were heir. The heir. The heir uncertain about the right to succeed. Lee Shin was furious. What does this mean? Pretending to be righteous. Lee Jun, if you keep criticizing others like this, you better watch out. You look down on me. Maybe I'll live longer than you. Senior. The sun is gradually setting, creating a warm orange sunset. A tall building with black glass reflecting the evening light. In a private room, Lee Jun is sitting and working on his computer. The system displays a notification about your current attributes and power levels. You mutter to yourself. Finally, I have a reputation point too. Special attribute. Internal strength. 450 out of 1000. Mental power. 300 out of 300. Reputation. Promising talent. Money. Fame. And power. Lee Jun hopes to gain reputation once reaching level A or higher. The higher the reputation, the better the treatment from the clan, guild, and government. Reputation is also very important to you. There is a fierce battle among organizations to recruit talented people, and reputation is truly a crucial factor for those who are awakened. Lee Jun smiled softly. From now on, it will be a new beginning. Elder Qian warned that to continue the great cause, the strongest at the top of the gold rank, you still have a long way to go. He felt proud in his own light. There was a time I was a formidable opponent in the ring. You didn't care and just pressed the button on the computer. I know. Lee Jun stretches and says he's going to check on Lam Lam. Qian Lao worries. Huh. If he moves his arm like that, if you keep whining, you'll hurt yourself for real. He thought as you clutched your arm and screamed inside. Lee Jun muttered. You should have said so earlier. Old man Qian isn't easy to deal with. He should blame himself for not speaking up. You look serious. What did you say? The The two are chatting without noticing that a notification has appeared on the computer screen, breaking news that the Martial Arts Academy leaked a video of the fight between Trang Ho and Lam Lam, which has reached 40,000 views in 5 hours. Lee Jun watches the moment Han Ji-woo and So Eun-ji are fighting in front of the entire school. This brutality. Oh my god. Is Snowflower fighting Mai Hoa? Really? They all shouted and suddenly attacked Han Ji-woo from behind to see how long they could keep their heads held high. What is that? Mai Hoa just threw something. I paused and zoomed in. But what is that? Everyone around was stunned as she boldly sliced through the poison needle. Han Ji-woo, while Lee Jun sat watching, lost in his own thoughts. That was a Mandokam clan poison needle. She threw it at someone else. And it was Snowflower too. What's going on with the Chomsun Corporation? They're in big trouble. You're furious. Smashing your computer? What the hell is going on? At the same time, in Jay's, Sun reports, "Father, the media has already started reporting. And the public's not doing too well either." He was overwhelmed. Who recorded and uploaded this video? He hesitated. Is it Lee Jun from the Divine Power family? Hearing this, In-je suddenly became agitated, glancing sharply at the gray-haired old man, Min-guk, who was walking confidently forward, causing all this trouble, yet still daring to show up here, asking for help to cover for her. The old man nodded affirmatively, saying that our Than-Luke family had cut ties with Lee Jun long ago. Then Min-guk lowered his face in a scowl and threatened, and if it really was Lee Jun who posted that video, our chairman would probably be pleased with our proposal. The old man decisively said, I came to request the assassination of Lee Jun. At the same time, Lee Jun's computer screen shows that all my messages have been deleted. You wonder if they have already found out and contacted me. Lee Jun sat slouched in his chair and said with even more arrogance, now the 15 Clans Alliance will try to recruit me. Tian Lao wondered if I would join, but Lee Jun scoffed. Joining an organization would only limit my options. You have a kind look in your eyes. Whatever I do, I will be strong enough to stand on my own. You marvel. That's a great way of putting it. Lee Jun wants to squeeze everything out. But I will still consider buying insurance, for now. I will make the most of this pawn. Old man Tian widened his eyes in surprise. I don't have a plan yet, but I wasn't hesitant. So, before requesting the martial arts scroll from the pawn, I decided to seize the successor flower first. You explained about the flower mentioned. The successor flower, also known as the God's Flower, which is an incredible item that can reset learned martial skills. Lee Jun thought to himself, from now on, Heosu will have to learn special techniques. You are extremely cautious, using the old sword technique for the divine transmission, which not only reduces its power, but could also endanger Hyosu's life if his internal energy leaks. Lee Jun hesitated, knowing that the successor flower only grows in dark places, and in another harsh location. He knew the position of a yet unbloomed successor flower. A moment later, in the wasteland, Lee Jun was playing with his pet. Lam Lam. Are you okay? Then he smiled and asked the little piglets. How are they doing? Are they still alive? Taegu approaches respectfully and says, My lord has arrived. I am grateful for Lee Jun's kindness. Thanks to the materials provided by my lord, we are doing very well. You're curious. That's good. By the way, the strange name. Taegu quickly replied. Yes, master. Lee Jun just touched his shoulder, and he flinched. All right, Taegu. From now on, you're responsible here. The boy stared wide-eyed at the pig standing meekly in front of him. Lee Jun warned, You think I will hit back again after avenging my previous wound? Your face is so swollen now, there's nowhere left to strike. You understand the mission. Right. Taegu was so frightened he couldn't even speak properly. The master told us to live here. Didn't he? I understand. You are entrusted to lead others, creating small paths between different gates. They listen obediently. Yes. We will work hard. The little worms immediately respond enthusiastically. Old man Qian suddenly appeared right behind you. Huh. What are those monsters planning to do? Lee Jun gently explained that the successor flower would wilt immediately after stepping through the gate. So there was no other way to move the flower to its own gate. You tilt your head back to look at those useful henchmen, using the bending technology of the gates to connect different places and move the flower. He felt confused, wondering why they didn't bring Heosu, then feed the successor flower directly to him. Lee Jun suddenly frowned. Master, that was a truly wicked suggestion. You really are a true delusional power fantasist. What am I in your eyes? Isn't it that I am your disciple of the future? I already have a plan. At the same time, in the city, Yulin's secretary reported. Boss. I found the target. He was furious. But the secretary couldn't find the purpose of his search. Where is he? That thing. She gently said that the target has already passed Lam Mon and Da Min Lak. Yulin, listening, raised her eyebrows and asked, Isn't Da Min Lak the unbreakable gate? After he went back in, the secretary hesitated. I'm not sure either. He stood up suddenly. It doesn't matter, because the chairman wants to finish it as quickly as possible. Then Yulin opened the door for his little brothers. He swaggered away, letting it know that if it wanted to risk everything with the divine family, then it should see what would happen. At the same time, in Yanbin Forest, a deer was strolling along the path. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps made its heart jump out of its chest. The ghostly appearance of Li Jun made the little deer run away on all fours. You're struggling with the mud and moss at your feet. It's hard to move around here. Suddenly, a light shines directly into Li Jun's face. Your eyes light up as if you've just found gold. Li Jun is excited. Having discovered the successor flower, you immediately use your magic to summon the rats and close the gate. The moles quickly arrive. Master, the day has finally come. We've been waiting for this day. Li Jun pointed at the flower and summoned a portal around it. Tegu, the leader, asked curiously what it was, noting it didn't look ordinary. Cao explained that it was the successor flower. After hearing that, the human was about to attack, but Li Jun wasn't surprised at all. Well, since it can't be cut and taken away, it has to be moved altogether. Tegu, already scheming. With this, humans are doomed. He quickly ran over and patted its shoulder to wake it up. Every word Li Jun said hit its core. Are you interested in him? Tegu was so scared that he kept shaking his head and said, I don't care. I'll share a little if everything goes well. Who knows? Maybe I'll give you some. Tegu immediately changed his attitude. I'll work hard. Li Jun left. So you were counting on him. It was startled. You're not coming with us. Are you? You look so mysterious. I'll go after. I still have a few things to do. A few hours later, in the forest near the flower that took over the settlement, the screams of wild boars shook the heavens and earth. Even the villages beyond the forest couldn't stay peaceful. Leading the way are Wirak and his 6 little brothers, punching and kicking the wild boars. Can you believe it? Li Jun stands from afar, watching the chaos below. 1, 2, 6, 7 of them. Quite a lot. You quickly flew away, while Wirak was enjoying the morning sun behind the fence. Then suddenly he was startled as Li Jun, from somewhere, ran past him, having used the king's command. On top of that, you even kindly try to make friends with this disgusting creature. Hello there. Wirak was so shocked he screamed out that he was human. His underlings also jumped in fright because of that. Just then, the immortal appeared and calmly issued a warning. The king's orders are full of traits terror, majesty, and provocation, making its power terrifying. And with just a small step, I could shake the world. As soon as the master finished speaking, the wild boars charged from behind, while Li Jun cluelessly ran, trying to catch the wind. Damn it. You should have told me earlier. I was planning to secretly eliminate the boss. Now everything's fallen apart. But humans can't fight beasts, so he had no choice but to act first. And now he's in this situation. Li Jun broke the fence and jumped into the pig pen. At this moment, your small figure faces a group of wild boars. You think it's a challenge, but Li Jun still suppresses his fear and taunts them. Humans are here. My pigs. Wirak challenges you. It's been a long time since a human came here. Go ahead. I will deal with the person. You seize this opportunity to attack first. Sorry, but it's not your turn yet. Use the king's command. Just as Li Jun is about to recall the system, a violent earthquake occurs. You create a whirlwind with the wind to blow the fat pigs outside. Seeing the danger, Oath frantically recites a spell. The sorcerer Oth breaking his skill with a chant, but before it could finish chanting, Li Jun rushed in and knocked it out of existence. He dropped Oth to the ground mercilessly. Starting with this one, Wizard Oth grimly lies motionless amidst the encircling white smoke and fog. Then, Li Jun doesn't hesitate and charges to attack the 6-pack pigs. However, he didn't attack Wirak but struck the other brothers first. Then he quickly escaped and used magic to control him. Owing. But Li Jun's elusive escape trick made the enraged pigs lose their enthusiasm. Who dares? Where are you hiding? Suddenly, a comrade of Wirak screams out and stabs. He freezes when he sees the 2 fattest members of the gang easily defeated by you. Ah, Then it was the turn of the fourth guy to get hit by the spear, followed by the two fat friends sent to the afterlife. And finally the last of Wirak's brothers who was beaten up. And it stopped. He was furious when he saw each of his brothers being beaten by Li Jun. Wirak's furious shouts now echoed like from hell. I won't spare you. All of Wirak's stats increased by 100. Wirak's defense skill has increased to 300. If he is not defeated within 5 minutes, the ice barrier skill will be activated. Master was burning with fever when he saw Li Jun, so calm in front of the King of Hell's rage. Still having time to use skills and talk like this. You're like a demon in disguise. Even holding the little kid to threaten Wirak. The piglet is so young but already sweating from fear. And your appearance doesn't match your true body at all. The real body seems quite weak. I feel like I could break it with one hand. His heart burns like fire when he sees his child in danger. No. But Li Jun keeps provoking him. Oh. After a while, the system notifications came in rapidly. You have defeated Wirak, the boss of the Wirak plane. You have earned 500,000 prestige points, and successfully eliminated the reputation enemy. You will receive a reward of 1,580,000 points based on the difficulty level of the gate, which is 790,000. He was happy to have defeated that giant pig and to get such a big reward for clearing these gates. Li Jun's annoying tone was still a bit sad because he didn't receive any martial arts manual. Then he raised his nose to the sky when facing the loot. But this is still pretty good. The system displays the item information. Wirak's leather armor. Level B. Description. Not an ordinary leather armor. It is loved by the great wizard Maruk. Wirak's double-edged sword. Level B. Description. A blood-stained sword from hundreds of people. Wirak's weapon. Equipped. Plus 45 strength. Plus 500 attack power. Li Jun is still not satisfied with this pile of treasures. Among the B-grade items, this one is at the top. The auction house will be in chaos if I take this. Should I get more weapons? The system suggests that the owner of the Wirak plane has disappeared. Do you want to become the owner of the gate? Since your greed is endless, my warehouse is full. But fine. Go ahead. The system congratulates you. You have exceeded the maximum number of gates allowed. Li Jun calmly, still unable to move. The system announces that you have left the Hell Cave and become the new owner of the Wirak plane. Old Man Qian flew straight over. Is it really okay to decide so easily? You just explained your plan. I've already moved the masterminds away. The successor flower will be raised in the Lam V Lake Gate. We should clear out what's unnecessary. Li Jun is about to leave. That's enough. Now I can go back. Right. Suddenly, the system alerts that someone has illegally entered the Wirak plane. You immediately switch to the security screen and see a group of people standing boldly within your territory. The closer you get, the more mysterious those people seem. The arrogant leader is Yu Lin. The ghostly ones, Old Master Qian. Li Jun looked around and saw that they were just trash willing to do anything for money. They are people of the Johnson Corporation, so they are very good at bending the rules. But the master immediately warned that if they are from the Johnson group, they are definitely seeking revenge. Li Jun started to fidget. I saw this coming, but it's too predictable. The system asked curiously, how will you handle the intruders? You order them to be expelled. And the system notifies that anyone passing through the gate will be considered an intruder and will be ejected. Yu Lin's brothers were held for a long time, complaining loudly about what this guy wanted to do, coming all the way here, causing unnecessary trouble. Still, he acted like a CEO threatening them, telling them to stop that behavior. Yu Lin turned back to provoke their curiosity. A naive and proud high school student stepped out the gate and then died. Isn't that quite a story? This weird guy is already smug. He's probably dead. We don't even need to lift a finger. So there's nothing left to do. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Big brother. He frowned. Huh. Those useless disciples are tied up and can't move. Lie. What is this? Even Yu Lin is bound at the feet. And immediately, a swarm of Sigmas rushes over. Each of them was pulled into an invisible space. Yu Lin refused to accept it. No. It can't be. But that invisible space gradually closed in, preventing him from saying another word. No. No. Li Jun waved goodbye from the sky. What a bunch of idiots. See you. You guys. At the Korean Music Festival, Li Jun confidently entered the nightclub. You covered your face so no one could recognize you. Just as you were about to go in, a bodyguard stopped you. Wait a minute. At first, I didn't recognize you. You're not that student. Are you show me your ID? Suddenly the guard was startled by Lee Jun's words. It's been about 40 years since Hoang Kim's revenge. But I won't forget. Lee Jun sneered. You don't need to call my name. I'm only here for a little while. The bodyguard, frightened and trembling, reluctantly let you in. You followed the protocol and are invited in. Lee Jun sternly commands to open the door and enter. Then, Lee Jun skillfully ascended each step, having been here many times before. Finally, he reached the auction room. The host displays the first antique, which I will be auctioning this time, capable of enhancing fire resistance. Starting at an opening bid of 50 million, Lee Jun calmly walked past the crowd, shouting and scrambling. 55 million. 60 million. He approached the item exchange counter and said, I want to sell this item. The buyer remains calm and says, Yes. Please place the items here. He is surprised to see a pile of magic stones in front of him. Does he intend to sell the entire batch? Lee Jun calmly said, Sell this quickly and deposit the advance payment into my foreign account. The buyer was surprised because the foreign account has very high security. The fee will be 50%. Do you agree? But Lee Jun was still determined and agreed. Having sold the loot from the Wirak field, he quickly left without listening to the buyer's thanks for cooperation. But you can check the status using the account's app. A moment later, in Minho's room. Let's see. He carefully examined the pile of magic stones, and at first glance they seemed to be only grade C. But they also came in a variety of colors to choose from. Then Minho held the glass close to scrutinize each stone one by one. The system immediately announced, the crossline magic, a comprehensive B rating, and he shouted out loud in excitement, even though it's only B now. This is still top-tier quality. Then, Minho turned to the blue gemstone, and the system displayed information rare item, comprehensive, grade B+, on par with rare items, comprehensive grade B+, and he got excited. That one too. The system kept notifying rapidly. All rated B+ Moira. Crimson. Dongop Minho was overjoyed. So many of them. He still couldn't believe his eyes. The glorious items. Have they already cleared the Great Lament trial? Minho turned to ask the staff. Hey, do any of you remember who sold these items? The buyer only vaguely remembers. He was wearing a straw hat so he couldn't see his face clearly. He looked like a high school student. And the bodyguard confidently replied, I remember. He recounted everything that happened outside the nightclub door, mentioning Hoang Kim's revenge right when he first decoded the cipher. So I let him in. Hearing this, Minho was stunned. Hoang Kim's revenge. He felt something was very surreal. That was the code his master only shared with his benefactors. A high school student reading the code that even Vivip wasn't supposed to know. This is what made Minho go crazy. I have to report it to him. The next day, Lee Jun watched OTV's live broadcast intently. Welcome to the subscribers. This is OTV. I am now in the famous Da Ming Lost. So let's watch together. The kid on the broadcast got hit by the system. The boss of the level won't let you watch. You're considered an intruder and will be expelled. See. You can't enter. Everyone immediately started pressing buttons. What the hell is going on? Who is the owner? Is there an owner of the checkpoint? Don't cause more trouble. Hoang Had explained. No. Really. I don't know. This place is quite dangerous. The system questions. A guest who just entered the Great Ming. What would you do? Lee Jun is just watching and already annoyed. These people are relentless. Kick them all out. System warning, you are considered an intruder and will be expelled. Yet you didn't even bother to care. This warning has been up for days. And suddenly Lee Jun's account gets flagged. Then the fairy sends a notification about the deposit from yesterday's auction. And he acts so generous. You're so pleased. I thought I wouldn't get much from the commission money. Not only paying me, but also covering the transaction fee. Do you know how I found out about Hoang Kim's revenge? Then, Lee Jun promised happily. We will meet soon. Elder Tien sternly warned. Do not reply. If you don't have a reasonable answer, you will face serious consequences. You agree. But let's leave that for later, and focus on what's more important right now. Lee Jun gazed intently at the giant floating island covered in green grass, with a waterfall pouring down from the sky above, while Lam Lam was fiercely fighting beside the flower air. You should be proud, thanks to Parang. The flower of succession has bloomed. Lee Jun explains that Parang absorbed the magic from the Great Ming through the archway, and then reversed it back through its own portal. Thanks to that, the energy in the holy site within the lake has doubled, spreading stronger than ever. And focus is essential here. You run over to pat Lam Lam's head as the system appears, and the magic in the sacred land within the lake has increased to a certain level. This place has been upgraded from a green door to a blue door, marking a historic achievement, and you received 1 million likes points. The master was also pleased to see Li Jun excited about the achievement. Congratulations, my disciple. You're excited and have earned quite a lot of points. Everything is going well. Suddenly, the system announces that the special task, the Divine Flower, has been completed. The sky around suddenly shattered with water, causing Li Jun to panic as something has happened. And the owner of the Hell Realm is in shock. Li Jun also offered a sacrifice. What? The Kakenguk area. Wait a minute. What's going on here? The land suddenly tore open a big hole, causing him to fall down. Li Jun traveled through many cities, which caused the system to send constant notifications. The owner of the Bangjia territory is wary of the owner of the Holy Land in the lake, and the owner of the Duk Rasa territory is wary of the owner of the Holy Land in the lake. The owner of the Cruel Land is on alert for the owner of the Sacred Land in the lake. The owner of the Noble Fortress is on alert for the owner of the Sacred Land in the lake. This makes your mind want to explode. Enough already. Enough already. A voice calling out suddenly awakens you. Li Jun. Li Jun gasped for breath after a terrifying nightmare. At this moment, he has lost all reason. Where am I? The master gently floats over, having received the reward, and is so joyful that he fainted for a long time and even drooled, making me think he's gone crazy. Li Jun is suspicious. What is going on? And what happened just now? There's also something related to the underworld area. You feel something is wrong. Everything is lost. And the system displays information that the magic in the sacred land of the pond has increased to a certain level. This place has been upgraded from a green door to a blue door. A milestone achieved. And you receive 1 million points. Elder Dion fanned himself with a fan, always acting so carefree. I knew sooner or later you would experience this feeling too. But Li Jun still hasn't recovered from that shock. Was it my fault? No. It can't be my fault. What just happened? I've never heard of any phenomenon like this before. I'm not sure, but there are at least 20 hell engraving areas known worldwide, and the ones I just saw are many times more than that, which could cause chaos if it gets out. Li Jun involuntarily called out, Master, I don't understand what's going on. What's wrong with you? Then he suddenly asked, nonsense. Am I the kind of person who makes a big deal out of everything? So that's how it is. Even the master jumped in to tease. Now I understand. The next day, in the city at Murem High School, Lung Lin, in the sunlight. Yu Lin, with a determined look on his face, was determined to find Li Jun, the school that guy attended, and he smiled mysteriously. A prestigious school for talented students. Huh. And that sneaky junior. You've already done your research. Huh. Yu Lin smiles confidently like a graduate CEO. Good. He finally meets with him. This is the chance after the first assassination attempt failed miserably. If he fails again this time, he won't have the face to meet the chairman anymore. Our target is Li Jun from Sinryo-kun. Li Jun is still happily chatting with his friends in the classroom, unaware that he's about to encounter Yu Lin's underling. So pay close attention. They listen to the guards and obey. At Murem High School, you sit in the classroom, lost in thought for a long time. It turns out he's contemplating the content of the system panel, basic information, and the disciple titles of the Hidden Master. Super Elite 1, Li Jun has a skill level of 2. 333 billion points in the unyielding path of the Vankep, with various attributes and abilities detailed. You keep having to worry about one issue. The requirements for leveling up keep increasing. Li Jun's head aches so badly that sweat pours down like a stream. So no matter which one he upgrades, he needs to think it through carefully. This crazy bastard is taking his anger out on Hanji Wu. He's going crazy. Why does he keep looking at me like that? Weren't you planning to go grab a snack with Hyuk Jin? Are you close to him? Right? Li Jun stops cold. What? Hanji Wu asked a crucial question, causing Li Jun to be stunned and confused, not understanding what he was saying at all. She doesn't believe it at all, calling it a lie. And Li Jun keeps dodging around. If you don't trust me, then why ask me? Hanji Wu suggested going to the family clan with me. But you looked annoyed and said that was already settled. But she won't let go. Only after you join my family can I accept any of your requests. Just say the word. But Li Jun firmly refused all those tempting offers. I don't need anything anymore. I already have too much now. Hanji Wu is just one person. If you insist on being stubborn, then I have no choice. Li Jun was confused. What she threatened and told everyone that you are the master of the gate. But Li Jun still challenged to the end. Pulling out eggs, Hanji Wu intimidates them. Even a small suspicion is enough to draw the attention of the 15 clans, the Alliance, and the Sama Council. You don't like being the center of attention, do you? The atmosphere between the two of them facing each other grew increasingly tense. Li Jun, with no more arguments left, could only humble himself and say, "Fine, I lose, but we'll just form an equal alliance. Nothing more. You're satisfied now, right? You're pretty stubborn too." Han Ji-woo didn't bother to reply and only looked at the few trees in front of him. "You also train with a spear." Li Jun again put on a nonchalant expression. "Yes, senior." The system display now shows the signature move, a top-tier SS-level technique of a divine martial art with only 2 moves, stab and slash. Once mastered, this move will become a deadly strike. Once you master the foundational technique, a top-tier SS-level attack martial art. Seeing how tough this spear technique is, Li Jun had to accept that he should master it first before using it in actual combat, like the military commander. He was immediately taken to the injury signature training room, and Li Jun repeatedly swung his spear at the target. No matter how hard he tried, he was just a novice because he wasn't used to using a spear. It was really difficult. Suddenly, a voice drew Li Jun's attention. That bastard Yu Lin jumped down from the ceiling with 2 daggers pointed at him. You were lucky to block his first attack. But because of that block, Li Jun was pushed 1,000 meters away. Yu Lin couldn't believe his eyes. He actually blocked it. "But you still challenge me. It's you again." Li Jun thought to himself. "This stinky ant. Even if you turn into dust, I would still recognize you." He sneered. "It seems you know who I am. But unfortunately, your life is about to end." Han Ji-yu rushed in recklessly. "Who are you? Miriam High School is not a place for someone like you to enter." Yu Lin threatens her. "I don't know who you are. But get out of the way. I'm not interested in you." She felt her pride was insulted. "What? Li Jun. Be proud. Do whatever you want. Just say so." He immediately used dark power to thin the air, just blocking one of my attacks and already acting arrogant. "So I say, killing these rookies is easy. Not only are you not afraid, but you're also standing still to analyze his psychology like a detective, based on the information. His ability is somewhere between level C and D." Li Jun only started to stammer at this point, but when facing him directly, it was clear that he was at least a level B awakened person. "You're so proud that you didn't even notice this crazy guy right behind you. But that's nothing to me. Even he himself has to get goosebumps thinking about it. What kind of king of whips is this? My instincts tell me that if I had dared to strike just now, I would have definitely died." Li Jun casually said, "Not bad at all. I was about to cut your wrist if you rushed at me. But Yu Lin, provoked to fury, charged at you like a starving beast. You arrogant fool." He jumped into the air and used teleportation magic to appear behind you again. No matter how much you try to comfort Li Jun, he still understands his opponent's moves. So he cleverly uses a bamboo stick to block the attack, always aiming at the back. Isn't that too obvious? At this crazy moment, he glares fiercely. "So try to block this attack for your father." Then he charges wildly towards you. But Li Jun is no pushover. He blocks every one of his moves. Even the main character is surprised. Lowering his guard, Li Jun recalls the steps and steps back with his right foot. You keep your legs steady and unleash a decisive strike, activating the ultimate move. I can't move my body. He could only face it head-on, when suddenly the spear prepared to strike, and Yu Lin vanished in a strange way. Li Jun adjusts the piece of wood for the chain on his hand. The weapon can't withstand the heat anymore. Before finding a suitable spear, "I won't be able to train this afternoon." Yu Lin was stunned and couldn't believe that a kid could be stronger than him. Unable to win, he knew he had to find a way to escape immediately. Suddenly, he was punched in the mouth by the boy. Li Jun threatens, "Where do you think you're running? Maybe Yu Lin's brother can still help." "Stop right there. Those little brats are about to hurt Li Jun's friend. If they dare to harm the boss, don't think these guys will come out unscathed. You look down on everyone else. Huh. You should have brought some experts with you. Those guys are so weak I can't even sense their aura." Then they stepped on Yu Lin's foot, while the little followers just stood there watching. And Big Brother Li Jun also remained indifferent to the kids being punished over there. "Do whatever you want. I don't really care about those guys. They even used to insult and bully me." Your commanding tone here made everyone around fall silent. Li Jun demanded, "Who ordered you?" But this stubborn Yu Lin refused to say a word. "Do you think I will confess?" You calmly pick up his knives. "And if you don't speak, I don't expect anything from you either." Then Li Jun tries to scare Yu Lin into fear. "You think I fear you? I really hate guys like you. Li Jun drew a long line on the wall. You were born into a powerful martial arts organization and have always been treated like a strong man. You were just threatening and preparing to wipe out this crazy guy. But you ended up doing such cowardly things. Death is close to you, Lin. I've already lived a life of suffering just because of these martial arts, Li Jun mockingly said. Your subordinates don't know how to read the situation. Yu Lin is too fierce. Hey, take all of this and get out of here. But still, you pitied him enough to draw your knife. This guy escaped death only to plot again. Damn it. I have to find a way to survive. Killing this bastard can come later. There's no way out. Yu Lin lowered himself and begged for mercy. The training room door suddenly opened, and he was overjoyed. Even though things were a bit unexpected, you guys arrived just in time. CEO Min Sung and his security team arrived to suppress the chaos. All dropping their weapons. Anyone who dares to move again, I won't let them go. Han Jiyu finally feels relieved. Uncle, Yu Lin is cheering loudly, while Li Jun's face darkens. A moment later, a few of his underlings are tied up. Even Yu Lin the assassin was subdued. Min Sung looked at him with loving eyes. The entire academy was safe. The only one injured was Yu Lin, the assassin. So just now Li Jun defeated the Yu spirit assassin himself. Just thinking about it makes me happy. I knew the kid was strong. But this is going too far. Min Sung turned to look at Li Jun with a skeptical expression, even beginning to doubt whether the kid was truly a high school student. He was surprised to see the crazy Yu Lin suddenly laugh out loud. It was so funny. He was pleased and said, I'm glad you arrived just in time. I think I've already sent that crazy guy on his way. Min Sung warns, don't even think about escaping unscathed. But this bastard is still shameless. Is that really so important? He angrily accused the arrogant one, clearly aware that he would face pressure from his seniors and elders. Min Sung suggested to Li Jun, from now on let us handle it. Okay. You definitely won't give in to him. No. Your words made all of them freeze up. I still have unfinished business. Then, Li Jun approached Yu Lin, who was crying out in pain from Muram High School. And Li Jun punched him so hard that his teeth flew out. Yu Lin was beaten so badly that his teeth and lips were mixed up and he couldn't even speak properly. Please stop. But you not only didn't spare him, you also struck this bastard with a powerful blow again. He turns pale and whines. I know I was wrong. Isn't that enough to make me like this? What more do you want? But Li Jun doesn't care and keeps punishing this bastard. There's nothing special about it. His brothers kept causing chaos. Big brother Min Sung stood there trembling, wondering what to do now. Because in this world, strength alone isn't enough to survive. Those who harm themselves will not be pitied, and you will never know what the future holds. He just stood there, staring at Li Jun with a determined and resolute gaze, confident that his choice was always right. This scene reminds Min Sung of someone he once met. A person with that same gaze, Inja, the leader of the Golden Bloodblade sect and the only S-rank assassin in South Korea. Remembering this, he started to sweat profusely. Chairman. Min Sung was anxious. Is Li Jun finished yet? But he calmly stepped forward again. Yes. Li Jun was quite moved. And he looked pretty okay now. He suggested, let's have a private talk for a bit. Take all these people away. Stay calm and answer. Okay. A while later, in the school's backyard, Min Sung and Li Jun sat together for a long time without saying a word. Li Jun forced a smile and started the conversation first. The atmosphere was really good. I didn't know there was a place like this behind the school. Min Sung smiled brightly. This place is a secret. Only the teacher and close family know about it. You immediately figured out his test, and whatever the teacher wanted to discuss. You told Jiwoo the same thing. But if it's something you haven't asked for, then I will take my leave. Even he was surprised and said, Oh, how did you find out about that? You remain calm, because the expression on your face clearly shows it. Min Sung immediately took out a delicious snack. And then the teacher will get straight to the main point. Do you are sure about your choice? I guarantee I will give you the best understanding, an extraordinary talent. But of course Li Jun will refuse outright without a second thought. I don't want to join continuously. And he's quite comfortable with that. So you don't need to do anything about it. Min Sung uses all his words to persuade talents like Li Jun. What if he exchanges valuable items? Like a token of trust, he releases the juiciest part of the meat, the barrier or something else. And hearing this, his eyes immediately light up. Even Li Jun himself couldn't believe his own hands. The teacher wanted to entrust the barrier to me. Min Sung said casually, If I want it, I can have it. He fell silent for a long time. handing over the barrier of his own family, as if surrendering his territory to someone else, which meant weakening his own influence. Are they really willing to give in like that, anytime? Lee Jun politely took Min Sung's business card, understood, and then excused himself to go back to class. Min Sung still sat there watching his back. He only hoped that she could think positively about this. The next day at Murem High School, Lee Jun was browsing the latest news about conquering territories, seals, celestial lakes, and the 4 great clans, which are now forming alliances to seize control of the seals and celestial lakes. Just then, Ji Woo was ready too. He's here. Follow me. She led Lee Jun into a secret room. Min Sung greeted them warmly, saying, "You're here. You wonder what I called you for." And Min Sung calmly replied, "Because these news require a decision." Lee Jun immediately said sarcastically, "You're quick, aren't you? And you don't even hide it. It's pressure from the Celestial Council and the White Lotus." Then, Min Sung was a bit shocked when he looked at the ragged, ghostly figures below. The 16th family daring to go this far, even involving secret assassinations of their own kin. But you remain very calm. And the teacher also knows your family, so it's not surprising. He is very cautious but also has many doubts. These people hold power. Yet those with blood don't care about their own blood. Even with strength, you still need protection. Can you face an entire group alone? Min Sung asked Han. Are you okay? I'll act immediately. Lee Jun already jumped into his mouth and sat down. I'm fine. The matter of the village occupying the Heavenly Lake has been stirring for a while now, so you must be too busy to care about me. He tried to act normal. I already told him that. So you don't need to worry anymore. It seems this time you've changed your view of him. He's indeed a strange uncle. Even though I show my abilities. What's funny is that he still worries about me like this. Lee Jun slightly smirked. Not too bad. He asked. Teacher, I need your help with something. Min Sung was a bit surprised. Go ahead. Lee Jun is determined not to forgive those who intended to kill him. It's time to make them taste defeat and show their faces. Before that, I need to prepare the arena first. I immediately asked if you could help me spread a rumor. The sky begins to change at a certain shrine. Xianmu is practicing magic, exerting all his strength to generate a powerful flow of magic energy that surrounds his body. From where Xianmu is sitting, a burst of purple magic flame erupts, but his magic was clumsy and awkward, which made him furious impossible. Xianmu clenched his teeth. Why? Why? Why isn't it working yet? He was so furious he clenched his eyes shut, having spent 5 years trying to find a way to absorb the spiritual energy. But no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't do it. Xianmu gradually became desperate. Realizing he only controlled the formations without any spiritual energy, he reviewed his memory and checked all the formations. Only the Heavenly Lake remained. If it's not here either, then someone must have already absorbed it. This simply can't be happening. Suddenly, footsteps outside the shrine drew Xianmu's attention. He was extremely annoyed. Wasn't I already forbidding disturbances during cultivation? Sung De hesitated at the door, and because it was urgent, the disciple bowed to report. He hurriedly put on his coat and said he would listen to see what the matter was. He reports that the Heaven Pond incident has failed. Qianmu immediately opened the door upon hearing this. Indeed. This matter is beyond our capacity. He ordered the reserve team to prepare, this time bringing the 5 elements to fight with full force. Sung De nodded in agreement. Understood. And besides, Xianmu felt puzzled. What else could there be? Your report made him pause for a moment. The disciple reported that young Master Lee Jun had defeated the assassins. Xianmu turned to ask Han about the A-level killers of the Jeomsan sect. Sung De recounts the event. Yes. According to the report, he single-handedly defeated the entire group, even when the hostages were in their hands. He ignored them and focused only on the assassins. He initially just chuckled softly, but then Xianmu suddenly burst out laughing loudly as if he disliked the matter. Then he started to hint and insinuate. Is it true? Now it really seems like he's showing ambitions to become the heir of power. Thanks to that, the family's reputation spread far and wide. I just had to defend Lee Jun. But it's not quite like that. Shungdae whispers that there are rumors online claiming someone is trying to kill young Master Lee Jun, and the assassins are definitely sent by the ruling faction. That's what the gossip says. Of course Xianmu doesn't believe it. Who would spread such baseless rumors, he insisted. It's not entirely unfounded. Shungdae reveals the full truth. That actually Minguk conspired with the Jeomsan faction to assassinate young Master Lee Jun. Hearing this, he became furious. Minguk, that troublemaker. and Jianmu fell into deep thought for a long time. He looked serious. Ho Thi cannot give birth to Ho Li and Li Jun. He needs to see how much the boy has changed. He plans to verify it himself. Li Jun stood from afar, proudly watching the tiny city built by the cheering crowd. Everything was finally complete. You guess blindly, not knowing if those lustful guys are holding a bunch of people hostage and forcing them to work. It's obvious, even from afar. Then Li Jun picked up the spellbook, and it was time for him to do his own work. But I still hesitated a bit. I initially planned to use this to attract power. But can I really do it? Li Jun hesitated carefully, thinking that if the place I hide is discovered, or if someone takes advantage of me and steals it, then the best way to prevent anyone from taking it away is, then. He decisively tore the book in half, and the system announced that you have successfully mastered the Great Heavenly Dragon Chief S. Later, you can use the Datian Longjong technique, and successfully mastering this S-rank technique will earn you 5 million skill points. Li Jun pondered for a long time, feeling that the technique was rather unimpressive and not as memorable as he had thought. Li Jun thought to himself that he had high hopes for the S-rank martial art the Emperor's army desperately desired. But it was only a powerful internal energy flowing within him. He threw away the Great Heavenly Dragon Master book without hesitation, unable to believe that he was treated like prey because of this mediocre martial art. A moment later, Li Jun appeared in the classroom looking annoyed and furious. With a bright, cheerful smile. Here I am. You stamp your feet even harder. What are those people doing when you're just going to school? Don't you know? He said in a slightly louder voice. It's just a few more people. Remembering how everyone rushed at me from all directions, Li Jun felt suffocated, wondering why there were so many people following me. I am from the Gu Lin family. I am from the Jin clan. The Sinrion team has always been welcoming Li Jun. Even walking normally is too much to ask. You're exhausted like a salted fish, about to pass out. And Han Ji-hu suddenly pulls out a spear and walks away. Li Jun hesitated and asked what was going on, explaining that it was a spear and that he should use it too, as it was a gift from the student council. Li Jun felt confused. Bribe. And Han Ji-hu remained calm. Li Jun happily takes the spear in his hand. Well then, I'll accept it. Please thank her for me. She said it herself. It was quicker than I expected. I thought at least she would refuse once. If you hear that, you definitely won't let yourself lose face. Do you think I like accepting bribes? Besides, after looking at the spear for a while, the system displays information Grade A blood wound. Description: the more it darkens, the sharper the spear becomes, with a combined attack speed of 45, agility of 75, and a firepower boost of 50. Li Jun immediately changed his attitude and was quite pleased with this spear. Han Ji-hu laments. Thank heaven and earth. I've rummaged through the warehouse to find it. Hai Yu Si Jin, curious, also runs over eagerly. But what does bribery mean? Li Jun, forget that question. You don't need to understand. But I still want to know. Come on. I'm really curious. Li Jun warned this fool not to pester. Just go back to your class. Hai Yuk Jin, you two are just showing off in front of me. But wait and see. I will make you regret it. I always declare openly. You will definitely regret it. A moment later, at Muram High School campus, Li Jun sat alone on the schoolyard, looking at his phone. You keep staring at your phone and not looking up. He can't wait any longer. It turns out it's because of the message from your father on your phone. I am very eager to meet you. Li Jun is overconfident again. Being a celebrity really is exhausting. Isn't it, master? The immortal elder immediately said, you can't be more dismissive. Not sure. But I know you have your reasons to be angry. His words shattered your dreams. That's a bit much. Then Zhanmu's disciples stepped forward. Song Zhe bowed respectfully to Li Jun, the elder of the Heavenly Society. He expressed his wish to meet young Master Li Jun. Please spare a moment. At first, he hesitated and didn't want to go right away. One of the henchmen, annoyed by Li Jun's slow attitude, shouted loudly, Hey! The elder called for you. Li Jun immediately pointed his spear at his face and warned him sternly. It was just that remark that made Li Jun angry. Tian Hui insulted the direct bloodline of the guild members. So how should I retaliate for this? Sung Jie sensed something was wrong and stepped forward sincerely. I apologize on behalf of us. We didn't know how to behave. But in his cold gaze, it seemed like he didn't want to forgive that old man. Li Jun turned away coldly, this time letting it go. You all can leave. He kept trying to persuade, but the elder was eager to meet. so the boy quickly interrupted. I see. Then Li Jun glared at his disciples and said, I told you to go back already. Sung Jae was also stunned for a few seconds by that determined gaze. With no other choice, he finally bowed his head and retreated. I understand now. See you next time. Young master. After they leave, Li Jun leisurely walks around the school. Suddenly, Minzi Osi's voice echoes from behind. Surprisingly agile. Just kill them all. It's not worth holding back. Li Jun didn't want to talk to this guy. I don't understand what he's saying. Is he just mocking and pretending? Then Minza Ok introduced himself. I'm Jo Min-ok from the Sama faction. Hearing this, Li Jun began to despise them. One of the 7 demons. Ruthless butchers with no humanity. And immediately refused. My precious body is already trembling. I have no intention of joining you. Han makes false promises. I will help you become the strongest assassin. Minzi Ok tempts you. If you take my hand, you won't have to endure these things anymore. Just imagine. Everyone will become demons. Crawling and writhing like bugs. You beg for forgiveness. Isn't that what you truly desire deep in your heart? Do you remember? Han looks patient. I've said enough. Let me know when you change your mind. Minzak quickly leaves. I will be waiting. That last thing Han said touched my pride. I couldn't hold back. Li Jun, overwhelmed with rage, suddenly kicked a stone on the road. At the same time, the old fairy appeared and handed you over. Li Jun. Suddenly, Hyuk-jin jumped and violently attacked you. Jun, Li Jun shouted loudly, suddenly calling out what? You idiot. I laugh. Revenge. I already said I would make you regret it. I'm about to go training. What about you? Li Jun sadly says, just stay here. You know, today is even worse than terrible. He immediately acted like a hero. What who dares to tease Li Jun of mine, I will show them what a festival is. Just say the name. What's wrong with you? This weakling Hyuk-jin is teasing you. Li Jun, you've grown up so much that you ignore your senior, huh? And once again, Hyuk-jin makes Li Jun laugh. The 2 young friends happily walk into the classroom. The old master frowns. Truly a fragile child. He worries. How much emotion must he suppress to help that small body? Elder Xian is eager. As a master, I hope I can guide the boy on the right path. But, he pondered that sometimes, a being is easier to understand than an intangible thing. Hyuk-jin asked, Li Jun, have you finished the survey yet? Li Jun, who is focused on practicing spear, doesn't really remember the survey. He gently replies that the exam is coming soon, and you need to check which barrier you'll be entering next. Li Jun hesitated. About that. He looked away for a while, wondering where he could go, when the immortal elder suddenly appeared. Hey, he whispers, which type of martial art do you need to practice? The boy honestly replies, if I have to choose, I would pick a martial art that can be transferred to the turtle. The immortal suggested, then go to the place the master mentioned. Li Jun hesitated. Where is it? The immortal's face became mysterious. Just go to the top of Mount Hua. Hearing this, you suddenly startle. Even Hyuk-jin is surprised going to the top of Mount Hua. Li Jun stammers. Yes. If the master says so. Then let's go. Are you worried about your friend? The magic barrier in wrong no. Right. There are 5 people in the group. It's noisy. Li Jun immediately asked back. Enough already. Where are you going? Hyuk-jin confidently said. I chose to go to the Bang Thon Pass. Li Jun gently reminded him. Now's the time to worry. You're really reckless. I'm confident I'm the top talented sword in the school, so don't worry. Even the mighty Li Jun has to admit defeat to me. I know. But still, suddenly he remembered. Oh right. Then Li Jun piqued his curiosity. Does Hyuk-jin want to hear the story or not? Hyuk-jin stopped being hostile. What story? He whispered about the Thonbang trial. Then shortly after, the homeroom teacher entered the class, telling the students to take their seats, as he had an announcement. Then the teacher explained the rules. And everyone knew that the upcoming midterm exam would be the first big test for the entire grade. You will compete in groups of 5, including Bai, Thon, and Luke. If you want a high score, choose your team carefully and aim to control the higher level barrier. The teacher carefully warns the students not to get too close to the boys or they might face danger. Hearing this, the friends immediately think of the talented Li Jun and ask him to come along. Old man Tian also suddenly appeared. Who will you go with? The boy then pretended to look disappointed. Maybe no one wants to go with him, since last time he was too slow. Li Jun reminds his master about the time he abandoned his friends before. Old Master Tian also couldn't understand this strange guy. So proud without friends. So he acted tough again. It's not that he doesn't have friends. You just don't want to have any. Li Jun carelessly dismisses this matter, saying it's fine to go alone. But Han Ji-woo firmly refuses, insisting you will go with me. Li Jun once again tries to act superior. But my aunt said he can't decide for me. Yet clearly Han Ji-woo knows this guy all too well. You want to come too. Right, you act cold, but secretly, you're happy inside. We understand each other too well. Eun-bi shyly steps forward to talk with Li Jun and Ji-woo. She smiled warmly. Can I go with you guys too? Li Jun was surprised. I didn't expect her to take the initiative. Then, Li Jun thought carefully. Even though he only had an E grade, he was the top student in class 5 and very smart. So in the end he accepted the offer without any problem. Seeing that it was decided, the classmates in the classroom became noisy when they saw Li Jun accept Eun-bi into the group. I also want to go with Li Jun. Ji-woo. I'm coming too. Hey guys. Let's be on the same team. You didn't expect this either. Wait a moment. Why are they like that? Han Ji-woo doesn't seem to mind. If she were in the middle team, she would definitely be the leader. It's so obvious. She suddenly clasped her hands together, and Han Ji-woo assigned roles Eun-bi as the healer, So Ea-ji as the supporter, and the remaining person as Seo-ho. No one objected. Right. They also have no reason to refuse. None at all. Li Jun also can't help but respect her. This power truly isn't enough. Eun-bi was very grateful, and thanked Han Ji-woo for choosing her. So Ea-ji said she would do her best to recover. While Seo-ho was just a rookie, I will also do my best to lighten your burden. Stay calm. I only choose according to your positions. No need to thank me. Li Jun is satisfied with his decision this time. This team is quite solid, even if their ranks aren't high. Each person has their own abilities, and together they form a good group. Even though his own opinions weren't really considered, you are determined that this time you must be number one. So your teammates are very important. Li Jun is determined to take the top spot, as the top student will receive a special reward, the chance to choose a treasure from the school's museum. To win at least an A-grade treasure is something I must seize. Li Jun also felt guilty towards his close friend, so he had to apologize to Hyuk-jin first. This time, he would take his place. On the day of the midterm exam, the Morem High School campus became eerily quiet. Min-sung is the one directly checking the students. Are you all ready? He advised. It seems like you're all low on energy. So stay confident and don't worry. The school council is very pleased with this. Then, Min-sung advised everyone that today could be a dangerous day for all of you. I can only remind you to be careful. But I assure you, he carefully advised that once you take over the barrier and go outside, there will be a healing station ready. And of course, a reward for the top-ranked team. Min-sung guides everyone. I guarantee I will prepare everything thoroughly. Just do your best. He solemnly announces, L. Go to the chosen barrier now. Cell EAG was already wavering in their trust. I'm not sure if I should believe everything you say anymore. Li Jun quickly reassured her. Don't worry too much, just trust me and follow my lead. There's not a hint of worry on his face. If he wants to be number one, there's no other choice. Han Ji-woo whispered. Do you all agree? Team leader Eun-bi is as certain as a nailed-down post. Yes. We also promise to trust and follow your instructions. Han Ji-woo warned that if it was too risky, they would give up. Understood. And Li Jun urged everyone to go. So let's do it. Hurry up and get inside. The 5 of them have arrived at the exact location where the Elder Spirit told Li Jun a few days ago. At the top of Mount Hua, the barrier, you find the map and layout. This area will have monsters appear. This zone is split into 2 sides. Li Jun carefully calculated each step. If we go east, we'll reach the top of Mount Hua. But if we go the other way, we'll arrive at the fairy treasure chest. Our destination isn't the summit, but this very place. Clearly, you understand the situation well. The fairy maidens can't attack while they are collecting nectar on the peak, so we will launch a surprise attack and easily capture them. Li Jun reassures everyone. There's no need to worry. Han Ji-woo and I will handle it. You just support us. Eun-bi follows the order. We understand now. You order. All right. Go in quickly. Only now does the system notify you that even though they are fairies, monsters are still monsters. They are enemies of humans and must be eliminated. The completion condition is to wipe out all the fairies. The reward is increased fairy power and skill points. An urgent request from the fairy leader, the fairy must hand over a secret to someone. If you can help them with this, they will be grateful. Even Li Jun himself hesitated for a long time. I didn't expect the request to change so quickly. Same level but completely different rewards. Which one should I choose? Seol E. A. Ji saw you standing frozen for a long time and asked worriedly. Li Jun. What's wrong? Li Jun smiled casually. Nothing. I just need a moment to think. Let's go. I thought to myself, well, I can think about it on the way there. A little while later, the 5 of them arrived at the fairy flower field, where the beauty of the flowers dazzled them all. Eunbi was captivated by the W's beauty and marveled. It's so beautiful. Eunbi was already hypnotized by the W group and wanted to get a closer look. She carelessly moved closer to them. Just a little more. Just a little more. Fortunately, Li Jun managed to stop Eunbi in time, and she froze in place. He warned her not to touch the angels or risk being attacked. Hearing him speak, Eunbi used all her strength and said, I'm sorry. Why did I do that? When I saw them, I just wanted to get closer. Li Jun explains that angels can easily mesmerize lower-level awakened beings. So it's not really his fault, just don't get too close. Then he told everyone that from now on we stop arguing and watch where the angels go. Han Ji-woo felt confused. Attacking from within. Li Jun suddenly announced no. The plan has changed. Everyone was shocked and speechless. The girl, he explained. It seems the monsters inside are protesting against the angels. Li Jun announced that we will take it. Han Ji-woo felt upset. The plan changed. We weren't prepared at all. It's too hasty. You haven't used psychological manipulation yet. Attacking the gate doesn't always go as planned. Right, if we attack through the secret route, maybe we'll earn some bonus points. She feels uneasy about the secret route. Are you sure? Of course, Li Jun will be determined and unwavering. Yeah. I am sure. Eunbi hesitates. The secret route. It seems Mr. Ho's car is also influenced by your words. Really. The sky is getting sunnier. And over here, Lee Sin is fighting fiercely against the Queen's henchmen. After fighting for a while, he was getting exhausted, and the 3 of them just watched him silently. Xena felt annoyed. Are you really planning to show off your skills today? To Min, he just smiled. He's acting so crazy because of his younger brother. Right. And Jun-gyeon also had to throw in a few sarcastic remarks. Younger brother. You mean Lee Jun, Lee Sin. When these guys hit the right spot, immediately loses his temper. Didn't I say not to mention that bastard's name? Oh. Still won't let it go. Just hearing Lee Jun's name drives him crazy. Han's blood pressure skyrocketed, and my rivalry intensified every time Lee Jun was mentioned. Above all, Jun-gyeon sneered. Men with obsessive tendencies are usually not liked by women, and Han Ji-woo isn't interested in him at all. Lee Sin suddenly opened his eyes and threatened to catch Jun-gyeon. Are you fed up with life? Kid. Still keep talking back in that annoying way. Am I wrong to say that I'm very dissatisfied? If it weren't for those points, I wouldn't team up with someone like you. Taemin helplessly runs out to separate these troublemakers. Enough already. These 2 keep fighting every time they meet. Focus on the main issue. Now's not the time. Just go clean up the gate. As soon as he finished speaking, the thugs immediately charged at Taemin like they wanted to devour him alive. For Jun-gyeon, it's simple. These little brats can be taken out with a few strikes, and she'll just drop down with the fierce aura of a female CEO. Then Jun-gyeon coldly agreed. Yeah. Right now the most important thing is to clear the gate. Not some inferiority complex of his. Come on. Stop arguing. Taemin is trying to calm everyone down. Let's go. Jun-gyeon was stunned. Even someone as strong as Lee Sin would envy how much Lee Jun, the adorable kid, has grown. I promise. I have to meet him someday. Over here, Lee Jun's group has encountered the first monster. A huge, fiery Rani dragon lounging lazily in front of the 5 of them. Han Ji-woo hurriedly moved forward speechless. The Rani dragon, and even Eunbi's glasses had to come off to see clearly. Until now they had only seen them in books. Now they could see them with their own eyes outside. Lee Jun remains surprisingly calm. We need to catch it. Han Ji-woo, you have a task to do. She is confused. What is it? And you stay composed. Protect the members and the angels. Ji-woo looked uneasy. The angel, always smiling. All right then. Is it okay for you to go alone? Stay calm. It's fine. Just do as I said. She advised. Okay. Be careful. A few seconds later, Ronnie's fiery eyes slowly opened, and tiny Lee Jun with a crude spear faced this terrible nightmare. As the owner of the Dream Garden awaited you, preparing to fight the disaster alongside the wind. but he still hesitates because of the message in the system if he is the owner of the Dream Garden. So he's a fairy king, even though he's not my owner. He still pays attention to me. Doesn't he dislike his own people having a hard time? Li Jun confidently points his spear directly at its face. Whatever happens, take a good look here. Ronnie the dragon was provoked into awakening, but someone like Li Jun easily dodged its first spear. You smugly punch in. Too slow. Take this, your attack aimed straight at Ronnie's head, with such incredible strength. It's not easy for it to be defeated by Li Jun's attack. This beast roars and shakes the entire world. The Eonhwa beside her couldn't withstand its roar. Yet Ryu calmly stepped forward. Unaware, she was hit directly on the head by a falling stone. Fortunately, Yunbi and Seonho quickly shattered that piece of stone. Seol Ieji immediately cast a healing spell. The Eonhwa also fully recovered thanks to Seol Ieji's power. Li Jun felt relieved. They are doing very well. He quickly rushed down to continue fighting the Rani dragon. I have to catch up with them too. Li Jun grabbed his spear, jumped onto its massive body, and struck it. This beast isn't to be taken lightly. Ordinary humans. It blows out a gust of wind and air that creates a barrier, trapping the space. Ji Woo shouted loudly. Everyone, don't let them fall. Even the ace Li Jun couldn't hold on. He was dragged along with the dragon's body. Then suddenly, it swung its tail to send Li Jun flying 1,000 meters away, making it seem like he was defeated and lying motionless on the ground. However, Li Jun was unharmed, which was great, and he also let out a sigh of relief because he managed to block it. Otherwise, some of us would have been seriously injured. Li Jun swiftly reappears in the martial world, causing the surrounding walls to shake violently. He suddenly ambushed the arrogant runny dragon. Han Ji-woo was anxious and restless. No way. Such incredible power. What martial arts did he learn? Someday I will surpass Li Jun. She is determined not to lose. No. I can't go that far. Han Ji-woo is determined to stand equal to Li Jun. I won't give up. I will definitely surpass him. Dong Runny clenched his fists in anger. I will send you all to hell. It unleashes a decisive attack by filling the entire space with toxic gas, and Li Jun struggles to block Dong Runny's strike. This time, his singing aura burned away a patch on your sleeve. Damn it. Just his appearance is enough to radiate deadly glory. Li Jun rushes in at lightning speed. Everything is going wrong now. He's worried about his friends waiting for him below. Maybe Han Ji-woo doesn't realize it. But the others and the angels won't be able to withstand this attack. Li Jun shouts loudly. Everyone watch out. Suddenly, something inside Li Jun's bag moved and opened on its own, leaving Han Ji-woo stunned. Lam Lam playfully jumps onto Mr. Ho's car and then opens its mouth wide. Lam Lam absorbs the attack. Lam Lam quickly spewed out spiritual energy streams onto the central node. With a face full of innocence and big, naive eyes, Lam Lam quickly attacks Dong Rani with his spiritual energy blast. Even a terrifying beast like that has to gather all its strength against him. Oh my god, in just a moment. Dong Rani was knocked out of the earth by Lam Lam. Lam Lam is showing off a smug look just like its owner. His friends are also melting from its intensity. Mr. Ho's car curiously drives closer. Jun, is this a fox? Can I touch it? Li Jun had no trouble at all. Just go ahead and enjoy it. He's thrilled. I got it. Ignoring his friends throwing Lam Lam into the water, Li Jun stands in a corner, checking the system panel as Lam Lam absorbs fragments from its owner. The celestial body, its owner, is furious. The feud with the celestial body has reached its peak. A new artifact emerges, and the relationship is very unusual. You start to frown when you hear the unfamiliar keyword. Celestial body. I've never heard of it before. Could this be something I haven't discovered even in my previous life? A slight change in the future is okay, but if a completely new event occurs, it will be troublesome. The Dream Garden owner seems to like you, and your relationship with the Dream Garden owner has improved. Li Jun was quite pleased. Gaining the affection of the owner of that area's gate was indeed an unexpected gain. Stopping by once wasn't a bad idea. Seol Yeji called out. Jun, she has been wondering all along what exactly this little kid is. A fox so powerful it can defeat a dragon. He thought that lying now would only make things more complicated. So Li Jun decided to be honest with everyone and say that Lam Lam is a monster I raised. Hearing that, Eunbi ran over to hug it. Is this fox really a monster? It's so adorable. I love it. Stick on the strong black glue. Lam Lam, the little monster kid. Just enjoy it. Li Jun hesitated. But I secretly raised it. So don't tell anyone. Okay. My friends responded in unison. Of course. The Yon Walu appeared behind them. Welcome to the owner of the speed station. The Dream Garden owner breaks out in a cold sweat. The system interprets the meaning of Yon Walu's words. The Dream Garden owner wants to confirm if Lam Lam is the owner of the speed station. Li Jun stammered, "What is the speed station owner?" I immediately received the answer. The speed station owner has 10 tails. Just like Lam Lam. And there are 11 guards at the gate. The owner of the speed station is a creature with power and wind. They are the masters of the gates in the Black Zone, and are known to possess tremendous strength. The Yon Walu group pointed to the people standing behind him. And one of them was the owner of the speed station. Lam Lam. Confused. Didn't understand anything, and just scratched his head. Li Jun wondered if he had misheard about the Black Zone. He pondered and thought, oh my god, this secret is even bigger than I imagined. Li Jun realized the old man's true intentions, from the very beginning. He knew Lam Lam was not an ordinary creature. You just gently reminded him, and my master forgot a bead. Wipe your saliva, and then we can talk. The old immortal quickly wiped his saliva, while Li Jun calmly told the Yon Walu to stand up and move on. They stared blankly. You saved us. Li Jun twisted his words. Lam Lam doesn't want to kill anyone. Right. The Yon Walu group. They sowed chaos. Now they get to live. Thank you. Thank you so much. Han Ji-yu hesitated. Wait a minute. Our goal is to clear the gate. If we don't kill them, how can we break the gate? Li Jun calmly replied. We've already cleared the gate. She was stunned. Oh. Then? The system kept notifying you that you defeated the boss. And you will receive 3,500,000 points as a reward for defeating the secret boss. You have completed Emergency Mission 2, the Angel's Enemy, and your relationship with the fairy has improved. You received 850,000 as a reward. You received honey from the fairy as a reward, and the fairies want to have a ceremony with you. Will you agree? Li Jun hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Lam Lam's rank was too low to enter the area, so you can choose one of your territories to plant the fairy tale flowers. The Green Fox Den, or Yunhua's hideout. You chose directly without hesitation. I can't leave the Green Fox territory, your secret hideout of Yunhua. You have become the new owner of the fairy tale garden, rewarded with jade, gong stone, a magic period, a ladder, and 2 fairy seeds. Li Jun signaled to go back, and a while later, at Mulam High School, the campus shimmered under the sunlight as Min Sung relaxedly sat sipping his tea. He stared intently at Li Jun's team, guessing and guessing. If anything changes, their team will be the first to return. Min Sung is also worried about Li Jun's team, and Li Jun's team is quite skilled. It seems we're missing a lot of members in our team. She was exhausted. Yes. When Ji Woo informed Min Sung, Li Jun's team was already walking down the hallway casually, having already returned. You showed him the system panel. You cleaned up the fairy tale garden. 8:3052 p.m. This is what we cleared from the fairy tale garden. Even Min Sung doubts his granddaughter Han Ji Woo. Did she really clean all these things up? She firmly replied, yes, but he still wants to verify. All right. You recorded the entire process. Of course. Han Ji Woo didn't go empty-handed. She definitely has it. She handed the hard drive to the chairman, recording the entire process. From Li Jun's team entering the forest to Rani's appearance, and the moment it spat fire while attacking them. Even Min Sung couldn't believe his eyes. Is the Asian dragon hiding in the fairy tale garden? Moreover, the moment Li Jun threw his attack, the dragon's furious roar was clearly recorded. Seeing this, he finally broke out in a cold sweat. The image of the dragon roaring loudly. I will send you all to hell. Just as things were getting intense, the video suddenly cut out. That's why Min Sung was stunned for a long time. Mr. Gao gapes. Why did you cut off here? Even the kids don't understand what's happening. Chairman. A moment later, Li Jun hesitantly asked the old sage who was talking about him, feeling that his question was quite awkward, with all that happened. It was no one else but himself who was being talked about. You wonder. Master. I have something to ask, he stammers. What is this? Your question makes even the wise Tian Lao stunned. How do you know the dragon will appear in the fairy tale garden? He immediately made a quick retreat. I don't understand what my disciple is saying anymore. Li Jun was frustrated. You said that if I wanted to receive Gon Miho-san, I should go to the fairy tale garden. Why are you retreating from me? The immortal master had to reluctantly answer. I understand. Seeing him forcing himself like that, I was extremely disappointed. My master still doesn't trust me. I have tried very hard to become a disciple my master can be proud of. But this time he got caught up in trouble. No. Wait. Disciple. Li Jun saw the old immortal moved, and immediately started crying exaggeratedly. Yes. This limited-minded disciple cannot serve a master who always keeps secrets from him. I will leave now. You just comforted your disciple. Oh, I see. I see. This stubborn little fool, immortal elder, is puzzled. For some reason I can tell what kind of martial art falls from which gate. But I don't know why. Foolish Li Jun immediately believed it. Really. But then, he was hit to shatter his illusions. Master is not the fool who always tells the truth. Li Jun was tricked by his master and wants to crawl out through the hole. You haven't mastered mind control yet. Not only do I tell the truth, but I am also a true adult. The respect you have for me is greater than that for your ancestors. So where should you go next? Old master knows you too well. I knew it would be like this. He is furious. I don't want to tell him because I know he will rely on me instead of trying to figure things out himself. Li Jun just waits to play around. No way. With good information, you have to make use of it. It saves effort and achieves maximum results. Isn't that great? Tian Lao is too clever. You talk too much. You're shouting so loud. It hurts. Li Jun crawled on all fours. Always getting beaten by the teacher. I oppose violence. And the fairy wants to faint on the spot. Only able to follow behind. What are you saying? Do you want to see what I look like? At the same time, the Morem High School Council was gathering to review the students' gate cleaning video. Jiwoo solemnly announces to all the teachers that this is the end of the Fairy Tale Garden gate cleaning video. The teachers whispered in disbelief, some even feeling dizzy. Who exactly is Li Jun? Everyone else admires a young talent like Li Jun. There's nothing more to say. Only Ti-hun feels annoyed by him. Damn it, I was wrong. He was so furious he almost burst a blood vessel. I shouldn't ignore that Li Jun guy. If the powerful clans discover his energy, they'll accept it as part of their family. And then, Ti-hun was so angry that he bit his own thumb, worried it might retaliate. Fortunately, the voice of the chairman calling out stopped him from doing anything reckless. Min-sung felt that something was off and was pondering something. Ti-hun also explained. No. Nothing. It's just that I suddenly thought it's strange how Li Jun suddenly became so strong. He revealed everything about Li Jun to the village elders' council. Ti-hun is determined to bring him down. Li Jun was once a third-rank martial arts student, Samji Jongbyub. But suddenly, he used a completely different sword technique. He suspects that maybe he was supported by someone else. Deep down, Ti-hun is trying to cover his tracks. But since he's already involved, he figures he might as well go all in and try to ruin Li Jun's reputation as much as possible. Honestly, this makes no sense. He single-handedly entered the boss monster's green zone, which even Chairman Li Dae, an A-class expert, would see as too dangerous. Then Ti-hun listed all his reasons. I suspected a third party was advising Li Jun, but President Min-sung immediately dismissed it. Enough. In the end, he still misunderstood what he meant. Your point was that a third party had fed Li Jun the poison of succession and taught him martial arts. So from the very beginning, Li Jun already had such great potential. Every word Min-sung says hits hard, and it seems that Kwang doesn't see the potential that Li Jun's teacher recognizes in him. His words make the entire hall fall silent. Min-sung smiled. What about the other teachers? At the same time, in the fairy tale garden, Li Jun stepped out from the teleportation gate. Is everyone doing well? The Yeonghwa group warmly welcomes their benefactor. You're here. They enjoy circling around you. We are living very well. The owner of the Golden Domain is excellent. The atmosphere here is completely different from what we have known. Li Jun asked Han. That's good to hear. Do the island soldiers bother everyone? The Yeonghwa are grateful. They are very kind to us and very easy to get along with, wherever he came from. That Taegu guy just appeared. If the fairies need anything, just tell me. Even Li Jun was surprised by how quickly he turned his back. That guy. He must have done so because he knew the fairy was stronger than him. Right. Old Immortal gently advised that this is the importance of handling problems. He can survive anywhere. You should learn from him. Seeing this scene, you also feel a bit more at ease. There's nothing to worry about here anymore. Taegu respectfully bows to the master. Goodbye. A few minutes later, at Muram High School, the noise from the schoolyard drew Li Jun's attention. The teachers and Min-sung were whispering anxiously about something. Li Jun curiously asked Elder Xian what was going on that made the president and teachers so worried and noisy. It must be something big happening. He eavesdropped a little, just to listen in. Min-sung's face darkened. Is that a sign of the gate's disturbance or a malfunction? And what about the connection with the kids? The other teachers are also anxious and uneasy. There is no disturbance. It seems no monsters have broken out, so it's not a problem with the barrier. We tried to contact the kids but received no response. 2 other teachers are anxious. And the gate is secured with iron chains, so we can't see inside. Another teacher warned that the students inside are heirs of major families like Aohyun and Shin Jaeok. So if anything happens, it would be a big problem. It's all because of the chaos caused by the teachers that Chairman Min Sung can only lament and complain, facing constant difficulties in every exam, but forcing the kids into dangerous situations just because it's the era of the strong, while adults only stand by and watch. Mr. Buk-suk is truly pitiful. Min Sung had no choice but to give in to all the conditions. There's no other way. We will postpone the midterm exam and form a support team from the school. Although we can't enter the gate, we must be prepared for any situation. The other teachers have all received orders from above. Understood. Lee Jun, overhearing from upstairs, also suspects something is wrong. It seems Lee Sin's group is in trouble. You hesitate, wondering if any of this has happened before, in your previous life. No one died or got hurt. Lee Jun feels both relief and worry. It's good that Lee Sin is in danger. But Jun Gyeon is there too. Lee Jun is only worried about one person in the Lee Sin team. Bae Jun Gyeon, Baek Hyen Kin's sister, who always cares about me. Or rather, always teases you. Checking out her new technique. She gave it to me. Just 10 seconds. She never gives up. She tortures me to death. You pondered. But it's a different kind of pain from being ignored or insulted. Lee Jun recalls the moment when Jun Gyeon protected him from the bullies, telling them to stop picking on Lee Jun. Only his sister is allowed to do that. And he even blanches at the thought she's the only one who can. But Lee Jun felt that something was off. It didn't seem right. Then he just shrugged it off, thinking that since she was Hyuk-jin's sister, maybe they should meet up sometime. A few minutes later, in the forest where Lee's group was fighting, unfortunately for them, the Queen of the Divine Lizard personally came to battle. Her lizard disciples roared non-stop. Lee was sweating and panicking. Damn it. We have no information about the Queen of the Lizard. And Jun Gyeon, sitting beside him, kept mentally tormenting him. Does he want to die like that? So it's Jack Smoke that caused all this. Because he killed the Queen's child. He's only doing what he wants. And now the whole group is in danger because of him. They say we believe in dark rumors, so he's out of options. I just want to break the gate quickly, so don't bother picking up anymore. Jun Gyeon figured out Lee Sin's plan. I understand why you're doing this. You're trying to appear untroubled. Fearing that Lee Jun might outshine him, he was caught off guard and stayed up all night. While T Ming stood nearby, quite sensible, and stopped. I have an idea. He is fully committed to the plan. Hiding here will only get us caught sooner or later. So now I will unleash the strongest martial arts attack on the divine being. Actually, T Ming is quite smart. I've seen it. All those lizard people are trying to protect the queen. When they change their focus, let's head to the central outpost and prepare again. He noticed that Lee Sin was hesitant and didn't want to carry out the plan. But T Ming still lifted everyone's spirits. Let's go. We must safely complete the exam. At the same time, at Muram High School, the area where students are taking their exams is carefully guarded. Where did Lee Jun suddenly jump out to ambush the bodyguard? In just a second, the gatekeeper was knocked out by him. The old master was shocked to see his belongings stripped from the guard. Do I need to do anything? Clearly. Lee Jun knows his limits. Interfering with another team's exam is forbidden. I just ensured Jun Jeon's safety and will leave immediately. You try to use your magic to open the gate. But instead of opening, the system keeps reporting errors. And the owner of the green zone is attempting to break in. Entering another area will bring the wrath of the gatekeeper. Will you still go in? You decisively choose to agree. I will go. Despite the constant warnings from the system, Lee Jun paid no attention. Forcing the door makes you an enemy of the owner of the Twin Pond. It only took a few seconds for you to arrive at the Twin Pond. Of course, someone like Lee Jun, who broke the rules, has been locked out. And the owner of the Twin Pond has activated the privilege to prevent intruders. The owner of the Twin Ponds can use the skill of differentiation. The owner of the Twin Ponds, you can use skills. You suspect. Branching out is a skill of the God of Time. And bursting out is a skill of the Queen of Time. Do they always appear together? At the same time, Lee Sin is leading the fight against the Queen of the Divine Realm, while the twin princesses take the lead. And the King of the Divine Realm attacks the intruders at the gate. Moreover, If Li Jun's unauthorized intrusion is discovered by the Queen of the Divine Realm, he probably won't escape unscathed. On the other hand, the Queen of the Divine Realm protects her underage descendants. He has understood her attack pattern. The Queen of the Divine Realm will not intervene unless someone harms her children. Li Jun immediately dashed forward like the Prince of Wind. Sensing something was wrong and needing to check quickly, he jumped from tree to tree at lightning speed. With no hesitation at first, suddenly, he stopped at an ancient tree. And below, Li Sin's group was crawling on 3 legs and 4 claws. Li Sin and Choi Tae-min. He hesitated, wondering why only the 2 of them. Li Sin's team was temporarily safe from the Queen of the Spirit Realm's attack. Is this really the best way when the exhausted and powerless can't run anymore? He still refuses to accept himself or is just cowardly, throwing us as bait and then running away. Wouldn't it be better to attack the Queen of the Divine Realm together? Taemin worries, taking a long time to reach the entrance through the underground tunnel. And there's no guarantee the monsters won't catch us. Ga can only raise his voice to threaten that Li Sin. We are also running out of energy. There's no other way but to survive. Pretend to attack, then retreat. Understand? He finally knows what's right. Got it. Li Sin frowned, causing his eyebrows to knit together. Yes. The most important thing is not them, but our lives. But not long after, the goddess of time and her disciples arrived and surrounded the 2 girls, looking muscular with fiery eyes. Calm down and stop worrying. Jungion, leave me behind. You don't have to. Jungion calmed her frantic mind. You should sit still instead of talking nonsense. She's furious and losing her mind. Only a fool would trust them. Jungion recalls the moment those 2 brats abandoned them. Where did you go? Those bastards took advantage of their strong bodies and escaped on 3 legs and 4 claws. Sorry. We have to survive. And besides, that Li is even weaker than a sea creature. I will avenge you all someday. The angry queen of the lizard god immediately ordered her disciples to attack. She shouted loudly, "Come on. You damn lizard gods." But before Junjian could act, Li Jun suddenly attacked the first divine lizard. It was immediately defeated, leaving her stunned. You walk confidently through the puddle. Luckily I arrived just in time. Then you ask Han if she's okay. Junjian froze for a few seconds, unable to believe her eyes as she saw Li Jun approaching with 2 treacherous traitors. Jun, Taemin and Li begged to be beaten unconscious by him. Junjian hesitated. What are you doing here? Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly collapsed. It's very dangerous. Fortunately, Li Jun caught Junjian in time. Carefully. He smiled kindly. Take a rest for a bit. I'll handle the rest. Li Jun hates that thing so much. Even though he knows they're despicable, meeting them in real life makes him even more nauseous. And he had planned to secretly deal with this. But he can't. He decisively swung the spear straight at the face of the snake gods. Then, Li Jun challenged. Instead, you must become my punching bag. The serious warning system indicates that the city owner of the Forbidden Zone is showing hostility towards the Swamp Lord, who is on alert for you. Health, 236 out of 300. Stamina, 238 out of 300. Strength, 250 out of 300. Speed, 240 out of 300. Special item Eternal Energy, 495. Out of 1000 Mental Strength, 300 out of 300. Reputation, 2000 Promise. Relationship with the Eastern Paradise. Extremely hostile. Mimic. Obedient. Fairy. Intimate. Status. Combat power plus 50. All elemental relationships, plus 70. Magic resistance plus 35. Eternal energy recovery plus 15. Technology tree, points 9. 680. 000B. You still calmly calculate to easily face the king and queen. It's best to distribute the stats. With my extraordinary abilities, Li Jun easily dodged the first head of the divine disciple. I have 9 points to distribute. I can raise 1 stat to 135 if I focus on it. Next, dodge the second attack. The advantage of the rolling god master is speed. So, to deal with the king and queen, it's best to quickly raise it to 300. After boosting his stats, Li Jun jumps out of the swamp, quickly gains plus 60. Stamina increases by plus 30. A new item is unlocked, and his power increases by plus 40. Then he suddenly soared into the air, surprising the demon rolls. And Li Jun charged down like a god. He drove the spear into the ground, scattering spiritual energy that sent the rolling gods flying high. And suddenly Li Jun frowned. On the other side, the mighty rolling demon attacked with a giant wooden spear. but he quickly blocked it. In that moment, Li Jun's spear flew wildly into unconsciousness. A spear. He rushed in to grab the spear, and the Divine Wheel warrior took the opportunity to strike. But he's too foolish, attacking recklessly, and by the time he swings his sword, no one is there. That little rolling god was distracted by Li Jun's voice. Not as easy as expected. He floated behind it, and Li Jun immediately charged down. You initially knocked away the golden rings from the demon lord, and Li Jun clenched his teeth when he saw the demon queen with a golden shield rushing in. It's real. At that moment, he had to fight 2 against 1, causing the system to display multiple notifications. And the defense of Queen Rolling Habasa increased by 100. The defense ability of the goddess Rolling Habasa increased by 100. Habasa used a fury explosion. Eurogun used a destructive attack. Li Jun also lost focus because of these data, but you quickly regained your composure and charged down. The queen's generals all dodged. After using her weapon for a long time, she was exhausted like a ripe banana. The defensive ability of Queen Habasa's divine roll decreased by 100 after using the fury explosion. The defensive ability of the divine wheel Queen Habasa decreased by 200 due to the aftermath of the fury explosion. You're pleased with yourself. Now the queen can't do anything until she recovers for a certain period. Li Jun takes the opportunity to attack first. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The divine wheel of strength roars in frustration as it realizes it's at a disadvantage. At this moment, he was standing on the swamp. Li Jun just slightly smirked and stomped the river wave to attack the divine wheel force golem first. However, your small spear can easily block it if you gently draw your sword. The weakness of the god of rolling is his vulnerability during his transformation. After analyzing the psyche of the divine wheel, Li Jun channeled spiritual energy into his spear, apologized, but declared that he was the true target. He quickly pierced its belly, causing the spiritual energy to shoot straight into the sky. Moreover, from the divine power point of the divine wheel, spiritual energy forms arrows that shoot towards the queen of the divine wheel, and she hasn't even had time to counterattack. But in just a few minutes, Li Jun cleared the twin swamp gates. You have erased the twin swamp, and received 500,000 points as a reward. Cleared through the secret passage. The double reward points have been activated, and you have received 3,750,000 points as a reward. A few hours later, at Muram High School, the teacher's convoy sped back. Min Sung stepped out of the car, still in shock. What just happened? He was stunned and fell backward when he saw Li Xin's group using their ultimate move to trap the boss while the 2 girls couldn't even lift their heads. Min Sung quickly runs over. You're badly injured, but you're alive. Emergency help hasn't arrived yet. Xina is also worried about her friend. Jun Jian has collapsed from exhaustion. He felt something was wrong. The gate was closed. How did you get out? That bastard Li Xin took this chance to run away. Manager, help us. Min Sung looked confused and puzzled. What's going on? Xina is extremely resentful. They used us as bait to escape. If it weren't for that person saving us, Jun Gion and I would have been killed by the monster, she said frankly. I plan to inform my family about this and make it public. Min Sung was curious about who saved you two. But of course, at that moment, Xina was lying unconscious, so she hadn't seen who it was. He waited for you two to wake up. But right now that's not important. Get up quickly and let's go to the hospital. After Jun Jian got into the ambulance, Xina was still standing there. She turned back and casually glanced over those 2 traitorous bastards. Li Jun, sitting on the rooftop, also had to admire. She's quite sharp, he guesses blindly. I think she realized I didn't want to reveal myself. And the old man isn't surprised either, since there's still a funeral to attend. That cautious kid indeed. Li Jun anticipated the situation of those 2 little brats. The Forbidden City, with its poisonous cliffs, and the bloodline family tied to Jun Jian. Both are quite influential families. They won't let this slide. You look down at the bustling city streets, curious about how the divine power and the Supreme King will appear. At Muram High School, Li Jun, worried, has gone to the hospital to visit Jun Gian. Finally, she made a sound. And you spoke. Your friendly personality is enough to make you a good person. Hyuk Jin suddenly appeared and shouted loudly. Hey, catch Jun Gian. I heard your sister is injured. Li Jun saw how panicked he was and reminded him that Jun Jian was sleeping. Shin, don't make noise. He's really pretending. Are you serious? You also look stunned. Hyuk-jin was furious when he saw his sister was the victim. The gate had issues. Li Xin and Taemin used others as bait to escape. Yu also froze for a few seconds because of his rebellious nature. Hyuk-jin stepped in and scolded those guys. Li Jun was stunned to see him leave right after arriving. Where is he going? While Hyuk-jin walks away with the demeanor of a CEO. Go and take revenge on them. Seeing him suddenly like that, Li Jun quickly stepped back. There's no need to do this. He widened his eyes and shouted at him. If I don't do it, who will? But then Hyuk-jin had to calm down and stare intently at Li Jun sitting silently. Let me warn you because you never know what might happen. Hyuk-jin was also stunned. With this mindset, was he trying to overpower me? I knew Li Jun had become stronger, but I didn't expect it to be this much. He was confused. Could it be that he had found out who hurt her? Jun Gyeon suddenly spoke, making Hyuk-jin gape. He looked worried. Are you feeling better? She just woke up and hasn't regained her senses yet. Where am I? Hyuk-jin whispers quickly. The school infirmary. Jun Gyeon gets up. Poison. How is Xena? Is she hurt or not? Li Jun immediately reassured her that if it was that kind of poison, it would be fine. Then took a deep breath. Really? That's great news. She suddenly widened her eyes. Wait. Hold on. Jun Gyeon hurriedly distorted his face. Jun is your sibling. Li Jun teased. Who else could it be? You look like you've seen a ghost, she exclaimed in panic. You managed to get through that gate. Hyuk-jin wasn't surprised at all. The gate was already open, and he honestly just saw it open and ran in. Jun Gyeon's head was pounding. Oh my god. I still have so many questions, but I'm too tired now, she said gently. Then rest a bit longer. Only to wake up and see Hyuk-jin had arrived. So I'll be going now. Hyuk-jin was surprised. What's wrong? Can't you stay a little longer? But Li Jun was determined. The two of them talked. Guests who aren't invited should leave. The boy left, leaving a silent atmosphere between the two sisters. He immediately turned around to check on her and said, You should be friends with decent people now. Are you finally seeing clearly? Jun Gyeon also got annoyed. Acting like you wanted to hang out with those guys. Jenna invited you to join. And then everything happened. Hyuk-jin warned that in the future, don't get involved with the divine family and the defeated king anymore. The relationships between the families are no longer what they used to be. Hearing what he said, she was stunned. Is Jun also like that? He explained. Li Jun was abandoned by his family. He is an exception. Jun Gyeon still has many doubts. So that's good, yes. And one more thing. Even Hyuk-jin is curious about that. Is it true that Jun has become stronger? She was confused. I know. What medicine did he use? I only know based on what my friend told me. According to Jun, it seems that a teacher taught him martial arts. But that teacher is the one who made Jun stronger. Hearing that, Jun Gyeon's eyes lit up. What kind of teacher is he? Does he inherit all of his qualities from him? Hyuk-jin sprayed some strong glue. I only know that much. She feels so disappointed in her brother. He's useless. Who helped him? Who gave him the power for Jun to have that strength? I really want to meet that person. Even Hyuk-jin himself is hesitant about Li Jun's anonymous market. If he's the one helping Jun become so strong, he must be on par with his grandfather. At the same time, at a convenience store, Li Jun's group was celebrating their victory, congratulating Li Jun for securing first place in the midterm exam. While they were chatting happily, Li Jun suddenly teased his friend for fun. Today, Hyuk-jin paid. Everyone eat a lot. He was so confused. What? How did it come to this? You said you'd treat everyone. So I came here. Li Jun. You're lucky to be second. I could have taken that spot. What are you saying? Everyone was having a great time. You know. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were fixed on Hyuk-jin. Hyuk-jin, out of options, had to accept it fine. I'll pay. Meanwhile, Mr. Ho's car is trying to finish the last bites. He hasn't finished eating yet when he's interrupted. After eating, go up to the rooftop. Hyuk-jin saw Li Jun stand up and immediately looked excited. Jun, where are you going? You're just acting cold and aloof. Going to the bathroom. Li Jun casually glanced at everyone, then left straight away without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, he approached Han Ji-ho, who was eating something, and asked to try a piece. A few hours later, at Murim High School, Li Jun kept staring at the news on his phone. Attacking Ho Chon-jung, another failure. The endless collapse of the divine power and the battered king family. The family has broken through the invincible gate with just a sharp sword. Professor 20 from the university believes that in this invasion of Ho Chon-jung, The divine authority and the fallen king have lost. Xiao Ho also appeared on the rooftop just seconds later. Li Jun calmly said, "You're here." Xiao Ho stopped acting like a bull with a hat. "Why did you call me? Why not sit with everyone else?" Then he threw a pile of magic stones to Mr. Set. "Xiao Ho, here you go. Take it." "Mr." Xiao Ho panicked and reached out to catch it. "This is magic stone. Why are you giving me this?" He carefully examined the shimmering pile of magic stones in his hand. Li Jun kindly offered it to him as a reward for following my orders. Even Xiao Ho couldn't believe his eyes. "Is it really necessary? You seem happy." "I am very pleased." Shi Gonghe. "But it's too much. 1 gem is enough." Li Jun foolishly laughs out loud. "All right. Magic stones alone are not enough. Just keep stuffing items into his hands without caring if Xiao Ho needs them or not. Take this one." He's holding a martial arts book but hasn't even come to his senses yet. Eong Ho wouldn't dare accept such valuable items. So, as for the martial arts skills of the Ha Bak Bang family, Li Jun immediately dismisses them. "Don't tell me it belongs to the Bai Vuong family. If we're talking about martial arts in the martial arts novels I know, that's the martial arts of the Ha Bak Bang family." It turns out Li Jun has his own purpose too. "That's enough to pay for hiring you." The sky changes to a different color at the Great Land. Kang Yu asked Min Guk if the family residents of his clan didn't appear today, whether it was related. "Sincerely, please forgive us for him being busy training with my younger brother, as he has entrusted all authority to me, so the meeting can still go on." Min Guk hesitated like a ship in a storm. First of all, regarding the events during the midterm exam. Of course, Kang Yu didn't care about those trivial matters. It's okay. Just clean up Chondong Lake, and the kids' problems will naturally fade away. Then he lowered his face in confusion. Kang Yu emphasized that this time other tribes are joining us too. "Got it. For Min Guk, these things are just trivial. As long as I get the extreme water ice, everything will be fine." He has achieved his goal, and now rests. Motivated and determined, this plan will surely succeed, and the two of them will work together in cooperation. Min Guk was also scheming in his mind. This time he had to get the secret to improve Ki Hyong's condition, while Kang Yu remained cold and certain. He smiled a strange, eerie smile. In an abandoned desert, He Xiao sat cross-legged, focusing on controlling the spiritual energy within his body. Li Jun was amazed. "This was the first time I witnessed the rebirth of that magic. Truly miraculous." The immortal elder was discussing. The amount of magic released was quite large. Any monster that consumes it could instantly become a fairy. He nodded. "Lucky that He Xiao followed my instructions." So naive, as if seeing magic for the first time. "Oh, are you a monster?" They listened to the senior. The flower succession, and a wave of pride rises, which is quite surprising. Li Jun pondered silently. He Xiao was originally a simple kid, so I didn't pay much attention. But what would others think when they see this? He looked serious, with a bead of sweat on his forehead, and the spiritual energy continued to surge. He Xiao stepped closer, checking how he felt inside. Still nothing. Just a hollow sensation within his body. Li Jun held out a book in front of him. Now that he was leaving for the car exam, he hesitated. "Is it okay to take it?" You smirked and threatened. So He Xiao had to take it immediately. "If you don't want it, return it here." He sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy swirling within his body. Li Jun clapped his hands, congratulating him on acquiring an S-rank skill that even the imperial family could not possess. He Xiao suddenly knelt down, making him startle. With a very sincere look, he said, "No one has ever treated someone like me this way before." He Xiao lowered his head, deeply grateful. He had given me the courage to become stronger. He placed his trust in me. I will be completely loyal to repay his confidence. After hearing that, Li Jun was a bit surprised but finally smiled kindly. He gently reminded him not to forget these words. "As I will pass on many things to you," He Xiao shouted out loud, hoping that was the case. The sunlight reflected through the glass window of the tall building. Li Jun put his hands in his pockets and walked down the school corridor. Master Tiet frowned. Is that all he's come for? He was satisfied. Of course, it's not easy to find a well-behaved kid like He Xiao. He also has to agree. Yeah. He has good muscles. If trained properly, we can make use of him, Li Jun praised. At first I only intended to give him combat skills, but he's too smart, so I want to find some other skills as well. Tiet Lao teased. He's too fond of him. He turned to the fan, thinking about what skill it represented. Li Jun replied, I want to give him the Emperor's Chariot. Tiet Lao sighed. Do you know how to get it? Because the more I think about it, the more I blame you. Lee Jun walks up to a crowd of students watching something interesting, while Mr. Jun stands in front of a group with a calm expression. He clasped his hands together and said, "We are honored to meet young Master Lee Jun. You stand opposite." "What is this about this time?" Jun replied. "The boss wants to send a few words." Lee Jun turned away and opened the classroom door. "I don't want to hear it." Still, he relayed the message that the boss is involved in the struggle for the succession. "You complain. I can't take it anymore. Is there something wrong with his legs? No matter how much I provoke him, he just sends his subordinates." He then continued, saying that the first task was to participate in attacking Lake Chanjun. Lee Jun objected, saying he had no intention of competing for that position. "You stand there still. A member of a family with mental strength that cannot ignore the boss's orders. Should I answer that I am a member of that family?" Lee Jun slammed the door shut, ignoring the calls from behind. Master Lee Jun. He sat at the table looking tired but indifferent. Lee Jun propped his chin up. "You're really good at making me angry. Dad, you're like a pawn in Jianmu's game, but I guess I have to play out the game my father created. It's so annoying." Lee Jun pondered silently, wondering how to escape his father's control and the family that created this trap. Han Ji-woo entered with a puzzled look. "What's going on with the atmosphere in the class?" You suddenly turned around in surprise. And she, Eun-bi, and Seo Yeji gathered at the classroom door. Lee Jun stared intently at Han Ji-woo. "Han Ji-jo, there is a place called the Wonderful Land, and that is Cheon-di Huang." You hurriedly approached Han Ji-jo. "Can we talk for a moment?" Lee Jun looked mysterious. "This is a very important matter. I mentioned before, don't worry." She remained expressionless but seemed hesitant. Han Ji-woo stepped forward. "Follow me." Leaving the two girls with puzzled looks. "Is it something important?" The schoolyard is spacious, sunlight filtering through the green trees. The two sit on a bench, and she asks, "What do you want?" Lee Jun looked serious and told the chairman, "I agree to that deal." Han Ji-woo was stunned for a moment. "Serious, huh? You surprised me. I guess it's because of divine power, right?" she asked cautiously. "What do you want to do?" Lee Jun explained calmly. "I mentioned before, what I need is exclusive access to the gate." Han Ji-woo crossed his arms and said, "So, Lee Jun, I need your name." "You're confused. Why would it be my name?" She closed her eyes slightly and said, "You need to justify your entry into the Divine Tree family. If I let you in without reason, the assassins will react violently." Lee Jun replied, "I understand. Things to know when joining the Divine Tree clan. There is a very common rule in the clan to support those who become assassins. That is an exclusive portal. The recruited assassins hunt through the portal and share the earnings 80/20 with the Divine Clan." Lee Jun hands over a business card and suggests establishing a relationship where we can support each other as assassins. Han Ji-woo accepts. "Good," Lee Jun pondered, realizing that this was another rule different from today's era. Valuing blood relatives, she is busy texting her friends. "I have to tell him now. You seem a bit down. But there is a pretty big advantage." Lee Jun suggested that to build a good relationship in the future, "I will help you solve a problem within your family." Han Ji-woo was still engrossed with her phone. Lee Jun patiently explained, "You know, the assassins recruited have been embedded into other clans." She sat up in shock. Stunned. "Also you. How could you?" Lee Jun continued. "Lee Hunza has connections with Paewang Donga, while Baek Dejun is connected to the Shin Le-uok family. He must find a solution at all costs. But he cannot." "Right." Lee Jun offers a bargain. "I can give you the blood of solitude, the thing sought after for many years in the divine realm." Han Ji-woo, before he could recover, was hit again. "No way. Does he really have it?" Lee Jun looked across and down as if communicating with his eyes to the elder. He turned with a smug look. "You could say that." The white porcelain cup was neatly placed on the table, along with a steaming hot cup of tea. Han Ji-woo and Min Sung sit facing each other in the office. His face is reflected in the teacup. Is Ji-woo real? She sits upright and says, "Yes, Lee Jun, you understand the situation of your family." Min Sung slowly stroked his chin in thought. "The assassin is actually connected to a different faction. I tried to prevent it from being exposed. But in truth, what should I do?" Han Ji-woo added that they said they would share the blood solo technique with us if we allowed them to join the family. After hearing that, he looked pleased. Lee Jun is the one holding the secret technique. So wouldn't that mean Lee Jun would suffer even greater losses? She slightly narrowed her eyes. Knowing Shinji could spread the special information at any moment, what they needed was support. And that's what she had to overcome. Han Ji-woo looked up and asked, "What do you plan to do?" Min Sung pouted. "It's obvious, isn't it? Remember Lee Jun's support later on." Cut to the desert, where the clear blue sky is perfect for cultivation. Lee Jun. Hands on hips. "Oh my. Someone has arrived before us." Under the palm trees, Hee-sul sits cross-legged, diligently practicing cultivation, with his eyes closed and pure spiritual energy emanating from him. You frown. "You can't train everywhere. I have opened an information portal in a virtual room. How do I get through that gate? It's like you're the only one living here." An old man Qian beside you also said, he's happy to see someone training so diligently. Suddenly, Li Jun's eyes lit up. What is that? He was amazed when seeing Hee-sul's magical power. Is it because the magical energy was overflowing from the gate? He didn't realize he had reached level 2. He drifts nearby explaining. Yes. His pure and sacred soul. In other words, it is completely different from the pure magic existing in the House of the Guardian. It is called aura. Li Jun suddenly felt the intense spiritual energy emanating from his brother. Pure magic spreading throughout the air. But I think I also have the ability to help him. Elder Teet glared and said, "So I told you to just train here. Don't bother going elsewhere." And you replied casually, "Yes. I understand. I will increase my stats a bit." The system displays the stats, technical points 8, 680, 000B. Physical ability 236 out of 300. Divine power 268 out of 300. Strength 295 out of 300. Agility 300 out of 300. Classified as special. Internal attack 495 out of 1000. Mental strength 300 out of 300. Reputation 4,866. Li Jun's reputation is calculating. Almost at AA level. If all stats are raised to 300, can it reach AA? He wondered which to increase first. The girl holding her thoughts. Then decided to raise all the stats to 300. Li Jun turned back confused and asked, "Why are you laughing?" Tiet Lao covered his mouth and said nothing. "Do whatever you want." He flew back and forth with a sarcastic look. "Can you do it?" "Really planning to do it. You look annoyed but try to stay calm." "Can you stop and ask me instead?" Elder Teet appears haughty. Threatening. "You shouldn't have that attitude when asking for help." "Right." Li Jun reluctantly kneels. "Master, please teach this foolish disciple of mine." He scrolls down. "And you should feel lucky because your master is too kind." "Master Tiet, there's no need to use all your points. Each innate power is enough." You ask again. Innate power. Li Jun pressed the system panel. Internal strength increased by 15. And a new category has been unlocked, followed by a notification that surprised him. You have achieved 5 stars. Donjon has been unlocked. Li Jun's body trembled violently. Eyes wide open. Spiritual energy erupting like a waterfall. The system displays a notification that the internal energy in the donjon is beginning to seep out wildly. Watching his heart pound like a drum. A warning. His chaotic mind is gradually exploding. Li Jun coughed into his hand, his face contorting like a sour lemon, and spat a mouthful of bright red blood onto the yellowed ground. Li Jun's face was blank. If he continued, he would die. He clenched his teeth as if enduring an unbearable pain. Li Jun clutches his chest. "No, I can't die like this. The system warns your endurance keeps increasing. Your voice sounds like it's about to explode from this incredible power. The system keeps ringing. Rune Donjon has been expanded, and the limit of endurance has increased. All abilities are increased by 50, gaining new body enhancements and restoring internal energy that had been depleted. Finally over." Li Jun raised his hand to look at the 100 insects. Froze for 5 seconds, then collapsed to the ground. "Dead." Tiet Lao asked, "What does the 5-star upgrade feel like?" Li Jun sighed, feeling dizzy as if he was about to die again. Helpless. Now only Sang Donjon remains. The boy tiredly asked, "Do I have to go through this again?" Master Tiet said something that made Li Jun's face change even more. "But don't worry. It's a distant future for you," he reassured. And Li Jun sighed in relief. The system screen appears, showing physical strength. SS-Rank. Description: a rare blessing for those who love to fight. You can anticipate your opponent's moves. With an additional 100 combat power and 100 instant resistance, Li Jun's eyes are now brighter than car headlights. Incredible. 100 combat power and 100 instant resistance. If Dung Donjon's strength is like that, what would the next level of Donjon be? I am delighted. Every time I see him, I wonder what kind of person my master is. Master Tiet is proud. He is a martial god who has reached the ultimate. And I am Pachion. After hearing that, Li Jun had to admit defeat, extinguishing his respect in an instant. It's also a kind of talent. He looked to his side, and Hizo was still practicing. He gently encourages, take a rest for a while and then come back. The scene shifts to golden sunlight shining on tall buildings. With a crowded schoolyard full of students, the loudspeaker crackled to life, announcing the second-place winner of the record-breaking exam. Minseong let go of his hand, congratulating you on your second place. Hyukjin shook hands with a smile and said, thank you. Li Jun confidently steps forward. Then the top scorer in the exam. Please come up. He shakes hands with each person, congratulating the highest scorer. What reward would you like? Li Jun, you just wait. I'll let the teacher know when we get to the museum. Jiwoo tilted his head and called out. First, second, third place. Please follow me. The tall buildings stretch endlessly, and the top students are taken to the Grand Museum. Eunbi is nervous. What should I do? What should I do? What should I choose now? Han Jiwoo smiles. I really enjoy it. Hyukjin, feeling bored. Just pick something without thinking. What are you choosing? Jun, you hesitate. What was I thinking? Li Jun suggests that Hyukjin check if there is any glowing pattern on the sword's hilt at the middle of building number 2. Then choose that one. He is surprised and asks why. You explain that the object at that gate was used by someone named Zhong, and it's better than the sword you're currently using. Hyukjin rushes over. Really, he is startled. How do you know that? Li Jun remains calm. I was taught by my master. Hyukjin warmly puts his arm around him. Great. Then I have to get it. I only trust you. Li Jun helpless. I understand. Go get your reward. The vast museum echoes with his voice. Meeting Soha again, the group stands in front of a heavily secured iron door, with Min Sung leading the way inside, revealing countless valuable treasures. He is generous. Go ahead and each pick what you like. Everything is kept in glass cases, from ancient notebooks to sharp swords, shining with gold and silver. Eunbi raises the staff. It looks really cool. So Eiji is curious and exploring. I like this one. And Seoho's eyes are shining. I choose this. Suddenly a shout. Wait a moment. Li Jun crossed his arms with a mysterious look. Everyone stop. He looked super cool. Dropping everything before I changed my attitude. At Muram High School's item warehouse, Minseong distributed an item to each student, and Eunbi received the gloves. So Eiji stops scrutinizing the yin-yang acupuncture needle in her hand and takes it. The last one is Seoho, who receives the red cloth. That path is contemplative. Truly excellent. The gloves match the strength of the female sect with powerful yin energy. The yin-yang acupuncture needles and the red cloth are very suitable for So Eiji and Soho. Li Jun always knew what those items were. She's really very perceptive. Li Jun carefully notices Han Ji-woo standing empty-handed. Then he points to the sword stored in the glass case and chooses it. She is extremely cautious. Wait. Swords are weapons that all the insect-like creatures avoid, if not handled properly. I could get hurt. And above all, I have never used a sword before. Li Jun had to make a comparison. Han Ji-woo. I ask you, between strength, weight, and practicality, which one do you want your sword to have? Of course, Han Ji-woo would choose the easier one to use. I would prioritize strength to use it comfortably. But then you immediately let go of your hand. Then Li Jun resumes his lecture, saying satisfaction doesn't come from swinging a sword quickly and powerfully, or from the endurance of the whole body. It must be based on usefulness. You explain to her that a sword is the most versatile weapon. And if those two things are combined, are you curious about what might happen? Over here. Hyukjin is pretty excited about the item he's assigned. Look at this, Li Jun. Isn't it cool? You're already full of yourself. I could tell just by looking that it was made for me. Do you feel the energy flowing today? Or what? Li Jun also has to stop touching the kid. Hyukjin immediately pinched Li Jun's cheek and fantasized about power. Your master is amazing. That's how you knew to recommend good stuff to me. Right. Li Jun suddenly raised the hammer. I choose this one. You gasp. You, Hyukjin, was stunned. Someone actually picked that discarded thing. You think I'm stupid? You introduce me to good stuff. And you sacrifice using trash to give it to me. Really, Li Jun was panicked when he saw Hyukjin grabbing his leg. What are you doing? I swear on the mountains and seas. I will become stronger to protect you. And Li Jun, the troublemaker, just keeps shouting. Let go of me. And look, the system notification board, equipped with an A-level cover, explains that it is not just a magic stone, but also a hammer capable of breaking a 1,000-year-old path. Infinite potential, capable of unleashing 100% of its inherent power. A tool used in metallurgy, with unlimited speed and efficiency. From the beginning, you knew the purpose of this item was truly miraculous. Then, Li Jun analyzed the hammer's psychology. According to the explanation, it is just an ordinary forging tool. Is this really the key to breaking the dung circle? I feel uncertain. The gate is an unpredictable place. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes from the hall. Inside, Li Jun is venting his anger wildly. Li Jun. Li Jun. Han is so furious he punches through the wall. All because of that bastard. This loser only knows how to blame others. If it weren't for him, I would be the top scorer in the midterm exam. No matter what useless things appear. He really is a brother who is losing to his younger sibling. Li Jun can't bear the burden of the family anymore. My studies have also been suspended because I damaged the family's honor. Now trapped in this dark cave and unable to do anything. Suddenly, Han's door burst open. Jian's bodyguard was sent to inform Li Jun that it's time to go out. Sir, Han wondered. Has it been so long? How's everything outside? His next words reopened Li Jun's wound, as the master allowed Li Jun to compete for the air position. And Li Jun also fought in the third attack on Ho Chandong alongside you. Han's eyes blazed with anger. Why? Why did Dad make me fight that useless guy? Moreover, the bodyguard deliberately provoked bloodshed. So Li Jun must have caught his attention. Perhaps Li Jun is stronger than you. Crazy Li Jun was about to attack the bodyguard in the Great Hall, but he was quickly subdued. Han, you're already embarrassed enough. What are you saying? How can someone who hasn't inherited bloodline be stronger than me? I don't want to explain anything further. It's just my guess. Maybe. Since the bodyguard said it, he has to say it all the way. And Li Jun has touched Ma Kong. Li Jun quietly asked, Ma Gong. I don't know which side this bodyguard is on, but he seems to say everything that comes to mind. Those who are not heirs can only become stronger that way. Hearing that, he hurriedly ran off as if he had caught a clue. Yes, Ma Gong. It must be him. I need to tell my father right away. But I immediately stopped this rebellious guy. Is it really necessary? The bodyguard warned that if you handle the matter directly, your father will definitely come to see you. He then took out a precious gem. I have prepared it for you. That gem shines brightly inside the tin box. This is the power I desire. Li Jun was initially stunned. The power I longed for, however, he quickly grabbed the item just a few seconds later. At the same time, the live broadcast is showing the upcoming clash of the clans. The third attack on Lake Chandong that everyone has been waiting for is finally here. The host reports that, according to the spokesperson of the assault team, the attack on the gateway is happening in real time, with many people rushing to the front gate. He introduces each character one by one, including the Li Jun and Bi Wang clans participating in this attack, followed by Xin Ziji and Cho Hokyung. This battle includes veteran members, and also signals a level of brutality never seen before in history. This is a massive attacking army of 200 people, with a total of 800 from each family. Once Li Jun has power in his hands, he becomes more arrogant than ever. A sudden bullet flies straight at him. Li Jun easily crushes it like Tran Kwok crushing an orange. Everyone is extremely angry after that test. Retreat, retreat. He felt his pride was insulted. Those bastards, when Mr. Jun stepped in. Even if they were told to be careful by the boss, suddenly everyone shifted their gaze elsewhere. Oh, it's Wang. Take a picture. Li Jun, please look over here. The fairy elder was surprised to hear the name Lao Hoak. Wang. They say you. Please explain. Yes. I uploaded a video of me attacking the fairy garden at school. Li Jun smiled, saying that was the nickname they gave me because I was holding a spear. You give it to me. Huh. In that case, Liang would suit better. You seem naive. So that green badge has already been used by someone else. Suddenly, Wang's voice called out, Jun. Hyukjin and Li Jun keep causing a commotion whenever they meet, and Li Jun is overwhelmed when Hyukjin's sisters push him down. Hey. What are you doing? Let me go. Even you had to call for help. I can only get up after she stands up first. Jun is determined to keep these two kids hanging there. Dream on. Why stand up when you're comfortably seated? Your muscles should be firm. Yours are so soft. Just then, Han Ji-woo walked by. You fools. She could only run over and pull the idiot Li Jun away first. Oh. I thought I was going to die before even getting through the gate. Suddenly, Li Jun spat at him. Han stared at Li Jun. Then Li Jun pretended to care. Just forget it. Take care. You're deluding yourself again. Are you worried about me? Wake up already. That weird Li guy quickly turned away. Do whatever you want. Ho Chon-dung will be your grave. Li Jun felt exhausted. Oh my god. He talks like a defeated villain. Why is my outfit like this? A few days later, the clan confrontation was about to begin. Li Jun stands among the crowd, approaching the teleportation gate. Blinded by the light from the spiritual energy of the gate, in front of Li Jun now is a snowy world. You have entered Lake Chon-dung. The system reports that the owner of Hoengan Din is on alert for you. Li Jun was already overconfident. Ever since Lam Lam became the owner of the Forbidden Zone, the owners of other gates have been wary of him. It doesn't matter. He'll wipe out this place anyway. Dagong solemnly introduces himself. I am Choi Daegong, commander of this 3rd assault team. I'm sure everyone here is already aware of the strategy, so I'll skip that part. But there are a few things I need to emphasize. He warned that unexpected things always happen inside the gate. Moreover, Daegong also revealed the lurking dangers. Dying halfway through is normal. So if you die, it's because of your own weakness. Remember that. Among those students, only Li Jun looked him straight in the eyes without a hint of fear. Lean Nin hot. At that age, he still shows such fiery spirit. Blaming others, he's Choi Tae-min's grandfather. Even the old master is proud. And the master is happy because his disciple is so famous. The system introduces information about this challenge. The Invincible Gate. Ho Ngan Din. Where at the initial stages, monsters will appear in various regions. In shallow waters, with a level green monster, Nappa. When you defeat all the pawns, Nappa appears in many places, and a gate leading to the next stage will open. In just a few seconds, the roar of beasts has already echoed from Hoengan Din. And Li Jun, the young master, has taken down all the divine lizards, sending them flying away. Han is pleased. Even the Tepshu guys dare to challenge him. Huang Jun is also there to protect Li Jun. Our goal is to ensure the young master can relax and enjoy himself. The disciples all agree. There. Only Li Jun is sitting and watching with boredom. They use their internal energy recklessly because the raid is being broadcast. And in the later stages, if they run out of energy, what will they do then? Suddenly, a terrifying spirit worm attacked you from behind. Han Ji-U's spiritual sword quickly struck, forcing the spirit worm to retreat. She split 2 people in half and swung her sword blade slicing past Li Jun's cheek. Han Ji-U looked worried. Are you okay? Are you using your body? Hey, I almost died just now. Han Ji-U. She didn't even bother to care. Whose fault is it for being careless? Li Jun immediately blushed and ignored it. I'm used to wielding the sword more skillfully now. Han Ji-U honestly said, yes, a little. Still a bit difficult. But now I can swing it faster. You sweat bullets when you see the blood on the floor. And in that moment, you didn't feel Ji-U's sword approaching. Then Li Jun shivered at the memory of her blood flowing. It was incredibly fast. Even someone as talented as you has to admire her. No wonder they always call her a genius. They stood together, chatting for a long time. The students from different clans had already cleared the first few obstacles at the lake. Daegong stood on Bok Mountain and sighed. They say that the true essence of divine power is all within the Heavenly King group. And they are not exaggerating. He is somewhat worried about his grandson's abilities. Tae-min and the Black Tiger Squad also fight very well. But Shi-Heung Jun still has a lot to improve compared to the leader of the Heavenly King. Daegong paid attention to Ki-Heung Jun among the gods that time, managing energy, inner strength, and support skills properly, highlighting divine power without showing his own strength. And with a bit of luck, he could reach AA level. This old man seems to have misjudged the talent. It's a pity he didn't recruit him before the Divine Power Clan. And then Daegong rolled his eyes in the opposite direction. He underestimated him. Li Jun. That kid is pitiful. Instead of using the family's martial arts, he roams around with just a spear. It's just that Daegong can't understand why Li Xin and Tae-min say he defeated the divine person once and subdued him. He judged a person just by looking at a spear. I still can't quite picture it. While Li Jun was happily teasing Han Ji-U, stop cutting us off, or I'll cut out your tongue. Daegong immediately guessed wrongly, assuming it was just some cowardly trick. He looked serious and asked, do you think you can survive after messing with the Lord family? A few hours later, Tepju's gods were all defeated by these students without a single one left. Daegong steps forward proudly. Well done. We've safely cleared the first stage, he announces. Let's move on to the second part. The system immediately displays upcoming data. The second stage of Ho Hongan Peak, with a series of traps and creatures. A large river formed from divine water. Each drop weighs 1.6 tons, and you must safely cross the small stone bridge connected along the flow. If you do not step on the stones according to the designated patterns, countless creatures will appear. The system warns that anyone attempting to cross the bridge will be killed. The warning system states that if you make a small mistake and fall into the water, or if you go into the water to escape the creatures, even the strongest awakened will face immense pressure. The emergency alarm system will activate, and they will be crushed and disappear without a trace. The old immortal looked at the shimmering water flowing in front of him. Oh, there's also this celestial water here. I wonder if my master's place has celestial water too. Mr. Toy smiled and replied, of course there is. The heavenly water is also the habitat of the 10,000-year-old golden turtle I raised. You hear that and wonder. A 5,000-year-old golden turtle. Isn't it a legendary creature? And the immortal elder puffing out his chest bragging. Yeah. A turtle with its entire body made of gold. He was just showing off. I planned to catch it to make a medicine, but it looked too adorable. So I kept it. Li Duyen, on the other hand, thought differently. I don't want to die. So if it were him, I would do the same to survive. Over here, Dagon orders all to prepare and instructs Commander Hun Quan to set up the formation. Hun Quan obeys and seals the spells. The formation is established, and each contestant is equipped with the same skill, increasing water resistance by 30%. He encouraged everyone. Is there anyone willing to go ahead first? The students remained silent, saying nothing. Dung Jian suddenly reached out, drawing all eyes. Her determination burning bright. The Sun Thiet Gorm family will lead the way. Dagon is talking nonsense. So send someone ahead, but she already jumped in. No. I will go myself. Dung Jian proudly declared that no one in her family is a coward. My grandfather always told me to set an example. And he also had to use stronghold gel. Dagon muttered in her mind. This sharp little girl. But outwardly, she still had to pretend to be civilized. I really am close to enlightenment. Well done. Good luck to you. Elder Dian hesitated. Are you just going to stand there silently? Isn't that your close friend Li Dung? Wasn't surprised. Don't worry. He didn't care and turned away. I will find something. At this moment, Dung Jian boldly stepped forward first. She doubted life itself, thinking that if she stayed on the stone too long, it would cook. Dung Jian was confused about what to do next. If she stepped on the stone for about 2 seconds, she would fall into the water. She quickly leapt from one stone to another. Suddenly, Li Dung's voice rang out, causing Dung Jian to involuntarily turn around. Sister, listen carefully to what I am about to say. Carefully guide her step by step. Look at the pointed rock protruding in front of her, and stop there. Dung Jian also follows the instructions. Immediately, water columns rose up to block the way. She started to panic, but Li Dung quickly reassured her. Don't panic. You control your mind so Dung Jian can receive that voice. I will gradually guide her on how to cross. Pass this message to the other members of the Sun Thiet Gom clan behind. She frowned, thinking she would have to reveal how she knew about this later. You be honest. Fine. Seeing this, the other students immediately ran after. Even De Gong couldn't believe his eyes. How was it possible that everyone from the Sun Thiet Gom family crossed the bridge safely? He was stunned by the scene before him. Even the top-ranked assault teams 1 and 2 struggled with the random water columns appearing here. Why is that? Suddenly, De Gong realized something. Understood it. There is a mechanism. The Sun Thiet Gom family must have figured out how the water columns work. He immediately blamed the old bastard of the Sunsteel clan, knowing the tactics but not revealing them. The system announced that the Sunsteel clan had all crossed safely. De Gong leads our group. Now it's our turn, he shouted loudly. Remember the mechanism. Hold on tightly to it. Timin. Retreat quickly. Understood. And they also quickly got through this gate. Li Jun stands with his arms crossed, looking on confidently, as if he's about to be extinguished soon. Just as you predicted. Someone from the family is walking by when there's movement beneath the water. He instinctively looked around without noticing the water jet rushing toward him. And within seconds, he was struck by a lightning spiritual energy beam and disappeared. Even Jungmin and Dagong are stunned. A spear thrusts forcefully into the lake, water splashing wildly from the center of the surface. Even Dagong couldn't predict this incident. A sudden explosion, he shouted loudly, signaling as countless members of the family fell like dominoes. All rushing past the gate, the frontrunners rushed to the shore recklessly, leaving the others behind. Dagong was in utter panic. This was the final mechanism. It was about to be over. He widened his eyes in shock as the remaining members of the family successfully reached the shore, only to be struck down suddenly by lightning from above. The noble families barely managed to overcome this challenge. Seeing him struggling like a fish out of water, Junjian parted ways in pity and asked, "Are you okay?" But this arrogant bastard is just a coward pretending to be tough. No problem. He's grown big, and there are about 50 people still alive, including the injured and the hesitant ones. Dagong could only mutter turtle and bastard as the students watched intently as the clans fought each other. Everyone was in chaos, unable to bear it anymore, wondering if this was a strategy or a last stand. And if we couldn't take it down, what would happen next? All were stunned, watching what was happening to the Lord's family. Meanwhile, at the Thousand Peaks Lake, Dagong shouted angrily, making everyone present turn pale with fear. "Then who's next?" Minguk stammered in shock. "Who's up next?" Li Jun calmly replied. "I will go." The old man was surprised. "Huh. What do you mean to do? We are not ready yet." But what Minguk said next was revealing. "I'm not going with you. I'm only with the Divine Power Clan. This old man, who's ungrateful and unreasonable, is forcing me without cause. I forbid you. You must come with us." Actually, Minguk is just worried about public gossip. Usually I wouldn't care. But now that they're filming, I can't ignore it. If Li Jun doesn't go with them, they will suspect the Divine Power family. Li Jun sighed and said, "I was just about to suggest it. Why are you panicking?" He looked at his friends who stayed behind. Li Jun turned back to look at Han Ji-woo with a trusting gaze. She also received his signal and nodded. Han Ji-woo put a hand on his shoulder. "So we'll go ahead. Li Jun will go with your family." Li Jun didn't hesitate either. "Fine." He shrugged as if rejecting her kindness. Clearly, Li Jun has assessed the danger this time. With a certain number of people crossing the bridge, the model mechanism will move on to the next stage, and the Lord's family will suffer heavy losses because they did not notice the stage-by-stage change in the model. You carefully plan each step, and with 200 people from Sun Thiet Huang and 50 from the Lord passing through, we need about 250 more people to cross for the mechanism to enter the third stage. Everything is under Li Jun's control, and the Divine Family can only pass through safely. Li Jun reminds Han Ji-woo, "You've seen what happened to the Lord. Don't rush. Move slowly, and you'll reach safety like Sun Thiet Huang. Trust me. I act confident. I know. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have gone this far." Han Ji-woo remains confident in his choice, even if it is not based on personal trust. Trusting Li Jun based on past experiences is reasonable. She may be cautious, but she still easily dodged a few punches. But how could Li Jun know Ho Engan Din's tactics? Han Ji-woo feels confused. He provides us with useful and beneficial information, but he doesn't trust us. She still hopes, just like I believe in him, that one day Li Jun will trust me and tell me everything. Han Ji-woo successfully led her family to safety, exhausted from running a long distance. Hyuk Jin hurried over worriedly. "Han Ji-woo, are you okay?" But she responded very coldly. He was concerned. "Has everyone arrived yet? Are there any injuries?" Han Ji-woo feels relieved that everyone has arrived safely. Dagong, eavesdropping on their conversation, is furious. Why did the Divine Power Clan all come through unscathed? It's too unusual that only we suffered such heavy losses. There must be some conspiracy behind this. Of course, Li Jun is no exception. The Divine Sword Clan has already reached safety. Now it's our turn. The system announces that only 50 more people are needed for the mechanism to change, and the final stage will be the most difficult. You're now somewhat cautious. The most dangerous time is when the mechanism changes midway. Does that matter? Li Jun thought to himself, I've handled everything before, I just need to use the portal. I should also go back and encourage my people. The Divine Power family is safe now. We can do it too. Old Immortal narrowed his eyes and looked carefully, sensing something was off about that guy. He was surprised. Huh. Who is that? He pointed directly at Li Xin, who was smiling wickedly among the crowd. Old Immortal sensed something was off about him. I felt a familiar energy from him, but I couldn't pinpoint it. Keep an eye on him. Not long after, members of the Divine Power Clan also stepped forward. Suddenly, several ordinary trees rushed toward them, preventing Min Guk from acting. Luckily for him, Hong Jun quickly released spiritual energy to break the few ordinary trees. He soared ahead of Min Guk with a tense expression. Hyung Jun asked him, Are you okay? The old man hesitated. Min Guk underestimated this challenge from the start, thinking it would be easier than he imagined if they could pass safely at this speed. But Hyungjun wouldn't let them get through so easily. Suddenly, movement appears from beneath the water. It's just the beginning. Meanwhile, the Divine Clan group hasn't even reached halfway through their journey. Old Man, seeing the dangerous situation, could only shout loudly to stay calm. Don't panic. Pass through the water columns and keep moving. Thanks to the power of the gem, Hyungjun saw these water columns as nothing more than trivial obstacles. The Saku group materialized from the water column, leaving him stunned. It immediately lunged forward. But Hongjun, protected by his grandparents' shield, managed to escape death. He quickly dodged and kicked the spear to break it. Only then did the Saku emerge from the water column. Lee Sin was stunned, only able to stand frozen before the three-headed, two-legged creature with 6 packs. This monster, the Kwai Nzgu. Lee Sin froze in shock, wondering why a level red monster like the monster fish appeared here. It should only be at high-level gates. He managed to stand and watch the Saku rushing to attack him. Min, although exhausted and weak, remained sharp and used spiritual energy to ride the waves, then threw them far away for thousands of meters. Old Man, are you okay, Lee Sin? You're lucky to be so foolish. Kid. Min-guk rallied his spirits. The water columns had settled, and they fought together to escape. Suddenly, the two of them broke out in a cold sweat. It only took a few seconds for the members of the Divine Power family to be split apart. With no one left alive, what's going on? Min was stunned and fainted. We were attacked because no one noticed the monster fish hiding in the water columns. But even so, the damage is just too much. The danger still awaits them. But exactly what attacked the Heavenly King team remains a mystery. The last resort was to have the merfolk shake the water surface to avenge their fallen comrades. It, with its powerful body, stepped forward. The mid-level worm monster Saku appeared. Saku, furious, used dark energy to tear through space. Emitting a guttural sound, its howling roar makes Min-guk and the others unable to endure it. The water magic attack power of the monster increases by 30%. Its water magic attack speed increases by 30%, and its speed increases by 50% when splashing water. Lee Jun happily watches as, in this 1,000-peaked lake filled with water, the terrain advantage makes the monster fish even more formidable than a red-level monster. You're waiting for the drama to see what you'll do to handle this worst-case scenario. Suddenly, the system turns red. The system panel displays data. The gatekeeper's features have been activated. The opponent's defenses are disabled, and the catastrophe feature has appeared. The unique ability of the primordial divine spell, the Divine Shock, has been activated, and its passive ability has combined with the catastrophic abyss. He was stunned, wondering why the passive skill Kin Fa was activating now. But why at this moment Lee Jun stared blankly at the group of Sakus. For some reason, the situation has been reversed. Saku is on alert for the owner of the Forbidden Zone, and the monsters are afraid of the owner of the Forbidden Zone. He was so shocked he froze completely. He should have attacked the powerful noble family. But instead, he just stood there watching them. Only Lee Jun's voice echoes in its mind right now. Why did you all run away? They are standing right in front of that person. Your voice keeps echoing in my mind, making me so scared I turn pale. Just attack them. Charge in, known as the monster fish, but so weak that it fled. Saku ran away out of fear for you. Breaking an unprecedented record, you stayed up all night because your plan failed. You received double the reward, earning 2 million points as a prize. Lee Jun could only look down at the Masiva mountain lake. These fish. You have earned the title. The Gray-Eyed Assassin. Luckily, you also gained quite a bit, so there's nothing to be sad about. This title is impressive. The Gray-Eyed Killer. S-Rank, meaning you instantly defeated a red-level monster with a single glance. The effect of the targeting part on the monster fish is a 200% boost. Water system defense is increased by 100%. But that doesn't make me happy. Old Man Qian kept provoking. Many members of the Celestial King team and Divine Power survived. Lee Jun's eyes nearly popped out in anger. That's what I mean. Jun Jion here is discussing with everyone, not knowing when the monsters will return. We should move further away before drawing the magic circle. Han Jiu also hesitated. I think so too. Doing this won't cause more damage. Jun Jion suddenly announced something unexpected. First, I want to check a few things. Does everyone find this confusing? What do you mean by hesitation? Then he jumped to conclusions. It seems someone among us is trying to sabotage our team. This old man is generalizing everything. It's strange that our noble family suffered 150 casualties. Over 50 Divine Power Clan members died. But what's unusual is that the Bloodline family and the Divine Weapon Clan suffered no losses at all. Hearing that, Kang Ji-woo freaked out and said, "Are you suspecting us?" But he still continued to judge. Although I don't want to admit it, everything seems too coincidental. So my suspicion is completely justified. The old man is furious and ready to intervene. While Jun Jian remains calm and stops Kang Ji-woo, "We came here to help dismantle the gate as requested by the Bloodline clan. But instead of respecting that, you're accusing us." Dagon continued to ask crooked questions. "Fine. Then answer my question. How did you know the mechanism at the Thousand Peaks Lake?" She started to reveal her flaws. Han Ji-woo saw Jun Jian spray glue like that and immediately stepped in to intervene. "Very rude. Even if you are Choi Dagon, the wind blows down the house. You still cannot attack us without evidence." Dagon was embarrassed by her. "And although I don't have the evidence yet," he stomped his foot hard. "But even his stomp made everyone unsteady. I can make you confess to a crime." He threatens. "Let's see the result." Dagon stands tall to see if he's right or we are. Jun finally steps in to help. "Enough," Dagon scoffs. "How dare you interrupt an elder? You're just trying to prove you're nothing but an illegitimate child. But you're not to be underestimated either." So he immediately retorts, "Oh, sorry. I should be more understanding, given my age and mental instability. I had to intervene because it's truly sad that the attack leader doubted his own allies. He was called scheming and glared." "How dare you?" Li Jun continued to mock. "I also don't want you to die of anger. So let me give you a hint. You suggest that since it seems like we're just bothering each other, why don't we split up from now on? You can do things your way, and we will do ours. It doesn't sound too bad." "Right. Your suggestion is so reasonable that the Dagon family members have no words to argue back." He also had to reluctantly agree. "Fine. I accept. I just absolutely refuse to miss out on this big opportunity. But Li Jun belongs to our family." Dagon was too exhausted to continue questioning. "Enough already. There's too much unnecessary stuff. Right now, clearing the new gate is our priority. You have to change your plan." I intended to keep him close and eliminate him when the opportunity arose. But I will have many chances to do that later. Dagon discussed that we will mainly explore the sea caves in the west. Li Jun also agreed to cooperate with Old Man Miumo. "So we will check the Bangha Mountain in the east." You think to yourself, what a fool. The sea cave was already explored in the first and second attacks. I didn't expect them to choose the dangerous uncharted area. And the old man even acted encouraging to his team, wishing them luck. As for Li Jun, he's just as bad, wishing the old man bad luck. A little while later, he and his friends arrived at Bangha Mountain and shared a steaming bowl of soup together. Han Ji-yu looked confused. "Is it really okay for you to leave the family like that?" Li Jun calmly replied. "That's my plan. The sea cave is much more dangerous." "Thank you. I'm just trying to survive." "Clearly, you have calculated everything carefully. The true habitat of Saku and the monster fish is Bangha Gorge. Moreover, Li Jun knows all the characteristics of these monster fish perfectly. If they realize he's here, they'll retreat back to the Thousand Peaks Lake. But the sea cave is a different story. You understand completely. The owner of that place is Nagoshi's nemesis. They are terrifying giant spider monsters that emit chills instead of poison. Li Jun just needs to sit back and enjoy a hot bowl of soup. Sneaking into their lair is like offering fish to a hungry cat. I'm warning everyone. Listen carefully. There's a shortcut to the fourth section of this canyon. It requires a special item to get there, and I have it. Li Jun clearly assigned everyone to cover for me. Jun Jian widened his eyes in surprise. "Really? Where did you get that information from?" When she asked such a difficult question, he immediately looked pale. I got it from the dark world." Jun Jian also has to listen. "Alright. I trust you." Li Jun quickly takes a shot of hot sake after escaping the ordeal. Thank God. Suddenly, he started coughing violently. "Hanju, what did you put in here?" Jun Jian asked, just as he was about to speak. "It was the green pineapple. The Bangha Valley is getting more snow and everyone has gathered here." Jun Jian scans the situation and realizes this is where the monsters are. So it's best not to let their guard down. Li Jun is as certain as a nailed-down post that it's nearby. She looked confused. "It's just a frozen lake." "You emphasized." "I told you. There's a shortcut." Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across. The flags in Bangha Gorge are lowered to signal a full-scale attack. Hyuk Jin panicked. "Li Jun, and Jun Jian shouted loudly, "Li Jun, what are you doing? If it makes a sound, the monsters will find us for sure." At the same time, Kang Gi-woo shouted out loud, "Something's happening. The Shaku are ready to fight the two clans. The monster fish has appeared. Han Ji-woo gets ready to fight. Everyone is prepared. He's not scared at all. They won't do anything." The Shaku suddenly darken their faces. Li Jun charges forward with the hammer like a god. He struck a blow that broke the water and revealed the secret passage beneath the ice. Long ago, there was a legend that began on the day a man shattered the invincible Thousand Peaks Lake. The man mentioned is a craftsman of the Tree Yu Dok clan. The secret path that Li Jun discovered was also thanks to this hammer. While everyone else was panicking and searching for the next route, he tried to repair his weapon, and the sound of the hammer striking caused the ground to open up. It was actually the path where the glacier's water was stored. After you forcefully strike the hammer down, a crack begins to glow, causing the ice to break apart and everyone to scatter. "Watch out. It's collapsing." Hick is in utter panic. "Jun, what are you doing?" But Li Jun still stands there calmly like a CEO. "What do you mean? Just follow me." "You don't understand what he's saying." "What?" "You say to follow him." Suddenly, Li Jun jumps into the water, leaving everyone else behind. Jun Jian is terrified. "What's going on?" Han Ji-oh is panicked. Did she just fall in? That idiot Hyuk Jin stupidly jumped in and had to follow blindly. "Hey!" Jun Jian also had no choice but to signal everyone to go into the water quickly. The others also jumped into the water, following Li Jun. Only then did she realize that this wasn't heavenly water, just ordinary water. Jun Jian looked up at Li Jun and Hyuk Jin floating above, waving his hand to signal everyone to follow, like schools of fish swimming together behind their leader. After a while, Li Jun finally managed to lead everyone to safety. Exhausted like overripe bananas, dragging their heavy steps onto the ground, Jun Gion is exhausted. "Please, Li Jun, can you warn me before doing something? I feel like I'm about to fall out. Yet you're still joking around. You even apologize. But surprises are always fun," she snapped. Adding a few more surprises could really lead to a murder. The two clans followed the diamond path into a giant cave. Li Jun announced, "We have arrived," he explained. "This is the secret route leading to the boss's room." Everyone started whispering excitedly. "That's right. How did he know that?" Li Jun confidently steps forward to check the door. He warns everyone to step back. "It's dangerous." Li Jun quickly and skillfully strikes the door with a powerful blow, and in an instant, the gate to the secret path finally opens. The system announces that you have discovered the secret route and earned 550,000 bonus points. You lead everyone further inside. Jun Jian muttered to himself. All of these are Manasau stones. Even Hyuk Jin was stunned. "I've never seen so many stones at once." Han Ji-woo approached to examine the stones, with such a bright blue color. They must be highly valuable. Each one is worth at least 1,000,000. Li Jun figured out what Ko Lin Hoon-hu was thinking. "If you want it, just take it." But she's too cautious. "I don't have a superpower. And you're still trying to read minds. Others are trying too. There's no one here with teleportation skills either. With so many stones, it would be a waste to leave empty-handed. Keep going. We can kill the boss first and come back later." Jun Jian is worried about the whole group. "But Jun, do you think we have enough people? That's the boss of Hon Din. Should we call more people?" Nothing can stop Li Jun. "No. Enough already." Jun is always there. He sternly faces Kim Kwai directly. At this moment, the boss of Hon Din has awakened from a nightmare. It cannot attack us. Meanwhile, at the sea cave, Dagong's group was surrounded by Nagoshi, and one family member had already fallen into their trap. "Get out of the way." He clenched his teeth and tried to save him, but it seemed fate was not on their side, and the unlucky young man was quickly overwhelmed by the Nagoshi, attacking him fiercely. Dagong was sweating bullets. The Nagoshi finished eating but were not satisfied, immediately attacking the remaining people. Minguk shouted and retreated, while Ming also became panicked. "No. All the exits are blocked. My spine is freezing." The 200-member exploration team has been reduced to half. Meanwhile, the number of Nagoshi continues to grow steadily, and the Nagoshi, in the blink of an eye, have appeared to prepare to devour Minguk alive. However, Dagong remains fearless. "Li Minguk, are you full?" The old man is being overwhelmed by the spider swarm. What he insisted on asking, "Answer me through the messenger god. Do you have a regression stone?" Minguk hesitated, then nodded. Yes. Of course. I also have one. Dagong gets into a ready stance. Then get ready. I believe we should use our subordinates as bait and use the regression stone. The kind of stone this old man mentioned, the regression stone, is a one-time item that can save your life at a critical moment. It's an extremely precious emergency item created by a wizard clan from abroad. Minguk, trembling like a dried twig, holding the regression stone in his hand. So ordinary awakened elders rarely get a chance to touch it, and only the major figures of noble families who venture into dangerous gates can obtain it. The old man is scared and wants me to use it now. Minguk hesitates. Just us. What about the others? Do you want everyone to die together? Dagong stared in shock. Is that what you want? His unwavering attitude made him bow his head. But that's not what I mean. Dagong distorted his spirit. I know what he's worried about if all divine power is gone. Your position in the family will also fade away. He stepped forward and whispered in his ear. But you can rebuild everything. I will help you. I will do everything just to survive and get out of here. Minguk has a shell again. Please. Remember to keep your promise. The disciples of the family are fighting fiercely. They turned around and saw Dagong and the two bastards quickly leaving with the healing stones, ignoring their teammates. Dagong. Are you abandoning us? Heartless and unfaithful, that's how he is. Yet he still pretends to be a loving family man. One day, I will definitely avenge you all. Then those three bastards will disappear without a trace. Bad people only know how to wait for death. Even Hyung-jun, who once saved Minguk from being swallowed by falling stones, was mercilessly abandoned. I can't believe it. What should I do now? Just then, Woo Ji-won ran over, shrinking back, and Hyung-jun didn't know what else to say. Lee seems to have a pretty good impression of you. I still have one last thing to do. If you die, she will definitely be sad. You should go in my place. Woo Ji-won is putting on a show to the end. Leader. But in reality, he's just pretending. Thank you so much, leader. This crazy guy left for a moment without even looking back. Everyone's morale has been shattered by the Nagoshi attack. Now it's over for us. We will meet our end here. Hyung-jun rallies everyone's spirits. Heavenly King, listen up. You ignite the fire. Don't forget. Our mission is to serve the divine family. Hyung-jun shouted loudly. Now we will go to find out if Lee Jun is still alive. He encouraged everyone to take up their weapons and fight. Those who fail will not be forgiven. That's why everyone is losing their momentum. We will follow you to the end. Leader. Lee Jun suddenly froze on this side. He looked grim. This is, as the elder explained, the energy of the Hoang Fu clan. Lee Jun fell into deep thought. No one knew how to wield the divine power of the Hoang Fu clan except his father. Although Lee Sin is also learning it, there's no way he can control such powerful energy. Suddenly he remembered something. Wait. There's one more person, the leader of the Heavenly King team, who started as the vice leader of the Divine Fist Alliance. Finally, Lee Jun also remembered this important character. Shi Hyu-jun. He was still confident in his own thoughts. But there was something strange. Nagoshi alone wouldn't be enough for Shi Hyu-jun to unleash his full power. The immortal old man can only guess blindly. Maybe it's something else. Lee Jun is already predicting like it's real. After all, the boss isn't attacking. Why don't we go try? Hanju, who wondered where he was planning to go, and casually replied, just looking around. The old man also found it puzzling. Wait a minute. Who is the boss of this place that hasn't revealed themselves yet? Truly unusual. Lee Jun muttered unconsciously that maybe she couldn't leave the water because she was giving birth to a proof. And since she was called the 1,000-year-old Kim Queen, the fairy old man threw a tomato at her ear. You suddenly stood up. Startled. Is something wrong? And I feel like I'm being insulted. I told you already. My pet is a 1,000-year-old Kim Queen. And now, Lee Jun just remembered that the master said, your mind is as tangled as a spider's web. And hey, don't think that the master is considering this boss as the one he raised before. Logically, it can't be, since more than 1,000 years have passed. Moreover, you probably picked it up from a faraway place in China since you were alive. The immortal old man sneered. Hey, who do you mean is Chinese? He confidently reaffirmed his status, saying his master was a bunch of men from great and mighty Goryeo. Lee Jun shouted loudly. Huh. Jun. You just stand there and sing. Jun. Is something wrong? You didn't notice that only you saw the immortal old man, so you got embarrassed. It's nothing. Lee Jun couldn't believe what he was hearing. Isn't the man from Goryeo supposed to be the strongest in the Moram world? He confidently asserted. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, you wouldn't know. If Xiao Gui were here, she would be that person's senior. And you've never heard this name before. Tiny Kwai. But Li Jun needs to focus on the main issue first. Go to see Hyungjun before anything else. He thought. That name sounds even more ridiculous than Lam Lam of his own. In the sea cave, each member of the Divine Power family was captured by Nagoshi with spider silk. And the number of ancestors' worshippers was equal to the number of decapitated spiders, leaving only 5 members of the family below. A Nagoshi charges at them, and Hyungjun is quickly overwhelmed by its strength and speed. With his arms tightly bound, his chance of survival now hangs by a thread. Hyungjun desperately used all his strength to break free, his hands bulging with veins, as an unknowing Nagoshi prepared to ambush him from behind. Hyungjun also swiftly turned around and punched it so hard it shattered, channeling all his strength into powerful punches against them. In no time, he quickly took down Taegyu's group. Even Li Jun has to marvel at how tough Nagoshi is, to the point that even with all his strength, he can't break him. Yet he still intends to split him in two. And the old master can't help but be surprised. He had to use his own strength, trying to find those bastards among the crowd. But he couldn't see the others. I couldn't sense the energy from you, or Choi Dagong. Li Jun thought he would get to show off to those 2 bastards. Nagoshi ate very little, and after satisfying his hunger, they retreated to their nest and didn't go out for a while. Someone like Choi Dagong will definitely try to find a way to survive and show off to his subordinates, so I planned to wipe him out while they were fighting him. But only after observing carefully did I realize the truth. Now I understand. Li Jun, the wise one, figured out their plan. They probably used regression stones to escape, with his subordinates being used as bait. He was furious on behalf of his subordinates, and Li Jun, with his mouth wide open, had no energy left to shout anymore. You are furious. Scratching a deep line on the wall. Are they still human? How can they abandon their subordinates and run away? Li Jun erupts in rage. The scum of society. Below, Hyungjun is exhausted from the fight with the Nagoshi. His shoulders slumped and trembling. He was ambushed by a Nagoshi that tightly wrapped around his neck, dragging his entire body without hesitation, as he faced a bloodthirsty Nagoshi in a life-and-death moment. It is about to crush Hyungjun, its saliva dripping down his pitiful face, as the Nagoshi prepares to clamp onto him with its claws, and then gnaw him to pieces. Fortunately, a disciple managed to stab it and turn the tide. He's sweating. Is the leader okay? I'm also sweating bullets. I'm fine. Hyungjun looks at his trembling hands, having killed hundreds of Nagoshi and run out of inner strength. He encourages himself mentally, but there are only a few left now. Just like this one. Then the others should be able to escape. Hyungjun is helpless. I'm running out of internal energy. The disciples behind shout in unison. We know. From now on, just leave it to us. But you must not. Hyungjun is ready to sacrifice himself for the clan. I will clear the way. You guys use it to escape. As one disciple tried to stop the leader, Nagoshi's foot sliced through him. But the leader immediately crushed it with his powerful arm, and Nagoshi disappeared in an instant. I trust and entrust them. That is my final order. Please go ahead. Everyone frowns, and everyone says in unison, no, this time we refuse to obey. Hyungjun struggled to stand steadily. You guys are so stupid. So strong, but everyone is so timid. Who goes first? Wuling suddenly volunteers. Let me. Maybe he wants to pay for his crimes himself. I will follow behind and understand. Leader Wuling quickly rushed forward, but Li Jun suddenly jumped down and grabbed his collar, making Wuling furious and shout loudly. His mind spinning. Who did this? You barely whisper. Who gave you the right to die? Wuling breaks out in a cold sweat. You are, him. Li Jun. Wuling Jun is like a roasted pig. How did you get here? Li Jun immediately scared him so badly he almost fell over. You dare to point your finger at my face again. Do you want another beating? Everyone on that street was stunned by the appearance of the handsome Li Jun. He then put on that annoying tone and said, What's going on here? Li Jun immediately looked at him with contempt. Hyungjun, also defeated, could only throw some casual words, implying he's still alive, while he himself is about to die. What if there's no sister? He hesitated. I used it all up. Li Jun pretended to be indifferent. I thought it wasn't necessary, so I didn't bring it along. You thrust your spear into the ice ground and resigned yourself. Li Jun stepped forward and said, I will kill them all before you die. You casually challenged the bloodthirsty Nagoshi gang. Now then, what should I do with you guys? The old sage hesitated, not planning to use her primal divine technique. Li Jun clenched his fist. No. I should show them. How powerful is this new skill with all your near-core energy rising? Li Jun unleashes a stream of spiritual energy combined with wind. Activating the Heavenly Sovereign Divine technique, he charged forward at the speed of light. And within the first few seconds, the Nagoshi Tepzil were taken care of. Yet Li Jun didn't feel a thing. His legs quickly kicked the spiders' faces one after another. Then Li Jun used his hands to control the monsters. You wave your hand to create a fierce aura. And even the minions are overwhelmed. Oh my god. The Celestial King technique. Hyungjun can't hide his admiration. No. That movement isn't just in the Divine King's magic. It's you staring fixedly at your own determined shadow. The Heavenly Sovereign Divine technique. Nagoshi's team saw most of their comrades defeated and started panicking, running in all directions with no clear plan. Of course, Li Jun was determined not to spare these wild beasts, tearing each one apart. Teasing, "Where do you think you're running off to?" Moreover, he gently stroked its nearly broken claw, saying, "If you want to live, don't hurt anyone from the start." Li Jun pretended to be friendly. After cleaning up the mess, he felt extremely tired. Li Jun stands on the stone pillar like a god. Surprised that he wasted energy on this, the subordinates blurt out without thinking, and he immediately orders them to stand there like statues. "Aren't you going to pick up those items?" "Guys," the subordinates nervously responded. "Yes, sir." Li Jun ran over to ask the boss. "Si Hyungjun, are you okay? Why are we following Li Jun? Is it because we want to survive?" Hyungjun replied softly. "It's a bit better now thanks to the energy circulation." He was surprised. That martial art is the Heavenly Sovereign King technique. "Right, you were caught off guard. How did I figure it out?" Hyungjun revealed all his suspicions. "At first I was a bit doubtful, but I was right." "How did you learn the Heavenly Sovereign Divine technique?" Li Jun didn't say it directly but just boasted, saying he did it somehow. He was a bit confused. "But why did you show me the Heavenly Sovereign Divine technique?" Li Jun didn't hesitate because that was who he was. He recounted everything. And his subordinates would no longer want to serve someone who abandoned them like Lee Min-guk and Lee Sin, and he's not the type to ignore their opinions. Li Jun persuades the leader to leave the family. "Hyungjun, so why aren't you coming with me?" Hyungjun looks down sadly because of this somewhat unreasonable request. "At first I just held your hand to help you up." But Hyungjun was still hesitant. "I will ask for permission. Li Jun, if you take too long, I won't be able to wait anymore. You've caught on to the leader's game. You will report this to my father." "Right," he nodded repeatedly. "Yes." Li Jun's reckless nature of waiting to fight is unforgivable. "Good. That's exactly what I want. You should talk to your subordinates again. They're worried you might faint again. Do something." The henchmen don't know who threatened them, standing so close together that they can't even pass through the narrow space. Hyungjun is pleased to see this scene and feels deeply grateful. "Thank you, Li Jun." Old man Qian wondered why they let him go. This is a good opportunity to bring them back. "Isn't it?" Li Jun is very comfortable. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, that won't change his mind. You explain it so that master understands. He only serves my father. He is the only loyal person in that family. And besides, I am not the person they want." Li Jun already had a plan in mind. "But what I want is the downfall of Lee Sin, the betrayal of the Heavenly King team, and the organization protecting the heir. That will cause a big disturbance to Lee Sin." Elder Tian shyly covers his face. "As long as you achieve your goal, I'm happy. You're just deluding yourself with false strength. Master, are you worried about that disciple? It's truly a blessing to have such an excellent master like you." Li Jun's expression makes him lose all credibility. "Don't provoke me, you little devil. Take it easy. From now on, everything will go smoothly. I don't know what's happening outside." A few hours later, the portal flashes back to life, signaling someone is returning. A sudden burst of light from the middle of the gate revealed the bastard Ten Dagon leading his people. And everyone around was happy because it was the exploration team. "They're back. Things are more chaotic than ever. Is something wrong? Why are you back already? Where are the others?" He hasn't even finished yet and is quick to jump to conclusions. "I'm afraid the third attempt will end in failure." Dagon pretended to mourn for the abandoned subordinates, but the broadcast was cut off because the camera malfunctioned. Still, we continued to clear the gate and tried to save everyone, but the host keeps asking, "What happened to the bloodline and divine power?" I'm not sure what he said, in a cold voice. Dagon's words only prove he's a cold-blooded person. It's clear they cannot use the revival stones. Everyone was stunned. Oh my god. All of them. Even Hoa Bang, Dak Duok Hoa, and Long Gom Sao. Suddenly one of them burst into tears. Thank you for returning safely, Lord Dagon. That's why everyone is cheering along. Right, thank you for surviving. Cheers. You can start over again. He still waits for a drink. Yes. Thank you all. Dagon sets up the ridiculous shrine right beneath the teleportation gate. He makes a portrait for everyone who stays behind, including the Dun clan. Dagon also hung banners and white chrysanthemums for everyone, and lit incense for each person. Those bastards bowed their heads properly. People around, not understanding what was happening, immediately believed it to be true. I didn't expect them to do this for the deceased, even though they barely survived themselves. People often say Minguk is very fierce. It turns out it was just gossip. The words of others are truly full of twists and turns. Today I see them in a different light. Minguk is quite satisfied because everything is going smoothly. The weight has been lifted. Those who needed to die have died. And people are starting to see me in a better light. Just keep going like this. The old man smiled cunningly. I will soon regain my position. Suddenly everyone shouted, "Look over there." Those bastards froze in place as the gate moved. The citizens were in an uproar watching the spinning gate being cleaned. Li Jun suddenly appeared, surprising Minguk and making him turn pale. Calling the old man affectionately, "Uncle," Li Jun sneered and glared at Minguk. A few hours before the gate was cleared, everyone was discussing excitedly. Han Jiyu was restless. "How is it over there?" Hyojin shook his head. "I haven't seen him. She's worried sick." Where could he have gone? Junjion quickly encouraged everyone. "There's no more time. We must keep exploring." Suddenly, Li Jun appeared right behind them. "No need." The three of them are stunned. Li Jun. Wang Deng is walking away with some subordinates. "Is everyone looking for me?" Jun Gaion shouted loudly. "Where have you been all this time? We've been looking everywhere for you." Li Jun smiled and apologized. Sorry. She was surprised to see Hyojun and his men. "Wait. Why is a member of the Heavenly King team here?" He pretended to think for a moment, then changed the subject. "It's a long story. But for now, can I get some treatment?" When Li Jun threw Hyojun to the ground, he pretended to be unconscious as his men shouted desperately for the leader. "Leader." After a while, everyone finally understood. So that's what happened. Everyone is furious on behalf of those who stayed behind. Is he leading the cleanup and then running away alone? Abandoning his subordinates? What a scoundrel. Even a timid and weak person like Hyojun. If I survive this, I will hold the Imperial clan and divine power accountable for the previous incident as well. Han Ji-woo is determined. The divine power that was shown to us will also cooperate with your Blood Legend clan. Li Jun explains to everyone that you will survive and get out of here. This gate will be cleared in 30 minutes. The two of them step back. "What? You copying me too? Why would I lie? Li Jun is always the trailblazer. I'll jump down there and wipe it out." Han Ji-woo shouted. "Wait. That lake made of heavenly water. It's also because of her barrier that you had the chance to be arrogant. So I was planning to go alone because I am the only one who can withstand the weight of the heavenly water." Li Jun threw his jacket to Han Ji-woo, smiled, kept the jacket for himself, then decisively jumped into the water, catching her attention with a voice. "Hey sis." A girl just approached and started talking to me. "I know you want to investigate Li Jun, but I'm worried he's leading you astray and you might find out her true intentions." Han Ji-woo immediately denied. "Don't say that. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have made it past round 2. She clenched Li Jun's coat and said, "Once the gate is cleared, Li Jun will achieve a reputation and trust beyond our wildest dreams." Meanwhile, Li Jun was diving deep into the heavenly water lake as the immortal elder watched and reminded him to keep using primal divine techniques to protect his body, warning that if he hesitated even for a moment, he would turn to dust instantly. Following the master's advice, he finally reached his goal. Li Jun's eyes lit up brightly. Here it is. He immediately swam to the bottom of the lake. A few hours later, Li Jun had completed his goal and returned to land looking wet. I wrung out the water from my shirt. I've never swum this long in my life. The immortal old man still remembers the golden turtle. So nostalgic. My little turtle once lived in a cave like this. Li Jun yawned repeatedly. It's not the young turtle of the master. His words once again provoked the old man. How can you be so sure? My dear little one won't die that easily. I mean, the chances that it's his intestine are very slim. Li Jun is curious. But whether it's Tukui or not, you have to see to know. In front of the two of them now is the golden fox curled up on the water's surface, explaining to the master that it is resting to prepare for giving birth. The old immortal widened his eyes in shock. Little turtle. Li Jun still stubborn. Don't fool me. It can't be him. And he's furious. No. If I'm lying to you, what's the point? The immortal challenged. If you don't believe, try using the primal divine spell. Little Kwai really loves the energy of the primal divine spell. I will immediately kill it if it's not Little Kwai. Li Jun stared at the golden fox for a moment, and it was the noise he made that woke it up. He froze. Divine beast. Divine beast. Is it really a person? The immortal old man happily runs to meet the golden turtle and the little turtle. Moved and in awe, the old man gently pats its head and apologizes. Little turtle. Li Jun couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? You would never expect it. I understand how a turtle can live for 1,000 years. But why is it inside the gate? And what does it mean, the owner of the gate? Meanwhile, the immortal elder is still engrossed with the golden turtle. What they have been through. It feels very personal to them. I returned home after searching for someone for so long. But the world has been turned upside down. Mr. Kwang, you have endured so much for me. Kim Kwai is happy too. But now that you're here, I am very glad. Sorry. The immortal elder was heartbroken. Xiao Gui. And even he was moved, just as they were choking up. Li Jun suddenly charged in from somewhere. Sorry. I know you two are reunited after 1,000 years. But let me say this. Old Kang. How dare you disrespect your master and senior? What do you mean? Tian Lao is determined to protect the golden turtle. I told you already. Little turtle is my disciple, long before you. You must respect her. She is happy. You are the best. Li Jun was made to turn away in shame by his master. After all, it's just a creature. So be it. I hide my voice. So, what do we do with this gate now? We need to kill the turtle. Ah, no. Defeat the boss to clear the gate. The old man interrupts. Don't worry. Elder Xian smiled sinisterly and said, I have a plan. Li Jun clasped his hands and begged, as expected of a master. You already had a plan from the start. What is it? Elder Xian looked intellectual, so he fanned his fan quickly. Combining the gates. You fix the person. Huh. So that's what it is. The old immortal angrily threw the fan at you. Huh. So, that's what it is. What do you mean? Who said you expect too much? Li Jun sighed. No. I just thought it would be something really impressive. I scratched my head. But I only own 2 gates. I also promised the fairy maidens that once things settle down, I'll let them go home. You suggest. Then why not ask the fairy maidens themselves? Li Jun suggested that, if they refuse, he must find another way. The fairy elder quickly pushed him into the barrier and said, Go ask. In the garden, Xukman is being treated like a capitalist slave by the Yonghua. He steps out. Everyone. They all turn around in surprise. The master, Li Jun, looking awkward, said, I have some bad news for everyone. Yonghua wondered what it was, but stopped. Wait. He thought about the worst things that could happen. He doesn't plan to take us back there after settling down here. We prefer living here over the flower garden. Come and get me. The air is fresh. The flowers are lush. And there are fun activities. Friends. He sighed. Apologized. But everyone had to continue living here. At the same time, the Yonghua group also pleaded. Please don't kick us out. After hearing that, Li Jun's face froze in confusion, not understanding what they were doing. While they all looked up in shock and wonder, he hesitated. What? Why should I kick you out? It stammers. You don't want to abandon us because we're no longer useful. Do you, Li Jun? Helpless. Just wants you to keep living here. The Yonghua group sighed in relief. Still shaken. And now prefer living here more than in the fairy garden. Do whatever you want there. The system sounds an alert, and the fairy queen's request to be fully yours. Do you agree? And have you agreed? Some of the fairies are now completely yours. Your bond with them has grown stronger, and you have gained 800 reputation points. He smiled and stepped into the barrier. Thanks, but you guys should focus on your own business. Old man Qian stroked the 1,000-year-old turtle. What did they say? Li Jun looked relieved. Luckily, they liked the Lam Ho Sao Huyet. So I can get rid of the fairy tale garden. He clenched his fist and said, That's great. Hurry up and make this gate yours. I'll do it. The system announced that the 1,000-year-old turtle spirit requests to be fully yours. Do you agree? You cannot expand your territory due to Lam Lam's level. You can choose the 1,000 Peaks Lake by removing one of the following territories. The Lam Ho Sao Hideout. Fairy Tale Garden. Li Jun carefully looked at the board. You have removed the fairy tale garden. You have become the new owner of the Thousand Peaks Lake. And you received items belonging to the gate. He picked up the book. A level A+ mana stone. And the system introduced it as the Empire's ultimate sword. Li Jun clenched the book tightly, knowing he had to give it to Hai Zio. The Empire's ultimate sword. Old Man Tien stroked Kim Ki and said, we found the little fox in the martial arts you wanted. The one-shot, one-kill move. Right, but no. There's one more thing. It must be the three-step, three-strike move. Li Jun, with an insatiable look. Actually, if I could, I'd want to take Kim Ki's energy crystal too. His eyes shining a bit more, a slight smile forming on his lips. The icy water flowing before him piercing through to his bones. But fearing greed leads to ruin. I'll just take water with the jar. That's enough. The system sounds right after the water bottle is half full. You use the bamboo tube to draw water. Lam Lam will love to see that. Li Jun stepped out of the cave. I don't want to keep them waiting too long. Can we head back now? Goodbye. You think about your friends, about everyone. And the system beeps. You have cleared the Thousand Peaks Lake. Li Jun faced the intimidating face of Minguk and sneered. I found you because I couldn't find you anywhere else, but I am here now. Li Jun looked down, creating an invisible pressure. The old uncle shouted angrily. How are you still alive? I'm proud of ourselves. We just defeated the boss and survived. The reporters immediately rushed to get the hot news. Did you hear that the Thousand Peaks Lake has been cleared out? Just like 7 elders patting their ancestors. So what's the point of that path? Go interview them. Everyone stepped forward to start a conversation. How did you clear the gate? What kind of monster is the boss? The rapid questions like a flood. The leader of the exploration team said that a team member had sacrificed himself. Please tell us what happened. Li Jun replied vaguely. I don't know where to start anymore. You won't believe what happened inside. My eyes try to glance towards Minguk. But first, let me tell you about those who fled from the gate. Li Jun slowly uttered each word. They have it. The old man rushed over, trying to snatch the mic from your hand. Wait. Minguk humbly knelt down. We thought all of you had sacrificed yourselves, so we used mana stones. But it turns out you survived and returned. I'm so glad. But you look disgusted and keep your distance. Don't do that. You started the conflict by saying someone in the Blood Mirror and Divine Art was intentionally harming the exploration team. The people around started whispering. What did he say? What happened while the camera was broken? A brave reporter stepped forward and asked what had happened inside. Li Jun replied that it was a good question. He emphasized the old man's rough face, saying that in the third zone, we had split into 2 groups, the clan's strength, the Imperial clan, the Blood Essence clan, and the Divine Weapon clan. We split up for the reasons I mentioned earlier. Li Jun taunted. Come on. Why don't you say anything? He sneered without holding back. How could you say anything when you're using mana stones and abandoning your subordinates? Li Jun's story caused everyone's eyes to turn toward Dagong, which is why both the royal teacher and the heavenly king were destroyed. Of course he wouldn't dare say it outright. You seem aloof, thinking about how he tries to cover everything up with a fake face. It's truly shocking. He was so angry he drew his sword, accusing me of setting a trap, claiming I wanted to overthrow our royal family. Hu Dian wanted to fight Dagong, but Li Jun stopped him. Why can't he act like an adult and stay calm? Losing his temper won't solve anything. He's just acting crazy. Get a grip. Dagong swung his sword down, but I easily dodged with a jump. The crowd watching in excitement suddenly panicked and ran away, shouting loudly, "Everyone, this way." His eyes flashed with fire. Who ordered you to do this? Tell the truth. The few hits that seemed to be training exercises for Dagong were easily dodged by Li Jun like a game. You're extremely paranoid. Why don't you go home and get some rest? You're pretending. He roared fiercely. How dare you, a worthless scoundrel who can't inherit the lineage, shame me in front of so many people? Dagong swung his sword forward. But you leaned back to avoid it. He threw a few more punches but saw that none of them hit Li Jun. His skills had been hidden in his pocket the whole time. With this storm-like internal strength, it's no wonder they call him the Apostle of Wind. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed from somewhere, drawing Li Jun's attention. Rocks had fallen on the passers-by. Blood splattered everywhere. Save me. My leg. My leg. There is a child crying and calling for mother. Mother. I can't bear to see the bloodied battlefield behind you. Li Jun couldn't hold back anymore and drew his sword from the dimensional ring. As expected, the royal clan. Your skill with the sword is truly sharp, and the murderous aura you emit makes even your opponents cautious. Li Jun swings his sword and rushes in. It's time to end this. The battle is being broadcast nationwide. Now. Right in front of Hongan Din. Blocking the fight between the Wind Clan and the Demon Tribe. In front of Xian, Mu is a screen showing that fierce battle scene. The divine technique of the Celestial King. He orders. Get ready. I will go meet that kid. The tall building reaches the sky with a proud stance. Dagong's sharp sword extending as if to cut down anything in its way. A streak of light passing through, causing the building to tremble and become barely visible. Then came a deafening explosion. Debris flying everywhere. Li Jun holding his spear calmly as if nothing had happened. Dagong roared. Die. You protest. No way. The two sources of spiritual power clash. But no matter how hard he tries, he still can't defeat Li Jun. You were focused. Then suddenly you froze in surprise when you recognized someone. A group of black-clad people standing on the rooftop of a nearby building. Wait. That's... Their eyes met. Li Jun was panicked. Dad. Your hands kept blocking the attacks, but his mind couldn't help but wonder that he should be hiding and training right now. Li Jun immediately realized the problem, of course. This battle is being broadcast everywhere. So he must have seen it and come here. He's here for the Celestial King technique. Han Ji Yu frowns in amusement. Since there's an unexpected spectator here, I must put on an impressive show. Li Jun's hand crosses to form an X shape as spiritual energy gathers. Han Ji Yu senses the surging aura and pauses, lifting her head to watch the swirling vortex of spiritual power, draining everything around it. You focus intently, a flickering blue flame in your eyes, your heart pounding with excitement. Han Ji Yu shouted, and all the members of the primordial form and the Huyen Vu team stopped what they were doing, planting their swords into the ground to form an equatorial circle. They pour all their spiritual energy into that circle, holding their ground or risking being struck down. The entire city is now surrounded by a vast blue spiritual energy circle. While Li Jun's aura has turned fiery red, his eyes wide as he stares intently ahead. Ji-on slowly lifts his hand with a sinister smile. Clenched fist, he brandished his sword, shouted in despair, I am of the imperial family. Strike the sword. The clan will fall apart. Tai Li Jun punches straight into the sharp sword, but remains fearless for a second. An Sung Choi appears, bringing a final hope amid the ruined city, followed by a deafening explosion. A cloud of orange smoke rises into the sky. Ko steadies everyone. Hang in there. Stay strong. Jun Gi-on grabbed Hyuk Jin's collar to prevent her from being blown away into space by the force of the wind, her eyes wide open in disbelief as everyone else looked up. What just happened? Thick dust billowed up, and Li Jun's figure gradually emerged from the smoke as he stared fiercely at the Emperor. Then Li Jun smiled and thanked him for participating in the stage I created, glaring at the defeated old man kneeling before him. Choi De Wang. The wind blows fiercely. He guesses and guesses wrong. The one who has received the divine Emperor's magic. Suddenly, Gyeonmu stepped forward, and Li Jun immediately turned around and sneered. He saw it clearly. Knowing his son was stubborn, so he didn't bother with the three kingdoms. I know you're paying attention. I want to say a few words to you, but there are too many eyes here, so I'll get straight to the point. Gyeonmu says goodbye. Go back home. Li Jun steps out of the dust. He still hasn't changed. You're stubborn. I won't go back to that house. Are you frowning and making faces? Do you even know what you're talking about? Gyeonmu is just preaching morality. After turning the vulgar emperor into his enemy following the destruction of the ancestral sect. No. It's impossible. I can't do it. How am I supposed to handle the aftermath? Li Jun sneered contemptuously. I told you. You haven't changed at all. Just say it honestly. You said that our hearts are dark, that you fear I will die with the heavenly sovereign divine technique, that you are afraid of losing the heavenly sovereign divine technique you have been seeking all this time. His face darkened. Don't let emotions cloud your judgment. If you get caught up in trivial memories, Li Jun immediately cut in. I can handle the consequences. You don't even have the face of the father who gave you life. The divine clan only accepted me as a member. Then Li Jun turned away, leaving Ji Yeonmu frozen in place. I have nothing more to say. I'm leaving. He swore to the heavens that the truth about his son would never change, and you will have to go back home no matter what. Ji Yeonmu looked at the stubborn back of her son. No matter the cost, returning to the headquarters with a confident appearance. Thuong Not, inside the meeting room. John Seeb slammed the table in anger. What are you saying? You're too annoyed to speak. Keeping quiet won't solve anything. Then his gaze shifted back to Ji Yeonmu with a similar tone. About divine power. Then he continued to look at Kangyu's peaceful city as his voice grew lower. Bao Vuong. Ji-yun saw that and immediately stopped John Seob. King's sword. Stay calm. King's power. War King. If you two still refuse to cooperate, we have no other choice. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but curl his lips in disbelief. No other choice means you plan to attack our royal clan, he shouted angrily at Kangyu. From the very beginning. Who was the one asking for help in the Ho Ngan-din incident? Hyunjae suddenly spoke up. Even as an outsider, I can see that the story of Ho Ngan-din has gone too far. He became serious. And our enemies have taken advantage of the situation. If we also took part in the attack on Ho Ngan-din, just imagining it is terrifying. The Emperor and Divine Power have already betrayed the clan alliance. Immediately. Even Hyunjae's aura burst out with intense killing intent. And both of them must take responsibility for this. Kangyu calmly said, "Don't just blame us. We also have a lot to say to the Steel Blood Golem. You're too naive. Didn't you already know the attack strategy for Ho Ngan-din?" John Seawolf was a bit confused. "It's unreasonable. So how did you pass the second round so easily?" Dagon said that Thiet Huet Gom must have known the strategy for Ho Ngan-din in advance. As he spoke, he unconsciously paused for a moment. Because, suddenly John Seawolf's memory flashes back to the moment he was talking with his daughter. Li Jun said she knew through telepathy. Jun Jion hesitated when facing his gaze. If not for Li Jun, then she clearly explained the situation. We didn't make it out alive. Even now, recalling that scene, Jun Jion truly wishes he could forget. And even a father like John Seawolf can empathize. Hearing the story, I too find Thiet Huet's actions suspicious. But I cannot reveal what my daughter has told me. As he was lost in thought, Kangyu suddenly spoke up loudly. Everyone knows how fiercely our royal family wants to wipe out and dominate. But instead of sharing the strategy, he kept it to himself. If this gets out, what will happen to the blood golem? Jungyeon calmly replied. But betrayal of the alliance cannot be overlooked. Junmu's eyes flickered slightly. So what do you want me and Dao Vuong to do? As he finished speaking, he heard the other calmly say, "First hold a press conference and apologize to the entire country." And, a few hours later, Junmu returned, and a group of swift guards bowed to welcome him. Jeonmu was about to take off his shirt when he suddenly heard Min Jin whispering in his ear, saying he wanted that kid to come back. Mu frowned and asked, "Did you forget our promise?" At the same time, feeling uncomfortable, he glared at him. Jeonmu calmly replied, "Li Jun has learned the Heavenly King God's favor. So be it." Min Jin shouted loudly, "I don't care, Mu Junjun. You promised that if you sent that kid away, I would spare his life. But now you bring him back here. The illegitimate child who humiliated his own uncle." Min Jin was furious and said, "If you bring him back to this house, I won't sleep peacefully. Seeing your indifferent attitude, I suddenly knelt down. I won't let this go." Inside Mu's room, things started to get out of control as he pushed and kicked the furniture. How could he do this to me? How dare he? Min Jin was furious. Even though I really wanted to tear that kid apart, I had to hold back because of our promise. Jin Hoa gently wipes the sweat from Mu's forehead. "If you keep being angry, this beautiful face will be wrinkled." Min Jin calmly asked, "What if someone breaks their promise?" And the maid replied quietly, "Then it would be me. I will make them pay for what they did." Mu chuckled softly. "Right. Doing that is the right thing, isn't it?" Jin Hoa agreed. Of course. Of course." Min Jin stepped forward and hugged her tightly. "Madame Vu, you are the only one I trust." Mu raised her face and asked, "So you will take care of Li Jun for me?" "Right." Jin Hoa smiled knowingly and said, "Leave it to me." "Yes. I will take care of it." When she left the room, Jin Hoa immediately told the staff to be quiet and let the lady rest. And they responded promptly with yes. As soon as they left, the two girls woke up and started talking. They managed to calm the lady boss quickly and bring her into the House of Power when she got married. So she must be very trusted. Of course I understand. Yes. She still looks like she's in her 60 seconds. Amazing. Then suddenly pause. But have you heard that rumor yet? The other person is confused. Which rumor? She leaned in close to the person next to her about the Madame Vu. Then, in a low voice, "People say she has been your lady boss's nanny since birth, and she hasn't changed her appearance at all until now." At the same time, somewhere in the school, Hyuk Jin teased, "Lord Li Jun, who mastered the celestial sovereign divine technique. A power even a king of authority cannot attain. Choose the divine clan of power instead of your own divine clan." He looked at Li Jun's almost bursting expression and asked, What is that power that crushes the wind? You're so shy. Just be quiet. Haven't you finished reading yet? You can read silently without making a sound. Hyuk-jin suddenly got excited. Hey. But it's really good that Lee Jun's potential is recognized by everyone. After saying that, he turned to the person next to him. That's right. Hyuk-jin. The opponent is fierce. Yes. I also see that. Lee Jun was momentarily helpless. You too. Hyuk-jin. As he was joking around, he suddenly stopped. Oh. The press conference is about to start. Everyone watch. Hyuk-jin added. Is it already that late? Jun, let's watch together. Lee Jun usually refuses outright. No. I'll take a nap. He chuckles. Don't expect me to open it for you later. Both of them ignored you and started watching the press conference about the attack on Ho-ngen-din, the Divine Power Clan, and the Imperial Clan. Jun suddenly spoke up, saying that everything that happened at Ho-ngen-din was entirely the fault of our Divine Power Clan and the Imperial Clan. He said seriously, on behalf of his older brother and son, I apologize for the unforgivable actions. Suddenly, a reporter raised his hand to ask a question, whether he was apologizing to the participating clans or for deceiving the public. Jun quickly responded, it was all due to our oversight. The journalist wondered, so both ideas are correct. Then old Fuller turned away. Are there any other questions? Hyuk-jin immediately realized it and looked at that arrogant display. The person next to him also agreed with this opinion. It's truly shameful. Suddenly, Rion, who was blind, saw another reporter wanting to ask a question and called out, please go ahead. He asked doubtfully, is it true that the Imperial Clan is offering the Kwai Kiem as the prize for the upcoming Thon Teen Martial Arts Tournament? Everyone was surprised by the question, but he simply looked calmly ahead. Then he admitted, making the atmosphere around even more lively. Yes, that is true. Hyuk-jin was so excited he couldn't believe it. Did I hear wrong? The prize for the Thon Teen Martial Arts Tournament is the Kwai Kiem. And Zio beside him is just as shocked. Really? Then suddenly Lee Jun woke up and slapped Hyuk-jin, staring at the screen in disbelief. How could this be? Lee Jun was so moved that he couldn't find the words to describe it. Kwai Kiem. Suddenly, memories took him back to the Thon Teen Martial Arts Tournament. Lee Jun solemnly introduces the longsword from the bloodline of the Gorm family, then announces that the prize is the map of the Black Gate, known as the Blood Tomb, and the Kiem Jang Bo. As her words finished, everyone around the arena became excited and cheered. Even Lee Jun at the back was enthusiastically clapping. He thought, the prize for the competition should have been Kiem Jang Bo. It was one of the reasons I stayed at the school. So, why was the prize changed to Kwai Kiem? To be precise, without the sword of Jang Bo, entering the Blood God tomb would be impossible. And this item is something they all desire. Lee Jun was a bit suspicious. But kneeling sword was also something he desired. Right. Even if it wasn't related to the Blood God. Suddenly, when Jin appeared suddenly behind Lee Jun, then he snatched the phone back. Just say you remember me. Why hit me? You're still flirting. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I was startled. Then he fell into deep thought. The prize has been changed. But I don't know if this change is good or bad. What does my master think? Seeing that the old immortal remained silent, Lee Jun called again. Master. I ask again. What do you think about the change in the prize? The other side replied casually. It will belong to him anyway. What is there to worry about? Lee Jun doubted. Really? He sat in a corner giggling. Has the master finally acknowledged his strength? Over here. The immortal elder was somewhat hesitant. The demon sword might be thinking of this. He stopped and replied. We will see soon. After a while, when the weather cleared up, Lee Jun decided to go into the forest to find Lam Lam. He looked around searching. Lam Lam. Lam Lam. After searching for a while and not finding him anywhere, Lee Jun wondered to himself, where did he hide? Suddenly, a pair of sharp eyes flashed from behind the trees, and immediately after, they appeared right behind Lam Lam, making him stunned. Lee Jun quickly embraced him tightly. I'm here. Lam Lam. Lam Lam's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head quickly. No, I want to play hide and seek behind the house. Seeing its face look so exhausted, Lee Jun then said, Don't be disappointed. We'll do something more fun. Then he took out a bottle of heavenly water and asked, Are you ready? Lee Jun immediately channels negative energy into the bottle. As soon as he's done, he pours the celestial water down and gestures to Lam Lam, indicating, Here. Drink it. As soon as it drank directly, the The system announced that Lam Lam had absorbed the negative energy from the celestial water. Soon after, the system rang out again, and Lam Lam began absorbing the negative energy, immediately transforming back into a giant sheep. Li Jun stood there, slightly surprised to witness this scene. At the same time, I confirm that this energy is stronger than I thought. The immortal elder replied, "It is a divine power taken from the habitat of the little turtle, so of course it must be strong." He continued analyzing, and the dark energy rivaled the divine power inside the giant sheep, so Lam Lam would endure quite a bit of pain. As expected, its whole body began to throb with sharp pains. His eyes were calm and steady, unable to do anything but stand and watch. Suddenly, Li Jun's thoughts drifted back to the past, recalling how Hu Jin was mocked, making him feel resentful, and he was overwhelmed with emotion. After pondering for a while, Lam Lam gradually adapts to the negative energy. It lifts its face and screams fiercely into the silent space. As the surroundings turn colder than ever and snow begins to fall here, Li Jun reached out and caught the first snowflakes, holding them tightly as if valuing each creation Lam Lam had made. Then, Li Jun turned to praise her. "Well done, Lam Lam." A second later, the system chimed repeatedly. Lam Lam's rank increased, and the gate, once a green zone, was upgraded to a red zone. A new skill will be acquired, a feat no one has achieved before, and a reward of 10 million points has been granted. You gently rub its belly and say you're doing well. Rest now and you can play hide and seek as much as you want later. You just used up all your energy, so you've shrunk back. Suddenly the system reappeared, making Li Jun suspicious. Oh, there are still notifications afterward. He silently read each line on the system display. The owner of the Forbidden Zone had advanced, and the reward for merging the 4 gates had been granted. Do you want to merge Man, Huyet, and Ho Ngan Din? This happened too quickly. So Li Jun hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, the system took him to a snowy, mountainous wilderness. What is this? Li Jun looked at the system in surprise. I can't increase the number of portals I own, but I can merge them. So that's fine. Seeing the system urging him to choose a direction, he hesitated. Should I try it? Is it automatically chosen? Then let's go south. The system immediately transports both of them to the selected location and announces that the southern area will merge with the Ho Ngan Din gate. Lam Lam was so surprised she couldn't react in time, making it difficult for Li Jun to catch her. Both of them landed safely on the ground before looking up, and the system announced that the southern area of Lam Ho Sao Huyet had merged with the Ho Ngan Din gate. You fight people again for a few seconds. Heavens and earth. These truly merged gates. In the silent space, a voice echoes. Divine Hoof. Immortal Elder immediately recognized and said, "Oh, little Kwai." Kim Kwai wondered what was going on. Divine Beast. Hearing that, he honestly replied, "The gates have merged." He paused. "Oh, the Forbidden Zone Master wants to rename the burial site. Do you want to rename the sacred spot? You rub your hands. Pay it back. At this point you can't keep calling it Lam Ho Huet anymore." After saying that, Li Jun started to focus on thinking about a more suitable name. After a moment of silence, "You finally spoke. And all the gates I prepared opened." Li Jun reached out and pointed at the system screen. "This name is good." You smile cunningly and ask her, "Do you like it too?" Lam Lam. Li Jun ignores Lam Lam's fierce reaction and then decides. Then I firmly pressed the chosen name. Click. Meanwhile, at Jianmu's private house. Li Xin. I told you to stay close and earn his trust. Now you have lost his trust. Thinking of that, his hand unconsciously clenched the Li, feeling miserable. Then Jianmu said again, "I accept your request." Hu Jun hesitated. I didn't expect you to agree so easily." I muttered that if I could cover up the mistakes of my incompetent successor, I would have done so. Then Jianmu looked up and said, "Hu Jun, you have talent." He paused for a moment and said, "You are the deputy leader of the Heavenly King team I command. You are even being groomed to be the next leader. And I still don't want to lose you." As he finished speaking, Jianmu stood up. "Dismiss the matter for now. Have you found out anything about Li Jun yet?" He honestly admits he has nothing much to report. You wonder, is it really nothing at all? Hu Jun explains that Li Jun uses the Heavenly Sovereign technique. He confirms this, but also mentions that he employs unknown techniques and various martial arts. Hu Jun follows closely behind, advancing so quickly that it's clear he must have a master to reach that level. Then he raised his hand to the sky. If he has mastered the Celestial King divine technique, it will surely become stronger than me. Immediately after, Jianmu clenched his fist as if he wanted to take the moon. His face grew darker. Do everything to bring it here. I must get that thing at all costs. Meanwhile, Li Jun saw Lam Lam's basic information skyrocket and was overjoyed. Then the skills also became more diverse, making him marvel. Lam Lam was already strong, and now she's even stronger. Li Jun quietly analyzes that from level D to level A and above. The speed is 3 times S, and with the new skills, they are perfect. You picked it up and praised it endlessly. My beloved, you are the most beautiful creature in the world. Then Li Jun turned back and asked, you guys see that too? Right. After watching them for a while, he lowered his voice and said, Shaku. Strange fish. They quickly bowed their heads and in unison said, Master, we agree with you. Li Jun saw this and said, no need to kneel. There are some living creatures here before you all. Try to get along with them. Shaku responded, yes. You also told Kim Kui the same. Right, the elder heard that and was displeased. You know, Li Jun, with a sigh, said, do we really need to do that? He shouted, calling him senior. Senior. You struggle to say the 2 words, senior, as the old master told you. Senior. Senior. In the end, Li Jun still couldn't say it. How could humans and monsters be considered senior and junior? He angrily scolded. Your disciple, Volume Z. And you still keep defending yourself. Plus little Kwai can't even learn properly anymore. Elder Qian asked again, what did you say? Seeing the situation getting tense, Kim Kui immediately stepped in. Master. Come on. The other disciples are often teased like that too. He calmed down, and, having said that to his master, then turned to tell Li Jun to stop as well. I am very happy to be called Little Kui. Li Jun hesitated. Oh. All right. You told me to get along from now on. And you too. Saku. Uzu. What's going on here? Even though we have a new master, maybe serving the old one is still better. Not long after night fell over the bustling city. Even late at night, people kept pouring into the club, enjoying and dancing to the music. Li Jun was being led inside by the waiter. When they arrived, he knocked on the door to announce a guest, then heard a response, and quickly opened the door and entered the room. Suddenly, a sword appeared out of nowhere, pointing straight at Li Jun. He calmly dodged to the side to avoid the attack, and immediately swung his arm to strike him. Li Jun saw the sword being knocked aside at the door, then immediately seized it, gathering all his strength into his leg and delivering a powerful kick to him. Soon after, he couldn't hold on and gradually lost consciousness. Li Jun circled around to attack decisively, raising his sword to strike, when suddenly a voice rang out. Enough. As the words finished, the sword was already above his head. Realizing he was no longer under attack, he slowly opened his eyes. Li Jun turned sharply with a piercing gaze towards the source of the sound, and at the same time heard the other person say, sorry for the interference. He calmly spoke. That kid is under my protection, so please be generous and forgive him. At this point, I naturally introduce myself as the ruler of the world, the emperor. At the same time, everyone on social media platforms is talking about something. Have you heard the news? That guy has put up a new item for auction. Everyone is eager to find out. Is this time the Yorogan crown? It's an item that can only be obtained after defeating the king and queen gods at the pond, so he only sells artifacts from unexplored portals. And now the main point is that this one was sold for 1.5 billion. So, who is the seller, really? The last time they also sold items from Wirak. It seems they found out the identity of the young man, and the seller's name is the Gentleman of Swords. Right. Back at Shop 3, Li Jun cheerfully greets and is very pleased to meet the boss, the Lord of the Empire. Today I come with a proposal, so I'll be direct to save time. You smile with a hint of meaning and ask if the revenge is still in effect. The boss understands what Li Jun is referring to, and it is still ongoing. You just said that, while laughing and taking off your coat. That's good. The boss looked at the person opposite in shock. Who are you? The boss carefully observes and then guesses. Sensing Li Jun's aura, he still can't believe his eyes. I never thought that the noble Sangha was you. The boss was sweating bullets. At this age, I thought there was nothing left to surprise me. Li Jun chuckled. Am I too young to be trusted? He quickly denied. No. You begin to explain that in a world where only the strongest survive, respecting anyone with ability is the right thing to do, regardless of age. Then he slowly spoke, recalling the incident at the Thousand Pavilion Lake, which is why I suggested holding back on revenge. The Lord remains calm. But that alone is not enough. Aren't you the heir of the divine power family? He took a small sip of tea and heard that you had cut ties with them and joined the divine force only as a guest. With no guarantee that you are not an infiltrator. The overlord continued analyzing. If you reveal the assassination information to the Imperial clan, they will use it as an excuse to swallow my underground world. This is my life's effort. I cannot let it collapse. I know about the big sword tournament before the holiday. You can speak up gradually. The tournament is an official ranking match, determined entirely by skill. Then I expressed that I was attending as one of the representatives of the Divine Weapon clan, which is the level of trust they have in me. Li Jun looked directly at the overlord with sincerity. And I also want to maintain a good relationship with him. In a hidden neighborhood somewhere in Sahoa City, suddenly a panting sound like someone fleeing echoed. Taehoon looked around nervously, trying to reassure himself that he had to escape, run far away, to a remote countryside and live isolated from the world. Yes, he would do that. However, not long after, Min caught him. Blind fool. As he got closer, the old man stepped up and grabbed his leg, causing Taehoon to panic and beg for mercy. Please spare my life. He keeps begging, but it seems like the elders are not willing to help. I will do everything. Please save me. Save me. The next morning at the school, Li Jun attends. He casually checked his phone as usual. The screen displayed a message from someone named Slave of Money. I will pay in advance for the South Sand Gate and the Dream Garden. Old Master Tien wondered why someone chose the Dream Garden. Li Jun explained that he thought going there would be good and that he would learn more about Lam Lam from the Fairy King. He chuckled and said, so that will help nurture Lam Lam well. Do you think so? He happily replied. I think that's right. Li Jun suddenly fell into deep thought, mainly wondering why the Black Region gates were angry, and who Lam Lam was to make the divine beasts so furious at her. I already have many enemies. I don't want any more. I pondered, and then felt frustrated. There's just too much to do. Why is everything so complicated? Suddenly, Eunbi spoke up. Look over there. Han Ji-woo. She pushed up her glasses. Jun looked at her while sighing, guessing what he was thinking when he looked at her. Seol Yeji was helpless. Eunbi. Come on. Han Ji-woo tries to act cold. Whatever he's thinking has nothing to do with me. Eunbi and Seol Yeji exchange awkward glances. The next second she asked for your opinion. Han Ji-woo. I gave you a classic romance novel. It's perfect for reference. The other person was upset. What do I want with that? While we were talking about the role-playing game, Kim Jong-jin suddenly rushed in. Orderly. Everyone, take your seats. Eunbi looked confused and asked what was going on. Where is our homeroom teacher? Kim Jong-jin suddenly looked anxious, as she had some bad news to tell the students. Her face was a few shades darker. Teacher Kim Tae-hwan had died in an accident. Kim Jong-jin added that last night he was attacked on his way home while drunk. It seems he was attacked by a monster emerging from the gate. The spring students. No way. Is Mr. Tae-hwan dead? A monster wave. She continues. Although the exact cause is unknown, it is believed to be a monster outbreak. And Kim Tae-hwan was finally dealt with. Of course, it's different from the monster wave where monsters pour out of the gate. A monster breakout is when part of a monster's body suddenly appears outside the gate due to an unidentified surge. If you are discovered and suddenly pulled into the gate by a monster, no matter how strong your fake awakening is, you won't survive. He thought to himself that a sudden monster outbreak couldn't happen at such a perfect moment. It's fortunate that he was able to clear out the trash he had postponed, because he was busy with the 1000 Pavilion. Li Jun suddenly remembered Min-guk. If Kim Tae-hwan had decisively dealt with him, things wouldn't have turned out like this, and Han would be the most furious person to confront him. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by the sobs of a female student. A moment later, a male student approached An Ui, telling her not to cry, but she still couldn't accept it. Wondering why Kim Tae-hwan was so reckless, Li Jun turned away. They are just children, and still fragile. Or maybe he was thinking of someone like that would also have someone who mourns their death. At this moment, in a strange room, Bisung was excitedly looking at the items displayed for auction. Then he gazed into the distance and said, "Get ready to go." Bisung also announced the goal. We will go to the world of darkness. At this moment, the overlord seemed unable to believe what he was holding. Then he rubbed his chin in frustration, as if he had just misheard. Could you please repeat that? Li Jun confidently said. I want to buy a large quantity of seedlings and wheat. Can you improve the quality a bit? The boss muttered to himself, so he didn't mishear. Why do you need that? Li Jun replied. Nothing special. I just hesitated for a moment, then smiled. feeling like trying to farm. Suddenly, Li Jun's memory flashes back to when he was in the fields, and he looks around in amazement. Li Jun sighed. Lam Ho's lair is a desert, so it's hard for trees to survive there, but you still manage to grow them well. Mr. Hoa smiled brightly. It's no big deal. Slaves, I mean. Celebrating the farming plan. Then we cast magic over the fields. It also mentioned that accelerating growth would mean clearing a field in no more than a week. After hearing that, you seemed to understand something and nodded. So, that's how it is. Li Jun finished explaining, and the overlord immediately agreed. I will prepare the items you requested. He hesitated, saying it might take some time because it's different from what we usually gather. Li Jun calmly said, It's okay. Take your time. The boss thought for a moment and then asked, Where do you want to pick them up? Li Jun quickly replied, In Busan. The boss looked suspicious and asked again, Busan. Are you sure? Li Jun confirmed. Yeah. I can do that. So the boss had to sigh and say fine. Suddenly, he turned and whispered to his disciple. I have something I want to give to the clan. Bring it out. He understood. Yes. Not long after, a box was brought out. And as he looked, Li Jun was speechless with surprise. This is the boss's search for Midando, because from now on, he will frequently visit the black market. I'm preparing this for you to move around comfortably. I hope you like it. Soon after, Li Jun arrived at a major auction house. Observing the displayed items with surprise, wondering if there was an auction today, the person next to him confirmed. Yes. Those are the items on display for the auction, and the exclusive VIP auction will start with those items. Li Jun stood above, deep in thought, and suddenly his eyes fixed on a familiar item. Could it be the demon-slaying sword? Is it hidden here? The demon-slaying sword is a blade used to kill demons. It can be used for good or evil, depending on its owner. In the future, it will become widely known that it was taken by a demon from the Tu Ma clan. Li Jun involuntarily smiles cunningly. Now, a bunch of brokers are gathering here. Bi Sung, sitting relaxed, suddenly asked loudly, How much do we have? The black market trader immediately replied, We have about 2 billion on us. He looked at it with half an eye and muttered, Like it's probably useless anyway. Bi Sung started to pay attention to the item, the Demon Slayer spear. I really like that name. I don't know how the black market got this item. He immediately responded to the system. Demon Slayer. Level. A description of the demon-slaying spear used by the Swordmaster, effective only against evil spirits, with plus 50 durability, plus 40 attack power, and plus 40 demon attack power. Bi Sung smiled happily and said, This should be quite unique. Do you think so? His manager also responded accordingly. You have a keen eye. Li Jun, now disguised as someone else sitting in the back row, watches this scene without saying anything further. A moment later, the auctioneer announced the starting bid for the Eastern item, including demon extermination, at 100 million, when a bidder raised the price. He quickly confirmed, Yes, 120 million. But then, a series of people kept bidding higher, 200 million, 250 million, 300 million, 400 million. Bi Sung loudly and clearly shouted, 700 million, we have 700 million. The MC immediately asked if there was a higher bid than 700 million, seeing no hands raised. He quickly closed the auction, so it will be sold for 700 million. Before the MC could finish speaking, Li Jun suddenly raised his hand with a huge bid of 2 billion. He sat calmly, then suddenly stood up. What the MC continued, 2 billion. Is there a higher bid? Shop manager Bang Hoang said, Master, we're out of money. What should we do? In the end, no one bid higher. So the MC confirmed it would be sold for 2 billion. Bi Sung stared intently at the person behind him and asked again. Then he angrily ordered to investigate who that bastard was. As the sky darkened, Li Jun stepped out of the auction hall, with Elder Thien staring at him with a sharp gaze. Seeing this, Li Jun said softly, Is he still angry? Oh well, you try to explain that the times have changed a lot and the idea that only evil uses cursed objects is outdated now. He angrily scolds. Fine. But the truth is, it was made from humans and used by vengeful spirits. And that doesn't change. At this point, the old man slapped his forehead and said, How could my disciple use such a despicable thing? Oh my God. It's truly heartbreaking. Li Jun thought to himself. That's a bit much. Just take out the demon-slaying sword and understand. We only got that valuable item because of it. He also acknowledged that this seems to be a good item. Li Jun chuckled. As expected of my master. At first glance, You could see its value clearly, as if you could feel the power of the sword, which seemed like an ordinary A-rank relic. But Li Jun looked at the currents of electricity flowing around it and was momentarily speechless. You were walking steadily when suddenly the system was activated. The system notification shows that the Demon Slayer has awakened along with its abilities. But Li Jun only pays attention to each line of the hidden effects, which is why in the previous life the Sima demon clan was so powerful. The Sima family has many members who use demon energy, and he will kill the demon energy users among his subordinates to strengthen himself. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't let it fall into his hands. This thing suits Hai Sul perfectly. She has a very strong sense of justice. Li Jun continued walking along the road. Then suddenly, a smile crept up his lips. He stopped alongside, a smile on his face, and asked softly, planning to confront him here. Bisung said, I didn't expect the clan leader to sense our presence. He grinned cunningly. So the rumor that you cleared out the unopened gates is true, Li Jun calmly replied, with such a threatening aura. I wouldn't recognize it if I didn't see it myself. Bisung arrogantly said, You're quite confident. Huh. Then our business will end sooner. He pointed the knife directly at Li Jun. The demon scythe you just took is exactly what I'm aiming for. If he lets go of the knife, I'll let you go safely. Amid the orange sky and the rustling wind, Bisung smirked cunningly. With boss's equipment from the plains and relics from the fairy tale garden, becoming famous through selling rare items, he implies that nowadays, even a mixed-up record can easily become famous as a record or military record. So he's inferior to me. But the people around always respect him. Right after, Bisung's face and attitude changed completely. Laughing mockingly, he said, But guys like you are useful in their own way. If I steal from you and go back with Jen, my father will praise me. Bisung looked down on him. Who is this idiot that can't even emit a hint of aura? Li Jun subtly turned his face away. You see. He glared at them. This is real aura. He suddenly gasped for breath. Am I, the son of the director, really scared because of the aura of a rookie? Thinking quickly, Bisung hurriedly said, What are you guys doing? Take everything from that bastard, and even the demon extermination tools. The henchmen immediately obeyed. Yes. And as they drew their weapons, they rushed toward Li Jun. All he could do was smile ambiguously. Li Jun suddenly switches to a serious attack mode. Witnessing this scene, his whole body trembles. Seeing his henchmen defeated, Bisung immediately steps back. This can't be happening. I slowly step forward towards him. Are you the demon keeper? You still go by Kim Bisung, the son of the director. Bisung panics. Don't come here. You can't come here. Li Jun paused and stared intently at him, then used teleportation magic to move to another place. Seeing that, he became frantic as he left, as if sensing something. Bisung slowly looked around. No. This is. At that moment, he saw Li Jun standing firmly behind him, having swapped places. Despite the attack, Bisung remained defiant. Dad. My father is Doc. If you keep me. Before he could finish speaking, Li Jun suddenly smiled in a very strange way. Don't worry. I'm not the type to kill just for fun. Hiding this for someone and still asking for mercy. The world is so corrupt. As soon as he grabbed the talisman, the system quickly activated to notify him. After hearing each word, Li Jun immediately squeezed his face tightly. Such high-quality stuff should not be wasted on me. I will use it well. I'm starting to think about how to handle this. So what should I do now? The next morning, reporters widely covered the story that last night, in front of the Union building, Doc's son Kim Bisung was found tied up with a rope along with what were believed to be his subordinates. He also said that they still don't know who kidnapped them. Even after checking nearby surveillance cameras, no traces were found. That person left this note at the scene and disappeared. Then they discussed the note on Bisung's back, which read that I caught a bad guy who bullies innocent people. Please punish him. I will not negotiate with Doc or this traitor. That's all. The reporter continued to announce that the Union was planning to investigate the culprit who left the note. Sung Hai looked outside and softly asked, What did the Union say? The person sitting replied that it would take some time to negotiate because there were too many eyes watching. The old man wondered if they still didn't know who the scoundrel was that handed over our Bisung to the Union. He understood the implication and quickly apologized, saying we're still searching. Sung Hai didn't say anything further and suddenly attacked him. As soon as it settled, the old man quietly strokes his sword and warns, If you're smart, find that guy before I lose my patience. Meanwhile, in the desert where Li Jun is, He saw a familiar figure and immediately ran over. Here I am. You smile. Are you here now? As he finished speaking, he saw him bowing slightly. What brings you here today, Lee Jun? Seeing this action, I felt helpless. I have a few things for you. I've told you many times to stop that habit. After saying that, Lee Jun angrily threw a box at Hee Seol and said, Here. Take it. He hesitated and refused. No, you already gave me a lot. Lee Jun understood the other person's intention and interrupted. This is the last time. Open it. Hee Seol. Don't worship and destroy the demon. Immediately after, he quickly realized this was it, and couldn't help but feel moved. Wondering why he treated me so well. Hee Seol. I haven't done anything for you yet. And I don't have a strong background like others. So why are you doing these things for me? Lee Jun silently thought that because I value your abilities. It sounds a bit strange to say that now. As he thought this, he gently patted his shoulder. Then he smiled faintly to encourage him, as a reward to help him try harder. A moment later, Lee Jun turned away, without forgetting to wave goodbye. I'm leaving now. Hee Seol isn't stupid enough not to understand that he said that, so I wouldn't feel burdened. Even after your figure has disappeared from sight, he still clasped his hands together in gratitude. Then I silently thank him. His generosity as vast as the Pacific Ocean. I respect him more than admiration. At the same time, Hee Seol declared that she would follow him to the end of her life. By evening, Lee Jun finally arrived home, playing with Lam Lam. While listening to the phone, I overheard the person on the other end greeting. This is the underground world. He reports that the item you requested has arrived. Lee Jun politely thanks him, saying it's nothing. And if you need anything, just let me know at any time. As soon as he hung up, his gaze unconsciously looked into the distance. It's time to prepare. That evening, at the traditional house, a voice announced that we have been monitoring Lee Jun's movements. A subordinate respectfully bowed and reported, Please, Jin Hoa, lower your voice and ask. So where is he going? I quickly answered. Busan, Gin Hoa muttered. Busan. Ah. Lost in a sea of licorice flowers. I don't know what a high school student is doing in a place like this. But it's the perfect spot to handle everything quietly. After pondering for a while, Jin Hoa turned with a strange smile and prepared to leave. Then he immediately ordered his subordinates. We will go to Busan. Soon after, a voice came from outside the door. Mrs. Gin Hoa. Min Jin heard this and said, Let's go. She couldn't look up and get straight to the point. What's going on? Jin Hoa quickly reported. Lee Jun has left the school. Min Jin was surprised. Really? Haha. Yes. I will be going out for a while during my absence. Jin Hoa paused briefly, then introduced the person beside her. Wu Jian will serve the young lady and young master. The woman immediately instructed. All right. Handle it neatly and return safely. She replied. Yes. I'm leaving now. After informing Min Jin, Jin Hoa immediately left the room. Li Xin then wondered. Mom, does Mrs. Wu know how to fight too? I thought she was just an ordinary servant. The old woman replied. Not at all. After finishing, Min Jin began to explain that Mrs. Wu was not an ordinary person. She was brought back by your grandfather after he cleaned up the gate area. Hearing this, Han Jing stood up in horror. So that means they are monsters. The old woman calmly sipped her tea. No. They are just humans like us. Suddenly, Min Jin's eyes darkened a bit, and she thought to herself, perhaps their nature is a little different. Busan, once considered Korea's second capital, is now a devastated city after the dungeon was broken. The monsters released from the unsealed gates have taken over the entire city of Busan, the alliance of 15 clans, the martial arts alliance, and Tuma Lien have tried countless times to reclaim Busan. But each time they failed. In the end, Korea gave up on reclaiming the Busan area and can only prevent the monsters from escaping, leaving it as an untouched gate zone. Lee Jun's mood suddenly sank as he thought. It's been a long time since he last saw this scene. His memories automatically flashed back to his past when he was an easy target for bullies. They sneer. Damn it. These cursed bastards. Traitors to humanity who side with the demons of this world. Truly despicable. All our evil eyes are fixed on Lee Jun. The only support we have is from worthless trash. At that time, you were just an ordinary mortal who could only stay silent in the face of those words. Lee Jun kept staring into space for a long time until Hyuk Jin stepped forward and called out Jun. He snapped back to reality and asked, Hyuk Jin, how are you feeling after all this? We will soon face the demons. Hyuk Jin hesitated. I have always been grateful. You could stand with the divine and demon clans. But you made a difficult decision to turn your back on your own family. Li Jun quickly looked away. It's just what I should do, and of course not everyone thinks the same. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but blame himself. I was really useless back then. Now Li Jun can become stronger with his own abilities and defeat the monsters. He unconsciously clenched his fists. A complete change from before. Suddenly, something inside Li Jun's shirt was wriggling. Immediately after, Lam Lam's face appeared in front of him, and he gently patted its head, saying yes. Yes. It's all thanks to Lam Lam's support. Master Tian noticed that Li Jun didn't mention him and reminded him that that power came from a certain master who saw his potential. After hearing that, you and Lam Lam showed your true colors. We've been together for so long. Yet you're still acting like a kid. Why are you so angry and scolding like that? Li Jun replied indifferently. Nothing. The old man continued to pout. This ungrateful disciple is not cute at all. He quickly made a deal with him. Yes. Yes. I'm leaving now. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jun used teleportation. At this moment, two young men are walking casually when their uncle suddenly appears from the sky, right where they are. Suddenly, a strong wind surrounded the area. When they looked back, they saw no one, and wondered why the wind was so strong. Li Jun excitedly moves to the dirt lot in Busan and lands smoothly shortly after. Li Jun glances around and feels happy. Then suddenly he shouts out loud, "Everything he needs is here." The old fairy was puzzled why you chose to pick up the goods in Busan. He explained that it was a perfect location for a secret deal. With no one around, monsters are very rare. After saying that, Li Jun immediately shouted, "All right." Everyone gathered. Taegu and Yonghua appeared one after another upon receiving orders. Even Sok-gu gradually manifested right in front of them. Seeing everyone focused together, he began assigning tasks. It's time to get to work. They support each other to move items through space. Suddenly, Li Jun asked loudly, "Have you ever seen workers who can pass through dimensions like that?" The elder responded that they have reached the pinnacle of physical movement, surpassed the ultimate level, and entered the realm of the superhuman. A moment later, a Taegu approached to report, "Master, we have finished moving everything." Li Jun praised. "Well done, Taegu." Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Li Jun finally said, "You can all go home now." It replied yes, then signaled everyone to clean up and leave together. "All right." Li Jun looked at the time on his phone and said, "I should head back now." As he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Li Jun stopped and slowly turned around. Suddenly, uninvited guests appeared right in front of him. As Li Jun predicted, the familiar aura of this terrifying presence was exactly as expected. "Your voice has become much colder. It's been a long time. Jinhua, Aha Min greets you. It's been a while." Young Master Li Jun. Before the words even finished, Jinhua immediately drew two swords. Her face turned more vicious than ever. "I am here to offer my condolences. You're actually very calm. So confident. Huh. True. I think you have the skills to do these things, both in your past life and this one." Li Jun suddenly felt that a great show was about to begin and smirked. Just in time. His entire body radiated a cold aura. "I have a little fun. Let's see how you handle this." Seeing that, Jinhua's voice suddenly deepened. "You're out of your mind." All the demon slayers behind him couldn't stand Li Jun's arrogant attitude and hurriedly formed ranks, ordering, "I will take his head." Li Jun, who just coldly ignored them and remained silent, his mood becoming complicated. No matter how strong he becomes, it's still not enough to face me and the demon slayers. So where does that confidence come from? Think about it yourself. Could it be that going to Busan is a trap to eliminate me? Thinking this, Jinhua immediately ordered everyone not to stay still or do anything reckless. Li Jun, standing opposite, could only let out a sigh in response. Sim Jinhua usually works as Choi Min-jin's maid, the wife of the head of the Than Luke clan. But in the shadows, she is the leader of the assassins and one of the strongest in the Emperor's tribe. With that strength, Li Jun thought she would attack without hesitation. But she was surprisingly slow. Feeling the situation was not looking good, he muttered to himself, "This is real." Li Jun begins to prepare for attack. "If you don't come here, I'll charge first." The Shadow Demon members quickly brace themselves, saying nothing, and he rushes at them like a gust of wind. Li Jun calmly advanced without hesitation, while the shadowy members tightly held their weapons. But immediately afterward, they saw him slip past them. Jinhua and the evil-looking demon members exchange uneasy glances at Li Jun's actions, as he deliberately turns his face slightly. licking his lips and waiting for them. Without hesitation, he shouted loudly and chased after them, and they immediately obeyed. The demon slayers all rushing to follow Li Jun's steps. A nearby member saw his figure pass by. He thought that finally heaven was on his side and sneered. Got him. But just as he was about to appear, suddenly Saku's hand appeared out of nowhere and quickly pulled him into another space. Li Jun watched this scene and smiled. One life gone. They hadn't been happy for long before the other members all rushed over, and he quickly jumped over the fence, making them furious catch him. The demon members had barely taken a few steps when Saku caught them all. Stopping them and shouting for help, Li Jun simply continued walking casually, humming his favorite tune. Finally, he led them to a dead end. The demon members were also getting exhausted and panting heavily. There was no way out. Li Jun scratched his head, looking innocent. I guess so. But I don't like being caught so easily. Then half of his body slipped through the teleportation gate. Guess I have no choice. Goodbye. Because Li Jun's actions were too quick for them to react. The demon hunters are furious. That guy has gone crazy. A member approached Jin Hoa to report that Li Jun had escaped through the gate. He stammered. Many members disappeared while chasing him. What should we do now? She can't think clearly right now. Li Jun. What is he doing? Then Jin Hoa gritted his teeth and said, Fine. We can't go back without killing him. Ah Fan, no ordered. Inform all the assassin members to prepare to enter the gate when I arrive. Li Jun has now returned from the gate. Shaku. Excited. Master. You're back. So he asked, Have you dealt with the guys I sent in yet? It quickly responded. Everything is done. I'm gathering them to make fertilizer for the crops. Li Jun reminded. Don't use it on edible plants. Shaku looked confused and nodded. Yes. As you were walking, the system suddenly announced that an unauthorized group had entered the gate. As soon as Li Jun finished reading, the system panel continued to sound. Do you want to push them out? You don't need to press it yet. Turn and tell Shaku to call the harvesters and the messenger. Then Li Jun immediately raised his hand to confirm. A pile of fertilizer was on its way. After the system updates, they each announced that the unauthorized group would not be expelled, and that the gate had been sealed. After taking a few steps, the continuous notifications from the system sounded. The red zone gate had been sealed, and the owner of the forbidden area showed hostility towards you. They panicked. What's going on? Owner of the forbidden zone. Suddenly, a member spoke loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Look! It's his voice. Junjun. We are surrounded by monsters. They all look on in shock. Rejoice. Believe it or not. Even the mermaid monsters are here. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, Li Jun saw your figure shouting loudly. What kind of illusion are you creating? You seem to pretend not to understand. Illusion. So unfair. This is my territory. Hearing that, they were terrified. Li Jun calmly gave the order. Saku. Today, I want to test your combat abilities. They show their fangs and receive orders. We are ready. Master. Li Jun smiled and said, Good. Then attack. Enraged and excited, Manhwa and Saku simultaneously charged down the cliff to attack. Jin Hua shouted loudly, seeing the situation was becoming dire. Sata. Crush them. They swiftly attacked one by one, then quickly engaged in a fierce clash, causing deafening sounds. And Li Jun was surprised by the chaos. I know you guys are very strong, but I didn't expect you to fight this well. At this point, Li Jun's gaze involuntarily shifted toward Jin Hua. Sata looked a bit flustered. Then she waved her hand at Saku and asked, Are you sure you don't want to join? Jin Hoa's sword reflects on Li Jun's face. As long as I get your head. Her eyes turn serious. I am willing to sacrifice everyone. Then Jin Hoa decisively seals Sata's resolve. As her words just flashed by, the atmosphere immediately turned cold. Li Jun sighed helplessly. Too bad. I am no match for her. Jin Hoa looked up in confusion, then suddenly felt a giant shadow covering her entire body. Jin Hoa looked up and immediately understood the meaning of what you just said. Li Jun smiled and said I should honor my elders. But she is a demon from another world. The one who cruelly trampled our world. Isn't she? You finish speaking. Pause for a moment. Then continue warning try to survive. Blood Witch. When it comes to the Blood Witch, no one can forget the countless false awakeners who died at her hands. And she has slaughtered more ordinary people than professional assassins. Moreover, she kills indiscriminately, whether children or the elderly, and is a bloodthirsty killer who drinks their blood from their hearts. At this moment, she seems to have lost and is lying on the ground, cursing. Jin Hoa was defeated by Li Jun in a fight. I never thought I would face this day. So I can't willingly accept defeat. Jin Hoa's body begins to drift away. How can a human control monsters when all the demons here are top martial artists from the world? Yet they are being wiped out by these monsters. Jun's voice is deep. This is the kind of trick or method. How do you know about us? Li Jun doesn't rush to answer but steps forward, lifts Jin Hoa's face, and slowly speaks. Of course I know. I also know that she killed my mother. I heard Li Jun say that maybe she was acting on her superior's orders, but I still remember very clearly. And suddenly my past memories started to come back, one by one. June of my mother. Li Jun remembers clearly what my mother told me, that we would play hide and seek together. And no matter what happens, we must not go outside. My mother was murdered without resistance. Even after she died, he carefully carved each word, cut her body into pieces, and laughed maniacally. Li Jun suddenly threw Jin Hoa's face aside, and honestly, no matter how much I torment her, I don't feel satisfied. You implied it. But killing Jin Mugyeon, someone she was very loyal to, would hurt more. Right, Hearing that, she immediately went completely insane. Li Jun glanced sideways and gave the command. You guys handle it. Saku, with excitement. And Manhwa immediately received the order. Li Jun calmly let them handle it and continued forward, quickly stepping out through the teleportation gate to his bedroom. Li Jun seemed exhausted and collapsed onto the bed. Suddenly, the old immortal coughed a few times. I didn't know your mother had passed away, he replied casually. How could I know? I never said anything. He was indignant. A great master should know everything about his disciple. Li Jun recounts that after his mother passed away, she left him in the family clan and the eyes of others. But she never saw him as her son, only abusing him day after day. The elder immediately became curious and wondered if Zhang Rian knew about this. He didn't really care. And Hyuk Jin didn't know either. Those unhappy things, what do they matter to them? Talking about it only makes things worse. They will get angry and want to kill this person or that. He suddenly overwhelmed Li Jun's senses, making his eardrums feel like they were about to burst. And the foolish disciple wondered why the old man was suddenly so angry, which annoyed the old master. That doesn't matter right now. Then he gently patted Li Jun on the shoulder to encourage him. The immortal old man grew fond. How could he endure all this time with a lonely, decaying heart? He encouraged me further. Maybe I am just an old man whose body no longer exists. But I was once the greatest person of all time. Don't forget that the greatest master of all time is your teacher. You hear these words and feel so happy. You always tease me. I never thought you would still be here. Seconds later, Li Jun immediately sent me a message saying thank you for caring about me. And at the same time thought to himself, maybe it's not so bad to have at least one person in the world who knows my secret. Old Master Tien stroked his beard and said, I have something I want to ask you. You just sang. What is it? He spoke. But before he could finish, the phone suddenly rang. Li Jun turned to look at the immortal elder, hesitated for a moment, then answered the phone. Hello. The voice on the other end immediately spoke. Li Jun, you recognize her. Oh, Han Ji-woo. What's the matter? She got straight to the point. We need your help for today's training session. The kids are waiting for you. Li Jun was surprised. Huh. That was sudden. Han Ji-woo urged. You know where our gym is. Right, come here quickly. Master Tien stood beside him, encouraging Li Jun as well. Great. Training is the best way to clear the mind. He hesitated. But since the master said so, he decided. After a while, the sky over the school gradually darkened. All four of them are waiting for Li Jun but haven't seen him yet. Mr. Ho's car shows obvious signs of worry as he wonders if Jun is running a bit late. Han Ji-woo, who seemed to have lost all patience at this moment, suddenly emanated a fierce and deadly aura. Seeing this, he immediately turned around and started crying. What should we do? Ji-woo is getting angry because Jun is late. Jun won't let us down. Right, Yun-bi? She replied casually as if nothing was wrong. Don't worry. Jun will come. Right, E.G., she replied. Yeah. Do you want to eat this? Mr. Ho's car immediately refused. Oh no. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, the door also opened at the same time. Mr. Ho's car clearly shows Li Jun's face, and he shouts out loud. Jun. He steps forward and grabs your collar. Hurry up. We finally arrived. Do something with Ji-woo already. Li Jun looked confused. What's going on? As they were playing in sync, Han Ji-woo's fiery voice suddenly rang out. Li Jun. You with your threatening aura. Come closer to them. Didn't I tell you to arrive early? Huh. Li Jun chuckled. Sorry. I brought some stuff to help you practice. So I came here. These words quickly reached Han Ji-woo's ears, causing her to stop and clear her throat. Well, if that's the case, taking it slow is unavoidable. What have you prepared? Li Jun gently curled his lips and said, You all want to get stronger. Right. Then he immediately reached out and yanked the bag onto the ground with a loud bang. Li Jun quickly smiled kindly. You all want to get stronger. Right. The three of them looked at Li Jun's expression with shock. But Han Ji-woo was completely different. In the end, only her lonely thoughts remained in the quiet night at the school. Maybe I shouldn't have called him. Li Jun paced back and forth, biting her lip so hard that her nails almost broke. Just as her mood was unstable, she heard Wu Wen's voice. Mistress. Qian Jin immediately ran over to ask around. You got the news from the old lady? Right. Huh. Right. Gaze of worry flickered across his face as he hesitated. Well. Wu Wen finally spoke plainly. It seems that Mrs. Sim Jin Hoa has experienced hallucinations. He said that she and the members of the Masat team had come to Busan, but we only found traces of them chasing something. Mrs. Sim Jin Hoa disappeared along with the Satsuma team members. Wu Wen continued reporting that the Masat members found no clues about Mrs. Sim Jin Hoa, but it seemed she interrupted before he finished speaking. Enough. Right after, Min Jin hit the opponent hard on the head. She quickly ordered everyone to search Busan thoroughly and bring the nanny back to me. He struggled to stand up and replied. Then Wu Wen immediately stepped out of the room. He directly confronts Jin Hoa's close subordinate, reports what he found, and quickly hands over a folder of documents, saying here, Wu Wen searches for traces, and if you look at the remaining signs in Busan, Satsuma members appeared, and there are indications that some members ambushed someone, but at certain points, all traces of the ambushing members have disappeared. He wondered aloud what it could mean that Mrs. Sim Jin, Hoa, and Satsuma disappeared from the same location. Then he speculates, just hypothetically, if someone nearby heard Wu Wen muttering this, they wouldn't have time to react. Yes, he then continues. Hypothetically, if a monster breakthrough occurred at that location, Wu Wen's gaze flickered slightly. But was it someone who opened the gate there? Or perhaps a monster breakthrough to overpower Mrs. Sim Jin Hoa? At least it must have been a black zone gate. Then he suddenly clenched the document tightly. There was no other explanation. It was impossible for someone to open a portal. Suddenly Wu Wen seized the paper in his hand. No. He started destroying the piece of document, which was only feasible on that day. A clear morning the next day in the open field behind the school. The birds were happily enjoying the morning sunlight. But before they could do that, a sudden loud noise startled them, causing them to panic and fly away into the distance. Ho Jun's voice shouted, Jun-A. This can't be. He helplessly shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the forest. Really, huh? Meanwhile, Han Ji-yu was pushing himself to the limit to keep practicing. Li Jun jumped up and argued. Do you think I would waste my time on useless exercises, mister? Ho cried out. But this kind of training is too rough. He chuckled and brushed off the matter, still feeling energetic enough to talk. So let's keep going. In the end, amidst the peaceful natural scenery, he took a deep breath as if to suppress his frustration. Not long after, everyone was exhausted and resting at the same time. Han Ji-yu wiped the sweat and said, I don't know how the school has this open space. Li Jun, hearing her say that, also partly understood the reason. Many people didn't know much. He carried the stone and stepped forward. Since no one else came to this place, it was where I usually train. After that, he also dragged Lao Ho along. Stop by occasionally. Li Jun smiled strangely. Take a rest for a bit. Then go around 4 more laps and come back later. They said in unison. No way. He thought. This is really fun. So it's over. While standing still, the system suddenly announced that a new coach trait had been received with a reward of 500,000 points. Li Jun couldn't believe his eyes and moved closer to take a better look. Aunt Dai. Why all of a sudden? Han Ji-woo noticed. What's going on? He replied. Nothing. Later. The system continued to update and announced that the new trainer had advanced to the next level. Li Jun discovered the joy of pushing his friends to their limits and understood why his master was so strict in pushing himself. He quietly glanced at the elder, surprised to receive a reward and recognition just for teaching the kids. Is this what the master meant by enlightenment? He should be the one sitting back and scolding. No. People shouldn't be pushed to such extremes. They say that true training is for fools. Li Jun involuntarily changed his mind. Maybe it's not. And time keeps passing. He gradually introduces stricter training methods, while also fostering each person's inner strength. Then, after enduring days of hellish suffering, until a single kiss, they seem to have grown tired and sat down to rest. Meanwhile, Eun-bi received a notification that caught everyone's attention. Wait. What is this? What am I seeing? The system announced that her target has a B-rank trait, and CO was surprised. A B-rank trait. Cell EAG also responded. A rank only inheritors of the 15 Noble Clans Alliance can possess. Everyone praised and congratulated Eun-bi. Well done. Congratulations. Immediately after, Cell EAG also received the system notification about the divine skill, and then it was Han Go who received it and stared silently. Even the old man who complains all day has achieved a B-rank skill in swordsmanship. Their voices begin to echo across the training ground. Li Jun happily approaches and says, "Oh, that's a perfect trait for EAG, our healer. But I prefer dual swordsmanship. It is a rare trait even among the 15 clans," the elder said. "All thanks to the correct training method. Isn't it?" Over here, you see Han Go approaching without saying a word to ask. "Go, what trait did you get?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jun's gaze suddenly fixed on the system panel. It reports that her Queen Sword trait is of S rank. You watch carefully for a moment before slowly saying S. Trait. S rank. Li Jun was a bit stunned. I didn't expect Go to have an S-ranked trait. Lost in deep thought, Eun-bi suddenly called out, "Jun, thank you. I truly mean it. If it weren't for your training, we wouldn't have awakened our traits." Mr. Ho's car and Mr. EAG's car also spoke up, thanking you very much. You are our savior. Suddenly, Han Go, from behind, called out Li Jun, her face flushed as if embarrassed. Then she said thank you, and upon hearing these two words, he stood motionless. Soon after, Li Jun regained his composure and smiled politely. He didn't respond but thought to himself, "I'll make the others do some strange training and also give instructions. Train hard until the Divine Martial Arts Tournament begins." They agreed. "Yes, I will do my best." Not long after the training session ended, Li Jun was at the schoolyard, helplessly scratching his head, swearing he only meant to make them go through a few intense training sessions and then ask her to repeat what she just said. When Mr. Jin placed his hand on her back to insist, she only had one request. She confidently declared that she also wanted to join your training course. Li Jun felt a headache coming on as he listened. No way. Is this really true? He silently wondered. What is going on here? God. The story goes back a week, when most students were running across the schoolyard, one after another. Mr. Jin was running and reminding them to focus on their breathing, and they all responded in unison. Yes. Then she urged them from behind to speed up, as Mr. Ho's car, along with Eun-bi and AG's cars, had gone through intense training and were exhausted from running. Yes. When Mr. Jin saw how bad their expressions were, he was momentarily confused. Ms. Ho then announced that everyone could rest after the warm-up. Mr. Jin said that it's been quite a while since we started, and she believes your basic abilities are now sufficient. She smiled and said, "From now on, you will have free time to practice on your own. Based on your skills and understanding, practice the 10 steps of divine magic freely." Soon, all the students were practicing on their own. As Mr. Jin observes and silently evaluates, no matter how much we are taught or how many skills we learn, true mastery only comes from understanding that requires constant thinking and reflection. But it seems no one has reached that level yet. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly distracted by a loud sound. One after another, Cell EAG used the divine magic she had painstakingly practiced. Next is Eun-bi with her B-rank aiming technique. Finally, it's none other than the twin swordsmanship of Grandpa Ho. All three focus on a single dummy to attack it simultaneously. Instantly, the dummy cracks apart under the power of their combined strength. When Mr. Jin stood nearby, he couldn't help but be stunned. That scarecrow was made from monster remains and was not easy to break. So weren't those three just fake awakened ones pretending? She wondered why she hadn't recognized those talents all along. But as that thought fleetingly crossed her mind, all three of them seemed to be exhausted and collapsed. They muttered to themselves one after another, "I can't keep up anymore. I'm numb too. Let's take a break." When Mr. Jin saw something was off, did he misjudge the students? While taking a break, A teacher suddenly mentioned. What's the name of the class, president of class 5 again? She asked back. You mean Park Eun-bi, he then remembered. Oh yes. That girl trained very hard and finally achieved results. I was so surprised when I saw her skills, another teacher spoke up, including So Eiji. I thought she only had healing abilities. But it turns out she also has talent in invisibility techniques. He then continued. Has anyone seen Nam Se-hong cough? The kid has awakened that twin sword technique. And the opponent was surprised. Huh. That's the super rare twin sword technique. He said he heard that he awakened during the fusion training with Lee Jun. They both turned to Ki Young Jin. So now class 5 has 3 talented students. Your father's class must be really popular. Suddenly noticing her about to leave, he asked. Teacher, where are you going? Ki Young Jin replied. I have a few things to do. Everyone. Please continue. And then she started observing young master Lee Jun and the other students. It was a very brutal and ruthless method, but it significantly improved their abilities. Back in the present, Ki Young Jin is full of determination to say that as a homeroom teacher, she wants to participate in and learn from this amazing alchemy training so she can pass it on to other students. Lee Jun suddenly realized that this was the reason he always felt someone watching him during training, but since he couldn't sense any aura, he just ignored it. I see. Looking deeply into her eyes, I can feel her determination. So I immediately agree. But before Ki Young Jin can be happy, she hears Lee Jun continue. But with a few conditions. I told her that since she's coming here too, it's likely that others will join as well. And I don't like any trouble at all. Then he explained. First, not to tell anyone about this training camp. And second, to choose the training location, Lee Jun finalized. Those are the only 2 rules. And Young Jin nodded lightly. Of course. It's fine. The next day, everyone gathered in a bustling urban area, taking turns to get out of their cars and admire the place. Eun-bi excitedly asked, So this will be the new base, he quickly replied. It's Ji-woo's house. They started discussing excitedly. Living in a dorm must be very suffocating compared to a place like this. Every house is the same. I wish I could be like Han Ji-woo. Lee Jun. Thank you for letting us use your family gym. Han Ji-woo shyly turns around and says, It's nothing. Come with me. As she entered the gate, a group of bodyguards immediately rushed over, bowing in unison to welcome her back. Han Ji-woo looked around and asked where her father was. The bodyguard replied that he was waiting for her at the gym. Soon after, she and everyone else arrived at the gym. Dad is here. Wee-kyung immediately turned around upon hearing the noise. Oh, Han Ji-woo is back. That face looks familiar. Wait. It's the chairman. Han Ji-woo looked confused and said, What do you mean? He's my dad. Look closely. They're different. He smiled. Everyone says I look just like Mi-sung. Hu-kyung joked that all the children arrived safely. Han Ji-woo was a bit difficult to befriend, but they endured well. Then she whispered softly, Dad. Han Ji-woo's eyes flash with hostility as he responds to Dang Hoang, thanking Bi and Zio-ong, and saying Han Ji-woo is very good. Yes. We all like Han Ji-woo very much. He approached to greet him, surprised to see her here. It's been a long time. Hu-kyung followed and also greeted. Yes. Very pleased to meet the clan leader. Hu-kyung's subtle gaze flicked towards Lee Jun. Oh. So this must be it. He suddenly put his arm around the young man and happily said, My future son-in-law. Hu-kyung insisted like that, leaving Lee Jun no chance to resist. Shocking, everyone, completely. Han Ji-woo, angry, scolds and physically hits her father. Your father is about to be blessed. It hurts. Stop saying weird stuff. Hu-kyung still tries to smile. After all, it's been a long time since he saw his daughter, and he's very happy. Now I have to go. Train comfortably. He gently brushed past you and said, After finishing your training, talk to your father-in-law for a bit. Seeing Hu-kyung's clear expression, she immediately kicked him out of the door and stepped outside. Han Ji-woo, don't think too much. My dad just likes to tease me. Lee Jun sighed, indicating he understood. I know. That's just how he is. Some might say he is cunning or clever. But the truth is he is one of the most honest and admirable men. If he gets involved, the traitors of the Divine Weapon Clan will be wiped out without a trace. But right now he's too busy hunting the demons of this world. Which is why Han Min-sung and Han Ji-woo are struggling with their family issues. He values South Korea's safety more than his family and clan. It's easy to say, but few can actually do that. You clap your hands to start the tense atmosphere. Alright. Now that the enemies are gone, can we begin? Han Jiwoo asked curiously what kind of training we would have today, and Li Jun replied that it would be a different kind of test. And she wondered what kind of different. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly a powerful force enveloped the training room, catching everyone off guard. They immediately lost their balance. Huh. This is... Han Jiwoo faced him directly and guessed. But she didn't understand what he was trying to do. The aura. Why Hu Qiong simply walked out of the training room. He also seems to sense Li Jun's aura and smiles. It's starting now. Inside the gym, chaos reigns due to the overwhelming presence of his powerful aura. They struggled to breathe under the force but kept fighting back, with Han Jiwoo bracing her hands on her knees for support. Right now, only she and Ki Yong-jin are still not overwhelmed by the gravity. Ki Yong-jin can't believe his eyes. How is it possible? How can an 8-year-old high school student possess such power? Han Jiwoo, seeing her teacher's expression, felt it was obvious that he had become stronger. She observed around Li Jun. His aura is even more threatening than before. And for the first time I feel that Li Jun's aura isn't as refined as this. Han Jiwoo's memories start to rewind. But now she quietly thinks it feels like he's controlling a fierce beast. Han Jiwoo tries to adjust her thoughts, believing she could catch up just a little more. Just a little more effort and I can catch up. And that is only an illusion. No matter how much she trains, she still cannot see Li Jun, who is far ahead, while she is only chasing after his footsteps. Thinking of that, Han Jiwoo felt unwilling and resolute to chase after that shadow. She didn't want to fall behind Li Jun. Han Jiwoo, angry, also reached out towards Li Jun. I don't want to be swept away. The gust of wind brushed past, making her alert and dodge the attack. The moment after a wound left on Li Jun's face, he saw her gradually lose consciousness and immediately reached out to support her. But Li Jun still hears the voice of the other person saying, I still have many things left inside me. He looks up at Han Jiwoo with affection. No. Li Jun looked around at everyone and said, it's over. Seol E.G. was panting. What kind of erotic scene is this? Eun-bi wasn't far behind. How can I endure that? Seol staggered over and asked, we won't keep training nonstop. Right? Li Jun didn't answer, only offering a friendly smile. Seeing that, their moods immediately became subdued, and they all started complaining. Please spare me, I can't take it anymore. You brushed your hand across your cheek and didn't expect to cause this wound. Then, Li Jun's gaze involuntarily looked up at Han Jiwoo, saying, you did well. And the next day at school, Ki Woong-jin still seemed unable to forget the memories of training with them. Miss. Upon hearing the call, you quickly regained consciousness. Sorry. Where are you? A student replied. The 10-step spell requires precise control of internal energy. Ki Woong-jin continued. That's right. When the inner energy reaches its peak, as the words briefly flashed through her mind, she gradually fell into her own thoughts. I was worried about the young Li Jun's training and couldn't focus on the lesson. That is a dangerous training method where one mistake can be fatal. The risky path chosen by young Master Li Jun has resulted in a high level of danger and significant risk. From my father's perspective, those kids are still like little chicks. Eventually, they will face the real battle inside the gate. When that time comes, they will need to become stronger to survive. She unconsciously frowned. Those students are nothing compared to the challenge from the young master. As a teacher, I must reflect and improve. The confused student said, Miss. Ki Woong-jin remained steadfast. I will continue to follow the guidance of the young master. Then he shouted loudly, causing everyone to stand up and run around the yard 200 times, leaving everyone stunned. Huh. Meanwhile, outside the school gate, Chun-sik suddenly arrived to visit. The old man looked around for a moment and assessed that nothing had changed here. As he took a few steps, Chun-sik heard Min-sung greeting him. Welcome, Your Excellency. He smiled warmly and said it was an honor to have the swordmaster visit in person. The old guest was flustered and said, Honor, it's been years since we last met. No need for formalities. Min-sung retorted, Who would dare stand straight before you? Then he offered, Please allow me to escort you. Chun-sik immediately refused without hesitation, saying, I will take a walk with my nephew. You can continue entertaining other guests. So, the three of them proceeded into the school. Everyone whispers, I get so worked up for nothing. It's not as special as I thought. When facing the martial arts king, the sword replacement king, it was much more difficult. Min-sung completely thought differently from the crowd. No. That was the real danger. He analyzes that even if they hide their aura, a strong presence remains at AA rank. But the fake awakened at ST rank is different. If they hide their aura, we will think they are normal. It shows their ability to control their inner energy, which is their second nature. Min Sung regained his composure and said, "Let's get ready to meet the next guest. Stay alert. They follow orders. Know who to trust." Hyuk Jin spoke up after they had been walking for a while. "It's a big field. Are you tired? Do you want to rest a bit?" Chun Sik suddenly got angry and scolded him. "How dare you treat me like an old man?" Hyuk Jin begged for forgiveness. "I was wrong. I was mistaken. You brat." Just as he was about to swing a stick at him, Chun Sik suddenly froze. Seeing him stand still, Hyuk Jin called out a few times. "And Mr. Af..." Chun Sik looked into the distance. "What was that smell?" He quickly responded, "That's the main building." The old man seemed to sense a familiar power. It must be that energy. It's them. Chun Sik involuntarily remembered the brilliance of those from another dimension. The old man suddenly signaled, "I think I've seen enough. Let's go to the main building. Jun Jian hasn't arrived yet." "Huh. But the students will soon head to the schoolyard." Chun Sik kept gazing in one direction. "There's something I need to check." Inside the classroom, Ki Yong Jin announced that today marks the start of the final martial arts tournament. She explained the rules of the competition, which uses a lottery system, and all students from grades 1 to 3 will participate, with the winner receiving the Kwai Kiem. Hearing this, everyone's eyes unconsciously looked at Li Jun. Isn't the Kwai Kiem a mysterious item that even swordmasters can't decipher? Li Jun is definitely going to win. Right. So jealous. Ki Yong Jin. Cheer up already. Don't be jealous so soon. This time, the chairman said that the day will come when rewards are given to students who have significantly improved their ranks. Everyone was surprised. "Really?" She replied. "But those who cannot improve their rank will have to participate in hellish training." Then, when Yongjin made up his mind, everyone shouted together to win the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament and come back. Finally, the end of class has arrived. Li Jun keeps pushing himself to leave the classroom, and suddenly hears someone calling his name, Jun. "Hi." UC Jin rushed forward to grab Mr. Tram, but unfortunately he was caught this time, and he fell rolling on the corridor, making a loud, piercing sound. "Hi," Uk Jin muttered. "Why a deer? This isn't fair," Li Jun said coldly. "I shouldn't have rushed in." "Jun isn't stupid. That kid won't fall again just because of it." Li Jun notices. "Sister." But very quickly, his eyes and the person beside her. Who was behind her? "Who is that?" Jun Gian solemnly. "Please introduce yourself. This is your sister's father." Junshik smiled politely. "I am Jun. Very pleased to meet you." Li Jun quickly realized that he was a member of the Bloodline clan, one of the top 10 awakened individuals in the world, and the only S-rank awakener in Korea. Elder Trat Vuong Tae. "I am the father of these kids." Following proper etiquette, I step forward and introduce myself. "Nice to meet you. I am Li Jun." His gaze was fixed on Jun Shich. "In my previous life I only saw him from afar." Suddenly, Li Jun broke out in a sweat. This was the first time I got to see an S-rank awakener so close. He thought for a moment. Of course A wouldn't compare to rank S. And sensing the aura, the old man sank into his own thoughts. What is this child? The faint blue glow on Junxie's hand begins to pulse. Who is he really? Meanwhile, Li Jun politely shakes hands. The town's gossip topic. A friend of my dog and a high school student. Who dominates the fake awakening class AA. Blows away the wind. A bastard who cannot inherit the bloodline of the Divine Power clan. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. Could someone like that really exist? Junshi Ban Quan. What kind of power does this child possess? I can't see the energy inside him. He tried to grasp your hand for a long time, but couldn't find any clue. I can't see your energy. Even using the magic of the Thunder King. Something like that cannot exist. No. It must be something that doesn't exist. Jun Shich is suspicious. Is the divine technique of the Sumeru Mountain God King superior to that of the Heavenly Thunder King? Or could it be a hidden power within Samji martial arts? Li Jun suddenly pushed the old man away. The young girl looked confused. Is something wrong? You're looking at me so much. Jun snorted. You're friends with my mischievous grandchildren. So I was curious and looked instinctively. Junjian is angry. What did he say? The two sisters ran over and clung to each other. Even though Hyukjin doesn't know how to walk yet, he's very brave and kind. And he's hurt. Sir, Elder Lien appears to decipher the secret. He is truly determined to uncover the strength of the person. It turns out Li Jun was just pretending. I'm about to panic, thinking he figured it out. Mister, Lian slapped you on the head and asked how dare you doubt the divine creation of the war ring. Even the best swordsman cannot pierce the power of the war ring. The immortal monk rises to the heavens, and the military ring is forged by threatening the greatest artisan in the world, as the emperor desires. He himself declared that this was his creation. And finally you felt relieved. As the master said, luckily he didn't notice anything unusual. Li Jun thought to himself that primordial divine magic is like a painting, no matter what it is mixed with. It still blends naturally. You only fear one thing, that the foundation of your primordial magic is now the demon's energy, which is extremely pure and brutal demonic power. If he realizes it, he might think I am a demon. Li Jun reassures himself, claiming he used the Heavenly King divine technique as bait. So there's nothing to worry about. Jun Shich tries to compose himself and casually asks, "Today you're also sparring, right?" Li Jun politely replies, "Yes. I haven't reached my full strength yet." The old man pretends to care. "All right. I will look carefully, so do your best." The shining sun shines down on Muram High School as Li Jun gazes at the clear blue sky. He was worried that his first opponent was Li Jun, a B-rank awakened from the Poison Dragon clan. But Li Jun quickly regained his illusion of strength. He is quite strong compared to a first-ranked male. And although he is the son of the tyrant king of the Dokfuk clan, he can't compare to me. He pondered silently. There's no need to look closely. Hizul approached warmly, saying, "Hey, I'm here." Li Jun was also happy. "This is perfect timing. I was looking for you." He scratched his head. "You're looking for me, Han. Have they decided your opponent yet?" Hizul replied very clearly. "Yes. That was a D-grade ancient awakening from the Emperor clan." Li Jun was a bit confused. "The Emperor clan, you're wondering again. Hizul, do you need to participate in the Heavenly Martial Tournament?" Li Jun's question confused him. What does he mean? You keep hesitating. Why not give up? Li Jun stared intently at his trembling brother in front of him. Hizul is highly skilled in Zhongguan Miho divine magic and Zhonhuan Pi Guangdo swordsmanship, both at a 3-star level with his abilities. You can easily defeat most opponents, but you worry that in this era of ancient awakening, dominance is everything. If the Emperor clan discovers their top martial arts, Li Jun was restless and uneasy. What they always boasted about had been ended by an unknown E-grade elder awakening. He was confused, trying to protect himself by avoiding competition in the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. But the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament is a place where students showcase their skills. So how can I explain to him to give up such an important opportunity? Li Jun realized he had spoken out of turn. Don't misunderstand me. Hizul immediately followed his words. I will withdraw. It was you who advised him, but now you look so cruel. Why? Hizul explains. I am already in his sights. You don't need to show off your skills to anyone else anymore. I don't care about ranks or scholarships. I already have the spy fees you provided. So it's fine. He looks at Li Jun with loving eyes. I believe there's a reason behind what you said. Hizul smiles brightly. I trust you completely. He pats his shoulder and thanks him for understanding. Suddenly, Li Jun froze, his eyes darting around nervously. And Hizul hesitated. What's going on? Brother. Li Jun suddenly grabbed his hand tightly, pulling Hizul along and saying, Follow me. Don't ask any more. He had no choice but to obey. Yes. Li Jun pushed Hizul roughly against the gate on the wall. Hurrying inside, Hizul's face turned pale. Hey. Why did you suddenly do that? Li Jun didn't give Hizul a chance to react and kicked him straight in. Aren't you supposed to trust me completely and follow me blindly? Just go in, he mumbled. I didn't mean it to be that extreme. After finishing his task and finally catching his breath, Li Jun suddenly disappeared, and Kang Gu chased after to check the situation, but was too late. Wandering around confused what's going on, Kang Gu suspiciously crouched down to check, clearly sensing an energy very similar to the Imperial martial arts. But the traces suddenly disappeared here. The old man doubted himself. Was I mistaken? Mr. Ho's car is honking. Jun, where are you going at this moment? Li Jun has reappeared in the martial world. I have some things to do. But why is it so intense? Everyone shouted together. It's huge. Very huge. He excitedly pointed far away. Look. The match of the century is there. 2 legendary names appeared on the screen. Han Ji-zhou and Bai Dongjun. You hesitated. That. Mr. Ho's car was stunned. Why are you so normal? Do you already know? The match just got posted. And Li Jun looks so fake. Oh no. Of course I was surprised. It's a match similar to the one from my previous life. He clenched his fists so happily he jumped up. So you must be cheering for Jizoo. Right. Eunbi also smiled so brightly she couldn't close her mouth and had to ask. Of course I have to cheer for Jizoo. Right, Jun? You hesitated. Lee Jun kept it to himself. In the past life I cheered for Jungyun. Back then I wasn't close to Jizoo. And she threatened me to support her. He hesitated, worried that supporting Jungyun would disappoint Jizoo. But supporting Jizoo might bring consequences. Lee Jun stood still as he saw Han Ji-woo standing silently in a corner. You have partly guessed the situation. So Lee Jun didn't think much anymore. Just forget it. Whatever happens, he straightforwardly said. Of course I will support Han Ji-woo. Jun Gyeon heard that and also didn't feel good. So who exactly are you cheering for? Lee Jun was stunned, greeting her politely with a friendly smile. Then hesitated and asked, Sojun, tell me, who are you supporting, being liked by one person but not by another? Lee Jun started trembling when he saw Lady Han Ji-woo about to lose her temper. He shouted loudly, Why do you have to do this to me? Anyway, the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament is about to start now. The host solemnly smiles and thanks everyone for waiting, from the very beginning. This has been a major fight, hasn't it? He introduces the first monster from the Divine Sword clan, Queen Sword Han Ji-woo, and then comes the second monster, from the Bloodthirster clan, a master of swordsmanship, Baek Jun-gyeon. Zio Ho asked curiously. Hey Jun, did Lee Jun just pass by? Zio Ho whispers. Who do you think will win? Lee Jun isn't bothering to guess. If there's a result, you'll find out. Zio Ho looks stunned. You don't know either. Lee Jun calmly replied, Of course I do. Who do you think I am? He thought everyone believed that Baek Jun-gyeon was just an A rank, but in reality she was close to mastering A rank skills. Han Ji-woo, who has just reached level A, is facing a tough opponent. Lee Jun remembered that before returning, Han Ji-woo was the one who won the practice match, but in reality, it was a victory for Baek Jun-gyeon, a place where talents from countless clans can shine. Baek Jun-gyeon gave up so that the Blood Mirror clan couldn't monopolize it. He judged, well, actually, it might be because she didn't want to waste time in a match against a weaker opponent. Lee Jun thought to himself, if he knew her younger brother came in first, she wouldn't be able to do that. A sincere and proud act. He barely smirked. But this time will be different. Lee Jun is excited. He's the opponent prepared for my sister. My sister. Let's see how much they can give. Everyone in the stands also cheered them on as they took their positions. Han Ji-woo was the first to draw his sword. Jun-gyeon pretends to be innocent of all sins to distract the opponent and focus on the sword. This is the first time you've seen it. How did you learn to do that? But Han Ji-woo was not shaken at all. Jun taught me. Hyuk wondered privately how Jun taught him. Han Ji-woo replied softly, Yes, he's always alone, isn't he? Jun-gyeon wondered when he became friends with you. Han Ji-woo replied simply, Just recently. Jun-gyeon immediately used a teasing tactic. So do you have a problem with me, huh? You've already been sharp with me since the beginning. I don't act like that with Hyuk-jin. And Han Ji-woo's face is still cold. No, not at all. Jun-gyeon is pretending to be naive. Really, if you say so. She pretends to be friendly. And I'm really glad that you're the one competing with me. I have a few things to tell you. While Han Ji-woo remains cold and aloof, to me, Hyuk-jin threatened me not to get too close to Jun. Han Ji-woo found it strange why I had to do that, while Hyuk-jin just sneered. The reason is simple. You're not very sharp about this. Are you? Turns out this aunt has liked Lee Jun for a long time. And you like Lee Jun. Jun is the sister I need to care about. But I can also see through Han Ji-woo's feelings. Though she seems quite dissatisfied. Jun-gyeon drew his sword and announced, So here's the plan. The loser of this fight will give up on Jun. She then pretended to be innocent. What do you think? Han Ji-woo also took a step back from the threat, then lunged forward. But while Jun-gyeon was showing off, Han Ji-woo appeared from behind to strike unexpectedly. Fortunately, Jun-gyeon quickly blocked her first attack as well. Han Ji-woo was about to deliver a decisive blow. That was her final move. But Jun-gyeon still challenges her and won't back down. They step back to prepare for a fierce fight. A surge of spiritual energy erupts right in the middle of the arena. The students panic and cover their faces. What kind of power is that so strong? And he's already planning to go all out from the start. Han Ji-woo and Jun-gyeon fight fiercely, neither backing down. They battle beyond the earth, reaching into the cosmos. She shouted out as if she had made a firm decision, even if she had to give up everything else. She couldn't abandon her Jun. Right, so she would do everything. Jun-gyeon's eyes burn with fire as he swings his sword down, forcing her to block with a grimace. Han Ji-woo closes one eye, blinded by the bright light of his spiritual power. Bracing herself for this fierce attack, her sword shone brightly, emitting a chilling silver glow. Jun Gyeon widened his eyes, his hair billowing in the wind. Her sword, which was being held up, suddenly dropped straight to the ground, without warning. Han Ji-woo stepped back, the long sword slipping from her grasp. She swings her sword in a long arc. Spiritual energy flows out, twisting her waist like a snake. Jun Gyeon easily avoids everything with a calm expression, focusing ahead but unable to stop her mind from wandering. Oh, so that kid channels internal energy into the sword to harden it. When struck hard, they disperse the energy to weaken the impact, and transfer the energy back when the kid attacks. Han Ji-woo's sword just barely brushed past Jun Gyeon. No matter how directly he aimed at her, it will come back eventually, after all. Du has taught this girl something. She happily licks the remaining blood, but Jun Gyeon quickly and lightly leapt to the side, taking the opportunity to slash at the shining sword. She stomped her foot hard on the blade, making it impossible for Han Ji-woo to pull it back. She grits her teeth and clenches her jaw as if she could crush two bugs. The sword jerks a few times, sparks flying like a fish caught in a net. Jun Gyeon flies over, face to face with Han Ji-woo, the tension like a stretched string. She opens her eyes wide, her fist glowing with electric energy. Han Ji-woo also clenched her jaw tightly, blue spiritual energy gathering at her fist as a devastating explosion erupted. Blinding the spectators, Lee Jun is blinded by the dazzling scene in front of him. So, he used the Thap Buok Than Thuat like that. Even the master couldn't help but be amazed. That girl knew the range of the sword's attack and used close-range divine magic to avoid widening the gap. At that age, it's commendable that she understands martial arts. Lee Jun sighed. That's why I fear that older sister, the elder standing beside him, judged. But Han Ji-woo was also trained by my disciple. The girl won't be easily defeated. And the outcome of the fight is uncertain. Both of them are wildly swinging their limbs, with Han Ji-woo and Jun Gyeon refusing to give in to each other. The two girls were about to make a decisive move when the referee blew the whistle, stopping them. Han Ji-woo was exhausted from the effort, while Jun Gyeon still seemed unfazed. The referee announced that the match would end due to time running out. The decisive moment had arrived, and the winner, Seo-ho, hurried over, with everyone praising Han Ji-woo. Han Ji-woo did really well. Very impressive. He hands her a bottle of water, but I still regret that if only a little more time. Here. You should drink this. The referee officially announced the end, with a score of fire. Han Ji-woo wins against Jun Gyeon. Eun-bi, the boss's assistant, flattered him. If there had been a little more time, I'm sure you would have won. Han Ji-woo. Seo Yeji is attacking. That's right, Eun-bi wondered. Han Ji-woo. Who are you looking for? And Seo Yeji rushed over to handle Seo-ho. This provocation. You should be comforting Han Ji-woo instead of saying that right now. Han Ji-woo, who is resting, is also disturbed by Jun Gyeon's unpleasant voice. Lee Jun. That Liu Mon. Chun. Is it already over? She's too reckless in America. Go find that kid immediately, and bring him back here for me. I need to hear directly from him who he really is. Seo Yeji looked around. He was with us just now. Ho's car is being controlled and is looking around too. Where did he go? Han Ji-woo was so angry that she immediately crushed the water ball. And everyone around, seeing her attitude, also became confused, as if he always acts that way. Han Ji-woo shouted loudly. Wait until I catch you. The scene shifts to the lively music festival at Murem High School, where Lee Jun casually sits and munches on a large, fiery tea stick. The old master looked at the food and couldn't help but crave it. What kind of candy is that? It looks so sweet. I heard the master call but didn't even share, because it's the kind of candy kids love to eat. Lee Jun smiled brightly. Even he needs to snack and truly enjoy the festival atmosphere. Suddenly, Hyungjun walks by and carelessly bumps into his shoulder. Lee Jun holds his head and apologizes. Huh. Hyungjun also turned around in surprise. Young Master Jun, you're also lying. Sa Hyungjun. Lee Jun immediately stood up and asked Han why Tian Vuong was here now. So Lee Sin is also here, he replied. No. I'm on a short break. Huh. A break. You. The boy was so shocked he froze completely. What is going on? I thought to myself, the heavenly king I know always lives as if protecting Lee Sin is his purpose. Lee Jun couldn't take his eyes off the heavenly king, whose face was reddening like a tomato. What made someone who never took a break before becoming the leader of the Heavenly King team suddenly change Kyung-jin, peeked from behind Hyung-jun. Who was over there? Miss Ben Len. Miss Cha Kyung-jin. Hello, master. He hurriedly explained upon seeing the mischievous expression of the young master. I happened to meet her while on leave. Kyung-jin fidgeted nervously. Yes. That's right. Just a coincidence. Lee Jun then smiled strangely. You're teasing. Dad. Even the Heavenly King deserves love too. Hi, Ongjin hesitated. I didn't mean it like that. Even so, Lee Jun still kept teasing until the end. Why did he refuse to stay? Kyung-jin would be hurt. After not even giving a chance, he just left. Ignoring the two of them, standing there not even looking at each other. I'm leaving now. Have fun. You too. Kyung-jin. Misunderstood. Got annoyed and scolded. Hi, Ongjun. Lee Jun also feels happy to see this scene. The music festival is lively, with crowds pouring onto the streets. Lee Jun stands on the school rooftop, gazing at this peaceful scene. Something about Hai Ongjun reminds him of the Heavenly King, who always stands by Lee Sin. Enjoying the holiday, Lee Jun is pleased to see them close together, meaning he has escaped from the obligation to protect Lee Sin if he dates Kyung-jin. He thought to himself when he saw the two of them getting close, meaning he could play the trick on Hai Ongjun's father through her. Lee Jun carefully reads the system panel because Hai Ongjun's father is also involved in training the kids if he helps her overcome the obstacle here. Because I have this ability. The system screen appears. S-Rank Demon Trainer. Description: you enjoy manipulating your friends. And at the same time, you understand why your master manipulates you. As a result, unlocking special traits in others increases training experience by 100%, with the effect growing as levels rise. He gradually connected the events. Right after Han Ji-woo unlocked her S-Rank trait, the Queen Sword's Chamber. The new training feature has evolved into a demon trainer. Lee Jun stroked his chin thoughtfully, thinking if he could unlock her father's trait with this. He looked up to enjoy the cool breeze. Looking forward to tomorrow. At the same time, at the church, there was a 5-meter-high crucifix with monks kneeling as if performing a ritual. A loud banging sound came from the door. Really noisy and loud. As soon as Somi entered, she sneered, abandoning heaven, and now praying to change the gods. You truly are a crazy monk. Muanba-in replied just as fiercely. How dare you use that treacherous tongue to pray for sacred things? You filthy old hag acting like a monk. Not like me at all. The old man interrupted. Shut your mouth and get to the point. Somi recounted. The Blood Witch, my precious child, suddenly disappeared. Her eyes slightly narrowed as the kid went out with the Divine Force team and disappeared in Busan with the undead members. Muan Ba-in asked why. As the red zone gate appeared in Busan, Somi suggests that the investigator says it seems the kid died from a monster outbreak. Hearing that, he was already fed up. A top child dying from a monster outbreak. How unlucky. Muan Ba-in just wanted to end the story. So is that all you came here to say? But how could she let it go so easily? No way. Somi dropped a shocking piece of news that made his head spin 360 degrees, and the demon sword has finally revealed itself. Muanba is excited. Really. The woman confidently flicks her hair. The blood mirror uses it as a prize in the Heavenly Martial Arts tournament. The old man looked quite despondent. Truly crazy. Not knowing what the demon sword was, and bringing it into a childish event like the Heavenly Martial Arts tournament. Somi was helpless. If he didn't say anything, we wouldn't know its true value. And both of them said together, we must get the demon sword. Muanba hurriedly stepped forward, preparing to welcome his arrival in this world. This time, everything must be achieved in one go. The old woman raised her hand. Yes. Yes. I understand. The old man sternly said, I will take the demon sword. Don't forget our final goal, bringing our master Mizu to this world. The two face each other. Everything is for our lord. In-seong hesitated for a few seconds before charging forward. I stepped in first. And In-seong threw nails rapidly at Lee Jun. He only needs a small spear to send these Tepju creatures flying out of sight. Unable to hide his displeasure at not being the center of attention, you're still quite inexperienced. In-seong is no pushover. He quickly dodged Lee Jun's spiritual energy attacks. Dung In-seong, the son of the Steel King from the Mandargam clan. He is one of the identical twin siblings of Amhwa. Dung Jia-eun, who studies in the same class and is a genius at level B at age 17. He is a competitive person, the only son of King Iron, and he is very spoiled. This leads to his rather arrogant nature, claiming that he is the rightful heir, even though he has an older sister. Doc Hoa. Li Jun rushes in at lightning speed. If I want to maintain good relations with the Mandargam tribe in the future, I need to lower that arrogance of his. They met each other, only a few meters apart. In Xiong hurriedly threw a punch at Li Jun, but he quickly ducked and countered immediately. He could only tighten his grip, thinking how strange it was that this guy was starting to be so cautious in front of Li Jun. Yet there were so many gaps in his defense. He was defending his vital points too poorly. In Xiong doubts humanity. Maybe he's trying to lure me in. He's determined not to be outdone. Does he think I'll fall into his trap? Li Jun was relieved to see In Xiong step back a few paces. Huh? Why don't you come here? You're just trying to stall for a draw. So boring. In Xiong also immediately retorted. Are you only good at provoking? It's really embarrassing for the record. If it's just about fighting with bodies, then how can you be a martial artist? Your mouth is also fierce enough. They face each other on the sandy stadium. He reaches into his shirt pocket and pulls out 3 marbles. In Xiong focuses as Li Jun yawns, taking the opportunity to launch a flurry of attacks. At this moment, a loud explosion echoes from the stadium. Someone from the stands becomes excited. Wasn't that Hoa Dung Sao using that technique in a martial arts competition? Suddenly, Hyun Jae's voice rang out. Don't worry. He firmly stated that Li Hyun Jae, did this for the direct lineage of the Mandargam family, and I modified it for use in martial arts competitions. It's significantly weaker than Li Hua's original line, so students with enough skill could block it. Hyun Jae subtly smirks. If their abilities are on par, then that's how it is. Hundreds of needle tips from In Seong's needle bomb shot straight at Li Hun. He pursed his lips, standing still as if he had already secured victory. Hyun Jae couldn't hide his amazement and leaned forward to get a better look. Li Shin's expression was speechless. His mouth agape, he looks up in surprise. That thing is crazy, causing a surge of spiritual energy to appear and surround Li Hun. He sneers. It should have been us. But I've seen Li Hua use it before. The silver needle on the spiritual shield gently stabs Jun Jae, as if electricity is about to take it. Li Hun stands tall. I will return it to you. Catch it properly. You just point forward. And all the copper needles turn around at once. In Seong is stunned and can't react in time. Huh. He still hasn't caught up. This is the dart I threw. So why is it here? Clearly I aimed at Li Hun. In Seong's hands tremble. Am I going to die? He still insists on being stubborn. There's no way I'll let you do that. You spared In Seong's life and then snapped your fingers. Aren't you afraid, brother? The needle is rushing straight toward you, but suddenly drops at your feet, leaving him in awe. In Seong sits down on the ground, as if accepting his humiliating defeat. The referee loudly announces the end of the match. The winner is Li Hun. Amid the referee's voice, cheers, and Li Hun's smug expression, he stammered and hesitated. You. In Seong knelt down, head bowed as if about to hit the ground right away. How did you do it? He raised his hand to his mouth as a signal not to reveal anything. Hyun Ji stared in shock. Was what I just saw an anti-gravity object? Zion Mu was also frozen by the strange object. I saw it too. He couldn't believe his eyes. And one 8-year-old high school student capable of controlling internal energy with such finesse, Min Sung said. Don't underestimate him just because he's an ordinary high school student. Isn't he the one who defeated the Wind Apostle of the Imperial Clan? He still pretends. But he also said he would personally visit the Divine Clan to guide us. Zion Mu sat below, refusing to give up. So don't spout nonsense. He also acted haughty. That child is of the bloodline of our Divine Power Clan. I would greatly appreciate it if you didn't desire him. Min Sung also didn't hesitate to speak his mind. He is also an abandoned child, unloved by the king. Zion Mu is not someone easy to deal with. A drop of blood is worth more than a pond of water. Every word he said sent chills down everyone's spine. Li Jun's past was truly heartbreaking, living a life without a single peaceful day within his family. The Divine Clan is always in a fragile state. That will never change. Shouldn't you strengthen your foundation first before pursuing such a risky thing? Min Sung, because of his love, had to cover up. Have you finished speaking? Zion Mu provokes. What if he hasn't finished yet? ZHG just shut Min Sung up for being nosy. In the end, Li Jun's swordsmanship is what truly matters. He cares. Don't you think? Zion Mu was sweeping back and forth, while Li Jun had already secured victory in the stands. The referee announced, Hai Chang. Li Jun. Han Ji-hoo grits his teeth. Maybe Li Jun feels uncomfortable because of the sweat. Hyuk Jin cheers loudly from the stands. Li Jun. He jumps down with more joy than the winner himself. Hyuk-jin slaps his shoulder. Congratulations. You finally shined. Lee Jun, proud and confident. I am always the center of attention. He took out his phone to prove it. No. Everyone finally saw that you really are, because of the nationwide broadcast of the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. Look. Everyone's reactions are going crazy. Hyuk-jin's eyes shine like stars. No one can call him a failure or a loser anymore. And that's what makes me the happiest. He sincerely expressed himself. No longer the childish boy he used to be. And I felt relieved knowing he had become stronger. At that moment, the loudspeaker announced that the second class, swordsmanship level, Hyuk-jin was heading to the arena, and I felt regretful. I need to prepare for my match. Tu-an smiled and ran off, still not forgetting to turn back. When I return, you have to show me how to do that move. Lee Jun nodded, then sighed, saying you have a good friend, and he also smiled. He is a wonderful guy, treating me too well. Why would someone like him be friends with me? The master is giving you a lecture. He looks into the heart of a person, not their skills. Because for a child, trust and faith are very important. Lee Jun looked up. I will remember that. Eun-bi called after him. Lee Jun, go cheer for Hyuk-jin. He turned his head and replied, yes. I'm coming right now. He steps onto the field amid cheers, his back straight, hair, and flowing shirt catching the wind. Lee Jun watches him and wishes him good luck. The scene shifts to a silent black screen with no stars. Only endless clouds. Behind the large school, a mountain stands with lush green trees. Even the freshwater springs join in, followed by cheers. Congratulations on our first victory, Joe. Xiao Yeji is delighted. Surprised that today we all won. Eun-bi forces a smile. I thought we were going to lose. Lee Jun teased. So you think you'll lose after training with me? My training sessions must have been a bit too easy. Hearing that, she was afraid of Jun. No. I mean that's not it. Eun-bi explained. Jun, Han Ji-woo, and Hyuk-jin are all really strong. But compared to them, we are just E-class. Our chances of winning against D and C rank awakened fake are almost zero. Xiao Yeji smiles brightly. We're truly a miracle here. Hyuk-jin agrees. That's right. You're mistaken. Your initial assessment was wrong. Lee Jun, with his superior attitude. You're not just some E-class. You're an E-class trained by me. Understand, winning is obvious. Yet you keep moralizing. You're not satisfied with just today's victory. There are many more people you will crush in the future. Eun-bi stammered. No. I can't tarnish my master's reputation. Lee Jun, Han Ji-woo, smiling as she watches everyone discuss. Suddenly her phone rings. Lee Jun asks, Han Ji-woo, did you receive an important message? I don't know what she read, but suddenly Han Ji-woo crushed her phone in front of everyone's confusion. She whispered, Lee Jun, you're clutching a bag of chips in panic. Huh? What's going on? What happened? Lee Jun's challenge echoed through the building. Who can tell me what's going on? Transition scene. Fake awakeners are increasing. And in today's world, they are the celebrities. Idols or actors are not fake awakeners. They have long been pushed aside by famous awakening clans. And their pair of eyes symbolize something mysterious. But among them, a few survived, including those who turned to singing an awakened girl group that became very famous. Red girls. They go everywhere to become famous, visiting destroyed barricades and holding relief concerts to boost their recognition. That girl group fought monsters and was cheered by the crowd during a rescue concert. They live-streamed their battle against a wave of monsters and quickly became a beloved band. Among them, Iuni became famous for her short hair on YouTube. Iuni's YouTube scene appears with many clips and huge views. Her video of kissing Lee Jun on the cheek has over 1 million views. My manager walks over. Iuni is watching something. She casually replies, It's my YouTube. Just be careful. And by the way, stop using those clickbait images as backgrounds on YouTube. You'll get reported. Iuni lifts her tablet with a confident look. These days, you have to do that to stand out. Everyone loves clickbait. After all, Iuni, a member of the Red Girls band, she happily pointed to the most viewed clip. Look, it just uploaded and already has 1 million views. Lee Jun is probably watching it now too. Iuni gazed at Lee Jun with admiration. He was so incredibly cool. She gently stroked the photo of him, longing to meet him even once. The scene is at the arena, with the audience packed and chatting and laughing loudly. Someone asked if you've checked the lineup today, and the other commented that it's amazing. I'm so excited. Then someone else jumped in. Who do you think will win? Hyukjin looked up in surprise. Wow, do you really believe this is happening at this point? It seems like she's already destined to be trampled by him. He turned away helplessly, but Hyukjin looked at the wound on Lee Jun's face. What's wrong with your face? Lee Jun covered his face. Don't ask. I'm really surprised. I never thought I would get hit by Han Jiwoo twice. But from the start, why did I get hit in the first place? Hyukjin looked worried. Do you want me to buy some for you? Lee Jun replied. No need. Thank you. Lee Shin suddenly shouted from behind. Hey. You should lose. Han crossed his arms arrogantly, thinking you would be scared and run after seeing the lineup. But you still have some dignity left. Lee Shin pretends to be superior. I will acknowledge your support. Hyukjin is confused. And you just tilt your ear as if deaf, he argued. But he's not tired at all. Lee Jun doesn't care. Let him do whatever he wants. What can he do anyway? Lee Shin glared at them, feeling proud for defeating an AA rank like the Wind King and Heavenly Sovereign magic that his father always coveted. It's unacceptable for a bastard like him to inherit such a divine technique. He's threatening. So smile while you can. Lee Shin turns away like a CEO in a movie. I will completely destroy you. Ji-hyun is sitting in the stands. No. Actually, I am very satisfied with this match. Hyunjae wondered. What do you mean? You explained it so briefly. Only the strong can stand above us, while the weak will naturally be eliminated and discarded. Once the succession rights are decided through this heavenly martial arts tournament, I won't need to act anymore. So I feel very comfortable. He poured cold water on him. A perfect example of an ideal clan leader, but also the worst father. He nodded. I will take it as a compliment. On the arena, 3 referees, Lee Jun and Lee Sin, stand facing each other in a tense atmosphere. The referee announced the rules once the match begins. Any martial arts or weapons can be used, and surprise attacks are allowed. The referee continued to tense Han's face, and the match would end when the opponent falls. As long as they are alive, everything continues. Do you agree? You seem indifferent. I agree. The referee turns to Lee Sin. Will Lee Sin respond? Han gritted his teeth and nodded. I feel the same. I agree. A loud horn sounds. So let the match begin. Lee Jun tilts his head and cracks his joints, warming up before the fight, then slams his weapon onto the sandy ground, the friction creating a loud screech. Lee Sin is in fighting stance, going back and forth. Blood or no blood? Why don't you attack first? Lee Jun pursed his lips in disdain. With electricity constantly running from his head to his feet, Han's anger made his veins bulge. That arrogant bastard. I'll make you regret that decision. Lee Sin spreads his legs, causing dust and sand to swirl around him, obscuring the path. Did you cover your eyes? Is that why you're so confident? Lee Jun saw the blood energy emanating from him. That crimson aura is unusual. As the energy spreads, it carries a foul, bloody smell. Lee Sin rushes forward, but by the time he realizes, it's already too late. He raises his hand to block, preventing the punch from hitting him. Meanwhile, he transferred the electric energy through his hand. Lee Jun stepped forward and kicked, but Lee Sin's eyes caught that move. He tilted his head back to dodge. A sudden blow causes him to close his eyes. He kicks but misses, the flowing robe in the wind. Lee Jun quickly throws another punch. A surge of energy radiates from his hand, illuminating a whole path. He is startled and panicked, as if he just saw something very surprising. Lee Sin sneers dismissively. Is that all you've got? He charged forward to attack repeatedly, but Lee Jun only defended and didn't act rashly. Haha, Lee Sin screams as if he has already won. Where is that confident attitude from earlier? Fight back. Do you hear me? He looked at the guy in front of him and muttered to himself, I can win. Even without the Heavenly King divine technique, I can defeat Lee Jun, the one who defeated that mighty Wind Master. Lee Sin is determined. I will then charge forward with a divine fist punch. I am the strongest. Lee Jun clenched his fist. The fighting stance is ready. The energy begins to gather. The 2 streams of spiritual energy collide, creating an incredibly powerful force. And he, like a madman, only knows how to scream, die, 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 die. The audience gasped. Oh my God, I can't believe it. At that age, he's already ranked AA. Someone's laughing. They must be very happy to have 2 talented sons. They marvel. If my son gets a wave, I'd spoil him like crazy. An invisible power emerges from some family. Being a fake awakener is a form of power. A family with many A-rank fake awakeners cannot be touched by the government. A family with AA-level false awakenings attracts the attention of the world government. Zion Mu looks down at the arena. He is a high school student and an extraordinary AA level. The boy will become an S level in 5 years. South Korea has not had an S rank in over 50 years, since the swordsmanship master. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's good news. But Zion Mu seems a bit cheap. But what is the formidable energy that Shin possesses? The more Gyu keeps silent, the stronger that power becomes. You're focusing on blocking Lee Sin's attack when suddenly, the side of your thigh is torn open. Blood sprays up, mingling with the scent of the wind. But Lee Jun's gaze remains completely unmoved. His face shows no hint of hesitation at all. He chuckles softly. Heh. Ha ha ha. So, with my power, do you still dare to come closer to me? Yeah. Go ahead and speak. Lee Sin keeps talking non-stop, like a radio broadcast. Oh. Can't even open your mouth in this internal battle. Huh. Ha. Ha ha ha. You're so annoying. So crowded and noisy. Lee Jun feels extremely annoyed with this rice-powered speaker. I'm just busy wondering how far he has come, but I can't listen anymore. You control your spiritual power to create a vortex. The ground beneath has dented in. Lee Jun's eyes flash with a sharp glint. You furrowed your brow so tightly I thought you could crush 2 flies. You threw a punch right at the nose. Han's eyes widened as Lee Sin, like a lost plush toy, was thrown far away. Blood spurted from Han's mouth as he coughed up fresh blood. Ah. Lee Sin spun around in the air before landing on the ground. Lee Jun reminds him to lower the stance. My ears are about to burst. Master Tiet hesitated. What, you stop and look confused. Master. That piece is covered in cold sweat. After a piece of Pa Chong-ji, Elder Tiet stared at him in disbelief. A piece of my martial arts. How could it come from him? The broken shard of glass we've been searching for is now right inside Lee Sin. Lee Jun looks up with a fierce expression. A piece of his martial arts. What do you mean, master? Sweat beads glisten on the old man's forehead. The Pa Chong-ji technique is a martial art learned after the lower limit technique. He continued to describe Lee Jun's touch. That was martial arts at the peak of my fame. It is also the martial art of your first master disciple. The boy was utterly confused. How is it possible that a martial art from 1,000 years ago suddenly appears here? What's going on? Old Master Qian also let go. I don't know either. Lee Jun thought of Kim Kui. Kim Kui, the boss of Hohengan-din. And now, it's this case. After something from 1,000 years ago appeared in modern times, his face clearly shows a big question mark. Could it be because of those gate scenes Lee Jun managed to deduce? The gate is a tier. The highest level gates are in different regions, and inside them, it looks like the medieval or martial arts world. If the world inside the gate is from thousands of years ago, and if that world is connected to the modern world through the portal, you glance at the old man with a scrutinizing look. Even as just a soul, I still met Master Mu Ukjia. He also comes from 1,000 years ago. Maybe Lee Sin has a piece of Pa Chun-ji. He looks helpless. I don't know how this happened. Lee Jun remains calm, but we can find out right away. He crouched down, ready to fight. He's right in front of us. Lee Sin looks proud. The person has obtained the shard. At the same time, the system announces a side quest. Retrieve the shard of Pa Chun-ji. Grade C. Description. Mujia is curious about why Pa Chong-ji's fragment is here. This is the destruction of Lee Sin's codex. The failure condition is Lee Sin escaping, or Lee Sin's encyclopedia was not destroyed. The reward, sacrifice points of 800. 000B. Sacrifice points needed for Pa Chong-ji are reduced by 10 million B. Lee Jun was stunned. For a C-level mission, that's quite a reward. You seem proud of yourself. I guess. I just found another reason to win. Lee Jun faced him with a blank expression. Alright then, let's go. Let's start round 2. You face your opponent and read their moves. Lee Jun is like the body, surrounding Lee Sin like a whirlwind. He spins around, drowsily. Driver, is that some secret martial art? No, this is it. Lee Sin looked up and saw dozens of Lee Jun in front of him. It's just Lee Jun moving too fast, creating a blur. He rushes past, making him completely break through the defense. Suddenly, from above, Lee Sin's head, a powerful punch is coming down. He narrowly escapes, while Lee Jun punches down onto the ground, and Lee Sin's face shows utter horror. This guy. I noticed him right from the start. You just brushed past and smirked as if you were playing with your prey. Lee Jun leaps up, causing him to dodge left and right, deliberately avoiding vital points and restraining his power during the attack. Lee Sin clenched his jaw. What's wrong? You stand in a defensive stance, with a barrier of energy surrounding you like a shield. He swung several times but was blocked by the spiritual energy shield. Li Xin was furious that Li Jun dared to create a clone illusion once again. He roared, "With this strength I will not lose to anyone." Li Xin rushed forward, throwing a punch but hitting only air in front of him. He turned to the side again. "You're here." Li Xin once again swung his staff into the air as Li Jun easily dodged it. Furious beyond measure, you pressed so close as if you could skinship with each other. Li Xin suddenly got hit in the face with a spear so fast that no one saw the attacker. He clutching his cheek in confusion. "You go." From behind. As if nothing had happened. Another strike lands evenly on Li Xin's other cheek. After regaining his balance, Li Jun raises his spear high, causing his head to snap back and then bounce down like a spring. The audience in the stands stood up, excitedly cheering. As Li Xin spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, he cupped his battered face and groaned a few times. Huh. Li Xin's body couldn't hold itself up anymore. "My whole body is trembling uncontrollably, and a cold sweat soaked through my back. This feeling, I've never experienced this before." He looks at you with overwhelming dominance, but can't help but be a bit amused. This is the fear of absolute power. Li Jun steps closer to Li Xin, as if he wants to slowly savor that pitiful expression. He clenched his fist. "Get out of the way. Don't come any closer." Li Xin roared and threw a punch. "Get out of here." You sidestepped, causing him to lose momentum and lunge forward. Li Jun punches Li Xin hard, causing his frail body to collapse and his heart to stop. He plants his foot. He stepped in. You rushed forward. The audience was stunned, unable to believe how quickly the match had ended. He stood looking down at his opponent, pressed against the ground. The dust is thick and swirling. Trong Tae hesitates. "The match is over." Li Jun interrupts. "No. It's not over yet. You're just enjoying yourself. The match only ends when the opponent concedes." "That's right." Li Jun lifts Li Xin's head. His nose is bleeding heavily and he's lost a tooth. He's exhausted. "You told him when I defeated him." "Right, the way I deal with those who annoy me." "You're holding his hair tightly now, so you'd better answer me like a king. If not, I will destroy your dantian." Li Xin's face is filled with terror. "The hateful power you possess." Li Jun's figure reflected in his eyes. "Who gave it to you?" Li Xin stammered. "That person, the one who gave me this power." While the two were distracted, someone drew a sword and approached. Li Jun turns to look behind him. Kang Gyu with a serious expression. The Western warrior holds his sword horizontally at chest level, while on the screen, Li Xin is shouting like a radio broadcast. "See how strong I am." "Huh," the old man muttered to himself. "That power." Kang Gyu feels the spiritual energy rising on the arena. They also greet the destructive power of the king rank. The image of the first fake awakened one appears. The power of destruction. It is a strength that can be obtained from those who have surpassed the martial realm of this world. At first, I thought they were monsters in human form and participating in the battle. I expected a fierce battle to erupt from the energy emanating from them. But the clasped and glowing hands showed either sincere pleading or something even colder. The fierce battle ended in total defeat, and the old man's face was covered in beads of sweat. There's no way to win. The levels are completely different. How could such a power even exist? I just feel more disgusted by the look of the defeated one sitting there in despair. Beyond the sky, there are even larger skies. Beyond strength, they are more powerful beings. Luxeo raises his hand to bestow a blessing. "Do you want to become stronger? I will grant you power. But in exchange, you must give us something. Are you ready?" The humble old man bows his head. "I am willing to do anything." He furrows his brow in deep thought. "I am willing to do anything." This power is absolute. However, those individuals all want to hide their identities. The old man looks up at Han's face, and of course, this power must also be kept secret, without significant cultivation. "I won't be able to hide my aura." His gaze darkened as he looked down at the arena. Just like the young man over there. The scene below is intense. Li Xin pats Li Jun on the shoulder while the referee remains indifferent, watching the show. The old man ponders. It seems the royal guard needs to step in. Li gently puts his arm around Li Jun's shoulder while the referee remains indifferent. Watching the scene, the old man ponders. It seems the royal protector must step in now. The more Guyu is puzzled, the more it feels like this boy is about to say something irritating. With his abilities, he should have been able to stop him. The mysterious silver-haired person looked back with regret in their eyes. "But since you are protecting the crown prince, you have a valid reason." The old man objected, "But I can't take the risk." The mysterious person looked up and replied, "Why don't we reveal ourselves in this situation as well?" Kang Guoyu objects. But Shangshin doesn't want to. And the mysterious person agrees. "Understood. I will go now." The old man, with a look of disgust, clearly held back because of the demon sword. Kang Gi-u looks at him with curiosity. What could be so desirable that they crave it so much? The old man is calculating every move. If he can uncover the secret of that demon sword, I can make them my subordinates. Under the arena, Li Jun is holding Li Xin by the head when the old man quickly steps in. Kang Gui-yu draws his sword. Truly shameless. If someone has lost the will to fight, would you keep fighting them? You turn back and ask, you're the one who's going to expose him. Right, the old man continued with a very serious look. But from the start, I was aiming at you. If you don't miss your shot, Li Jun will stand up and think, even if the king is you, I will miss. If you can miss, I will miss. You carefully analyze that the imperial clan is currently allied with demons, and that a piece of Pa Chong-ji is definitely connected to the demons of this world. The more arrogant your face looks, the more unreasonable your actions are. When you eliminated your opponent in a sacred and righteous match, I already saw through your evil nature. But I can no longer ignore this. You set the fuse. Even as a king, you have no right to interfere in my match. You're just pretending. Just sit quietly and watch. If you keep going, I will end it quickly. The old man glared in anger. You. Rushing forward recklessly. The arrogant brat. Li Jun blocks the swinging sword with his hand. The old man's electric energy surges through him, triggering an explosion. The thick dust and smoke make it impossible to see what's happening inside. The audience is panicking. Oh my god. Is that the so-called Five Kings aura I've heard about? He awkwardly comments. This won't be easy. The Five Kings are a bit too much for me. Li Jun ordered to open the system panel and status window. Sharp reasoning pouring out in his mind. Currently, my abilities are precisely at AA rank, capable of defeating wind apostles and confronting the demons of this world. All my superlative martial arts. The current system. Basic information. Titles. The smallest disciple of the hermit. And 2 others. Li Jun, 18 years old. Currently rated AA in potential. With unique skills. Military Martial Arts, SSS. Dominance Step B. Infinite Spear Technique, SS. Common Skills. Blood-Sucking Demon Art, A. Heavenly King Step B. Divine Martial Arts, S. And 10-Step Divine Body Art, L. The reason is that I have a normal life locked. But I am not easily scared now. They also die in captivity. There's no reason for that damn name. But I'm not easily scared now. The title? The smallest disciple of the hermit and 2 others. Li Jun. 18 years old. Currently ranked outside potential AA. Unique skill. Military Martial Arts, SSS. Dominance Step B. Infinite Spear Technique, SS. Clone Skill. Blood-Sucking Demon Art, A. King Step B. Divine Martial Arts, S. 10-Step Divine Power, C. Flying Dragon Technique, C. 10,000 Medicine Water, C. 7-Step Piercing, C. Chain Attack Technique, C. Features. Plus, the ultimate path. A sense of disillusionment with Tran the master of the 4 sacred lands, S. With a divine body, SS, and 7 others. Attributes: health 286 out of 500. Stamina 318 out of 500. Strength 234 out of 500. Agility 350 out of 500. Special item. Internal energy 560 out of 1000. Mental strength 358 out of 500. Reputation 8,000. 800 fame. Influence spreading across the Holy Land, defending against enemies. Men Tuan Loi's vehicle. The Trusted Fairy. Sarah's Terror. Status. And attack power. Increase by 150%. All affinity attributes up by 70%. Antibodies up by 35%. All attribute resistances up by 100%. Internal energy recovery up by 15%. The ultimate path. Feeling disillusioned with Tran the male hermit with a divine body at 0 out of 10 million. Martial Arts 2. Ultimate Technique, 0 out of 15 million. Attribute 45. Physique plus 15. 10 million. The current separation point is 27. 680. 000. Li Jun is lost in thought. But Hongwan's martial arts still cannot be revealed to everyone. So, you signal the system. The points needed to level up a trait are 1 million B. The system announces the attributes: health 286%, x 500. Stamina 318%, x 500. Strength 234%, x 500. Speed 350%, x 500. Special item. Li Jun watches Kang Yu struggling before him. Health. 286%. X. 500. Stamina. 318%. X 500. Strength. 234%. X 500. Quick reflexes. 350%. X 500. His hand gripping the sword as if about to break it. Health 286% X 500. Stamina 318% X 500. Strength 234% X 500. Speed 350% X 500. Li Jun smirks confidently, appearing to hold the victory in his grasp. The old man looked anxiously at the sword, gradually being clenched tighter by the boy. What are you talking about? This is Li Jun taking the opportunity to mock, surprised. Do you think you can crush me at will? But now we are facing each other on equal ground. You leaned in close to Kang Yu's face. Isn't it obvious compared to his lightning technique? My martial arts are way better. The old man roared and swung his sword. Daring to fight me. Li Jun dodged aside, not forgetting to taunt. Brother, your uncle is pretty scary. Stop scolding Li Xin, who's holding her mouth on the ground. Since you're not saying anything, I can't keep this secret from you anymore. Hearing that, he roared loudly. I will tell you. It's because of my uncle. So I can't say anything. Li Jun grabs Li Xin by the collar. I don't think I need to listen to you anymore. Kang Yu shouted. Are you going to stop, or not? A voice from behind says, It's over. You are about to grab his collar and send him flying to space. But you stop. Zion Mu clenched Li Jun's hand tightly. Is that enough? The whispering sounds make the old man reluctantly sheath his sword. King. Please stop. It's not good for adults to get involved in children's arguments. Li Xin de Kulen. Dad. Please. Forgive me. Forgive me. Ah. Li Jun frowned and protested. I don't want to stop. He roared angrily. Are you the one arguing with your father? You question him. Have you ever treated me like your son? Zion Mu froze as if he was paralyzed. Why? Li Jun jerked his hand away, as if to break free from this contemptible fatherly bond. He narrowed his eyes. Please take off that fake mask. I find it really disgusting. That's really disgusting. Someone commented with disdain. No matter what. Calling him the sixth prince is a bit too much. Haha. Ayuni is upset. Just wait and see who is right in the end. Li Jun forcefully pulls his hand away from Zion Mu as if to cut ties with him. He glares. Please take off that fake face of yours. It's disgusting. You make me sick. Zion, Mu and Kang Yu are stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Li Jun questions him. Have you ever treated me like a father? If he had, then he should have fulfilled his duties as a father. You stand up with fierce determination. I never expected anything grand from you. Li Jun recalls the painful past when my mother was murdered. You talk about the days of suffering when I was mistreated by Choi Minjin. Li Jun feels frustrated because I tried so hard to get your attention, but Zion Mu deliberately avoided your pitiful attempts to reach out. Li Jun is exhausted. Even when I begged for my whole life, you just yelled louder. He didn't even bother to look at me once. You were the one who abandoned me first. Zion Mu wants to explain. That? But Li Jun turned his back and walked away. Enough. I don't want to hear anymore. You look gloomy. If you've chosen to be an observer, the aura around Li Jun grew more intense. He will have to pay the price for it. The system appears simultaneously. A side mission. Recovered the fragment of Ba Chonji. The lawsuit was successful. Kang Ji-woo rises up after completing the mission to destroy Li Xin's Dantian. He charged forward but was dodged by the boy tilting his head back. The old man swung his sword down, causing part of the wall to crack and break. The spectators watching the fight hurriedly ran away. The arena has collapsed. Han Ji-woo calms everyone down. The arena is secured by the security team. It won't collapse. Please move slowly. Please sit down. The girl with the bob cut runs for her life. I slipped and fell hard. But the pain didn't hit me as expected. Another hand caught her. And Jun Jian embraced the girl with the bob haircut around her waist. Are you okay? Are you hurt? She replied softly. Yes. The girl with the bob cut holds her cheek. Why do I suddenly feel like this? And she still watched the match anxiously. Jun Jian's gaze fixed intently on him. Please don't get hurt. Kang Yu screams like he's lost his mind. That bastard. Not only does it show the cruelty of the tournament, but also the disrespect towards a demon king like me. Old Phi rises to the sky to cut down a house. Today I will teach you a lesson. But that attack was easily read and dodged skillfully by you, causing another large crack to form on the arena wall. Li Jun pursed his lips and muttered to himself, Shu Fu. Did you see that Elder Xian frowns? Yes. I can see it very clearly. Li Jun confidently looks at Kang Yu. That bastard also possesses a piece of Pa Chun Ji. The fragment is clearly visible on the hip through your sharp eyes. The elder is bored. In the end, he still caused trouble. Even though I warned him, Li Jun is getting into a fighting stance. Why? That guy, you can tell his intentions just by a quick glance. Kang Yu growled. Are you just going to look away? Li Jun flies over. It's tough. A familiar figure, Chun Sik, suddenly appears in the arena. He turns back. I want to tease him a little longer. Li Jun was ready to fight seriously. But it seems it's not going to happen because I confirmed that Kang Yu has a piece of Pa Chun Ji. He thought for a moment and decided there was no need to continue training, then waved his hand. But if it ends like this, it would be a shame. Thorn suddenly shuddered with a powerful force as if something was pushing against it. Li Jun used his spiritual energy to lift Thorn off the ground, creating a blinding light. Thuong flies towards them instantly, your cloak billowing in the wind. Looking like a divine being descending to earth, Li Jun leans back and strikes from behind, giving the opponent a little surprise before ending it. He mutters a spell, the third form of the infinite spear technique. Suddenly, a shining dragon made of spiritual power appears behind Li Jun. Using the divine spell of Sumeru Heavenly King reformed. Black Dragon City. The dragon's head rears up as the king's roar shakes the heavens and earth. It charged at Kang Yu like a tornado, leaving no time for anyone to react. The old man tilted his teeth and gritted his jaw. Unable to stop it, Kang Yu moved it aside. I have to face it directly, the dragon's body writhing wildly, flying close to the audience, causing panic among the crowd. Chun Shik stepped forward, his spiritual power blowing away the old man's outer cloak. The old man drew his sword, its blade shining brightly, with a piercing gaze that seemed to see through everything. Chun Shik, drawing his sword, causes a dazzling burst of spiritual energy. The divine technique of Lord Thunder. The city wall collapses. In front of the old man, the dragon scales are magnified 100 times, and the ground beneath him turns into a carved stone basin. The villagers taking cover gradually lift their heads, while Li Jun stands beneath the arena. All right, that's enough. Everyone. This has caused too much trouble. Your voice echoes through the shattered arena. Everyone disperse. I don't think we can continue the tournament today. Scene change to an internet cafe. Computers reflecting the chaos of the comments. Those keyboard heroes keep typing away. The war god Li Jun shatters the illusion of power. Is this approach to patience okay? The terrifying outcome of the successors' battle, there are those who criticize as expected. So scared. His patience is no different from cruelty. Isn't that a form of unfilial conduct? After all, it's family. Do they really need to go this far? They don't understand what Li Jun has been through. But they type as if they are involved. As if everyone is supporting them. So they do whatever they want. Maybe he really joined the Kui He sect. We should issue a punishment order. The search keywords appear one by one. The war god and the emperor's foot. Who is stronger? How powerful is the war god Li Jun, displaying divine power, standing proudly before the imperial throne? The sixth prince is about to appear. The comments are like a crowded market. Iuni. You were right. This is the place where the gods gather. I might as well quit being an idol and become a fortune teller. Jiwoo slumped into the chair, letting out a relieved sigh as if a heavy burden had been lifted. She panicked. Even if it was the chairman's order, I can't believe I have to write an article and add comments to it. Thinking about having to manipulate the media, Jiwoo pretended to threaten. I think about that day when there was no extra reward. Min Sung is still here. Don't worry. That won't be accepted. Thu Ki Nam. The warm glow of the blanket shines on the hibiscus flowers, along with the swaying banana leaves. Li Jun looks at the message on his phone. Hello. This is reporter Kim Seol A. If you find this message interesting, please contact me. I can comfortably lean my head on Lam Lam's shoulder. The world has advanced way too much. Now I can't avoid the complicated messages in the portal that also has internet. He looked up at the system screen, raised his hand to tap the quest section, and a notification for a side mission appeared. Recovering the piece of Pa Chon Ji is complete. The reward is being sent. You have earned 800,000 text points. The points needed to get Pa Chon Ji decreased by 10 million. Li Jun scratched his chin in amusement. Defeating Li Xin Song's Dandian but still finding the reward too sweet. Eliminate a bastard and claim the reward. 2 targets with 1 arrow. You ponder silently. Now just need to win the heaven tournament. The weapon technique that the demons of this world are hunting for? If I can get it. Li Jun suddenly opened his eyes in shock. Wait, He sat up. Master. I have a question. What's going on with the immortal? Elder Li Jun asks nervously if Li and Kangyu have a fragment of Pa Chonji. Does that mean those demons are from his era? The immortal elder hesitated. I'm not sure yet. The disciple questioned. You said, Pa Chonji belongs to my first senior. He explained that I have to see or receive the demon sword to know. Li Jun was stunned. Demon sword? You're being vague. Master. If just hypothetically, if Li Jun were to propose a hypothesis, are these demons connected to my first senior? What will happen now? Old master turns to look. So, if he acts cruelly, you'll have to kill them. You ask about luck. Right. That's his disciple. The two beasts looked at each other in confusion. This isn't something they should be hearing. Boo. The immortal elder hovers in the air. You'll understand once you get there. A shard of broken glass appears. Fragments of Pa Chonji will never appear. If they do, this world will be doomed. He explained that Pa Chonji, also known as the Blood Heaven technique, is a martial art he once used to drown the world in blood. The old man's face was full of suffering. Anyone who used Pa Chonji felt an insatiable thirst that grew stronger with each use, and only human blood could satisfy it. But only temporarily. He seemed to sink into a pit of fire. The next day, the craving rose again, and the longing for bloodshed continued to tremble uncontrollably. With what little humanity I have left, I avoid harming ordinary people and instead kill martial artists from both the righteous sect and the evil sect. All of it is regretful, and also the greatest shame of the immortal elder. Knowing that my reputation at that moment was a lifelong shame, if I could go back, I would not create Pa Chonji. He lamented that only after killing tens of thousands of people did he realize that Pa Chonji was an imperfect martial art. The immortal master was troubled by that bloodthirsty disciple, even if it is more perfect than any other martial art. The problem lies in the technique of the mind. The mental technique supporting Pa Chonji prevents the martial art from being sustained, causing side effects like bloodlust. It is a forbidden martial art among the martial world, on a different level from ordinary magic. Li Jun was shocked. He actually taught that kind of martial art to his disciple. He really is a man of his word. I only passed it on to the first disciple. The immortal elder talks about retreating into hiding to protect his disciple. As my inner strength is not enough to use Pa Chonji, so I immediately chose to retreat into hiding, to wipe away the unredeemable sins in heaven, and to ensure the first disciple does not follow the same path. I created a new martial art. He pointed at you. A technique created by combining the fundamental primordial magic with celestial magic and reverse engineering demonic techniques. The elder continues, calling it the primordial divine technique. The notification system, new description of the primordial divine technique has just been updated. Primitive divine technique SSS. Growth type. 5 stars. Description. A legendary divine technique that the U.S. has dedicated their entire life to. It can be dispersed throughout the heavens and earth, and combined well with any martial art. Its foundation is divine horse magic and reverse demon transformation techniques. The effect is a 25% increase in energy recovery speed, control over the mysterious fog, destruction of heaven, and 30% magic resistance. Li Jun looked on and just forced a faint smile. Haha. It's just like a scam. The girl looked curious. An SSS rank and a growth type. Quite surprised to see a higher level than SS. And if she keeps developing, what level could she reach? Li Jun wondered what happens after creating the primordial divine spell. Elder Xian tries to move closer to the disciple. I came to find the first disciple to pass on the complete martial arts. But things can never go back again. However, it didn't go as you hoped, and you were struck down. Even though I am a sinner, what happened to the first disciple is also my fault. The first disciple is like a ruthless beast that shows no mercy for anyone's life. I tried to make that kid feel better by taking all the blame myself. You and the disciple you cherish most had a fierce and brutal fight. Tian Lao has lost. Life never goes as planned. Returning to the present, he hesitated. Disciple. If. Old Immortal sadly uttered what he least wanted to believe. If this kneeling world has any connection to my first disciple, can you handle them? He frowned. This is not fate. If you don't like it, you can refuse. Just take it as an old man's plea, Li Jun responded, bowing sincerely to his master. I also intend to say the same. I, your disciple, will surely fulfill your final wish to protect the many people I have become strong for. Master. Li Jun bowed respectfully. In a world where the weak are not even considered human, you have made me human. No one else but you. And destroying the evil cult that caused my mother's death is what I have wished for my whole life. My brother smiles happily, so you don't need to make a fuss. Besides, I am your disciple. Is that so? Master Elder Xian looked at you with affection. Thank you. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jun suggested that, if you are grateful, you could give me one. Those two beautiful objects, he brushed them away. Go away, you little brat. The scene shifts, the sound echoing rhythmically. 1405, 1406, 1407. Li Jun stepped forward. Oh, you're really here. His eyes shone brightly. Oh, you're here. Put your sword away. You're really good at fighting. Everyone outside is talking about you a lot. You act like you don't care. Say whatever you want. Hai Zio enthusiastically clenched his fist. As expected, face is nothing compared to him. I will train hard to follow in your footsteps. Li Jun could only smile at this overly enthusiastic attitude. Sir, you're reminding me. That's right. Hai Isu. Take this opportunity to realize one or two of your traits. I'm curious. Why are you so sudden? How come? Li Jun was suspicious. Why are you asking so many questions? Don't you trust me? Hai Io shook his head and sat down. No, that's not it. If I don't believe in you, who else will? You're close to me. Placing your arm around my shoulder. I know you skipped the Heavenly Martial Arts tournament for my sake, but I feel bad for not taking proper care of you. Just trust me and do your best every day. Understand? He covers his mouth with gratitude. Yes, I will try my best until my last breath. Li Jun smiled slyly. I guarantee you will be reborn. The scene shifts to a quiet full moon night, where angry turtle sounds echo through the mansion, and a sword is thrust into a paper on the wall, followed by a wet sound. Damn it. Kang Yi-woo is sitting on the chair. Everything is a mess again. The old cat-faced man is clean. Our royal family's reputation has plummeted uncontrollably. There's only one way now. Kang Yi-woo looked straight at his useless son. Temin, you must win the Heavenly Martial Arts tournament. You must get the demon sword at all costs. The old man is stubborn and wants to beat Li Jun. As for Li Jun, I will take care of it. Do you understand? On the wall, an image of Li Jun with a sword stuck through his head like a puppet for entertainment. The blazing sunlight shines down on the dusty desert. The system appears, informing you that your disciple has awakened an AA-level trait. 1-700-000P has been awarded as a reward. Li Jun crosses his arms. It took about a day to awaken a trait. Perfect. You smile and ask, Hazel, how do you feel about your new trait? Hazel raised his muscular fist and said, Haha, that's amazing. I've never seen such full energy before. Li Jun smugly stared and pointed. A top-tier trait should be like this. The system keeps sending notifications non-stop. The descendant of the Do lineage. A rare trait. AA level. Describing the heir of the Do lineage, who has mastered supreme martial arts since ancient times, although it has now woven together their innate talents in the art. The talent adjustment effect related to the Do still exists up to level S. The girl with the chin looks pleased. Delicious. Delicious. Even the master recognizes Hazel's talent, so this is truly well-deserved. The elder appears, and I didn't expect the lineage of the Do sect to continue like this. Li Jun wondered. Does the Do lineage really exist in the martial arts world? He explained that not all clans using Do are part of the martial arts world. During Goryeo's glorious era, there were many warriors, and the Do lineage was one of those clans. You had an idea. If the Habukpenga family originates from China, then the Do lineage must be Korean. Right. And Hazel is a descendant of the renowned Goryeo lineage. And the old master nodded in praise. That clever one. Li Jun frowned and pondered. So master, I think the descendants of the Do lineage from Goryeo learned martial arts from Habukpenga, from an amateur martial artist. Isn't that funny? He was just joking. Oh my god. Look at the disciple who's so confident. The old master is very proud. All right. Then I just need to find out where the martial arts of the clan come from for my disciple, and you'll be happy. Master is the best. Li Jun steps halfway into the shifting vortex. So if you're bored, just fight those guys at Hazel's place. And wait a moment. They cry out in vain. Master. As Hazel approaches with a fierce expression, since it's your master's order, could you please fight me? The scene shifts to the arena shattered from the day before. Smoke billowing thickly as the reporter, holding his camera, can't help but marvel. Wow. This is so brutal. Even in a ruined arena like this, they still want us to train. The reporter next to me is signaling that he thinks this tournament is just a joke. They need to prepare better. Look. The leader is holding a sword. The entire group concentrates their spiritual energy to create a sphere of power. Each stone, fragments of the arena are gradually lifted into the air by spiritual energy. Everything that was shattered is now surrounded by energy and restored to its original state. He was stunned. Wow. What is that? My friend, the reporter explained, it was a healing spell. In the Asian region where martial arts are favored, they lack such abilities. But in the Western region where magic is preferred, there are many spells like healing. The martial arts tournament attracted attention from many countries, so they received support like Western magic. The spectators in the grandstand were lively. Oh, have you found Li Jun yet? Someone replied that it's too crowded to see him anywhere. They complain. Oh man, I should have just waited at the door. You covered your hat. There are more people than I expected. Li Jun pushes through the crowd. Today's match is between Swordmaster Jun Jian and Longum Choi Tae Min. I thought everyone would be focused on them. Master Tiet hovers in the air, which is why that secret must be kept. You're furious. How could you refuse such a mission? Master, Li Jun opened the door. I just came to watch Jun Jian fight. As long as I hold the token until then, that's enough. Are the villagers still searching for Li Jun? Do the spectators wonder if he's not here today? That person is suspicious. Where could he be? Li Jun went to the preparation room and knocked on the door to find him. You walk in. Hello. Uncle Hyuk Jin. Hyuk Jin greets happily. Li Jun. Why are you only arriving now? She's been looking all over for you. Li Jun replied calmly. There are just a few things to sort out. Where is she? He replied. She's been out for a while. You blinked. Is that so? Then I will wait for her to come back. Jun Jian approaches from behind. She suddenly pounced on you, leaving no time for anyone to react. Using her legs with expert skill to lock your neck. Li Jun, my dear. I told you to come back early, but it seems you didn't hear me. Li Jun screams desperately. Ah. My hand. My hand. Jun Jian smiles brightly. Don't you worry about your fragile older sister. She's about to fight that shady Choi Tae Min. Jun raises his hands in surrender. Weeko. My legs. He is the one who cares. Li Jun shouted in frustration. I was late because I had to find something to give her. Hearing that, she let go. He supported himself on the ground, trying to stand up. Li Jun hands her a white cloth. Here. Take it. Jun Jian was shocked. This is it. Under the blazing sun in the arena, with cheers echoing everywhere. Tae Min and Jun Gion engage in a fierce sword duel. Are you smiling, Tae Min? You look so exhausted. Why don't you give up here? She blocks her sword and her face changes color like a chameleon. Jun Gion swings his sword. But luckily, Tae Min dodges in time. Next time, luck might not be on his side. Ga secretly prepares a divine punch. And Tae Min is sent flying into the sky like a puppet with its strings cut. The firework in Jun Jion's hand hasn't gone out yet. Ga quickly and skillfully covers her head with her hand. She stepped back and raised her sword to halt her momentum. She then advanced again to strike with a sharp, small blow but missed. The audience in the stands booed. Haha. Look at that. It truly was a pathetic sight. They mocked him mercilessly. Even a legendary dragon would eventually fall. A single attack that was dodged, damn it. Temin could only defend. Damn it. Damn it. Ga grits his teeth. I can't lose here. Tae Min is determined. I have to win. Ga swings his sword first. He must get the demon sword. But a punch to the face woke Tae Min from his dream. Jun Jian stands above, looking down at the defeated opponent. Hey, giving up already. You don't hold back on the teasing. I'm just getting started. Jun Gion smiles kindly. I promise Dukoa. I will defeat you because of Dukoa. Always. Tae Min clenched his fists. The enemies are more persistent than I thought. Then he cheated by throwing a handful of sand into her eyes when no one was looking. She screams loudly, holding her eye. Hey, hey, my eye. The audience shouted. Hey, that's not fair play. Someone is shouting. Fight properly. Jun Jion covers his eyes but still grips his sword tightly, as if he has never given up. She opens her eyes wide. Blood vessels become visible. You. Jun Jion, with fierce aura, rushes forward. You think I'll let you run away? She thrust her blade into his back, leaving him no chance to escape this time. Fresh blood stains the entire shirt, a deep red. Jun Jion pulls his sword out forcefully. Blood splatters everywhere. She looks down on it with contempt. Yeah. I really can't fight you. Jun Jion puts away his sword. I was going to defeat you even more miserably. But I didn't expect it to end so quickly. Timing chuckled bitterly. Haha. You must be really disappointed, she muttered to herself. That unlucky guy, he may be wounded, but his face still shows he's the one who won. But don't think this is the end. A long needle shot out from Timing's sword hilt. Junjian turned back. Jiao. The needle shot straight into her line of sight, causing her peer to flinch. At the same time, the system announced that the enhanced protective charm was activated. Junjian was surprised. This is the system explanation. A protective talisman has been created to defend against external threats. She reflects. Junjian quickly took out the talisman and stabbed the silver needle straight into it. The protective power of the talisman has been exhausted, and it gradually disappears. It all vanished into thin air, as if nothing had happened. Junjian looked up and addressed the audience. There are two very familiar shadows there. Hyuk-din stomps his feet in frustration. Today, play with me. You coward. When this tournament ends, you'll see what I'm capable of. She smiles charmingly. So adorable. My heart is about to melt. Taemin stammers, unable to speak. Protective energy. He looked up in horror. It really is it. How did you manage to create a shield of energy? You just turned on A. Don't let him say more. She used the sword's hilt to strike him on the head, and Taemin collapsed like a fish out of water. The final decision is made. The winner is the swordmaster, Bak Dung-yen. Hyuk-din looked annoyed. Too bad. I thought I would get to crush it myself to feel better. Li Dong suggested. Then I give up. Maybe the two of you will run into each other at the loser's bracket. He scratches his chin. I hear you. It looks like he suddenly remembers something. Wait a moment. He wondered what would happen if you advanced to the next round. I am the only one here right now. Han Ji-woo and the others, including Dung Yen. The next round is the conclusion. So, that's it. The two of you just got into a fight. Are we going to clash with each other? Hyuk-din jumped up like a spring. There's no more time to hesitate. Yen's teeth clenched in frustration. No wonder Han Ji-woo didn't come to watch the match with me and instead locked himself in the training room. Go play somewhere else. Yeah. Good. I will never invite you again. Han Ji-woo. That girl. Li Dong ran away quickly like the wind. From tomorrow I will train hard. Li Dong waves goodbye. Good luck. You scratch your head in thought. Han Ji-woo and Hyuk-din. Well, that's understandable. Both of you want to win the tournament. Li Dong quickly clarified. But that doesn't mean I'm giving up. Sit back and cross your legs comfortably. Not a chance. You've been through this before. Hang in there. At school with an incredibly vast campus, the cicadas' calls echo everywhere. In the hospital room, through the clear glass, you can see the legs gently moving. Min and Ho and the others sit close together, and the atmosphere is extremely tense. He lowered his head. Dad. I'm sorry. I lost to a girl. Min is stunned. I never expected Bak Dung-yen to use the energy shield leaf. I also didn't expect him to reach A rank so quickly. Kang Ji-woo brushed it off. No. What that kid used wasn't a protective leaf. The old man remained silent. You were too distracted and didn't notice. It's a one-time item. He clenched his fist. No way. Min felt a wave of shame rising inside her. She had spent a fortune on that martial arts manual, only to see it go to waste. So you lost both in skill and preparation after all. Tears slowly welled up and fell down his face. A complete failure. You are furious. I'm so furious. Dad. Suddenly someone burst in from outside without warning. Kang Ji-woo shouted. I told you no one is allowed to enter. Ba gently introduces himself as a bodyguard. The old man quickly stood up. This is... Sorry. I thought they were my subordinates. Kang Ji-woo asked the layperson outside the door. Venerable Bu. Min is curious. Dad. Who is he? The old man ordered. Even if it hurts, try to sit up and face him. He is my father's benefactor. He stood up and bowed respectfully. One person is finishing. One person is finishing. Someone is finishing. Someone is finishing. Min wonders. Dad. Who is he? The old man ordered you to try to sit up and face him. Even if it hurts. He is my father's benefactor. He stood up and bowed respectfully. You don't recognize someone who shows such respect. Your grandson's name is Choi Min. Ba in responds. It's a pleasure to meet you. The old man pats his head. It's been a while. So I stopped by to visit Lord Kang Ji-woo. But why does our skin look so dull? Min lowers his head as if bearing a great grievance. It's just that. I worked very hard to win the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. But it was all in vain. I want to follow my father's orders to obtain the demon sword. Moonba-in stroked his beard and said, Ha. The demon sword is also what we've been searching for all this time. Truly a coincidence. The old man chuckled. Kang Yu really has foresight. Kangyu fears that if the Divine Power Clan discovers the Emperor's secret of the demon sword, their empire will be doomed. Reluctantly, he says, I intended to give it as a symbol of loyalty, but my son has failed, and I feel deeply ashamed. Moonba-in managed to smile genuinely. Ha ha. There's no need to feel guilty. Worldly matters can never always unfold, as earthly desires wish, the old man added. But because of your sincerity, I will give you a little something. Kangyu wondered. A gift, while Moonbu searched through his clothes. Knowing this must be a very precious item, the old man chuckled mischievously and turned his head 180 degrees. Don't forget to be grateful to the one who gave it to us. The scene shifts to a clear early morning, with sunlight reflecting through the glass windows of Li Jun's building. On the morning of the 4th, he stretches and sleeps soundly. Li Jun takes his coffee to the window to enjoy the breeze. Ah, the weather is really nice today. You close your eyes and enjoy it. Perfect for drawing your sword on your knees. Li Jun turned around in surprise when he heard the door open. Han Ji-yu stared intently at him without blinking, her face remaining calm despite casually opening the door. Li Jun quickly jumped onto the bed and wrapped himself in a blanket. Wait a minute. How did you get in here? She replied nonchalantly. I broke the door. You can't believe it. Breaking the door and paying for the repair costs. Han Ji-yu stepped in, but that no longer mattered now. She tightly grasped your hand, pleading earnestly. Han Ji-yu lowered her head and pleaded. Save me, Li Jun. She threw out a sentence that left him stunned. The tournament prize, the sword quill, was stolen. The door is roughly taped shut, and inside Li Jun's voice can be heard. Basically, he adjusts his collar and says, we think the Kikiam was mixed up last night. I just found out and am investigating who the suspect might be. Han Ji-yu replied. Yeah. Li Jun, helplessly scratching his head. Really? Who would be crazy enough to keep it? The elder guesses. Probably them. You look up. Huh. He, with a dark expression, said that the creatures called Kneelers come from another world and will do anything to get the Kneel sword. Based on the first clue, Li Jun clenched his fist. Truly treacherous. They should have fought fair and square. How dare they steal my stuff? The immortal elder assessed. Truly disgraceful. You asked on the phone. We need to bring it back. Right? Han Ji-yu replied. Yes. Secretary. I already told Jun. Yes. Yes. The old master is determined. Of course. We can't let those Kwai enemies take over the Heavenly Sword Tournament. Do you know what's happening with the martial arts competition? I guess they are probably studying that right now. Li Jun suggested a solution. First, we need to make sure the tournament isn't postponed. We have to put out the fire first. This guy has an idea. Han Ji-yu, can you suggest to the chairman to change the prize? Tell him that was my idea. Scene changed to a pitch-black room with no light at all. Min Sung solemnly announced that we have been informed the Tyrant clan will not participate. He sat in front of a crowded meeting room. Everyone here, I believe you all know about what happened last night, so I will get straight to the point. Min Sung presents his intention. We are considering postponing the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. What do you all think? One leader agrees. I support it. Others can discuss. Recovering an item stolen from the Black Gate should take priority over the tournament. Isn't that right? John Seaworth suggested that even if we postpone the tournament, we should still award the most talented student. At least, we need to keep this rule to help quell their dissatisfaction. He pondered for a while and agreed, which was also good for calming the criticism from the media. Someone whispered quietly. But what should we give as a gift? Gon called softly from behind. Chairman. Min Sung put his hand on his phone and said, Han Ji-ho. What's the matter? Yes. The meeting is still going on. He nodded. I understand. Min Sung clapped loudly to quiet the discussions and said please pay attention. He smiled and proposed a solution. What do you all think about this idea? The Blood Spirit Blade. Create a new prize for the tournament. Gon agrees. I see that. Anyway, you are the one in charge of the tournament. Chairman. We're just here to give our opinions. Someone stopped the pressure. The Blood God manuscript. The one who hurried to explain said it was an artifact from the Black Gate. But it's just a piece of paper we know nothing about. In the end, everyone agreed. So with unanimous consensus, the new prize for the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament will be the Blood God artifact. It has been decided. The sky is clear, and the tall buildings rise up to the clouds. Inside the museum, staff move back and forth carefully inspecting the exhibits. Gong carefully examines every corner of the treasure, leaving no detail unchecked. He was startled and looked up as if he had heard some suspicious noise. Gi Gong turned back sharply. What's going on? Is that you? Li Jun looks innocent. Huh. What are you talking about? He's so homesick, he muttered to himself and turned away. Probably just imagining things. Gianjiang pushes Lam Lam back. Lam Lam. The person. Li Jun grabs the blue fur. I told you to lie still. It was almost exposed, but it still rushed forward actively. Go. Go. The invisible artifact you struggled to acquire was obtained with difficulty by asking the Gold Clan. I'll use it carefully. The time limit is short and it's only usable once. So we have to move quickly. Old Tiet must have sent them here. There must be precious magic stones displayed here. It's like heaven with Lam Lam. Li Jun tries to hold on to her spirit. This greedy little kid. The iron door closed, and at the same time he carried Lam Lam and ran outside. Li Jun let out a sigh of relief. Just in time. He looked towards the dirt yard in front of him. This is the back corridor of Building 3. Where could it be kept? Li Jun lifted it up. Lam Lam, stop scratching. Come here. Let it down so it can smell and find the way. Now find the energy that matches your inner nature here. If things go well, I will give you a magic stone. Each person with a fox spirit moving forward together to investigate the case. But after walking endlessly, I see nothing. Li Jun is worried. Lam Lam. Where exactly have you gone? Lam Lam stops somewhere and starts barking loudly. Woof. 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 A majestic ancient temple with hundreds of steps appears before you. Li Jun wonders. According to the map, this is in Kwangshan in Dungno. There is a temple A here, but it's not marked on the map. He tilted his head and asked, Lam Lam, are you sure this is the right place? They quietly climbed up the temple and asked, Master, are you here? Li Jun shouted, Is anyone here? But there was no echo, so he frowned. There's nothing here. When Teacher Lam Lam knocked on the door, Li Jun also became curious. What's inside there? The temple door slowly opens, sunlight streaming in, making the space feel alive. You were surprised. Wow. Oh my God. Inside the temple is a glowing green barrier. It turns out they secretly built this temple for a reason. The system displays a notification. This is a closed gate. To open it, you need to unlock it. Just like that. Li Jun put his hands in his pockets. There is a trail leading here. It nods and woofs. He reaches into the barrier. Then I should go see the faces of those who stole my belongings. The system sounds, forcing the gate open. The continuous notification indicates the gate has been forcibly opened. Li Jun is now looking at a temple even larger than before, with a red zone gate. He gazes at the altar in awe, almost falling backward. Wow. This place is really grand. You ponder silently. It seems the 4 great saint monsters are still relaxing. Looks like it has nothing to do with us. The fairy old man gave you the temple. That Noxa guy. Sounds familiar, Li Jun asked. Do you know, you seem to be in a daze. But I feel like I've heard about it before. But a long time ago. Everything has lost its flavor. So I have to go inside and try. You haven't even provoked. And your master like him. Aren't you old enough yet? The old immortal warned. If you want to fight, just say so. This temple is impressive. Mr. Noxa, Li Jun, the immortal elder. And Lam Lam slowly entered the temple with a natural, at-home style. He looked around curiously, observing the surroundings, recalling that he had seen many medieval architectures and ruins from ancient gates. But the Chinese-style architecture is a first for me. It feels more like traveling in China than entering a gate. He also looked around casually, only realizing after coming in, this is exactly what I had in mind. Li Jun wondered, what kind of place is this? The immortal elder explains that this is the residence of assassin monks who make a living by killing people. The boy steps forward. I thought even a single Lian monk wouldn't kill. This isn't Lian. Right. He goes into more detail, saying they are actually heretics from the Shaolin. You could say it's the era when your master was still alive. Li Jun is stunned. What, you're chatting with such an intelligent look? How could it be the era of your master? Ah, that's right. If the gates can open, like in the novels, then maybe we will awaken the gates and the window of states. Perhaps anything can happen. Li Jun concluded that if it was from his era, then clearly those demon sword guys are connected to him. Does the immortal agree? That's right. Don't let them keep the demon sword. The monks pointed their staffs directly at the 3 of them. Anyone. They shout out. I ask you, who are you? Answer me. You purse your lips. Who am I, huh? Li Jun uses his spiritual power to heal the wound. The owner of the item that you all just took. The sound of hurried footsteps grows louder. getting closer to the three of them. Nearly 100 monks rushed to the rescue, forming a circle around the two of them, each pointing their wooden staffs directly at you. A sarcastic remark. A low-level fake awakener like him dares to step into the sacred ground. Idiot. The elder questions what's going on and why they aren't attacking. Li Jun is speechless too. Damn it. You're putting on a filial act. These guys must be from thousands of years ago. But they are all refined Koreans. I'm trying to balance respecting my elders. Huh. Or not, you look displeased. I should have used respectful language from the beginning. Now I feel a bit regretful. The old immortal kept hitting you repeatedly. Respect these trash people. You idiot. You've really made me angry. You little brat. Li Jun jumps up and down. How can I respect someone from the past? It hurts so much. The monks, unable to see the immortal elder, looked like they were staring at a madman. Is he talking to himself? They communicate through eye contact. Is that guy crazy or what? The system pops up a notification. A side quest to recover the Pa Chun-ji fragments high. Mu Ukjia is unhappy because Jun Aksa soldiers also have fragments of Pa Chun-ji, which are ruthless low-level killing creatures. Eliminate them to ease Mu Ukjia's worries. Success condition is to kill all hosts. Failure condition is to let one host survive, with a reward of 3,500,000 points and a reduction in the points needed for the sacrifice. Pa Chun-ji costs 40 million points. Li Jun is stunned. How many points are needed for Pa Chun-ji? Then, for a reward of 40 million points, you carry it on your shoulder. Oh, do you want to visit the battle too? Li Jun is ready to fight. All right. Let's see how strong our Lam Lam really is. The remaining monks also charged forward. Brothers, wait until everyone is here. Let's move back to our homeland. It suddenly shouted and bit the most cowardly monk. The remaining monks, seeing Lam Lam's massive form, also felt fear. Demon beast. He looked at the formation full of holes in front of him. Thanks to Lam Lam, there's a gap in the formation of the 18 Arhats. I must exploit this opening. Li Jun rushes forward and quickly passes through the red demon circle. System notification. Use the footwork technique of the Heavenly Demon King. You stomped your foot hard on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust along with a swirl of spiritual energy. The group of monks approaching were also thrown back by the spiritual energy blast. Sent flying away. Han immediately plants his foot to hold him back, preventing him from slipping away. They don't rest for long before springing up again. Seeing him grit his teeth and raise his staff, the surrounding monks blocked Li Jun's escape route. He struggled to withstand the fierce attacks from the monk in front of him. From behind, an ambush attacker also strikes, but Li Jun dodges, with tears in his eyes. Next, attacks came from hundreds of monks. He widened his eyes at the overwhelming number. Li Jun clenched his teeth, only able to defend but not yet find the right attack. He hugged his waist and sighed, truly on a different level. In front of Li Jun is a long line of monks with a fierce aura swirling around them. One-on-one might not be as difficult as Kangyu, but with that many, it's even more terrifying. If Lam Lam didn't take a piece of skin first, those 18 monks would give me a headache. He grips his spear tightly with a determined look. It must be finished before the reinforcements arrive. Li Jun closes his eyes and concentrates his spiritual power, performing a spell. Third move. Dragon Song Technique. The spear flashes with green lightning. Your eyes also burn with fire as if resisting something. A blue dragon gradually soars into the sky, roaring fiercely. It charges forward, causing the monks to scatter in chaos like a swarm of disturbed bees. They all stared in disbelief. No way. How could someone so short use the spear magic of the war gods? The monk shouted in despair, not noticing Lam Lam getting closer from behind. Hurry up. I must inform Elder Moonba-in. It bit him, making the scene even bloodier. The front yard, once noisy and lively, is now only filled with the sound of sniffing. He stands among the corpses holding a spear. The stench of blood hits straight up the nose. A monk still trying to hold on. Elder Moonba-in. But after being stabbed in the back, it fell silent and stopped moving. Li Jun wiped the sweat from his forehead. Is it over? Lam Lam happily chirps. Cluck, cluck. You bend down to pat this little fox on the head. Well done. Lam Lam, you're getting so much stronger. Li Jun raises his hand. Now it's just about going to get what I need to get. The system keeps notifying rapidly, absorbing raw energy with the Dragon Demon spell. Innate ability increases by 1. Absorbing a piece of Pa Chun-ji. Inner strength increases by 1. You absorbed energy. 1 passive point per person. About 18 inches total. Not too bad. His eyes turn extremely sinister. And now, in front of him, there is a foot wearing a pair of black-patterned cloth shoes. The strongest final master has appeared. It's time for the final boss to reveal itself. Moon Ba closed his eyes tightly, appearing calm and composed. He suddenly opened his eyes with an unusually calm demeanor. Veins bulge across his face as he sees the other monks lying still. The temple door appears dull and gray. When the atmosphere is gloomy, Moon Ba keeps his eyes half closed. Gently open the door. The old man walks in with a staff. Both sides are lined with monks bowing respectfully. Moon Ba approaches solemnly to pay his respects. Oh, you have returned. Oh. You. Please save this humble mortal. The old man tightly grips his staff. The light gradually spreads out. Moon Ba-in's eyes widen in surprise. Finally, the miraculous aura of power swirls within that staff. At last, I have obtained the divine sword. Oh heavens! The old man's tears are flowing like a waterfall. It's been too long. We have struggled so hard to find it. The image of the immortal elder appears alongside the towering staff of power, the revelation sword, a special weapon used by the blood god to connect the heavens. The master of the emperor, even the emperor of the continent, fears him. The respectful people kneel, holding a bundle of items that your majesty has tirelessly sought. A seemingly simple staff hiding mysterious secrets. If the blood god had not betrayed your majesty, it would have rightfully belonged to him. Moon Ba places that mysterious staff where it belongs, thinking about finding it in another world, more than 1,000 years in the future, in a humble place called Korea, originating from ancient Goryeo bloodline. All efforts to search across the Central Plains were in vain. He knelt but still kept a smile on his face. Now, if His Majesty crosses into this world. A sudden scream interrupts Moon Ba-in's train of thought. Brother Moon Ba-in. He turns around. What's going on? Junior brother Hyunmu. The person hurriedly reported that an intruder had reached the dragon god. The entire group of monks, who had been bowing, also looked up in shock. Moon Ba-in narrowed his eyes. The intruder? How could someone from outside get in here? It could be one of us. I've checked multiple times. They are just ordinary false awakeners. The old man's head was in a mess. Even though the gate was open and the secret passage with the cracked door had been successfully unlocked, only those from the martial arts world knew about this place. Moon Ba-in hurriedly stepped forward. We must identify them and lead the way. Lam Nam is snarling and growling as he suspected danger is near. Li Jun calls confusedly. Lam Nam. You glance and immediately understand the problem. Oh. The old man is accompanied by a monk. Is that the family member? Li Jun assesses objectively. He seems quite strong. The old immortal quickly folds his fan away. Blood crane. Jia is made by people. You wonder why. Do you know him? He asked with a frown. Once. He was always following the first disciple, like a little chick. Li Jun asked. Is he really that strong? The immortal old man doesn't think much of this fake sage. He is probably the weakest among the first master's subordinates. You watch carefully based on what you see. It seems he is at least as strong as the sword god, an S-rank awakener, and I can infer that what my master said when we first met is true. That fake awakener is much weaker than the martial artists of our master's era. Muon Ba-in opened his eyes wide. His long, curved eyebrows resemble a shrimp, and the old man asked with restraint, Brother Hyunmu, is what I am seeing really happening now? Hyunmu hesitated. I also see myself in him. Muon Ba-in looked at the blood before his eyes. I understand now. So, the bloodshed of my disciples, each layer of clothing. Every patch of blood soaked the entire garden. The old man roared like a mother bear losing her cubs. Behind him, Muon Ba-in shouted in fury. The beast-like man who killed my disciples. Muon Ba-in's scream made Li Jun feel deafeningly painful. I will tear you apart and feed you to the beasts. The old man stomped hard on the tiles to gain momentum, causing them to shatter. Then, Muon Ba-in's fake weak body also moved quickly, rushing forward just as swiftly as the young boys. The old man was about to deliver a heavy blow to you. Muon Ba-in poured all his strength into this attack. Blood Sen's spear. But Li Jun immediately counterattacked. The first ultimate spear. Demon Slayer. They fight fiercely, neither willing to give in. Yet even the old man, Muon Ba-in, was supported by the ancestors and quickly blocked the spear about to end his life. You thrust your spear straight at the old man, causing him to falter. Suddenly, Li Jun withdraws his aura. Damn it. Muon Ba-in takes advantage of your moment of weakness to strike again. Li Jun managed to block the attack just in time. After all, your student's body couldn't withstand the experience of the fake body for long. and despite defending with primordial divine techniques, I still sustained internal injuries. The immortal elder has appeared. So everyone presses on. Focus on yourself. It's not over yet. The giant beast swiftly charges and strikes the battlefield. The old man blocks with a powerful spiritual energy attack, pushing Li Jun away from the edge. Even a talented person like you has to give up your hand before such a fierce battle. Suddenly, a huge green beam of light shot down from the sky, attacking the grand hall. It turned out that Lam Lam, knowing the young master was in danger, rushed to save him. It hugs Li Jun and rushes away, temporarily hiding behind the mountain wall. The old man, Muon Ba-in, was left alone and abandoned in the deserted hall, bitterly frustrated because he was fighting fiercely but suddenly vanished without a trace. I will tear you in half. I know you're not dead yet, Muon Ba-in shouted loudly. Come here immediately. Over here. Li Jun also lands safely. You're worried. Lam Lam. Are you okay? It puts on a sad, worried face that makes Li Jun uneasy. What are you thinking? You remember the moment Lam Lam saved your life, taking 5 punches for you. Even though I couldn't be kind to her myself, but before it could show its true strength, Li Jun immediately blocked it. What if I couldn't pull you away in time? You only know how to mutter that the little fox is angry in front of you. That can't be happening. You could even lose your life. It seems Li Jun still isn't satisfied and keeps charging forward. I'll handle this. So wait for me at the gate. Lam Lam was stunned. Kyo. The little fox was hurt and burned, then recited the spell. Q. The stinky market gate. So Lam Lam, the poor girl, has to return to where she belongs. Li Jun also got back up after failure. It's been a long time since he was beaten to this extent. It's the first time since returning. You may love him, but you're still self-absorbed. And running away doesn't suit me at all. Moonba calmly stepped forward and pretended to be haughty. I have no idea what you are muttering about, but before you die, I have one question for you. The old man's face darkened. How could someone like you learn martial arts from the divine warrior? Just like us, Li Jun is cruel. Just like him. Moonba firmly affirms that the technique just used is definitely an illusion-destroying technique. You're cold and indifferent. What does that have to do with him? While the old man still refuses to give up. Of course, it's related. Moonba explained it in detail. The technique of divine martial arts is the technique of kneeling blood heaven. Only now does Li Jun realize it. Really, you suspect. Master. How many names do you have? I haven't told you yet. That's the name the martial arts masters gave me during my peak era. Li Jun kept repeating the old name of the immortal master for a long time. Kwai Huyet Thien. Blood Kwai. And yet you remain optimistic in this situation. This won't turn into some kind of script. The original blood kneel doesn't lead to his secret hideout. Right. Master, you're pretending to be naive. Really. Li Jun looks worried. Master. I never thought you had such a deep connection with those top-tier bastards. You shouted loudly. So when I chose the path between the way of the divine warrior and the path of infinity, the two paths of destruction, they all are connected to your name. He just stood there, scratching his head. I guess that's it. Li Jun was a bit confused. So if I choose the path of ultimate destruction, maybe I should start with the technique of ultimate destruction. If it's all you, then why bother asking me to choose? You just casually chat with the master, without paying attention to the third disciple standing there with a blank face. Does the master know anything? The immortal looks confused. What do you want to say? Li Jun confided softly, after facing that person. Blood demon. I realize one thing. You hold the spear tightly. Now I can truly feel that he is indeed the greatest martial master of all time. Then Li Jun stood up again after falling. Even though my inner strength is not enough. Even without the divine destruction technique, I will be fine. Warning. You keep provoking the old man. With the greatest master of all time by your side. So what is there to be afraid of anymore? The system keeps flashing red. A powerful demonic energy is approaching. The Three Doors sect keeps using the same old technique over and over. The old man steps back to retrieve the blood demon spear. Li Jun once again cannot withstand the heat of the surrounding spiritual energy. He quickly weaves through each layer of spiritual energy and then charges forward to strike the old man with his spear. In that moment, a swirling circle like a torn flesh appeared from the middle of the Monba-in's body, causing Li Jun's spear to pierce straight through. And the old man suddenly appeared behind him. He was blinded. The immortal elder in the sky only knew how to urge the most powerful technique. Get out of the way. Monba-in unleashes a stream of spiritual energy directly at Li Jun. Li Jun froze for a few moments, his right arm aching and trembling, and his left hand started to bleed. The master sternly scolded his impatient disciple. With your current skill level, You can't defeat the blood demon. Waiting for the right opportunity is the worst mistake. Yet Li Jun outright rejected his master's dishonest advice. No. He is determined to defeat the old man, no matter what. If he has found the heavenly temple, then he can also find the forbidden area of the four holy grounds. Wherever Li Jun falls, he will rise again there. I can't let him endanger you. The master, and his followers. You clutch the sword tightly, as if determined to fight to the end. Even if your body shatters, despite the fused internal energy being heavily compressed, Li Jun still controls the surging spiritual energy. I will not give up. Infinite Spear. Second form. Moonba. Encloses his eyes tightly. This is the extreme light from the divine martial arts technique. Hyun Mu rushes forward with him, brother Moonba in. He runs to rescue him, to catch him. Li Jun opens his eyes wide. Veins bulge. The battle is now approaching its end. Hyun Mu strikes the middle of the chaos. His arm passes through his body. Fresh blood gushes out, forming a dark red pool beneath Li Jun's feet. His eyes barely opened as if he couldn't believe it. Blood splattered from his mouth amidst the bloody chaos. Immortal Elder, confused and unsure what to do. Disciple, wake up. Li Jun forced himself to open his eyes, desperately trying to stay conscious. Master, this space you've fallen into feels like a bubble of thought. Am I dying? I still remember the first time I died. The loved ones Li Jun cares about most gradually appeared. I was very scared at that moment. So this is what they call the film of life, passing before my eyes. Amazing. Every moment I live is being shown in full view. Your eyes look vacant and lost. In every moment. Whether you're trying your hardest or facing difficulties, the immortal master is by your side. He is also present in your joyful and happy times. My master is always by my side. Even when it comes to friends or loved ones, the immortal elder is always there. He gave you each look of affection and every gentle gesture as if you were his own child. Master, the image of the immortal elder appears before my eyes. Li Jun seems to want to etch that image into his memory for the rest of his life. The image gradually becomes blurry. I wish I had treated him better. You gradually fall into sleep. Thank you for everything, Master. The immortal lord scolds affectionately. What are you thanking for, foolish idiot? He uses his hand to control Li Jun's spirit. It's not the right time yet. But there's no other choice now. You fool, disciple. He just stood there, staring at you, lying motionless on the floor. It seemed like Li Jun no longer had any reaction to the world around him. Huyan stared with wide eyes. He's dead. He has already given up. I am only seeking revenge for my fallen disciples. Suddenly, his aura rises like a demon. Muan Ba-in is terrified, thinking he has encountered a ghost. Hui On Mu also turns back, with a stunned expression like a fly caught in a trap. The old man shouts out in despair, Hoi, On Mu, with his overflowing spiritual energy like a tidal wave, makes Muan Ba in fear and keeps his distance. Li Jun opens his eyes wide. Now only white remains, and the red blood and dazzling light blinded everyone. From deep within the temple, a call seemed to be awakened. The sealed door is forced open by an invisible force, and the mighty staff soars into the air. Surrounding it is always a radiant spiritual energy. The staff gradually cracks into large pieces. Some terrible force is crushing the temple, and an explosion tears through the silent night sky. The village's smoke rises in a dark cloud. The old man was terrified when he saw the bloodstains on the ground but couldn't see any trace of Hyeon Mu. Tears streamed down Moon Ba-in's face uncontrollably. Hyeon Mu's disciple. Fresh blood on the ground proves that something has devoured him. How is that possible? The relic of the divine destruction remains intact. Moon Ba-in's thoughts flood uncontrollably. How can this ordinary fake awakener possess his energy? The old man assumed a fighting stance. The person slightly leans back to defend. Moon Ba encloses his eyes, sensing the aurora borealis present at the shrine. The old man widened his eyes and looked up. The demonic energy reacts to that person's divine destruction. The arrow is guided by spiritual power, flashing like thunder and slicing through the wind. The arrow glows, with distinct lines appearing clearly. Moon Ba-in quickly takes 7. No. I must stop him from gaining the demonic energy. The old man rushed forward alongside the arrow, causing Moon Ba-in to suddenly explode in shock. Die. Li Jun's tiny figure stands rooted to the ground, overwhelmed by the surging spiritual energy. The old man, with a giant Buddha hand, suddenly shattered the entire land, which then exploded into pieces. How many trees and lands were burned to ashes in just a few seconds? The shape of that hand is still clearly imprinted on the ground. Moon Ba-in gasped and took a deep breath. Only now does the old man taste what it means to be defeated. It's impossible. This can't be happening. Elder Xian stepped aside for Li Jun. He is also the one wielding the spear, preparing to attack Moon Ba-in, a lowly awakened being. Master controls the spear over your face. Li Jun's hand tightly grips the weapon. Then, from where you stand, a spiritual energy radiates out, blocking the way. The old man is blinded by this light. Watch my eyes. Then Li Jun quickly and gracefully picks up the spear and approaches. You used spiritual energy to launch a spear at Moon Ba-in. But the old man probably stepped outside, so he quickly dodged the attack. A streak of spiritual lightning shot past Moon Ba-in's nose. The old man, furious, immediately punishes Li Jun. While Moon Ba-in resorts to his old tricks, he jumps back to gain momentum. His eyes, now blank and emotionless, widen. Your uncle's spirit is once again controlled by the immortal. Li Jun lands on the ground alongside the steps that shift heaven and earth. The step of domination B has awakened. The step of domination B has transformed into a new martial art. The name of the step of domination B has been changed to the infinite domination step SS. The old man steps out and turns around. But you have moved closer behind Moon Ba-in, even closer to the old man's white head. Just a little more. Li Jun has caused Moon Ba-in to leave the earth. The old man takes his last breath. Moon Ba-in stands frozen, staring at the spear before him. Old Jun struggles to grab the spear. Then the old man strained his last strength to grip the spear tightly. And Li Jun's bitter voice made Moon Ba-in's spine shiver. I cannot let you continue with this. Your body has spoken on behalf of your master, revealing the bitterness in your heart, because of disciple Hien Mu. Only then did the old man realize everything. For the sake of the emperor, Moon Ba-in forced a strange smile. I will take you to my final reincarnation. The cliff suddenly exploded. The thick fog surrounds the space, and Li Jun still clings to life like a leech, majestically standing over the defeated, grizzled old man. Moon Ba-in has no strength left to rise. You look down and stare intently at this fragile body. Even when it's almost the end, he still tries to curse a few words. Monster. Li Jun keeps attacking until Moon Ba-in finally shuts up. The old man shouted in fear. No. Only now do the fake pupils start to tear up. Your Majesty. Just for a moment. The scene becomes more silent than ever. Cunning old man Moon Ba-in has also been defeated and knocked out, leaving only his clothes and a pool of blood on the ground. The fireball filled with the old man's power gradually flew toward you. You have absorbed a piece of Pa Chong-gi. Your inner strength has increased by 15 points. Side quest. Recovering the second fragment of Pa Chong-gi completes the reward of 3,500,000 regular sacrifice points. The required sacrifice points for Pa Chong-gi are now nearly 40 million B. Li Jun stands frozen in the desolate space. Dark energy surrounds the spear. Yours is also gradually rising. That spear fell to the ground. Li Jun could no longer move. You collapse onto the ground as the immortal elder rushes over. The one who tried to endure the destructive aura is Mr. An. Rest now. Disciple. His tired eyes slowly closed as the scene shifted. At a frozen ice cliff, Hazel is focused on practicing spiritual swordsmanship beneath the waterfall when Tegu suddenly appears and interrupts. It's the leader's voice. My junior, how far have you gotten with the discussion? I'm surprised. Tegu shows respect. Tegu immediately plays hard to get. Come on. You don't need to use Nhim between us. No. In him is used to show respect. It is usually reserved for elders. Yet Hazel remains polite. But you are Li Jun's first companion. You humble yourself. Hey. I'm not the kind of monster who would be that kind. His words also made him freeze up stiff. His tone didn't match what he was saying at all. Hazel wondered. But why did you suddenly come here? Tegu cares. I think it's about time for you to go home. You've stayed too long. Now he finally checked his phone for the time. Wow. You're right. I never pay attention to the time when I'm training. My younger sibling is probably waiting for dinner. He immediately advises. You're so diligent. Just like me. Sometimes you should relax a bit. Hazel is getting ready. I know. You step through the teleportation gate. Then I'll go now. Tegu hurriedly ran over. Wait a minute. It's arching backwards. Since the owner is not here today, I will go as your escort. Hazel was utterly confused. Huh. The guest is rude. No need to hurt. But Tegu is stubborn and insists on doing things his way. The person of my master is also my person. Ah. No. They're just family. I want to take care of you. Hazel was surprised. But Li Jun has never taken me home before. Has he? Tegu lay on the ground, flopping like a stranded fish. I told you to let me take you. I will take you home. I want to take you home. Hazel sighed heavily. Taegu Nim is a schemin' and also a monster. If he steps out the gate, he'll be considered a monster breakthrough. If he encounters a fake spirit, today will be Taegu Nim's day to shine. Gio asked, are you sure? Lee Jun won't get angry. Right, he still acts like he's completely right. Your safety is more important than getting scolded. Hazel scratched his head in frustration. Who alright? Make sure no one sees you. Okay, Taegu. Of course. Ayanwa is flying over. Oh my god. Taegu. What's got you so excited? It greeted him. Hazel. Taegu hugs him tightly. He. As a junior, I'll feel lonely going home alone. So I decided to escort him. It startled her. Go on your own. Taegu turned back. Questioning. Yes. Is there a problem? Ayanwa hesitated. Let Taegu go alone. It would be very dangerous. It pretends to be a protector. I will go with you too. Taegu is so happy. Hazel is coming along too. That makes me feel much more at ease. Ayanwa chuckles softly. Oh. Taegu, you're quite the smooth talker. Hazel froze for 5 seconds. Wait. Hold on. They suddenly moved forward. The human world, keep moving forward, causing him to cry out in pain. Lee Jun, help me. The night is silent and still. The new high-rise buildings line the small street. Scrapyard, a place piled with old, broken cars. The small house sits neatly in the junkyard, looking very deserted. The delicious bowl of egg noodles steaming up to the roof. Little kid, craving. Brother, when will we be able to eat ramen? Hazel replied. Just a moment. The short-haired girl interjected. You're almost done with your chopsticks. I'll reply quickly. Thank you. I'm listening. The children suddenly stopped playing, and their faces turned serious. They rush outside. Run. I'm back. Hazel shouted. Hey. Don't run. They fell now. They run out blindly, not knowing who is in front of them. Hey. Your brother is holding the muscular figure in front of him. Why are you so late? We've been waiting for a long time. They sensed that something was wrong and looked up. In front of them now are Saku and the Ayanwa gang. As the alarm blares loudly. Warning. Warning. Everyone is confused. Monster energy has been detected in Dongbong district. The detection level is red. This is a red-level monster. The government is more chaotic than ever. What's going on? Downtown Bong district has never had a gate violation before. It's a clean area. The leader has to let go too. Damn it. When we're busy investigating the secret singing art, there's nothing more we can do. He ordered all the staff to immediately contact the team without accidents. Request support from the top students. Everyone follow the orders. There. The little one is happy. Uncle Hunchback. Higher please. Higher. It likes that. Alright. Lift it higher. Uncle. The boy and girl standing beside also want to try. Uncle Taegu. Hello again. The short-haired girl looks flustered. Oh. I can do it myself. You go wash the dishes quickly. Working together is faster. Right, she awkwardly replied. Thanks. Saku sits cross-legged. Thank you for letting me come along. Hisao adjusts his sleeve. Don't bring it up again. The kids are already happy enough that they're not afraid of you. It asked me. So, is this really your house? You stop singing. Damn it. Saku explained. At first, I thought it was a junkyard. I heard the owner gave you high-level mana stones. They go there with reluctant looks. This? You call this a home? Hisao smiled. We used to live in the slums. This is already an improvement, he wondered. The slums, what is that? After hearing it, you sprayed your glue so stiff. Where should I start explaining from? Hisao lamented. I want to use the mana stones the owner gave me to buy a better house. But the real estate prices in Xe make me dizzy. He is very distressed. Even in the suburbs, houses start at 3 billion yuan. Since the gate appeared, it has always been like that. The less affected an area is by monster disasters, the higher the price. Hisao looked at the child in his arms. Getting out of the van wasn't a good option either. It wouldn't be safe for the kids. There are fewer alert people in the countryside. My siblings will be in danger if a portal opens. I wanted to observe the kids playing. So after finding the safest and most spacious place for our big family to live together, we finally decided on this spot. He frowned. But a place like this, a junkyard. Suddenly, Mr. Wase interrupted. You've worked hard. You're still young, but already responsible for your siblings. It whispers softly. Saku. You're too harsh. Speaking like that will hurt Hisao. But it still insists. I didn't say anything wrong. Saku whispered. Doesn't anyone feel anything when looking at this dilapidated house? Hisao carries the child to the room. I will take him to sleep. Yonkwa still doesn't understand. Huh. And Taegu has a sinister face. What do you mean? With a mysterious aura, thanks to our master's favor, we have a beautiful home and delicious food. But looking at this place, it's clear that Hisao is not a fairy lover. So Saku looks up and claims he's right. And the master cares for us more, that's why Hisao was pushed aside. And Yongqua is stunned to hear this. His mouth gapes as if he can't speak at all. Taegu furrows his brow, deep in thought. He shouted, "So we will handle everything the owner overlooked about Hisao ourselves." Sitting in the room, he just froze upon hearing that. The bright moonlight illuminates the scrapyard everywhere. With a sheet of cloth covering the small house in the middle of the scrapyard, Hisao stands frozen for 5 seconds. Huh. What's going on here? Behind me is a 100-strong construction crew. How did it end up like this? Taegu, hurry up and play your instrument. If you're slow, you won't get praise from the boss. The excavators also follow the leader's orders and stay in formation. Show the master what we are capable of. Saku sensed something was off. Hey Taegu, this place looks a bit strange. Taegu is focused but turns around. Where is this? Saku, this wise sea monster. It seems there are only 3 rooms. Isn't it supposed to be at least 1 person per room? Only then did Taegu realize. Oh, you're right, but it just thinks simply, but you, Saku. The kids are small. I heard human children are very afraid of sleeping alone. And Saku already worried about it. So when the kids grow up, do they build more rooms? Taegu shows it a diagram. Look. You can see the few marks in all 3 rooms. It looks like Conan the detective, with some magic lock charms. Taegu explains in detail that in modern times, advanced technology is everywhere, especially from Shinjiji, which has always excelled at creating amazing inventions. Using one of their patented products, I will create buttons at these points. It takes pride in its own class. When you press the button, the wall will open, turning 3 rooms into 5 or even 8 rooms. And to be safe, I made it capable of turning into 10 rooms. This is the result of the collaboration between science and monsters. Miumu, Saku. Now I understand why the master took you in. You're a monster with great abilities, and Taegu is deluded by your praise into thinking he's powerful. Oh no. Saku, don't say that I was just thinking. Learning architecture so that humans can benefit their masters. But he's still humble. That's all I can do. That's true. You're much better than me. Saku, thanks to the ice walls that absorb your magic, even if a monster suddenly appears, it won't dare to come close. Saku once again takes Taegu's self-centered position. This guy is so smooth talking. Just then, Hisao was carrying the little boy when he froze upon seeing 2 monsters laughing together. He was confused. No need for everyone to go this far. At this moment, neither Hisao nor the monsters realize that the house they are building will be more valuable than any house in Korea. The scene shifts to the high school at night. Hyuk-jin keeps yawning non-stop. So sleepy. And Junjian also feels confused. Gathering everyone in the middle of the night like this, Kyung-jin shouted, "All right. Everyone gather here." She looked serious and thanked everyone for coming despite her sudden call. Then announced she would start the mission briefing. Hearing this, everyone present immediately froze stiff. According to Shinjiji, Kyung-jin announced a serious issue. A large amount of monster energy was detected in Gabongu, and the monsters are estimated to be at red level. She suddenly changed the subject. But our mission is not to eliminate those monsters. Jun Gyeon hesitated. So what are we supposed to do? Kyung-jin states that our job is to ensure no monsters escape to other areas, while the awakened hunters are actively preparing for battle. Hyuk-jin stupidly talks nonsense. So why not let those people handle everything? He was immediately punched in the stomach by his sister and warned not to talk trash. Jun Gyeon glanced around. Most of the hunters were busy searching for magic crystals, so we are responsible for that. While Hyuk-jin was in pain. Yes. Just saying it is enough. Kyung-jin nodded straightforwardly. If you understand, then let's move. He scratched his head. All right. They quickly rushed forward. Kyojin stopped in front of a block of ice wall and shouted, "Over there." Jun Gyeon looked around. The ice wall. Probably a monster with ice attribute. And Hyuk-jin was terrified when he saw a swarm of pitch-black creatures gathered together on the map. Oh my god. They moved as one. He sighed. Probably over 100. Then his older sister scolded him. Jun, can you shut your mouth? Hyuk-jin whispered. It's just because I was worried. Jun Gyeon questioned. Weren't you worried during the celestial incident? And he calmly replied. Back then we had Lee Jun. She finally remembers. Right. Han Ji-woo over here is trying to coax her. Wants to use sedatives, doesn't she? Since June is the most reliable among us, our team might not be enough to deal with a red-level monster. But our only task is to monitor and observe. So don't worry, she guesses that's probably the entrance. We just need to watch for the monsters coming out of there. Yun B, the team leader, started to worry about what would happen if they went outside, while Jun remained strangely calm, holding them back until the hunters arrived. Hyujin whispered, "This kind of midnight watch is tiring." "Right," she quickly replied. "To conserve energy, we should take turns guarding and resting a bit. First, he gently watches over the area where they are about to act. The kids are sleeping soundly, and, as Mr. Jost, June gazes around absent-mindedly. Mr. Ho's car suddenly starts. Something is moving at the exit. As Mr. Jun makes the decision, what kind of monster is it? And Hyuk-jin remains calm, observing the situation. Wait a moment. Let's see. He scans around and suddenly opens his mouth in surprise. Hi, Sel was strolling around the new house when he was attracted by Hyuk-jin's call. Hi, Sel. Call Mr. Jin to snap him out of his daze. Hi, Sel. And Junjian looked confused. Who is that? He hurried to explain. Jun's junior. Always with Lee Jun. Junjian was puzzled. Why? Why is Lee Jun's subordinate coming out from there? Hyuk-jin was confused. How would I know that? What is he doing there? She glared down. Wait a moment. Junjian is staring intently while Haisel is glancing around cautiously. He seems very suspicious of his surroundings. Could he be searching for something nearby? Hyujin also agreed. That makes sense. She continued. Whenever a new portal appears, there are always people rushing there. So everyone here probably knows who they are. Smart Hanji-woo immediately understood. She meant the scavengers. Ask Mr. Jin to explain. Precisely, because they can't enter the dangerous gates. They dig marguerite mines outside. They have a fast and strong network, so they are usually the first to arrive whenever a gate appears. Jin hesitated. Come to think of it, after hearing Lee Jun talk, Sel's parents are both deceased, so he is the head of the family. You also have many questions. But isn't it true that you have a support fund from Musa School? The external school Junjian is talking about is one of the most prestigious schools in Korea. Musa High School is one of the 3 prestigious elite schools for the awakened elders, where enrollment guarantees significant financial support and post-graduation scholarships, and students are allowed to keep any items obtained during training or exams at the gate, even after deducting the costs of specialized uniforms, activity fees, and quarterly educational expenses. Students still receive significant financial support. Lan Tan, if he lives alone. That's true. But he also has several siblings. She deduces. How many siblings does he have? If it's 3 or 4, it's still okay. Suddenly, Jun Gyeon was distracted by Hyuk Jin's ridiculous questions. Stumbling and stammering. Forget it. After all those reasons, Hai Zio is just a standard false awakening, and his scholarship only covers the minimum expenses to survive in school, and other scholarships are exclusively controlled by the 15 noble families. Right. I also heard he didn't participate in the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament, maybe because of his circumstances. Han Ji-woo started overthinking. So he must be the one to receive the item for his sibling, even if Hai-so is hurt and in danger. I can understand. Everyone is just hiding the truth. What should we do? When Mr. Jin makes wild guesses. Maybe Hai-so doesn't realize he's being followed by monsters. She pretends to be righteous. Criticizing him can wait. Right now, protecting Hai-so is the priority. Avoid and dodge the monster as much as possible, and focus on getting Hai-seo to safety. Everyone agrees. Yes. At that moment, Hai-so was happily strolling around the construction site. He suddenly stopped, needing no warmth of home or love. Right now he's very confused. Oh my god, what should I do? Where are the supervisors hiding? Not long ago, Hai-seo left and told the kids at home to stay put. So you go train in the morning. Monsters. Don't cause trouble and act properly. Saku keeps calling out. Wait. Hai-seo. It asked Han if humans are monitoring this area. That suspicion made him startle. What Saku said seriously. They are heading this way. Act natural and go about your day. He's wildly energetic. So what about you, Saku, and the others? It reassures us. We will handle it ourselves. Don't worry about us. Then Saku came up with a plan. You just need to go somewhere else to draw their attention. Rely on him. Hai-seo also nodded repeatedly. Okay. I understand now. He told himself he had to stay strong. If anything happened, he wouldn't dare face Li Ju anymore. Stay calm and confident. Haiso was startled when he saw a group of people running towards him. The worried students called out, "Hi, CO. Hi, CO. Are you okay?" He wondered how everyone got here. COEAG clenched his fist. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Seungho couldn't help but ask Han in various ways. Still so calm, Han Ji-ho suggests we get out of here first. "Hi, CO. You look so fierce." "Why?" She explained with righteousness. "So why is your salary a monster? If you're going to pick up things, you should check the surroundings first." "What if the monsters find out about you?" He chuckled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. "What did they say?" "Wait, don't they know about our deal with the monster?" "Phew, lucky us. Hi CO is always restless." "Yes, it's my fault. Sorry." Manhwa is disappointed, not expecting to be exposed so soon. Taeho grits his teeth and says, "I haven't even finished building my house yet." Shaku crossed his arms. "I need to return safely to Musa. Damn it. Should I fight to get back?" He was pleased with himself and didn't need to worry about that. Shaku asked if you had a way. Taeho smiled brightly. "Otherwise I wouldn't have come here." He introduced the teleportation barrier and decided to build a house for the first time. "I created an underground portal so I could check on things regularly." Huh. Hearing that, "You looked like you got an electric shock." He froze for 5 seconds and then exclaimed, "Wah, you're so thoughtful." He quickly embraced his loved ones. "Truly my brother." Taeho was so happy to be praised. Suddenly, a force from inside shot out, leaving Taeho no time to dodge. The smoke and dust billowed everywhere. The spiritual energy spreads throughout the space. Manhwa grabs its collar, and Taeho steps back. Shaku is in a fighting stance. But who is it, behind the white smoke? There's a sound that seems familiar. Lam Lam's tiny feet step onto the ground. It spreads out its 9 Lisa Fox tails. Lam Lam. Shaku stands up suddenly. "The master of the Forbidden Land. Why are you so angry?" Its eyes shone brightly, as if it could see everything clearly. Lam Lam growled. The aura of power radiating from him was so intense that the Taeho could only defend themselves, and the exterior of the small house began to shake as if it could break apart at any moment. Outside, Lisa is still trying to make Mai spin around. Actually, I don't know anything. I was just passing by, and then a huge explosion erupted behind you." The students look up with a variety of expressive reactions. As a surge of spiritual energy bursts outward from within, the shell has a large hole torn in it. Lam Lam carefully looks down at the students, checking whose arms are around them to keep them warm. Han Ji-woo is the chosen one. She rushes straight down. She startles and instinctively raises her hand to catch it. Lam Lam threw herself into Han Ji-woo's arms, as if they had known each other forever. She was stunned. Lam Lam makes a cute face and lets out a sound. Han Ji-woo wonders, "Why are you here?" Hiso is crying nearby. "Jun, I'm sorry. I tried my best." Jun Gyeon is hugging her cheek. "Isn't that adorable?" His father's car was confused. Waiting. "Why is there a dog here?" Han Ji-woo always cares about that person. "Where is Lee Jun? Why are you going alone?" So Lam Lam describes exactly the same scenes that took place when Lee Jun faced Moonba in. Hyuk Jin, confused, starts to guess. The answer is that he was stunned, helpless. He could only run away in panic. Han Ji-woo is worried. Lee Jun is in danger. Follow him. And Hyuk Jin, just stand there in shock. How do you understand that Jun Gyeon is also worried about the one he secretly loves? Is Lee Jun in danger? Let's go. While Mr. Jin is working hard on his mission, he is startled to see the students running in panic. "Wait, where are you all going during the mission? Come back here." Haiseo runs over to advise her. "Hey, you should come along too. She can't let the students run around freely." "Right," she looked confused. "Huh. But you need to supervise the monsters in this area." When Mr. Jin yells loudly, "Haiseo, don't push her." Everyone was ready for the recent explosion. Han Ji-woo finally looked down and muttered to herself. Touching the ground, that explosion created a deep crater in the ground, and everyone was stunned. "What's going on here?" Hyuk Jin peeked out to see what it was, watching the two girls slide down the hole without hesitation. Feeling worried, he quickly called them back. Han Ji-woo and Jun Gyeon hurriedly run to where Lee Jun is lying unconscious. While the friends above panic and rush down after them, seeing his injuries, they couldn't help but worry and call out to Lee Jun. Han Ji-woo gently lifts Lee Jun to check on him. He is still breathing. Jun Gyeon immediately takes out the medicine and carefully pours it into his mouth. In just a moment, Lee Jun coughs violently, blood also pouring from his mouth, and Jun Gyeon looks at the bottle in suspicion. Even the B-grade medicine has no effect. We need to take him to the hospital. Kyung-jin, beside H, quietly warns that if there's a monster nearby capable of causing Lee Jun's condition, we must move carefully, as we still don't know what kind of portal this is. Your friends wait quietly for orders. Hyuk-jin. Han Ji-woo. Jun Gyeon. You are the fastest, take Lee Jun to the infirmary. The others stay here and investigate this place with me. After hearing that, the three immediately lifted Lee Jun onto their shoulders, hesitated for a moment, then ran off saying, "We're leaving first. Take care." Kyung-jin slowly looked around. But where is this place? I've never seen a gate like this before. Mr. Ho suddenly spoke. This place makes me think of China. Seo Eiji suspiciously asked, "Aren't the gates usually set in medieval times?" And Bimo Ho replied vaguely, "I've never heard of this case before." Suddenly, Exeong Ho's eyes froze, and in front of him was an ancient, mysterious staff that immediately sparked suspicion in his mind. It's a cursed artifact. Exeong Ho, both suspicious and calling out to Kyung-jin. "Why is this thing here? Miss?" Suddenly his eyes widened as if hypnotized. But Exeong Ho felt himself being controlled, his hand instinctively reaching for the object, unable to resist its allure. Just then, Kyung-jin's call snapped him out of it. Exeong Ho. He hesitantly turned around and said, "Yes. I called you. What's the matter? Do you see something over there?" Exeong Ho, terrified, glanced back at the spot earlier and remembered there was a cursed artifact here. But now, the cursed object had vanished without a trace, leaving him utterly stunned. Exeong Ho turned around and looked around. "Wait. What's going on? It must be right here." Kyung-jin frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" "I saw the monster." He awkwardly replied, "No. It's not," she seriously advised. "Otherwise, let's keep going. Staying here too long isn't good." Exeong Ho scratched his head and said yes. He turned his head with a doubtful look. Is this an illusion? But a big question suddenly flashed in Exeong Ho's mind. What is that fleeting mental domination sensation? At the same time, a terrifying scene of red and black appeared in Lee Jun's mind. This is the beginning. A figure in a white dress with long hair appeared in his sight. That person still stood still. And after a moment, the figure slowly turned their head, revealing blood-red eyes that pierced through with a cold gaze. That person reached out as if to control Lee Jun. But it was not yet time. In a panic, he immediately sat up. His breathing grew rapid, and the pain spread throughout his body. Looking at his body covered with wounds, Lee Jun started to complain. "It hurts so much. How badly am I injured?" At that moment, Han Ji-woo opened the hospital door, holding the fruit bowl, and stood there in shock. Lee Jun looked up at Han Ji-woo with wide eyes. Seeing her storm into the room, he immediately panicked. "What's going on?" "Han Ji-woo, don't you know how to knock?" The fruit fell to the ground and rolled everywhere, without saying a word. Han Ji-woo rushed into Lee Jun's arms, making him blush. "Are you awake now?" She looked at Lee Jun with concern, asking how he was and if he was hurt anywhere. Without hesitation, he replied, "Yes." And Han Ji-woo quickly left to call the doctor. Wait a moment. The doctor then came to examine him, took off his glasses, and started asking about his condition. "How do you feel now? Does it hurt a lot?" He calmly replied that he was quite well, and that Han Ji-woo was handling the person with a knife. Looking at Lee Jun's body pierced with countless needles, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Really? But he's only been hospitalized for 3 days, and even the wounds on his back are completely healed. The scars are gone." The doctor quietly speculated that it was probably thanks to the S-level martial arts energy. "Sumi Chen Wang." Lee Jun just smirked and scoffed at that. "Sumi Chen Wang. That's not it. You slowly check the flow of power surrounding your body. The energy flowing within you is not Sumi Chen Wang's, but primordial divine magic. The primal divine technique energy works non-stop to heal every part of my body, which is why I recover so quickly." Because the old doctor slowly stood up and advised, "If you rest properly, you'll fully recover in a week. So I'll be leaving now." After the doctor left, Lee Jun immediately got off the bed. "I had been lying there for 3 days, and now my body was completely stiff." Han Ji-woo anxiously stops him. "Are you sure you can sit up yet? Shouldn't you rest a bit more?" Lee Jun gently waves his hand. "It's okay. The doctor said I can walk now. But more importantly, what happened and why am I in the hospital?" She briefly glanced under the blanket. "Lam Lam came to tell me everything. And yet I found you." Lam Lam tiredly crawled out of the blanket and whispered softly. Han Ji-woo gently smiled and said, Hey, I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you so down, Lam Lam? Now nestled comfortably in Li Jun's arms, was playing and teasing happily. Well done. Well done. He held her in his arms and looked at her with gratitude, saying, You are the one who saved me. Hanji Wu. Thank you. Her face immediately turned red. And you're also a guest of our clan. Not just me but Gyeon, Hyuk Jin. And even my father helped too. Li Jun's voice was tinged with a hint of sadness. Really so. So now everyone knows Lam Lam is a monster. Hanji Wu quickly replied. Sorry. It's unavoidable. You're not angry. Just smiling and shaking your head. It's okay. There's no need to hide Lam Lam's identity anymore. And more importantly, nothing serious happened while I was unconscious. Right. She calmly replied. Of course. There are plenty. Li Jun's face immediately stiffened. Oh. Han Ji-woo began recounting. First, a red-level monster appeared in Jia Bonggu, so we all had to leave. And there, Hai Zio. After hearing the story, Li Jun's mood turned extremely gloomy, his eyes clearly showing anger at those fools. Li Jun immediately stood up and yelled angrily, causing trouble while I was missing. We risked our lives to save them. After all, because he was too excited, his wound throbbed again, and the painkiller didn't work, so he used primitive divine magic to relieve the pain. Suddenly, Li Jun realized something was wrong. Something was off. The character status board immediately appeared, with some attribute items missing. Seeing the missing attributes, Li Jun clenched his teeth in anger. Damn it. Just as I thought. There's a penalty. That caused Li Jun to momentarily freeze. All his statuses dropped, and his internal energy of 300 also fell. Is this a side effect of destroying the blood slave on the bloodline? Li Jun sighed wearily and lay down on the bed. Whatever happens, just consider it luck. As long as I'm still alive. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Li Jun's ear. He turned around in surprise with a confused look, recognizing this voice. Just then, he saw the immortal elder crying, and he called out, Master, hearing your voice. The immortal old man finally calmed down. The one calling me. Huh, Li Jun asked excitedly. Master, you really scared me. Are you crying? The immortal elder looked at him, tears still falling but with a stubborn refusal to admit it. The greatest person of all time shouldn't cry. No. This old man has no feelings. It definitely isn't because of my disciple. He's about to die. He angrily shouted. I don't cry anymore. Li Jun ignored him and immediately left the bed. All right. I know you're worried about me, but I have something to do, so I'm leaving. The old immortal angrily chased him out to the door, but he still ignored him as if he didn't hear. What do you mean you're planning to leave in this state? He shouted in anger. Lie down and rest immediately. One bright afternoon, the sunset stretches over the Qingdao coast in China. So, Mi kneels respectfully, and upon seeing Inju, she immediately bows her head in greeting, paying her respects to His Majesty. Inju looked at her, his eyes faintly tinged with drunkenness. So Mi, it's been a long time. So Mi looked up at him, every word filled with respect. Are you doing well? Your Highness. Inju smiled softly. It's been years since someone called me that. Now they all call me the God of Vo. The witch bowed her head in apology. Her memories of the god stuck in the past, asking for forgiveness if she displeased him. Inju's eyes subtly narrowed in a dangerous way. It's okay. No need to be tense. To describe him, everyone whispers that among the owners of the sky, the earth, and humanity, the owner of the sky, Samai Yeong, the divine warrior feared by all martial arts masters, stunningly beautiful, cruel, and ruthless. Suddenly Inju's voice grew softer, and casually. So Mi, the old woman asked nervously. What about the destructive sword? Where is it now? Somi was startled and replied. Yeah. The Bloodfire is reclaiming it. Inju withdrew his terrifying expression from earlier and smiled, but his tone remained cold. So what? My senior will be very happy. But first I want to see it with my own eyes. Her body becomes more energetic. As long as I regain my spirit, I will bring it to you immediately. He nodded in satisfaction and praised. You're quick-witted. So Mi. As the sunset cast its glow, Inju's smile grew even more radiant. Now tell me, what is this world like? The scene shifts to the hospital. Li Jun gently pats its head. Lam Lam. Wait here. He clenched his fists, scanning the area around him. Good. No one is nearby. This place is perfect. Li Jun took a deep breath and commanded the destruction sword to return. The sword slowly appeared along with system notification sounds, responding to its master's call. The destroyer sword recognizes the primal divine technique, and the sword has easily broken free from your grasp. Holding the sword in his hand, a complex emotion surged within Li Jun. Thank heavens. I thought I had lost it when I fainted. Is this really the destroyer sword? Its shape has changed so much, and the aura it emits is like an SS level. The information continues to appear, with the destroyer sword forming segment 1, SSS level, describing the first demonic aura of the blood god destroyer, reacting to the destroyer technique, only obeying its owner. Mishandling can lead to destruction or soul capture, turning victims into puppets, making escape impossible. Hearing about the SSS rank, he couldn't help but feel happy. An SSS tier weapon. Let's work together happily. But carrying it out like this feels a bit ostentatious. Suddenly, the sword in Li Jun's hand shrank, surprising him. Wait. Hold on. What's going on? Seeing the compact weapon in his hand, he thought to himself. It shrank, and the design also changed. Does it understand his thoughts? Li Jun immediately ordered it to revert to its original form, then looked at it happily and pondered. With this ability, no one would know it's a demon's aura. Suddenly, Lam Lam coughs a few times to remind him, and Li Jun immediately understands. Then the last thing to do is clean up the remaining mess. He nodded and started opening the gate, which then closed again, to see what kind of illusion they had created. Outside the construction site, a wall of ice formed as a protective barrier. When Mr. Jun looked outside, his eyes showed confusion and frustration. What is that ice wall made of? It doesn't seem to be affected at all. The person behind immediately replied. The scanner is still detecting monsters nearby. He asked anxiously. What's going on inside? At the same time, inside the wall, Taegu anxiously reports. Lord Saku. There are many people gathered outside. Sakuyama pointed at the wall. There was no other choice. I tried to avoid this situation, but in the end, I had to break through it. Taegu smiled flatteringly. Truly impressive. While they were arguing about whether there was a better way, Li Jun's voice suddenly rang out. What are you smashing? Seeing you appear. They immediately bowed respectfully. The owner. Li Jun angrily stepped forward and asked me what else I was doing. Hisao. Explain. Called Hisao's name. He hesitated before stepping forward to explain. Then, upon seeing the scrapyard, Taegu decided to build a house for us. And afterward, he couldn't help but laugh. Oh. You speak coldly, Taegu. And he immediately kneels down and bows his head. Teguru. I'm sorry, master, please forgive me. Li Jun pointed at the Sahwa house and said, That's enough. Did someone build that house? Taegu whispered. Yes. You nodded slightly. Yes. It's a bit spacious for 8 people, but quite nice. Li Jun gently tapped the wall and asked, So what's with this wall? Saku confidently stepped forward to show off his work. It's my design. Saku. I thought it was a good idea, or maybe he kept talking, saying he would build a defensive wall, looking like a junkyard. But unexpectedly you got angry. Oh, what's wrong, Lam Lam? How should we handle this situation now? Lam Lam understood and immediately sent a threat. Saku tremblingly begged. Oh, king of the forbidden land, please forgive us. Li Jun didn't bother to use magic to open the gate. No need for forgiveness, just go home. As soon as the gate opened, they immediately fled. And just then, a hoarse voice called out behind him. Brother. Hi. The shy horse lowered its head and admitted fault. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Everyone did this for my family. But the result was too much. The 2 children below looked up in confusion. Li Jun calmly explained that this defensive wall can permanently contain monsters below the red level. Even fake awakeners of level A can't break through. It's quite risky, but effective. Seeing them, you don't feel angry, but instead smile happily because monsters keep appearing here. And this wall is useful for protecting your siblings. So just leave it as it is. Hi, Zio nervously asked. But what do we tell the people outside? Li Jun gently placed his hand on the wall and replied. It's okay. We just need to draw some kind of story. He quickly gathered all his strength, and just 1 second later, a hole was punched through the wall. Hai Eungjun was surprised, eyes wide open. As the ice wall was shattered, young Master Li Jun, he walks out, holding his injured arm towards Hai Eungjun. Seeing Li Jun, he immediately approached and asked Han, How did you get out of there? No. What happened inside? She smiled and replied, I've taken care of everything. Hai Eungjun straightened up, and then the person behind quickly announced that the scanner no longer detected any monsters. No looked suspiciously, handling everything alone. Li Jun immediately put his arm around Haizio and smiled. You see, we both did it together. The monsters that broke in are level green, I just closed the gate. And the energy from the portal is freezing the surrounding area. Hai Jun quickly requested. We need to investigate inside the ice wall. The two subordinates behind whispered softly. The other replied, if it's true, then second best. After a discussion with Li Jun, he turned around and left. It seems our work here is done. Everyone head back to the main house. The whole team responded in unison. Yes. Then he quietly watched the figures from the Divine Clan depart. Suddenly, Li Jun spoke up. There is one more thing for the Divine Clan. One person turned slightly and said, please go ahead. He looked at them with a determined gaze and told the leaders of the 15 Clans Alliance to keep the ice wall intact. Li Jun continued. Now this is the kids' home. And the children below cheerfully call out. Hey brother. Do we get to live in the villa? His eyes flashed with a sharp, cold aura to the extreme. Especially towards the Imperial Clan and Zhongshan. The other person immediately replied. Don't worry about that. Han calmly looked at Li Jun and said that the Divine Clan only follows the young master's wishes. They will inform the Imperial House and Zhongshan of your second opinion. Li Jun said nothing, silently watching them leave. Then turned around and went inside. Seeing Hissel's children happily playing, Li Jun couldn't help but feel pleased. Looks like they're very happy. After a while at the hospital, he returned, looking dazed. I'm back. So tired. The sounds of news broadcasts echoed throughout the room. Inside the frozen wall was Li Jun's younger sibling's house, now filled with red monsters. As soon as I entered, I saw Junjian standing with his arms crossed, waiting. She looked at him in surprise, saying, You. Jungion angrily rushed to scold, wanting to kill her. Why weren't you in the hospital? I quickly raised my hand and apologized. Did you wait long? She angrily pointed at the TV, broadcasting the news. What is this news? Did you go there with that body? The TV sound kept playing, and when Hissel didn't participate in the Heavenly Martial Arts tournament, Li Jun already knew something was up. The news keeps coming in, and he has already arrived at the main team of the 15 Clan Alliance, and was reported to have wiped out all the monsters. According to the Divine Clan, Li Jun thought to himself, they really wrote a grand story about that. He forced a smile and replied loudly, This news is a bit exaggerated. Junjian lowered his head in anger. And you? Why didn't you tell me you were raising a monster? Li Jun shrugged and said, I didn't tell anyone, she asked coldly. But Jiwoo knew. He still answered casually. Yes. But I didn't tell him. Junjian couldn't keep her composure anymore and rolled up her sleeves, rushing over. I am. She forcefully strikes back. Don't mess with me. Luckily, Li Jun dodged just in time. Listen to me calmly. Suddenly, the sound of crying makes him stop. Sister. Junjian tried to hold back her tears, but the sobs still echoed. Li Jun stepped closer to try to touch her. I'm sorry. Next time if something happens I'll tell you. Junjian coldly dodged. Do you know how worried I am? If I weren't hurt, I would have punched you right away. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from under the blanket, and both of them turned their heads to look. Lam Lam suddenly crawled out from under the blanket. Li Jun was startled and scared. What is it doing there? Junjian is no longer angry and steps forward to hug Lam Lam. Adorable. Is this one of the monsters you keep? Hey. Be careful and remind me not to risk touching it. She wasn't afraid at all and kept hugging Lam Lam. You're gentle. I want to take you home and raise you. Li Jun smiled to herself. She seems to like this. Suddenly, Junjian's mood drops again, and she feels a little left behind when Han Jiwoo finds out before her. Then she looked up at him with a serious expression and said, From now on, if something like this happens, tell me first, okay? Junjian's smile seemed to erase all the tension earlier. This is a promise. In the private hospital room, Li Jun was gently stroking Lam Lam, ruffling its head. Since she returned, this little one had started to act spoiled with him, and just as Li Jun was about to relax, a metal blade appeared in his hand. Thuong Vo Kook has been carefully observing the item he's been holding for 3 days since he killed the blood demon and obtained this demonic energy. The question now is how they will react. Those who value demon energy and the divine martial map will definitely not leave it be. Li Jun silently thought. John Wechon, the demons of this world. You pondered that John Wechon's goal is to open a multidimensional gate and bring their master out. Jin and Li Jun kneel, their faces serious. The death of the blood demon may have changed the future, but there is still plenty of time. Yet his thoughts are heavy. 7 years from now, John Wechan's master will descend into this world. Just a month after his arrival, everything will be destroyed. If I want to kill Jin Mian, I need to become stronger. First, I have to cut off John Wechan's limbs. The next day, Min Sung handed Li Jun a scroll. Here, the initial reward you were looking for. You happily take out the paper inside and promise to cherish it. The old man empties his hands onto the nearby map. I wonder if you know the rules of the Heavenly Martial Tournament. After Li Jun read the note on the paper, a series of notifications appeared. And you received the Blood God map. The Blood God's map is sealed. Level, difficulty, description, and effects. You are not allowed to view the relic. You are not allowed to view the relic. He quickly responded. Yes. Min Sung wondered. So Li Jun, you also can't view the information. Right. You answer honestly. Yes, sir. The old man sighs. Since I am you, Li Jun, I thought you might already know something. So I asked about the Blood God map. You smile and open your bag. From now on, let's investigate it together. The master suddenly suggested that Li Jun try using the primordial divine technique. You listen carefully and focus your gaze on the map to activate the primordial divine technique. Then, strange symbols began to appear, surprising Li Jun, revealing an hidden message. The system proceeded with analysis. The Blood God's map is unlocked. SSS level. The item difficulty is SSS. It describes a map pointing to a remote location where the Blood God turns his back on his disciple and goes into hiding. The system recounts. There, he established the Hanwhan sect, a sect that inherits one person, marking a new beginning, with only one person allowed to enter the Hanwhan sect, a disciple who mastered the primordial divine magic to level 9 stars. If they enter Hanwhan sect, they will inherit all the martial knowledge of the Blood God, also known as Infinity, and its power. The afternoon breeze leads to the entrance of Hanwhan sect. The boy, confused, asked, Master, this is the location of Hanwhan sect. So why is it so difficult? Elder Tian's words are full of meaning but also vague. Think carefully. What kind of martial arts does your master possess? And if you want to inherit all my techniques, you must first prove yourself worthy. Li Jun guessed that he meant I have to pass a challenge, like a gatekeeper's test to inherit his legacy. He gave you a look of admiration. Exactly. You understand quickly. What level does Li Jun need to reach to get 9 stars? The old master smiled brightly like a flower, a tiger, and according to the standards of ordinary people, the S or S+ level is so unbelievable that he couldn't even speak the words. What? Min Dung thought Li Jun was talking to her and exclaimed, Auntie, don't tell me you really found something in the Blood God map. The immortal elder continued. According to martial arts standards, a person must reach the super elite level to meet the minimum requirements to join the Hanwhan sect, the Super Viet realm, the realm of absolute masters. I just smiled and said, it's nothing. I was just looking a little closer. Li Jun glanced at the old man. Surprised to learn there was a level higher than S, the elder chuckled happily, saying it was a future achievement. He pondered that the 10 strongest people on Earth were all S-rank awakeners, and I have to surpass a level that even they haven't reached. Li Jun clenched his lips tightly. Can I really do it? Did you find something I refuse right away? No. Sir, are you extending your hand and just continuing like this between us? Li Jun calmly turned away. Actually, what is between us anyway? Min Dung was speechless after hearing that. Seeing the old man silent, he smiled. Jokingly, Li Jun looked firmly at Min Dung, saying he couldn't tell the master anything about the Blood God map. Instead, during the break, I will work as a guest of the Divine Clan. If I clean the wedding gate, I will give you the blood poison technique. He adjusted his appearance a bit. The blood poison technique, Min Dung asked nervously, giving it to him. Is that okay? You don't really care and reply. After all, I don't need it. Li Jun thinks to himself, since I already have the primordial divine spell, I don't need it anymore. You suggest just spreading a rumor about me to the Divine Power Clan and the Emperor. He skeptically asks, what? Rumor? Li Jun confidently replied, I will clear the gate of the Honkar alone. Just spread that exactly on that day. Min Dung immediately agrees. Fine. That request is too simple. If I provide the blood poison technique, spreading a little rumor is nothing. A moment later, at the entrance of the parking lot, in the green zone, Hyuk Jin asked him, So, are you planning to conquer this place? He looked around with interest. This place has so many trees, let's go there. Li Jun quickly pulled him back. Wait. There's one more person. Hyuk-jin asked curiously. Who is that? As soon as he finished speaking, a person hurriedly ran over. Lee Jun saw them and said, "They're here." Hyuk-jin stopped in front of them, breathing heavily. "Sorry for being late." Hyuk-jin crossed his arms. "Oh. Hyuk-jin is here too. Hello. Senior Hyuk-jin. I was also planning to go to the parking gate." Hyuk-jin looked extremely confident. "Yes. Stick close to him, kid. I promise you'll be safe." Hyuk-jin clenched his fists and shouted, "No. I will take the lead and check for any dangers." Lee Jun turns around and cuts them off. "Enough already. There's no time." Lee Jun was now pretending to be a message displayed on his phone. "Chairman Han M. Lin. Your car." A notification suddenly appeared on the screen. "Warning. You are the owner of a different gate. The owner of the Stop Han gate sees you as an enemy. The gatekeeper is trying to seal the entrance. Will you stay or refuse?" He decisively chooses to refuse. Then, the system produces the result. The owner of the Four Great Saints' forbidden area refused to close the gate. The owner of the stop gate is confused, while Lee Jun gazes into the distance. Maybe because Bluey's rank has increased. I can do more inside the gate. Opening and closing the gate is as easy as pie. You and your team walk through the forest. The Hun vehicle stop gate is a level green area. Actually, I can clean the gate myself. But to clear this area, I have to meet a certain condition. Lee Jun thought to himself, I need at least 3 people. Hu Xin casually exclaimed. The weather is so beautiful. Hearing this, he felt helpless. And the way he talked about the gate was like he was at the park. Lee Jun watched Heesel walking at the end, alertly glancing around. If they stay far apart, cleaning up will be much easier. But this is an opportunity for Heesel to use the demon mirror. He looked up, and Beishujin has much better skills than most monsters. Lee Jun called out, Heesel. He quickly replied, Yes, you asked with interest. Lee Jun saw the corner of the street during the afternoon. At the same time, inside the Divine Power Clan, Min Jin stood by the bed watching Li Xin kiss her lover. That bastard deserves to be torn to pieces. She kept cursing. A bastard child of low status is watching over him. Min Jin grits her teeth, her face showing pure cruelty. You dare to threaten my son, the rightful heir of the Divine Clan. Suddenly, someone stepped in. Madam. She turned and asked, Are you closely monitoring Li Jun? He also respectfully replied. Good. Come back here. Subordinate. Report back. We received word that Li Jun is clearing the Xiun Forest Gate, a level green area. He's alone. Min Jin asked suspiciously. Are you sure? Han confidently confirmed. This information comes from a messenger within the Divine Clan. The old woman's lips curl into a dangerous smile. Xiun Forest Gate. Huh. Send the Imperial Guard team. The Imperial Guard is the elite Royal Guard unit of the strongest military force of the Royal Clan. The witch casually said this to Li Jin. Don't worry, my dear son, I will make the one who caused this to you go to hell. Li Jun is standing in front of a stone statue. This is your first time seeing a contribution. Right. I was so surprised when I saw it. This thing is a contribution. Hyuk Jin confidently said from over there, clearly indicating that thing is the boss of the first stage. Hiso was amazed, gesturing excitedly. The boss appears right away. So what about the monsters? You explain. You also know that each gate has a different strategy. Right. With the forest of cars, you have to clear 3 consecutive stages. Legion smiles. Instead of regular monsters, each stage will have a boss. I know the strategy. So just follow me and we'll finish this quickly. Understood. You use a stick to draw a model on the ground. When the rumble awakens, it will absorb smaller tremors. Don't use internal force and just focus on the brown tremors. The important thing is that the 3 of us work together to attack. My older brother reaches out hesitantly. Why can't you use internal energy? Li Jun holds a branch. That's the condition for the first round. Your face is full of anticipation. You can only use your weapon's power to fight. How does that sound? Isn't this the perfect environment to test your sword skills? Hi. Xiao slowly turned his head to look at the sword on his back. Chamato. He put down his bag and unzipped it. Hyuk Jin curiously moved closer. What kind of sword is that? It looks so cool. Hai Xiao reaches out to take the sword. Oh. Jun gave me this. Hyuk Jin was so surprised he gasped. Really, let me see. Wait. It's an S-Rank 1. Hey Xiao. Seriously warning you, don't touch it. Only you. Jun. And I can control it. Immediately after, Hyuk Jin turned to Li Jun. Li Jun, give me another weapon. I will make you my junior. Just brush it off gently. Your thunder skills are at least A rank. So why are you still hesitating? There was a mark on Li Jun's face from a punch and his demand just now. That sword was given to you by your master. Right. I also want an S-rank weapon. You secretly complain, feeling like you owe Hyukjin a bit too much. Still, Lee Jun agreed to his request. Don't beg each other anymore. If I have a good one, I'll give it to you to tailor. Hyukjin, having achieved his wish, smiles happily. He really is my close friend. He closed his eyes and put one hand in his pocket. All right. Then I'll take the good weapon for next time, Hyukjin said with determination. Now, let's see what I can do. You get a bad feeling when you hear that. Hey, don't you think? Lee Jun couldn't stop him in time as he drew his sword and charged forward. Come on. Stay behind and shout loudly. Hey, we have to go together. Lee Jun quickly stood up. That reckless guy, Hai Seo. We have to catch up with him. Let's pick up our weapons. He also obediently followed. Yes. The three of them sprinted at full speed toward the boss. The giant statue's human-like figure suddenly lit up, and in an instant, it moved. The system notification, Stage 1. The Earth Goblin boss has awakened. The Earth Goblin has activated a shield. You look around confused. Lee Jun looks back behind him. Focus. Hai Seo. Start analyzing. The special feature of this gate is that when fighting a boss monster, a barrier will form around it. Small goblin from the ground start to crawl up. As the Earth Goblin recovers the mini-goblins, Lee Jun is surprised. Hyukjin focuses on the brown goblin. Hurry up and rush over. Got it. Hyukjin just brushed past the small goblin that had shattered and continued to lead. Hai Seo. When I give the signal, we will all attack the boss together. Understood. Lee Jun counts each word 1, 2, 3. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone ran together toward the boss. Lee Jun decisively strikes down, shattering its head. He shouts loudly, it's trying to recover. Hai Seo. Destroy it before it regenerates. He swings his sword repeatedly at the goblin's body. Clear. Hai Seo's sweaty face turns back. The massive goblin is now just a pile of rubble. Monster boss. Level 1. The Earth Goblin has been destroyed. You have defeated an easy level boss. The system rings with a congratulatory message. You have received 250,000 points as a reward. You can proceed to the next level. Lee Jun happily puts his arm around him. Well done. Hyukjin rushes to the mountain of gold piled on the ground. The heap of rewards is stacked high. This gate is really generous. He excitedly picks up a blue gemstone. There's also a super rare artifact. Is it really worth that much? Hyukjin called out to everyone standing behind. He quickly went over and took it. He suddenly froze, as if he had just seen something. Wait a moment. Lee Jun looked at the old scroll placed among the pile of gold. He stepped forward and picked it up. Fairy. Ridiculous. Lee Jun smiles. I'll take this. He also didn't look back at all. You clutch the piece of paper tightly, filled with doubt. Why? The blood parasitism technique appears in Act 1. Detailed analysis by the system. A-grade blood parasite. Description. The technique involves implanting a parasitic worm into the opponent to control them. It continues to speak. If the opponent resists infection, they will endure extreme pain. If they obey, their blood vessels may rupture, causing immediate death. It causes instant death. Lee Jun's eyes reveal a hint of hesitation. In short, it is a perfect technique to use when someone is disobedient. This guy is worried inside. I was hoping to get it from this gate, but if I get it this early, I can give it to the intelligence agency and gather a lot of information. Hi, Hyukjin wondered. Are you only taking that one thing? Lee Jun responded. His face is full of anticipation. Both of them. We're on a roll. Let's move on to the next stage. You also helplessly go along. Okay. A few minutes later, everyone was facing another monster. Bossman 2. Gop Blum. Advised. Hi, Jin watched it in disbelief. It really looks solid. It's even bigger now. Both hands are holding rings. He looked at him. Not only steady, but also terrifyingly tough. After hearing that, he asked suspiciously. You say that as if you've met it before. So you've been here alone before and even know how to clean this place up. Lee Jun paused for a moment before replying. I already told you before. My master taught me everything. You secretly think that you can't admit you died and came back again. Hi, Jin asks cautiously. So who exactly is your master? Even my grandfather doesn't know these things anymore. Hai Xiao guesses with interest. Maybe it's someone more powerful than we can imagine. Hai, Hyukjin asked further. So is that person greater than the heavenly demon or the living Buddha? The immortal suddenly appeared beside Lee Jun to reprimand him. Disciple. What are you doing? Are you comparing your master to fake monks and treacherous bandits from the past life? You're confusing. Is there more? He spoke up. So, How do you plan to defeat this boss? Li Jun answers, just keep attacking until it raises its shield. Hi, Xiao carefully asks. Have you used your internal strength this time? You are certain? Yes. And this time, hi, Xiao strikes first. Hearing that, he feels a bit stunned. Yes. Hi, Xiao tightly grips the sword and then forcefully leaps into the air. He clenched his face, his eyes showing determination. Hi, Xiao draws his sword and charges straight at the boss, wielding the mysterious sky and earth teleportation magic to strike a powerful blow. Li Jun stood to one side and wondered what kind of martial art that was. As Hai Xiao landed right in front of the goblin, it brandished its shield and charged quickly at him. The boss easily knocked Hai Xiao away. Hai Xiao's whole body falls right onto the wet ground, while Tai firmly grips his sword. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and quickly raised his sword to block himself. If I don't defend myself with the demon sword, I'm doomed. The giant iron monster is slowly approaching with a terrifying smile. As soon as the broken iron rod was thrown out, Xiao quickly dodged to the side and leapt into the air, almost clearing over the monster's head. Hai Xiao glances at the monster behind him and decisively swings a powerful slash. A small flame flickered around the monster's body. He thought to himself, Han did not hesitate at all. At this moment, Hiu Jin appeared with a confident smile. He is an older brother. He can't let his junior bear all the difficult tasks alone. He swung his sword a few times in 3 seconds, creating a blazing blue lightning bolt that engulfed the entire body of the monster. The magic of King Thunder. The monster's offspring begins to show a few drops of water, and its eyes light up. It turns to face Li Jun directly, who grips his spear firmly. Hyuk Jin suddenly jumps up from behind the monster and shouts, Li Jun, Li Jun. Understanding the signal, raises his spear in front of him with sharp eyes. I understand now. You swung a strike that created a blazing yellow energy wave rushing past the monster. Its head suddenly separated from its body. Surrounded by a red aura, Li Jun shouted in fear, warning that a large-scale attack was imminent. Stay as close to the fence as possible. Jin and Hai Sel immediately hear and jump back. Less than 3 seconds later, the monster unleashed countless bright white beams attacking from the front. One of the beams sliced across Hai Sel's face, causing blood to flow. His face looked scared, sweat pouring down. The entire body of the monster emits a red aura, with cracks spreading around it. In an instant, its eyes exploded with a shockwave that made Hai Sel recoil. The system notification appeared. You have defeated the boss monster 2, Shield Golem. You have earned 250,000 points as a reward. The system panel says so. You can now proceed to the next stage. Li Jun gently wiped a few drops of sweat from his face. Hiu Jin sighed tiredly. It's a green level area. But why is it so hard to get through, he thought with a faint smile. Because this is not an ordinary green level gate. It hides a mana crystal mine. Li Jun gazed at the stunning green rocks. A deposit large enough to supply over a third of Korea's total energy. You suggest we take all the rewards and then move on to the next stage? Hyuk Jin then thought, hey, we need to clarify a few things first. He suddenly calls out Hai Sel. Hai Sel coldly replied, yes. Hyuk Jin approached curiously and asked, you use the martial arts of the Imperial clan. You guys are a bit taller and look suspicious. To be honest, that's not the technique of the royal clan. It's something even more advanced. But the way my grandfather mastered the king's sword technique, there's no way you could have learned something like that on your own. Li Jun, explain it. Li Jun scratched his head and hesitated before explaining. You're right. The martial arts Hai Sel practices are of the 5th rank. You seriously said the Emperor's chainsword, on the same level as the Emperor's swordsmanship. Hearing that, Hyuk Jin couldn't help but be surprised. The Emperor's sword technique. Do you mean the sword art that the Sword King has always been desperate to find? Hai Sel's face froze in surprise. Li Jun sneered. Hyuk Jin still feels like something is a bit off, but isn't that technique only usable once you've mastered the heaven and earth void art? Li Jun's face slightly lowered. Not Niem smiled cunningly. If Hai Sel has already mastered the heaven and earth void technique, then what? Hyuk Jin couldn't believe his own eyes and turned to look at Hai Sel. What? Really? Hai Sel scratched his head awkwardly and replied, is that right? Li Jun has made me the heir and reset my martial arts foundation. He asked again in surprise. That kind of succession transformation. That thing costs a lot of money. Hyuk Jin turned around, puzzled. Was all of this thanks to his master? Li Jun turned his head and replied, yeah, pretty much the same. He secretly thought that even knowing the future, without a master to train with, I wouldn't be able to teach martial arts safely either, Li Jun said coldly. If there are no more questions, let's move on to the next scene. Hyuk Jin's face lit up. Li Jun, Your master. Can you introduce me to him that day? But Li Jun changed the subject to something else. Let's move on to the next scene. Hyuk Jin is furious. Hey, don't pretend you're clueless. Seeing that, Haisel smiled softly and looked at them affectionately. The scene shifts as night gradually falls. Around 9 p.m. In front of the unforest gate, a group of people dressed in black gathered. Sun Ho discreetly whispers to Min Jin that the clan emperor has arrived. The woman removes her mask and sighs, then speaks seriously. How long do you plan to make me wait? A man chuckled softly in response. Sorry, sister, Sun Ho said seriously. We have to avoid the eyes of spies from other clans. Choi Sun Ho, Choi Min Jin's cousin, and the leader of the imperial clan. Min Jin's face shows clear anger. We have to get through the gate and kill Li Jun before he finishes opening it. Don't you see what he's done to our brother in Dongsu at the martial arts tournament? He's not an ordinary kid. Sun Ho forced a smile and asked again, do you think the leader of a tribe has to use all his strength on a kid? He didn't even need to use 30% of his inner power, she replied. But I still had a bad feeling. He tried to reassure her. Don't worry. Today I will wipe away your worries. Sun Ho's gaze darkened as he looked ahead with confidence, leading a team of demon hunters from the Divine Power Clan and 200 soldiers from the Imperial Clan. He is the commander of the spirit art team of one of the 5 great clans and one of the top 5 martial artists. A fleeting image flickers in his mind. Honestly, facing a few kids is enough with just me and a few members of the clan. My sister is overthinking it, bringing the entire royal clan just to kill a kid. Sun Ho raises his hand to hold his chin and think, I heard it mastered the Divine King's magic, but it's still just a kid. The highest is only at level 3 or 4 stars or something like that. Mien Din put her hat back on and called out, Hey! The hat gestures to give orders, eyes turning sharp. Move out. A car with bright headlights pulls up close as they gather and walk through the green gate. Through the car's rearview mirror, Ji-U is seen calling someone. The chairman, the goddess lady, and the Emperor clan have taken action. She asks what we should do now. The other responds cryptically, the bait has been taken. So let's get started. Ji-U coldly replies, I understand. She pressed the phone to call reporter Kim Seol-A. Seol-A quickly answered the call while sitting at her desk. Hello. This is Nam Ji-U, secretary to Chairman Han Min-sung of Moonsung. Is this reporter Kim Seol-A? Seol-A couldn't help but wonder. Han Seol-A's secretary. When she heard Ji-U, she paused. And I want to give you an exclusive scoop about Lee Soon. Her face suddenly looked more serious. What is this? Kim Seol-A, a reporter who covers stories related to Lee Soon, just hung up as Ji-U finished speaking. At Seol-U's forest gate, I will tell you that we will wait for Seol-A, who is rushing back. Hello. Wait a moment. She quietly sent a long message to Lee Soon. I am Nam Ji-U, the secretary of Chairman Han Min-sung. I want to offer Lee Soon a chance to see a part of herself, to record exclusive footage of her. To prove this isn't a fake letter, I will leave verification details. If you have any questions, contact me at 010 from inside the broadcasting room. When Uni received the message, she was startled and exclaimed, Oh my God, your friend is curious. Now Uni. She quickly opens her eyes and responds, I will come. Where is the address? Ji-U's voice echoes in my ears as Uni straightens up and faces me. At the Seol-U forest gate, reporter Kim Seol-A from the information magazine is also there. Can you go with your team members? Are you worried? And also replying to reporter Kim Seol-A's message, I understand. I'll be there right away. Uni shouted with joy in her excitement. I saw Lee Soon cleaning the gate with my own eyes. Another voice interrupted. You should go back now. And what about Uni, who still has a schedule? Hyukjin hesitated and asked persistently, Are you really not going to teach me? Lee Soon irritably retorted straightforwardly. Even if I teach you, you wouldn't understand. He angrily scolded. At least tell me the name. This name. Lee Soon's face helplessly guesses. Surely outside, you'll go investigate Master Mu Ukra immediately. Keep looking. There won't be even a speck of dust. Go back for the 2 of them. I only know his alias. Mu Ukra. My master calls him Mu Ukra. The image of the twin women facing each other represents the 2 sides of that master. In fact, the master also has 2 other aliases. The god of martial arts. In your heart, you secretly think. The blood god of destruction. Even when awakened ones are only given names like kings, 2 kings, and he dares to use the divine as a name. I can't let him know about those names. Lee Soon looked at Hui Uk-jin with a piercing gaze. At least Mu'utra is the safest alias. If you analyze it, it means someone who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. You keep muttering that name to yourself. Mu'ukra, Mu'usa. Hoyuk-jin smiled, praising him, causing Lee Soon to shrug. Damn it. It sounds even cooler than my Sword King nickname. You take out your phone and force a weak smile. If the Sword King hears this, he'll be heartbroken. A message notification appears on the phone indicating that the great commander of the Divine Power Clan and the elite team of the Imperial Clan are both in action, estimating about 250 soldiers. Lee Soon read while casually smirking with a look of disdain. He remembers Min Jin's fierce, bloodthirsty gaze and quietly thinks they are very humorous for wanting to kill him. And now they are acting so brazenly. You see, Hyuk-jin. So you guess that the Emperor's soldiers are the prince's own unit. Right. You then add that I've heard Waisen's mother is personally leading the Divine Force troops. They crave to kill me already. Lee Soon spoke up multiple times. Forget about that for now. I need you to do one thing for me. Hiso declared passionately. If it's for him, I will do anything. Hyuk-jin calmly said. Just say it. As soon as he sees it, he becomes curious. You act like it's nothing. What have you endured to help? Lee Soon calmly looked up in silence without replying. Hiso clenched her fist and asserted firmly. Don't worry. I'll protect you from those bastards. Hyuk-jin advised him gently. Hiso, focus on yourself first. You almost got crushed by the golem just now. Didn't you? But Yoon, don't worry too much. Both Hyuk-jin and Hiso smile in agreement. We will help you. Hand over your weapon. If you have any difficulties, just tell us. That's what friends are for. Lee Soon's face remains expressionless as she looks down and nods slightly. Hyuk-jin is stunned. All right. Let's go deal with them now. Lee Soon stepped in to stop. Wait. Let's clear the third floor first. The system notification board says, the boss is on the third floor, a giant stone. The three of them step in front of a massive boulder. Hyuk-jin looks dismissive. Is this the boss? It's that simple. Lee Soon suggested a plan. If it's really that easy, let's handle it all at once. He smirked. That's a bit too easy for the final boss. The system notification board, the giant stone, has detected an intruder. The three golems, the three of them, exclaimed in panic. Three of them, Lee Soon is ready to go all out. We have to take down all three of them at once. Each of you handle one. Remember to report your own damage status. Hisoon quickly replied. Got it. You firmly punch the giant stone with Duong, while Hisoon fights with his sword. This gate is based on strong team spirit. Lee Soon's heart secretly rejoiced. I'm glad I came with this team. You shout loudly. Hyojin. Hyojin turns around and replies that he's almost done. Lee Soon calls again. Hisoon. Hisoon's face responded seriously. I'm almost done too. He immediately praised. Good. Lower their HP until we can kill them with a single strike. Lee Soon raised her hand and spoke. Counting aloud. We will crush them all at once. Hyojin is ready with his sword. A serious expression. 1. He soon narrows his eyes and looks up intently. As the final countdown echoes, the three of them launch a combined attack on the giant stone, causing a massive explosion. They land on the ground at the same time. He soon wonders why. Is it over? Lee Soon softly says. No. Not yet. We need to defeat the final boss. A stone hand appears. System notification. You have defeated the golem. The giant stone opens its eyes. The three of them become incredibly small when facing the giant stone. Hyojin stood with his arms crossed, smirking in acknowledgement. Impressive. Can we finish it before they arrive? Lee Soon added. Of course. The three of us can do it. Cut to Min Jin's group with the system notification board. The green level gate. The giant stone has been cleared. Min Jin froze for a moment, then asked, so it's over. Soon-ho brushed it off. No way. Maybe the notification was wrong. Someone else believes the information comes from the highest intelligence agency, so it must be correct. Soon-ho turned around suspiciously. But that doesn't mean their reports are always accurate. Isn't the high intelligence agency supporting Lee Jun? He guessed they might be spreading false information to lure us out. Min Jin's eyebrows raised slightly. There's no way it could clear the gate alone in such a short time. Could it be that it already knew the strategy? Soon-ho's eyes narrowed. His calm voice resonated. No way. How could that kid know? He's just bluffing. But the outcome remains unchanged. Once the Emperor's army acts, Lee Jun's fate is sealed. Min Jin looked over. One brow furrowed in tense agreement. Yes. The big hat commands to speed up. The others shout loudly in unison. As they march in a line through the quiet midnight, suddenly, one is dragged away in the blink of an eye. It seemed like no one noticed. and they kept walking as the guy lay sprawled behind the tree. Turns out, that was Li Jun. He was silenced with a knife pressed against his neck. But in an instant, he slashed at him, causing blood to spurt out, leaving the other wide-eyed in surprise. Li Jun coldly looked down. Blood splattered on his face. Long thought to himself, that guy is finished. Maybe now they're starting to pay attention. You open the system panel, revealing the information. The intruders have entered the face. Do you want to let them escape? Li Jun looked at their footprints on the ground. Face cold. These soldiers don't stand a chance against me. They underestimate me too much. 30 minutes ago, the system panel reappeared. The owner of the stone giant has disappeared. Do you want to become the new owner of the gate? Why? N. Have you become the new owner of the stone giant? Hyuk-jin let out a long, satisfied yawn and stretched, just in time. Li Jun, since they aren't here yet, we should start preparing before they arrive. Li Jun, I was startled and replied, sorry. I was checking a few things. You call out. Hyuk-jin, who was about to drink water, turns around to answer, yes. Li Jun was about to remind him, if they discover your martial arts, the royal clan won't let you live. Be careful. Hyuk-jin simply said softly, I'm ready for that. Hyuk-jin laughed loudly to reassure, don't worry, I'll protect you. I haven't forgotten to turn and ask. And, Li Jun, the sun is about to rise. What's the plan? Li Jun hesitated for a moment, then asked, what do you think is the best way to sow fear in the darkness? Hyuk-jin quickly speaks up and launches a surprise attack. Li Jun's face reveals a look of complete calculation. That's right. We'll catch each of them one by one. That way, their teammates won't notice their disappearance. Hyuk-jin raised an eyebrow, questioning, but isn't that method too slow? What if the gate closes? Li Jun looked up and ordered, suggesting that the door might close but the gate would not disappear. He rushed in once and then smiled brightly, guessing, all right, this must also be something your master taught you. Right, Hyuk-jin quickly declared, I will follow your lead completely. Li Jun replied, thanks. Seeing how close they are, Haizio also feels happy. Suddenly he froze, standing over a lifeless body with blood-stained hands. But Li Jun felt uneasy and found it strange. They should be paying attention now. A hurried call rang out. Deputy Commander. Deputy Commander. Sunho turned to ask quietly, what's going on? That guy is so reckless. I think his brain has disappeared, but it seems he isn't paying attention. That kid probably snuck away to pee again, immediately. The subordinate explained that no, sir, just now he was right next to me. Another person also spoke up. Deputy Commander Jang Hyun is also missing. Sunho glanced around nervously as each person was announced one by one. Commander of Team 4 is also missing now. Only team leaders remain. At this moment, Sunho hurriedly shouted orders and immediately checked the team members. A stammering guy said, feeling sorry. It looks like we've been ambushed. Sunho was startled and turned around to shout loudly, what the hell is going on? The other guy reports through the device attached to his ear. 50 members of the royal team have gone missing. He couldn't believe it himself, and kept asking rapidly. Suddenly, a shadow flickered past where Sunho, Minjin, and the other guy were standing. And Sunho instinctively turned to look. He angrily lowered his face close to the ground, and reached for his sword behind his back. The kids are called. Sunho leaps forward and throws his spear ahead. Is he sneaking around again? Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, staring intently at the guy. One of the team members was pierced through the body by Sunho's sword. It's not him. Once again, that shadow flickered past just in front of Sunho. But as he turned around to look, everything disappeared. I'm sure I sensed something, but everything around is completely silent. Minjin is filled with overwhelming anger. Damn it. Stop hiding like a rat and come out here. My subordinate quietly asks for permission. Miss, please allow me to go. The witch immediately ordered to catch him. That guy firmly holds 2 small swords in his hands. He and Sunho stand back to back, defending in all directions. It seems you're having trouble. Let me help. Sunho sighed as Li Jun's shadow once again disappeared into the crowd. The subordinate immediately leapt forward to attack, slashing and splattering blood that stained his clothes. Long Shua recognized it. It's not him. That guy confidently looks ahead. He's running in this direction. I see. Now that shadow has once again hidden behind the trees, Sunho clenched his sword tightly, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Only those on our side are truly harmed. If that's the case, let's end this quickly. He raises his sword to shout loudly and threaten. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. If you keep scurrying around like mice, I will destroy this entire place. Sun Ho's eyes narrow slightly to reveal his tension as he draws a long sword, unleashing a bright blue wave of power across the battlefield. A cloud of dust and smoke covers everything in front of Sun Ho, his face tense like a stretched string, waiting endlessly. A thick sweat is pouring down. We've got him. With this blow, he's definitely dead. Right. Amidst the thick fog, Li Jun gradually becomes clearer. He firmly holds his spear. Sun Ho hesitated for a moment. You. Seeing that, he immediately asked, still leaning back. What's so surprising? You came here to kill me. Clearly, I am the only one here who can wield a sword. Less than 3 seconds later, they charged at each other, their swords blazing with fiery red flames clashing fiercely. Sun Ho angrily pushes away the sword and questions loudly. You bastard. How are you still alive after taking a direct hit from my sword? Li Jun now quickly blocks the next attack and counters decisively. That's your Du gang. It's much weaker than your Du kin. Stop pretending and show some backbone. Sun Ho was immediately sent flying backward. If it were me before, that blow would have killed me instantly. He knelt down, collapsing to his knees. The person in front of me is an A-class expert. Sun Ho muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it. He stands tall among the royal team. In front of Sun Ho is Li Jun's serious and commanding face as he raises his spear. Meanwhile, I am only an A rank and my abilities are still limited. But I still stand firm. No. The longer I fight, the more at ease I feel. This is the power of the remnants. The image of the master floats in Li Jun's mind, whispering softly, using the mixed spirit technique on the remnants of the attack. Of course, unbeatable. Sun Ho cursed under his breath. Damn it. Thinking you're a bit stronger and still believe you're the best. When he saw Li Jun wielding the red spear, he immediately retreated. It's that damn low-level sword again. Low level. You're too predictable. What are you all still doing? They intended to be taken down by a low H&A guy. As soon as Sun Ho gave the order, everyone quickly gathered around Li Jun, whose mouth would be the cause of his downfall. Emperor, join the lightning team. You show no fear at all, even looking down your nose with contempt at their complicated tactics. Min Jin's voice rang out. It seems that, in the end, you were killed here. Li Jun's face slightly lowered, then looked up. The main character has appeared. Their steps are so heavy. Min Jin stepped closer with a forced smile. Who dares to look me straight in the eyes when talking about this? You've grown a lot. Short guy H&A. You're wondering if the idiot Li is begging her to help him take revenge. Hearing that, she couldn't help but be surprised. Li Jun says I just happened to overhear it while tailing her like a rat. Min Jin slightly leans down and smirks maliciously. She opens her eyes wide, fuming with rage. Blood vessels almost bursting. How dare you mention my son with that filthy mouth? Min Jin swiftly swings her sword forward, her expression clearly showing her fury. Choi Min Jin, an A level, is known as the Emperor's Sorceress. Min Jin slashed across Li Jun's spear, creating a thunderstorm that defied the heavens. Today, she is only known as the Lady of the Divine Power Clan, and many have forgotten her. But this was her peak era. Her reputation was notorious, treacherous, and relentless in battle. Deep down, you admit to yourself that he's really strong. Without the help of many mixed spiritual techniques, I would be in real danger. Li Jun asked curiously. There's one thing I've always wanted to ask. Why do you hate me so much? She replied, summoning all her strength and swinging her sword fiercely forward. You really don't know. A filthy whore targeting my position and my blood. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Your eyebrows are high. Li Jun. So, is that why you murdered my mother out of revenge? Min Jin forced a smile. Oh my god. You knew all along. Alright, I will answer you, because after all, you're going to die anyway. That's right. I ordered your mother's death. Min Jin still dares to insult you harshly. And even after knowing the truth, you still cling to this house. It's really intense. Li Jun's face changes color, hearing her say it herself. It's truly satisfying. You open your eyes wide and firmly thrust the spear straight ahead. A red aura emerges from the good person. Now it's certain I can kill each one without hesitation. A cloud of smoke surrounds him, and Li Jun stands frozen. The close aide whispered to Min Jin that things are not looking good, so we should retreat and observe for now. Li Jun lowered his head, eyes narrowing suspiciously as he looked up. I wonder what this energy is. Those two henchmen look even more tense. The feeling is similar to Pacheon divine energy that has been mastered poorly. So uneasy. Sun Ho shouted loudly to give the order. Don't just stand there. Attack it. Yes. Everyone is pointing their swords at Li Jun. He stands ready. a green energy emanating from his hand, holding the spear. Li Jun suddenly spun with great force and managed to take down those surrounding him. He froze, gripping his spear tightly. Li Jun stands firm, his eyes cold and serious as he stares ahead. While Sun Ho reassures his subordinates, Duong Huang quickly fills the gap and keeps attacking. Sooner or later, it will have a flaw. They also follow orders and jump into the fight, while wielding his sword and shouting, "Die!" One by one, they were all cut to pieces. Another one is forcefully pushed down to the ground by Li Jun, while 3 more rush in from behind. He quietly thought to himself, they keep rushing in continuously. It's truly a lightning formation. Li Jun raises his hand to create a vortex of black energy to break through. I need to dismantle that formation. You slowly look up carefully at the target, then push that dark power forward with great force, straight at the 3 guys. In an instant, from a tiny black dot, it transforms into a massive energy sphere that engulfs everything. That guy shouted in fear and helplessness. My body is resisting. Someone, do something. Li Jun's master stands behind with arms crossed, observing. This isn't Muji Okg. It resembles the energy of Pacheon that the oldest one possesses. Your eyebrows are raised a bit higher. Is this transformation triggered by rage? Usually Muji Okg's skin would cooperate together, but due to many primordial divine spells, the boy's alertness isn't suppressed by Pacheon. The white part of Li Jun's outer eye gradually turns red, along with a layer of secretion appearing on his skin. My disciple. His whole body radiates with fierce red blood energy. Let your rage run free and welcome it. But remember, this will be the only time I turn a blind eye. These traces are becoming more and more evident each day. Muji Okg should never turn into Pacheon energy. Li Jun suddenly realized he could hear his master's voice and continued fighting the others alone. He has every reason to be worried. This power is unlike any martial art I've ever used. Li Jun's foot stomps hard on the ground, and a wave of energy surrounds him as he raises his spear. A tingling, nerve-wracking sensation of blood loss, mixed with an exhilarating rush of excitement. Li Jun's eyes turned pure white, gritting his teeth so hard that veins bulged on his face. This is a feeling he had never experienced before when using primal divine magic. He jumps up really high in front of them. Definitely. His eyes blaze with fierce determination. With this power, I can wipe out all life. In this dungeon, less than 3 seconds later, white beams of power violently attacked the royal clan members. The Thousand Forts couldn't believe his eyes and asked, where did that guy get such power? The subordinate close to him lifts her up and says, I will get closer and investigate. He then jumps and appears right behind Li Jun. He stared intently at you, but you just stood there like a statue. He quickly destroyed the lightning formation in an instant. This energy is like that day. Pacheon energy. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the red aura covering his face made him flinch. I must return immediately to report to His Majesty. That guy looked up in surprise, having seen Li Jun approaching from who knows when. He's been getting this close for a while now. Damn it. Is it because of the Pacheon energy? His face looked down with a blank yet commanding gaze. The other man stiffened, eyes wide with fear, silently thinking, I can't move my body. The blazing fire raged closer and closer to him, while the cruel face remained, and in an instant, it was consumed by the flames. Li Jun stood silently watching him burn away. You are the one who inherits His Majesty's rise. As the other's body gradually dissolved in the raging flames, Li Jun felt even more terrified. Staring wide-eyed with furrowed brows, Mu Cat calls out to Sun Ho. At this point, Sun Ho, no longer willing to fight, gasped, Sis, that guy isn't joking. Let's run now. He's so scared he's sweating buckets. It wiped out the royal team with a single slash. We must save the survivors and retreat immediately. Li Jun leaned in closer and said provocatively, Don't you want to take revenge, right beside the bodies lying all around? My helmet keeps pleading, and in an instant, we lost half of the Imperial team and their power. For that bastard, don't you feel guilty about them? Sun Ho looked to the side and hesitated slightly. Sweat streamed down his face, but it seemed he could hear a voice coming from the pile of corpses, commanding, Please, spare us. The more Sun Ho looks at him, the more his brows furrow with tension. Please don't. Spare us. Commander. Sweat is pouring down his face, stammering. What should I do? Min Jin smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I quickly devised a plan. That kid. It seems unable to move. Min Jin's face couldn't hide the cunning. Or maybe it was just standing there. As you can see, The power it unleashes if you use martial arts with that much force in one go. What will happen to me? Sunho hurriedly replied. Of course I will be in a dazed state. Huh. My hat, he added. Exactly. If your guess is correct, it's currently completely unable to resist. Following Minjin's advice, Sunho risks everything and jumps into the spot where Lee Jun is standing motionless. If you want to kill him, now is the perfect moment. His eyes are raised so high that you can see the wrinkles on his forehead, and he shouts out in rage, "Die." Just as Sunho's sword was about to reach Lee Jun, Hai Yuk-jin appeared, blocking with his sword, sparks flying as the blades clashed. Sunho, furious with the heavens, "You bastard." Lee Jun just stood there blankly, eyes unfocused, staring into the distance. Sunho stepped back on his own again. Foolish. That's the result of using too powerful a technique. Hiccup Jin smiles confidently and says, "I will handle these guys for you." Hiccup Jin mocks and asks, "Is the lady of the Divine Power Clan here?" Minjin coldly replied, "This is not something you should get involved in," and then added, "This is a matter between our Divine Power Clan and that kid." Hearing that, he calmly responded, "And he is also my friend." Minjin asked in disbelief, "Are you really planning to oppose the Divine Power Clan?" "Hi, you see," Jin calmly replied. "That's fine too. My grandfather also said he opposes the Divine Power Clan and the throne." With a shot, he spoke again with a challenging tone. "So, should we fight to see who the loser is?" Minjin gently drew her sword and replied, "What if we kill you here and erase all traces of today?" Hayusi Jin was not only unafraid, but also confident that it would be too late to regret. Now, a malicious look appears in Minjin's eyes as she says, "I regret letting Lee Jun escape last time, Sunho. What are you waiting for? Take the remaining forces and kill Lee Jun." He nodded and replied, "I understand, sister," then immediately took action. While Hai Ug-jin was still hesitating, she wondered what she was doing, then quietly moved in to perform a basic strike. Then Minjin also teased, "You shouldn't lose focus like that." "Jun," he thought angrily to himself. "Damn it." Meanwhile, Sunho charged straight at you. "This time I will definitely kill you." Less than a second later, he was stunned by the scene unfolding before his eyes. A young, vigorous man suddenly appears to block Sunho's attack, and it's Xe-ong-ho, who, landing on the ground, immediately speaks up. "Jun, I'm here to fight." Hiccup Jin immediately challenged, "Do you think you can protect Lee Jun with that speed? Keep training." He quickly denied, "It's not that I'm slow. Those guys are just incredibly fast." Sunho on the other side, ready to attack, confidently declared that one more person wouldn't change anything. "If you care so much about your friend, then I will send you all to hell." Without saying a word, he mustered all his strength and struck down hard. But Xe-ong-ho quickly dodged. He carefully helped Lee Jun to another place, then whispered softly, "Wait here first." With a firm voice, Mr. Ho reaffirmed that we would protect him at all costs. Then the scene shifted to the gate of the Xe-hon forest, where that car sped down the road. After arriving, the young girl skeptically asked, "Ayuni, are you sure coming here will make you more famous than going into music?" Ayuni turned to look at her and confidently replied, "I told you, just trust me this once." Hearing that, Toktiang hesitated and said nothing. Then, a voice spoke up again. "Hello. I am Nam Ji-woo, the assistant to Chairman Man Min Xe." Immediately after, Kim Ze also spoke up. "I am Kim Xe, a journalist from the information portal magazine." Iuni then thought to herself, "She is the one who writes articles about Lee Jun." Next, she politely replied, "Nice to meet you. I am Iuni from Red Girls." Unexpectedly, Kim Ze simply ignored her and turned to say, "Assistant Nam, everyone is here, so let's go now." Ji-woo then spoke, kindly and with a wave of the gate. Iuni looked on in confusion, wondering if she was being ignored. As they went further inside, she was even more surprised and had to take out her phone to take pictures continuously. Ji-woo led the way while saying we should go to the second scene. "This way." Hearing that, Iuni sighed and thought the inside of the gate is really beautiful. "Should I take a picture before leaving?" In contrast to her excitement, Kar A coldly replied, "There's no time. Let's keep going," making Iuni so angry that her face turned red. Her teammates saw this and tried to calm her down so they could take pictures later. Then Ji-woo had to speak up to soothe the situation, with his voice growing louder, indicating they were getting very close. Iuni quickly responded, Yes. Turning around, she saw the three Iuni happily greeting everyone, saying hello. It's me Iuni. Today, I am here with the Red Girls to welcome Li Yun. And then, she excitedly called out, clapping loudly. So nervous, please cheer for Iuni. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, causing Ji Woo leading the group to pause for a second. It turned out to be because they saw the fiery sword fight between Hyuk Jin and Min Jin. A is stunned and exclaims, the demon butcher, Choi Min Jin, and the Sword King's grandson, along with the leader of the imperial forces. As she spoke, she glanced at the fierce battle between Seong Ho and Sun Ho, both fighting intensely. One of them was very confused, wondering what was happening here, and hoping it wasn't the butcher demon calling people to kill Li Yun. Ji Woo replied that it seemed to be the case. Immediately after, Iuni shouted in panic, wait a minute, Li Yun is unconscious. Now she's trembling with excitement. We have to go help him right away. Just then, someone unexpectedly called her name. Iuni. That's Say-O-A. She casually suggested. A fake awakening. You can help. But we have an even stronger weapon if you record a really good video. I'll write an article about it. What do you think? Iuni thought to herself. I can't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Then Say-O-A said. Together we will bury those bastards with our range of influence. She hesitated for a moment, then quickly replied, okay. COA's warning suddenly echoes in her mind. Wait here. We will protect you. Even Hyuk Jin's desperate call. Iuni. Lee Iuni told herself she couldn't move. She had no strength left at all. As Lee Iuni wondered confusedly why he could still hear strange voices. A deep, commanding voice suddenly echoed in his mind, kill them. Only by killing them can your friends survive. It urges you that they are the ones who have always looked down on you. Tear them apart, so they can no longer belittle you. In the end, the other person concludes that this is the right of those who stand at the top. At this moment, Sun Ho is getting closer and closer to Lee Iuni, when suddenly, a haunting voice whispers in his mind, the enemy of his teammate, and he can kill them right now. Hyuk Jin, who was fighting the woman and closely watching the situation at Lee Iuni's place, noticed this. He panicked and shouted a warning. Jun, right in front of you. Min Jin seized the opportunity and rushed toward Hyuk Jin. He looked over there and cursed in frustration. Damn it. I can't help him. Hosu is having trouble with that guy. Now, the woman is very close to Hyuk Jin, with Min Jin's eyes glaring at him fiercely. But Hyuk Jin has been watching the situation on the other side, so he only just realized this now. But it was already too late. He was knocked back by a surprise attack from Min Jin. Then she sneered again. Oh my. You shouldn't be distracted like that when facing me. Don't you want to keep your life? Meanwhile, Sun Ho was in position, ready to end Li Jun's life. Hyuk Jin, despite taking a beating, desperately shouted for Li Jun to escape. Hearing that, she immediately opened her eyes wide, summoning her power to surround her body. Thinking you hadn't woken up yet, Hyuk Jin kept warning him again. Li Jun, wake up. 1 second later, Li Jun suddenly sat up and swung a punch at Sun Ho's face. Then he immediately regained his strength and aura to prepare for a counterattack. Before Sun Ho could react, Li Jun shot straight forward and grabbed his neck tightly. Then he pushed forward with all his might, gripping tightly so Sun Ho couldn't resist. As he raised his weapon, the deep voice echoed in his mind again, kill. You must kill. Now Sun Ho finally experiences the ultimate fear of his teammate. As the voice to kill him echoes, Li Jun's eyes turn completely blood red, filled with murderous intent. Just as you were about to strike, the old master's voice rang out. Fool. Can't you control yourself anymore? He angrily scolded. I told you to suppress your anger. Don't let your rage consume you. Li Jun, hearing that, gradually regained his composure and called out, Master. The immortal old man helplessly sighed, almost swallowed by the primordial divine technique. Hearing that, you feel extremely confused and think, primordial, divine magic. He calmly explains, precisely. It is the Pa-Chan divine magic contained within the primordial divine magic. Pa-Chan Chi from high-level martial arts causes chaos in one's internal energy. Li Jun was stunned and muttered to himself. Someone told me to kill them. The old immortal on the other side still enthusiastically gave examples, as if the consciousness of Pa-Chan Chi, a similar thing that once caused me severe headaches. At this moment, he hesitated and wondered what to do. If he focused his inner strength again, it might speak to him once more. With that thought, Li Jun reluctantly thought, Master, I know this might be very selfish. You are showing your anger, But I won't let those who attacked my mother go unpunished, the immortal elder immediately denied. You misunderstood my meaning. Revenge is natural. But what I meant was to feel the fury without being consumed by the blood rage. Now Li Jun finally understands late, and obediently replies yes. Master. Over there. The battle between Xeong Ho and Sun Ho is still ongoing. Han, after fighting Xeong Ho for a while, was surprised and asked, how the hell can you use the martial arts of the royal clan? While he was secretly admiring, the enemy is an A-grade awakening fake. Truly powerful. But if I lose, Brother Li Jun will be in danger. As soon as Xeong Ho thought of you, his power surged again, and he suddenly launched an attack at his opponent, causing Sun Ho to be thrown far away and angrily curse. Damn it, he just regained his strength and threatened. If you don't speak, I will force you to talk. Xeong Ho saw this and felt despair, because his opponent's aura was even stronger than before. Sun Ho is gathering his aura to defend himself, preparing to show his true strength. Less than a second later, he launches an attack, forcing Xeong Ho to struggle to defend. Sun Ho kept fighting and questioning, asking how you learned the true power of the royal clan. It's dangerous. But he didn't answer, only secretly lamented that it's really dangerous. I can't withstand this gang. Xeong Ho on the other side is desperately fighting against his 102 attack. After holding out for a while, he despairingly wonders if it's really the end. At this moment, Li Jun's voice rang out, cutting off Xeong Ho's train of thought. Standing behind, he prepared to attack and sternly asked, do you dare to lay a hand on my beloved younger brother? Xeong Ho just saw Li Jun wake up, and he happily called out brother. Meanwhile, Sun Ho was so worried he stuttered, but luckily he was still able to move. You casually threw a really sloppy punch, but didn't even see it coming. At that moment, he was filled with regret. Damn it. I should have killed him before he recovered. Sun Ho was almost defeated, but he kept thinking the Empire's forces had already suffered heavy losses. He looked into the distance and whispered to himself, she is still fighting. He calmly asserted that in this situation, he couldn't fight both of them at the same time. That was when Sun Ho's despair took over. There was no way out. Hearing that, he then said, we surrender. But Li Jun didn't feel pleased and instead looked confused as he asked what the hell he was doing. Sun Ho replied casually, can't you see? I'm surrounded. Then he whispered to himself, I no longer care. So he's really strong, maybe even stronger than my cousin. Sun Ho thought that behind him and his sister, there was also the royal family. So if they died, he would have to face the entire clan. He couldn't possibly act so recklessly. While he was lost in thought, Li Jun suddenly spoke. If that was your plan, then you've succeeded. He still stubbornly said, I will persuade her. But Li Jun cut him off bluntly. Then I can kill you without hesitation. Faced with this decisiveness, Sun Ho couldn't help but feel surprised. He hasn't responded yet when Li Jun turned back and said to Haisel, I'll take care of this guy. Be careful and check if there are any others left. Haisel obediently responded, yes. Li Jun paused for a moment, then hesitated before praising. You did well. It was only after a long while that he finally reacted absent-mindedly. Yes. On the other side, Sun Ho was startled and shouted, wait a minute. I'm unloading the goods right now. And you calmly asked back, so why wouldn't I accept your offer to unload? Let me tell you something. Do you think you came here by chance? At this moment, Sun Ho finally realized that it was impossible. You lured us here. Li Jun saw him guess and say to their group, your brains still work, huh? That's right. None of you will return home safe today. Sun Ho, after hearing that, immediately turned and cursed you terribly. You bastard. How dare you? Then he puzzled over it, realizing his internal energy was depleted, sealed by his own pressure points. Since when did that happen? Just then, Li Jun spoke up. You've gone too far. Haven't you? If you intend to kill me, you should be ready to face your own death as well. Do you have any last words? I will listen. Sun Ho, hearing these words, starts to tremble in fear. Please spare me. Li Jun softly says, I will spare you. I am not as cold-hearted as you all. Without a word, he directly struck Sun Ho, creating a hole in his chest like a keepsake from a life-threatening ordeal. For the awakened, the most important thing is the Dantian, the center of internal energy. Once the Dantian is destroyed, recovery is almost impossible. That's why those whose Dantians are destroyed will live the rest of their lives as cripples. And it's no exaggeration to call it hell, with death almost feeling more bearable. Li Jun has experienced hell once before, after acting. He quietly said. Now he has to live as a weakling. It must be quite joyful. Zunho lies alone on the cold ground, pain gradually spreading throughout his body. Li Jun, having finished, quickly leaves without even bothering to look back. But in reality, you still kindly dragged Xunho's battered body along. When Uxin saw Li Jun approaching happily, he said, Li Jun, you're late. He didn't say a word. Just pushed Zunho in front of Min Jin, worried she might misunderstand. Li Jun kindly reassured her. Don't worry, I haven't killed him yet. So how does it feel to be defeated by your own senses? Min Jin, upon hearing this, was filled with rage and shouted, You damn fool. You don't care about what I said. And just confidently declared, You're beaten. Sunho, once so fierce, now lies unconscious after a blow from Li Jun. Mr. Ho's vehicle on the other side is struggling to move the bodies of the royal team members to a single location. Li Jun has approached confidently and asked, Now no one can help her. Are you planning to kill me? Faced with the encirclement, Min Jin could only curse them out. You bastards. Stay back. I said get out. Then she used the most despicable tactic from the 36 stratagems, which was to escape from this place. Min Jin thought there was no chance to win this situation and decided to go home to regroup. At that moment, she ran into Mr. Ho's working vehicle, and their eyes met for a brief moment. Then he didn't care about Min Jin at all and only asked, Brother, all the truly skilled fighters at close range are unconscious or dead now. Li Jun replied, Good. Now rest. After saying that, he turned to whisper, Don't think you can just calmly go back like that. Don't worry, I don't plan to kill you here. Li Jun paused for a moment then continued slowly. The crime of attempting to kill me. The crime of ordering my mother's death. You can only die once you have paid for all of it. Min Jin, upon hearing that, immediately shouted in anger. How dare that bastard talk to me like that? Hearing her say that, he instantly fell silent and looked at Min Jin with a murderous gaze. For a brief moment, even she had to admit it. It looks just like her mother's eyes. Min Jin was lost in thought, her own eyes dark and deep, unable to tell what she was thinking. Immediately after, she knelt down, trembling and muttered, No, it's her fault. She's staring at me intently. It's all her fault. I didn't do anything. Suddenly, something happened abruptly, causing Min Jin's eyes to widen in surprise. Turning around, she saw the old woman collapse to the ground, seemingly unconscious. Hyujin wondered, Jun, you just glanced at her and brought her down. And then you deny it. No way. I only touched her weak spot just now. I didn't actually hurt her, Li Jun asked cautiously. So, what are you planning to do with her then? Then he straightforwardly declared, Public execution. Ayuni, who was live streaming on her phone, immediately called out, Mr. Li Jun. A little while later, Hyukjin happily turned around and asked, You're Ayuni from Red Girls. Right, I shouted with excitement for a while before approaching to introduce myself. Hello. I am Longthuong Park Hyukjin. Hyukjin shyly asked, May I have your autograph? She immediately replied, Of course. It's our honor. While Li Jun was quietly staring at the phone screen. After watching, he finally spoke softly. You filmed everything from start to finish. Ji-yu asked, Can we send the footage like this, or should we edit it further? Li Jun replied, Just send it as is. Hyuk-jin, feeling annoyed, said, Hey, at least cut the scene where I get beaten. But you coldly replied, Whatever. Just send it as is. Ji-yu stared in surprise at them, thinking they had truly defeated all the high-ranking soldiers. We knew Li Jun and Park Hyuk-jin were stronger than other awakened ones. But that kiss from him was really unexpected. She glanced at Mr. Ho's car and thought to herself, There's no more doubt. He uses the techniques of a king, even though he's still inexperienced. Ji-yu confidently declared that a 17-year-old boy like him would not be overlooked if the king knew. While everyone was happily chatting, Li Jun suddenly spoke up, saying, But I have something to say to everyone. He just admitted that I lied to everyone and bowed 90 degrees to apologize. Li Jun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to reveal that the story of conquest was a lie. From the beginning, I realized that the royal clan and divine power wanted to assassinate me. So I asked my male secretary to gather everyone here to reveal this. Finally, you concluded with a stunned look from everyone and apologized for lying. Immediately after, Ji-yu also spoke up following Li Jun, saying I also sincerely apologize. While Uni was still digesting what you just said, COA asked. So basically you used us to expose the story of the divine clan trying to kill you. Li Jun hesitated before admitting yes. After hearing what Li Jun said, I really don't care much. As soon as he finished, COA smugly added, so that means I have permission to report this huge secret. Right. Then she calmly said, you can use me as much as you want. Immediately after, Uni shyly spoke up. I don't really mind being used either. Seeing her lose control and scream, please keep using me. The purple-haired girl denied it. No, actually. Meeting you made us happy already. Li Jun, hearing this, let out a relieved breath and said thank you for understanding me. COA calmly affirmed that each attack from high-ranking soldiers was enough for a major headline. He modestly replied, relying on her. Then Li Jun added, and to Min Jin and Hyuk Jin, I want you to imprison her in your family's royal jade prison. Hyuk Jin immediately replied, only our bloodline clan can handle her. After all, my father has always wanted to overthrow the imperial family, so I'll take this opportunity to ignite the battle. After finishing speaking, he turned to ask, Jun A, are you really okay with this? Li Jun thought to himself. Choi Min-jin was once part of the imperial clan, but also a member of the divine power clan. Even though she is not related by blood, she is still someone of mine. If I deal with her here, the followers of the church will surely rise up against me. Then, he quietly added that no criminal has ever been able to return from the sweet palace of the Blood Clan, not even the lady of the Divine Power Clan. Then suddenly, he remembered the scene where Min Jin was happily hugging her child and continued to think to himself. Besides that, Li Jun paused for a moment before speaking, saying she would never see her son again in her remaining life. And with Choi Min Jin, that pain would be even worse than death. Very soon after, a news article titled, The Truth About the Emperor and Is This Okay? Was published. Everyone was reading it on their phones and discussing it. I saw it myself. And this story is trending at the top. Li Jun forcefully pushes through the forest gate with determination and support, while the royal family and their army counterattack him, revealing that the divine lady with immense power harbors a deep grudge against Li Jun. The people are buzzing with rumors that someone has coordinated with the 15 noble families to launch an ambush inside a gate. Really? Isn't that something only a beast would do? Targeting students is truly cowardly. The keyboard warriors are all working at full capacity. ZOA sits scrolling through them one by one, calling them crazy, dragging high-ranking soldiers into kids' battles, and questioning what students have to do with it. But if that student is Li Jun, then you should just hit your own head first. Haha. Where did everyone go who was criticizing Li Jun for breaking Li Xin's seal? Someone even casually said, if it were me, I would do the same. Another person asked, has anyone watched journalist Kim ZOA's video yet? Crazy haha. Someone immediately responded, it's on Prophet's YouTube. They enthusiastically discussed it. That brutal fight was crazy, haha. What's going on? Wait a minute. Isn't that fake? Really? Uni's video shows everything happening inside the Zeol Forest Gate. Some say it's too violent, but most condemn the Emperor for the mass attack on students. Of course, some criticized Li Jun's patience, but overall public opinion still sided with him. A student who outmatched the Emperor's forces with incredible power. His compassion in forgiving his enemies has touched the public. The continuous posts make some complain, who should have killed her but let her live on. Maybe because she is still his mother. Others say, if that's true, it's heartbreaking. Worm Lord. But some people encourage you. We believe in you. You're impressive for your age. Keep going. Li Jun. And all those reactions were exactly as Li Jun had predicted. The scene shifted again, to the forbidden area of the 4 great holy sects. Located amidst a vast desert, now Li Jun is diligently training. 2 streams of power, one white, one red enveloping him. Li Jun suddenly speaks, his fierce aura hard to calm, and the elder immediately whispers. Once unleashed, controlling the 3-chan technique is not an easy task. It's better to master the infinite technique first, and then learn infinite chi early. Hearing that, Li Jun quietly calculated that the infinite technique costs 15 million B, and infinite energy could be much more expensive. Then Li Jun wondered if there really was no other way to control it besides learning infinite energy. He replied briefly, and the boy immediately asked what the method was. The elder calmly answered, reaching the peak of the Fire Realm. The Fire Realm, equivalent to S-Rank and on par with the Sword King, South Korea's top warrior. Then Li Jun was lost in thought again, realizing it's just as difficult as learning infinite energy. but he believed that the fire realm was the minimum level to use infinite energy. The kind elder gently reminds you not to be reckless in your pursuit of strength, or else Bachon Chi, especially Tian diet, might take control of you. After hearing that, I also thought of the same thing. After saying that, Li Jun firmly stated that the energy from that moment was too dangerous. Then you wondered why Bachon Chi, which originates from Bachon, divine technique too, shows signs when I use primordial divine technique. The old sage pondered for a moment before replying that the desire for revenge had triggered the sealing of the Bachon technique within the primordial divine technique, along with the person's weakened physical state. He paused for a moment before continuing. Bachon Chi despises weak hosts. If its master is feeble, it will sink its fangs in, without hesitation. Sukman immediately responded upon hearing that. I know about it. The master is probably still telling the story from before. I think he's still figuring out how to punish us now. Kim Kwai then reassured her, saying no. Master Li Jun is just practicing chi circulation. He's only checking if there's any issue with his body. So don't worry too much. Sukman hesitated and asked, is that true? Then confirmed. So we should focus on thinking of ways to support Master Li Jun. Sukman nodded firmly and replied, yes, at an airport somewhere. The first plane of the day just took off. Inside, Somi held her phone in one hand and pulled her heavy suitcase with the other. She looked at the scene ahead and wondered what kind of peaceful atmosphere this was. Then Somi coldly blurted out a sentence that made her want to destroy it. Meanwhile, in China, a quiet food war has begun under Li Jun's influence. But compared to that, everything here is too peaceful. Then she took out her phone and muttered to herself, where the hell are those damn monks hiding? The operator's voice suddenly announced that the number you dialed was busy. Please leave a message after the beep. When it said again that the number was busy, Somi hung up. The old woman angrily slammed the phone onto the ground and shouted, are they all crazy? Somi kept cursing, getting more and more annoyed. Ignoring my calls is enough. Now you're even ignoring me. So annoying. Just die. 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 Mu's unconscious actions also drew the attention of those around her. Soon after, ground staff arrived and reminded her, apologizing, that she couldn't behave like that here. Somi panting heavily confirms. Are you talking about me? He immediately replies. Yes. There are many passengers around. Please keep the noise down. The witch suddenly stepped closer and examined him. You're also attached. Look at you. You're quite adorable too. The staff shyly dodged Somi's hand and reminded him. Your hand. You can do it. 1 second later, her eyes suddenly flashed with a bloodthirsty gleam as she said, now, goodbye. The colleague saw him standing still and approached to check. Hey, are you okay? But after seeing the wound on his neck, even she was stunned for a few seconds. Once she reacted, she shouted for help, blocking the airport exit to prevent that woman from escaping. But then the security guard reported that she had left. We couldn't find her, which made you extremely upset. What do you think? At another scene at the foot of Inghuing Mountain, the entrance to Nirvana Temple, Somi quietly pulled Vali inside and then looked around. In the end, she concluded that there were no traces left. Somi just thought, the trash inside, then continued to look for clues. After seeing the scene on the ground, she hesitated and said softly, bloodstains. Next, Somi calmly deduces that those bastards, I had a bad feeling about them since he stopped responding in China. The old woman pauses for a second before speaking again. It seems a major battle has broken out here. Meanwhile, Li Jun was leisurely lying on the bed, watching his phone. The door, which was tightly shut, suddenly swung open forcefully with a kick. Han Ji-woo burst in and loudly called your name. Li Jun. Li Jun hurriedly sat up and complained again. Is it you again? Trying to knock once and die. She calmly replied. What knocking at this time? I'm already reading the newspaper. Han Ji-woo immediately stepped forward to check and asked, did you get attacked? Are you okay? Instead of answering honestly, you're wondering. I can tell just by looking. Did you come because you're worried about me? Han Ji-woo, caught off guard, immediately blushed but still stubbornly denied it. No. I didn't. She tried to downplay it by saying she just stopped by because he didn't come to training. But Li Jun laughed and denied it. It doesn't look like that. It seems like you came because you're worried about me. Still, Han Ji-woo stubbornly insisted he was fine, saying no. As long as he's okay, that's what matters. Here. Eat this. After receiving the small gift, he understood but still asked. Flowers. 2 cakes. All for me. She didn't answer, but carefully stretched her legs. Ate. Rested. And then went to training while others were waiting for her. Hearing this, Li Jun smiled with a gentle, tender expression. Then, he turned to look at the broken door and muttered to himself, "The door can be fixed, but it will always be broken. So just forget about it." Not long after, Li Jun's phone suddenly rang again. So what the person on the other end asks back, "What do you mean by that? You're blaming everything on me." Li Jun stepped forward. "Not you. Exactly the Blood clan. So when you heard that, you immediately scolded me. I am from the Blood clan, you bastard. Have you ignored me these days?" Hearing that, Hyuk Jin quickly said, "I was joking. I was joking." And Li Jun responded casually, "I feel offended. And someone from your clan came because of that guy An." He thought for a moment and asked, "Who is it?" Then Li Jun replied, "Elder Zay. The Heavenly King team." Then he added, "His wife is imprisoned in another clan's imperial prison. And he only sent a subordinate." Hawk Jin listened and sighed. "Your father was really unlucky back then." But Li Jun casually replied, "Not necessarily," which surprised him endlessly. "Huh, but then he said it was nothing. We don't have any secret deals." "Right?" Hyuk Jin asked confusedly. "Jun, we are the Bloodline clan. I have to say this. But do you have enough strength to make a secret deal with us?" Jun immediately replied. "So, what if I am an emperor?" He interrupted and said, "No need to say anything. Everything is completely silent. Since the martial arts heaven tournament, the imperial clan has been silent. No one has gone outside." Li Jun muttered to himself, "It looks like I have to go myself this time." Hyuk Jin calmly asked, "What are you planning to do this time?" He quickly responded with a cold reply, "What do you think? I'm not doing anything at all." In the morning, sunlight poured down upon the main house of the Divine Power clan. In the main hall, Ji Yun sat on a chair. "How did the visit go?" Hai Ongjun knelt on the floor, reporting, "Nothing but a rejection from the Bloodline clan." His eyes showed a hint of disappointment. "You didn't even get to meet my wife, did you?" He responded respectfully, "No." Hearing that, Ji Yun quietly realized that the Blood clan had made their decision. And Hai Ongjun wiped his tears and smiled. Looking more at ease, he immediately burst out laughing. "Mihaha. You keep your kneeling posture straight. It seems they are very ready for battle." Ji Yun appears to have known everything. "Their target is the royal clan." "Right." Hai Ongjun's face showed clear surprise. "Yes. They also sent a warning to our side." Then he recounted their warning that if we abandon the lady, our divine power will not be harmed. Ji Yun Mo's tense expression reached out forward. "If we do nothing, Du Kuang's anger will turn directly against us. But if we intervene, it will do more harm than good." Hai Ongjun, what do you think? He frowned. His eyes filled with worry. "Blaming my disrespect. But what the lady did is something a martial artist should never do. If she has to pay for her sins, I believe that humbly accepting is the right thing for a martial artist to do." He glanced away. "Yes." Then Ji Yun Mo began to recall Choi Mi Jin, my wife and also the sister of Du Kuang. He recalled that at that time, through her, the royal family controlled and exploited us. No member of the royal team, nor any unknown forces, helped my wife. And above all, those who seemed to be their leaders. Mi Jin's nanny. Suddenly, Ji Yun realized that Sim Jin Hoa hasn't been seen lately. He widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows. "This is the opportunity. The Divine Power family will withdraw from this matter." Hui Ung-jun anxiously wondered, "Are you serious? Sitting there with your legs crossed. Isn't it true that someone said doing so would benefit the Divine Power?" His face flickered with confusion, quickly looking away. "I was talking about martial arts. I didn't mean it that way." But Ji Yun-mu quickly interrupted. "Say that to everyone, and announce that Li Jun will be the heir." After hearing that, Hui Ung-jun's face was full of shock and he couldn't speak. Suddenly, he stood up and slowly descended each step. Ji Yun-mua stepped forward and said loudly, "The person you need to focus on right now is Li Jun." Hui Ung-jun looked up to accept the order. "Understood." And upon hearing that, he smirked with satisfaction. "Good." Then Ji Yun left the room, and Hui Ung-jun's worried expression made him stand up. "Where are you going?" he asked softly. "To the training hall," he replied, puzzled. "Isn't your retreat over already?" Ji Yun strides forward, waving her hand to say goodbye. "Martial arts never truly end. For now I will focus on training, so don't look for me. And even in emergencies, don't come in." At that moment, Hoi Ung-jun stood there stunned. Yes. Moving to the chairman's office, Lee Jun just entered, and Min Sung immediately teased him. So what brought our precious thing here? Lee Jun walks over holding a scroll of secret techniques, smiling with amusement. Just as promised, the blood poison technique. Immediately, he quickly stands up and snatches the scroll from the boy's hand. Min Sung gasped for breath, turned back with a doubtful look. Is it real? Lee Jun immediately rebutted. If it's fake, then I'll take it back. Min Sung lowered his head apologetically. Oh, sorry, I was just a bit surprised. Sorry if I startled you. He folded his arms and sighed. It's okay. But who will learn the blood curse technique? He scratched his face in confusion. That's the problem. The image of Han Ji-woo standing firm appeared in Lee Jun's mind. Could it be Han Ji-woo? Min Sung explained. Because later, Han Ji-woo will lead the Divine Warrior clan. So I thought about that. You remember her sharp fox-like nature and feel awkward. But it will be difficult for Han Ji-woo. The master needs to raise both male and female of the poison. And with his personality, it's impossible. Lee Jun wondered what would happen if the clan leader only learned the blood poison technique, and Min Sung's eyes turned cold. If he needed the blood poison technique, he would have taken it from the beginning. Just like Han Ji-woo, he truly despises sneaky martial arts like that. At this moment, his gaze lowered in thought. That's right. How could that clan leader possibly learn something like that? Then, Lee Jun quickly dismissed his evil thoughts about Ji Gong. He had no trickery at all. Knowing that the divine scholar's skill only means having a pure heart perfectly describes Han Ji-woo's character. And it was because of that trait that the divine clan was only destroyed in the past. Back in the present, you stand there with a commanding voice like ice. So the answer is clear. You should learn it. Chairman, Min Sung stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, I'm too busy. So when I hear that, I have to ask, are you really not going to learn it because you're busy, or because you're afraid of insects? His face was covered in sweat, Jun's whole body trembling, and he said I was afraid of insects. I may look a bit weak, but I am also a fake awakener. You know, how can he be afraid of those trivial insects? Lee Jun silently confirmed to himself that he was right. Han Min Sung really hates insects. Hates them intensely. You just wave goodbye and walk away. But I've kept my promise. Whether you study or not, the decision still belongs to the clan god. Min Sung couldn't help but be surprised. Are you really just going like that? Lee Jun closed his eyes, preparing to leave. Do I really have to join the discussion about who should learn the blood poison too? I'm leaving now. Min Sung turned toward the pile of documents. Wait, there's one thing I want you to look at. Hearing that, you turned around in surprise and said, Me. Outside. The sky is clear with the sun shining into the campus. Lee Jun looked at the paper in disbelief. And he told me, teaching someone my age. Min Sung started convincing him. A student like Lee Jun definitely qualifies to become a teacher. If he agrees, he could become the youngest teacher without any problem. Are you really going to turn down this prestigious position? The text is written as follows. Instead of having Lee Jun graduate early to start working immediately as an active member, keep him at school. Lee Jun heard the night voice refuse. No. And besides, he knew this was unreasonable. Right, he smiled, and continued to persuade. Why? What are you worried about? He only trains at safe gates. And if something happens, with his skill level, he can always prepare for monster attacks. Lee Jun looked at the paper in his hand with boredom and thought to himself, I have no intention of teaching anyone else. The reason I came to school was only to follow the guidance of the martial god and to focus my energy. Min Sung confidently rests his hand on the table and replies, there's still plenty of time. Think it through. If student Lee Jun agrees, a special class will be established. And Lee Jun can't help but be surprised by the special class. His serious face explained that it was a special class for Lee Jun's students. And the students in that class could be personally chosen by Lee Jun. What do you think? Isn't that enough of a temptation? Then Lee Jun turned and waved goodbye. Not enough. See you later. Goodbye. Min Sung couldn't help but be surprised. Lee Jun. Outside the schoolyard, the fairy followed Lee Jun, a bit curious about his decision. It was a good proposal. So why refuse it? You were just chatting as you walked. I really hate complicated stuff. And right now, I'm busy teaching Hai Seol and Han Ji-woo. He stopped angrily. Truly a fool who knows a little but not everything. Lee Jun looked up, confused, and asked, what do you mean? Old Master reached out questioningly. Are you not trying to earn points separately? Lee Jun confirmed, I can get them from the gate. So, He immediately understood that with your current level, normal gates only give a few points. Can't you feel that the boy looked panicked? Sweat dripping down his face. Li Jun thoughtfully stroked his chin, then stopped the car and kissed. Earning less than 2 million points, unless he focused on clearing red-level gates. Cleaning low-level gates isn't very effective. Master. It also takes more than a day to awaken their features. Lao Qian looks at you gently. So what if you teach the kids while cleaning the gates? Immediately after the system notification sounded, the side quest for the youngest teacher went smoothly without incident or difficulty. Li Jun stands reading the mission with a happy face. Your parents and guardians want you to go to school. They hope you will spend your school days socializing with peers, with the completion condition being to accept Chairman Han Min-sung's proposal and to have at least 7 students enrolled. After the mission is introduced, a reward appears, restoring the abilities that had been weakened. He reads the mission list. Min is helpless, and the beast offers a reward he cannot refuse. Then, Li Jun pressed the button on the screen, knowing that in case the annihilation spell could appear suddenly, the best way was to restore his abilities back to normal as much as possible. A moment later, at the chairman's office, you walk in. Min Sung is focused on his work, wondering if student Li Jun forgot something. Li Jun calmly replied, "I will do it." Hearing that, the man's face showed happiness and relief. So that means, Li Jun raises the resume in his hand and agrees to become a teacher. But, he presents a condition. Instead of changing the contract, please let me add a special clause. Min Sung agreed without hesitation. Sure, just tell me what you need. Li Jun smiled and raised his hand to state his conditions. I want to choose my own students to teach, and I want an assistant teacher assigned to me. He held the paper in his hand and explained that after the second semester ends, the current teachers will leave. So we are planning to hire new ones at levels A or C. Li Jun was a bit surprised. So does that mean Kim Jong-il also leaving? Min Sung looked a little contemplative. Kim Jong-il is very capable, but she is only at level B. So that's possible. Hearing that, a mischievous glint flashed in his eyes, and he slammed his hands on the table. Then let Kim Jong-il be my assistant. He looked at Li Jun with confusion and asked if she called him Jin, then handed over the matter. It's not difficult. I will arrange it. Min Sung's hand moved over the paper. After a moment, he raised the contract, smiled brightly, then flipped to the next page and signed it. The contract is placed next to a pen. Min Sung is full of hope, relying on you, the youngest teacher with a clean record. I look forward to working with you. A little later, on a street, a voice echoes. So, Li Jun walks while texting. I'm officially a teacher now, just hanging out with a few students. On the screen, Han Ji-woo's name appears, and she immediately answers the call. What's going on? You look excited. Oh. He answered right away. Did the chairman say anything to you? Han Ji-woo looked a bit surprised. No. Is something wrong? She was standing with a few friends listening to the phone when his voice rang out, suggesting she take a position at Musago. Han Ji-woo responded indifferently. Oh really? That's good. Li Jun saw her smile teasingly and, judging by his reaction, he must already know, which is strange. Han Ji-woo was startled and reacted. What? Li Jun dodged the question, saying he was just talking to himself. Han Ji-woo looked worried. And more importantly, I heard you're going to be the teacher for the special class. Can I join the special class? She nodded in agreement. Yes. Li Jun looked up at the sky and smiled happily. So, you should also tell Eunbai and the others and ask if they want to join the special class. Han Ji-woo smirked, having heard everything so far, while Eunbi giggled happily. So, Li Jun will be the teacher of the special class. I really didn't expect this. Mr. Ho's expression showed his surprise. Someone my age already became a teacher. I smiled softly as I listened to them shouting on the phone. We also want to join the special class. On the other end, someone suggested that Li Jun throw a celebration party and invite Han Ji-woo, but he smiled and declined. I need to finish the funeral ritual first, when everyone gathers. We'll celebrate then. Keep practicing. I'll call back later. After ending the call, Li Jun was excited, having secured 4 people, with 3 more to go. Immediately afterward, his face turned serious as he prepared a magic spell. The whirlpool appears, and Li Jun eagerly looks out. You're joining the special class. Right, I will be your homeroom teacher. Hiso didn't get a chance to speak. He made his own decision, waved goodbye, and left. I will take that as agreement. Keep practicing. And he turned back to look at the sinister mirror. Li Jun returned to the old spot. 2 more people. Then he took out his phone and called someone, who quickly answered. Li Jun. What's wrong? He subtly glanced in another direction. Hyukjin. I want to say. He looked a bit surprised. What's going on? At that moment, Li Jun's eyes shifted elsewhere. Then he hung up. Nothing. I'll call you back later. Li Jun's slender legs hit the ground, and he immediately started sprinting at full speed. He turned around quietly, thinking to himself. Just as he expected, Li Jun jumped onto a tall wall but kept his eyes on what was behind him. Following those people. You are standing on the roof of a building, looking down at the people below. So, what's going on with you? My Heavenly King team. Below. Everyone respectfully salutes the young master in unison, and Hyukjun steps forward to explain. Because there was an important matter to discuss. We rudely followed you. He looked up to listen, as Li Jun suggested. I know a place to get dizzy. At Incheon, on the rooftop of a tall building. Li Jun's voice rang out. So what's the matter? Hyukjun reported with a serious look that the clan leader had appointed him as the successor. Li Jun turned back and smiled. I guessed this would happen. Li's dantian shattered, losing gold and settling for silver. His eyes darkened with thought. If they appoint a successor, this could be an easy chance to swallow the divine power. Li Jun put his hands in his pockets, his eyes filled with scheming intent, ready to seize control of the divine power and tear it apart or eliminate Li Jianmu's authority. You remember his image, perhaps his final revenge. After all, what Li Jian loved most was this family. Then Li Jun turned to Hyukjun and asked, So you came here to serve me because I was appointed as the successor? He quickly confirmed, Yes. The head of the family ordered us. Immediately, he smiled slyly and said, From now on, you will only follow my orders. Right. Hyukjun's eyes filled with fear. Yes, that's right, just as I thought. Li Jun's cold voice rang out. I have only one question for you. You respectfully ask. Is Li Jun here, as the vice leader of divine power, or as the commander of the celestial vanguard? Without hesitation, Hyukjun honestly replied, I am not here as the vice leader of the divine force, but as the commander of the celestial king unit. Li Jun's eyes turned cold. If I told you to give up your position as vice leader, if that's your request, he would answer without hesitation, I will give it up. Li Jun's gaze seemed to see through Hyukjun. What if I ask you to put my command above the clan leaders? Hyukjun silently observes him, his deep eyes like the ocean. I can't read him. But that's why. I owe you my life. Not only mine, but the lives of the entire Celestial King unit. Then he bowed his head. This person might be the one who can bring back the glory that the Divine Power Clan once had. Even though its power has weakened, I have prepared for this from the beginning. To follow you. Hyukjun lowered his head and declared firmly, From now on I will prioritize your orders over the head of the clan. Li Jun looked at him with satisfaction. That's the answer I wanted to hear. I will reward you accordingly, in my opinion. At Incheon Songdo, in front of the main building of the royal family, they stand on the observation tree. Hyukjun, feeling a bit curious. Young master, what are we doing here? Li Jun takes out his phone, smiling with a hint of meaning. What do you mean? I came here to prove with my own strength that I am suitable to protect you. He looks down with a worried expression. But this place, the surrounding scene is a towering mountain pass. Isn't it the front yard of the royal clan? Inside the forest. Sweat and blood streak across Taemin's face as he holds a sword in his hand, surrounded by fallen divine warriors. The woman pleads desperately. Please spare me. I have a family and a child. Taemin raises his sword high as the woman continues to beg for her life. Please. But he seemed to ignore it and struck hard, blood splattering all over his sleeve. Taemin smiled contentedly. Ah. Immediately after, he suddenly burst into a crazed, triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a blood-stained leg slowly approaches from behind. Taemin immediately becomes alert and glances back. He turned around without hesitation and delivered a powerful strike, causing a huge explosion that created a deep crater in the ground. Seeing what just happened, Kangyu gritted his teeth and smiled in delight. Even stronger now. Taemin's face twisted in anger. Damn it, the old man's eyes are icy cold. Surprised, oh, it's his father. Kangyu approaches and places a hand on Taemin's shoulder, smiling, showing off his newfound strength, as he holds a blood-stained sword in his hand. My body is filled with power. I feel like I will go crazy if I don't use this strength soon. Taemin looks at his hand, his eyes full of excitement, feeling that with this power he can defeat anyone. Even the strongest swordsman in Korea, his rough hand presses close, as if trying to listen to the echoes, killing everything. Taemin cautiously glances behind, but he always hears a voice, like a whisper of a demon. Every time you use your power, it keeps telling you to kill someone. The old man cautiously warns you not to fall into the temptation of that voice. You must remember this clearly. The boy obeys. Yes, father. Then Kangyu suggested, all right, shall we continue? Taemin looked at the bloodied body with a gleam of pleasure on his face. Yes, I want to reach proficiency level A before going down. The old man's face shows a hint of worry. Something an awakened one should never do, strengthen themselves by killing. He agrees. There's still plenty of time and prey, so go ahead and get stronger as much as you want. Kangyu glances back at his subordinate Kim Belm, who immediately appears behind him. The boss is calling me. The old man said. Taemin is searching for the next prey. Kim Belm's eyes cold. Are you ready? He looked at Kangyu and praised him, saying the pace is increasing. With this gang, we will soon see a fake awakening emerge. Congratulations, boss. The old man smiled contentedly. Thanks to your careful selection of quality prey. This might be the last time, so I need you to endure a little more chaos. Seeing Taemin lift the sword with both hands, Kim Belm smirked dangerously. If that's the owner's order, I will do anything. I will bring them back immediately. Lee Jun and Hyungjun are watching from the tree trunk. He presses his phone to call someone. Lee Jun raises his phone to his hand, his eyes still fixed on the house in front of him. Hyuk Jin's annoyed voice rang out. Lee Jun, what? Now again, are you serious? I'm busy. Do we need to talk about that? I'm only going to say this once. Listen carefully. Then he proposed. I have become a teacher for the special class. Do you want to join? He didn't seem to believe it and kept looking at his phone. Do you think I believe it? Someone my age, becoming a teacher? Hyuk-jin almost jumps out of the phone screen, wondering what kind of special class it is. The world is doomed. Lee Jun pushes the phone away. So you're not interested? Jun Jian suddenly appeared behind him. So Lee Jun is teaching a special class. She smiled and gestured with her hand. Give me the phone. You immediately recognized that it was Sister Jun Gion. You're talking to Lee Jun. Idiot. Give the phone to me already. She smirked confidently after grabbing the phone. Lee Jun. Is what you just said true? A bump formed on his head as he sat on the ground. A violent woman. Seizing the opportunity, he suggested, Yes, I am thinking, do you want to join my special class, Lee Jun? I will participate. Hearing that, he smiled brightly. I knew you would agree right away, Hyuk Jin. What about you? Jun Gion hesitated. You have to decide right now. Hearing Lee Jun express his wish, her face was shy, her cheeks blushing. Yes. Very urgent. I really want you to join the special class. Then she made a request. Give her a reason. He smiled coaxingly. If she didn't join, my mood would be very heavy. Hearing that, she was surprised and asked, Really? Lee Jun added, Yes. Han Ji-woo and the others have agreed to join. She smiled and eagerly accepted the invitation. Oh. All right. If Han Ji-woo is participating, then I will join too. Lee Jun confirms again. Really? No changing your mind. Hyuk Jun's expression full of confusion. The moment the system voice sounded, the side mission completed. The youngest teacher at Musago. He was grateful and thanked her. A green circle on the ground shines on Lee Jun's body as the system voice announces that the side quest has been completed, making him the youngest teacher in Musago. He looked at his body, absorbing a different source of energy, and thought to himself, I can feel a strange energy like a sealed power being unleashed. Suddenly, Lee Jun opened his eyes in surprise. You stand reading the mission board in shock. The side quest. Lee Jun's will has been established. You have learned the Thunder God Lord rank S from your master. Now you can use the Thunder God Lord. Rank S. Then Lee Jun used his consciousness to talk to the Immortal Elder, Thunder Divination Divine Staff, and his master. What's going on? Earlier you said you couldn't pass down martial arts because of the interference from the consciousness system. Yet you appeared with a smug face. What's so surprising about that? Anyone who thinks your master is someone else, even the mysterious system of consciousness, cannot escape my genius, intellect, and observation skills. You look up at the mission board. A series of mission details appear before his eyes, including side quests. Lee Jun's resolve, the difficulty level, and the divine warrior believes that a true disciple must be ready to challenge major organizations. He wholeheartedly supports you because you are his youngest disciple, and the condition for completion is to overthrow the imperial family. Reward 50. 000 reputation points. Proficiency in the root hat technique. Li Jun's face shows a hint of fear as he observes the root hat technique. Li Jun is the one viewing the mission board. Master. For this mission. You question it. What do you think? Is it impossible? I turn back with eyes full of excitement. No. I must complete it no matter what. Hearing that, he praised him. Good. That's the spirit my disciple should have. Li Jun couldn't help but feel excited. An opportunity to learn the forbidden technique without using precious intelligence points. In addition, I now have another reason to destroy the Imperial family. Today, I will definitely annihilate the Imperial clan without hesitation. A series of information about you appears in the space, including basic info, titles, your youngest disciple of the Master and 2 others, named Li Jun, age 18, common skills, primordial divine magic, heavenly king, divine magic, supreme king divine magic, blood demon leader, dragon singing technique, first head technique, celestial destruction, thunder god, divine magic. Abilities currently unrated. A. Special skills. Chaotic primordial divine magic, SSS. Ultimate step of the root, hat, SSS. You look at your special stats and ponder. The restricted data has returned to normal. Special stat. Internal energy. 593 out of 1000. Mental strength. 358 out of 500. Fame, 10. 800 famous. Current points 5. 680. 000. And where you should invest is internal energy. Then, Li Jun touched the notification screen. Internal strength. 593. Using 1 million to increase internal strength. Yes or no? The system voice echoes, revealing that the chaotic primal divine spell has reached 6-star level. An extraordinary progress even other disciples have not achieved. Immediately afterward, a powerful surge of energy erupted, and Young Jun quickly raised his hand to block it from knocking him away. Young Master. He shields his body with his hand as Li Jun unleashes his power from within. An overwhelming aura that even the 5 kings cannot emit. Li Jun stands amidst the overwhelming source of power unharmed. No. It even surpasses theirs. A destructive force far greater than what I saw in Ho Nga Ding. The focused expression on his face reveals his full power, so this is the true form of Lord Li Jun. Then he opened his eyes in panic. Trembling. The chaotic 6-star primal divine technique. It's much stronger than I thought. Li Jun looked at his hand with joy. With this power, I can surely stand equal to the clan emperor and witness everything. Jun's curious expression shows confusion. Young Master. What was that power just now? It didn't feel like divine sovereign magic. He turned back with a faint smile. Seeming like the royal clan is tightening their defenses because of me. Should we go before they close the gates? His face suddenly turned panicked. Wait. Hold on. Are you really planning to come here and attack the royal clan? Li Jun then jumped down below. Besides, I have no other reason to come here. You stood on the ground looking up and explaining. They attacked me first. So now they have to face the consequences. Hai Jun couldn't help but worry. Young Master, Captain, what should we do with the person appearing behind with an evil look? Hai Jun's face was covered in sweat, showing his worry. Ah, the waterworks are starting again. If the young master acts, we have to follow. This man is a bit hesitant, but this is beyond our strength. This is the imperial court of the royal clan, and if we're not careful, we could lose our lives at any moment. Hai Jun looked down at Li Jun below and gently reassured him. I think we don't need to worry. He looked seriously. That aura earlier. Not even the King of Fists could possess that presence. He is very strong. Whatever happens, he will protect us. Hai Jun's trust in you is so strong that risking everything for you might not be a bad idea. Everyone has been convinced by him. So if he's that sure, Captain. The very next second, Hai Jun and everyone else bowed respectfully, saying, Young Master, the Heavenly King team will follow you as your subordinates. Li Jun looked at their submission and smiled with satisfaction. He looked up at the bright light in front of him, so I have to make a strong impression for my subordinates to trust me. Then Li Jun looked at the camera. Hey, I know you are watching from there. You must be very angry seeing me. So why not show your full power then? A bolt of lightning appeared in his hand. Li Jun glanced forward, smirking provocatively. The divine thunderbolt spell. The divine scepter of lightning. Then he unleashed a surge of power toward the gate. Hai Jun stood there with wide eyes in shock. wielding the Thunderbolt Divine Staff, a power even the 5 kings couldn't possess. The wall shattered. Li Jun turned to look at them. What are you still doing? Your face looks happy when you see them. How long are you going to stay frozen? Come here. Follow me. At that moment, everyone just stood still, holding back their shock. The very next second, they hurriedly ran to stand solemnly beside him. Yes. Inside that room, T-Sin pulled out a chair, ready to sit down. Han tears up and slams his hands on the table. Recently, there's been an earthquake. T, a little worried, reaches out and asks, "Are you going to sit still like that forever?" T Sheng, angry, turns around and orders, "Hey, go check what's going on." Go sits on the table, with a calm face, and says when the head of the clan returns, "Are you not angry at all? Your son died, and the culprit is the same person who defeated you." T Sin frowns and reproaches, "Older brother, you're going too far. Try to consider how your second brother feels." His angry face clenched his fist and turned to Han. But before he was his second brother's son, that boy is the dog we love so much. T asked back, "Am I the only one who cares about him?" Then Han calmly reassured T that all of us and the clan loved the boy. And the man was angry but composed. Distraught. He looked away, and I only saw darkness. Not knowing how much pain my second brother was suffering, he looked at him worriedly, saying that if he keeps stressing him out, he might fall ill. Han reassured him, "I understand how you feel. Let's try a little harder together. The clan leader will be back soon." While Dagon was pouring water, the cup suddenly slipped. T-Sin turned to the subordinate and asked, "Another tremor. Did you find anything yet?" The subordinate stammered in fear. "Yes. There is an intruder." He raised the cup in disbelief. "An intruder who dares to enter the Emperor's central territory." The subordinate became anxious and confirmed it was true. "He has gone through the main gate, and the members are trying to stop him in the courtyard." The subordinate continued reporting that Li Jun's divine power is from the divine force. He is with the Heavenly King team. And upon hearing this, he opened his eyes wide in amazement. Then Dagon slammed the table and stood up, causing the 2 others to step back in surprise. He approached and grabbed the sword resting against the wall, making Tae-Sin feel a moment of worry. Dagon, wielding his sword fiercely, startled him. Then he raised his hand to soothe. "Brother, calm down. His whole body is filled with murderous intent. How can I stay calm when that bastard himself has come all the way here? Li Jun, you trash, is killing my son. Not enough. Now you dare to infiltrate the Imperial clan. I will make him regret for the rest of his life for stepping here. Outside, you are unleashing your attack." Li Jun raised his eyes with a mocking smile. Even though he's so passionate, no one has dared to come out yet. Immediately, he unleashed a surge of energy towards the group in front of him. A lightning bolt. Seeing that, the subordinate issued a command and deployed the formation skillfully. They created a shield covering their bodies. The subordinate ordered, "All right. Hold out until the elders arrive to help." Li Jun's excited expression continued to cast his spell. "They are holding out better than I thought. I'll strike even harder than before. So, let's see if you can block this." Another subordinate turned to report that the Imperial Guard from the Armored Corps had arrived, warning that our right flank was defended by the Black Sorcerer, the left flank by the Armored Swordsman, and the left defensive line had already broken. Li Jun chuckled with amusement as he looked at them. "Fine. At this point we really have to endure." His gaze focused. He immediately unleashed a different attack. At this moment, Li Jun raised a giant sphere in his hand with a cold expression. Seeing that scene, the henchman couldn't help but feel scared. That giant attack. "Can we withstand it?" he hurriedly ordered. "We have to try to find out." Then they desperately defended against the attack from the sphere. His face showed a triumphant smile. "Damn it. Although it's big, its power is actually weaker than the previous explosion." Suddenly, a hand reached out from the sphere in your palm and grabbed the collar of the traitor. He looked at Li Jun appearing inside the sphere with surprise. Since when? He creates a small vortex in his palm. That huge attack was just a lure to ignite him. Then, Li Jun unleashes a massive source of power that envelops the entire space. This is the real main event. Hyung Jun anxiously turns back to look at you. "Young master." At this moment, Yen Gyang's face is filled with fear. Li Jun stood looking into the deep hole just created. Hyung Jun's face was beaded with sweat. But he remained calm as he looked at them lying sprawled in the pit. Both the warrior and the black mage had been defeated. Luckily, they were still breathing. Hyung Jun seemed disbelief. but I never expected him to openly use martial arts in the middle of the Imperial clan's palace. This is truly a declaration of war. Li Jun calmly looked down into the hole. Hey, team leader, you're a bit angry. Are you planning to just stand there and watch? The person behind quickly runs over. Yes, Li Jun turned back, looked at the man, and said softly, What? Hey, you're so slow. How did someone like him become the Kingpin team leader? Dumb black, his face is covered in sweat. Damn it. He remembers everything. Now I'm in deep trouble. He once called Li Jun dumb and told him to get treatment. Haha. Hyung Jun looked at the injured group with a faint smile. Young master, what will you do with them? Li Jun sternly ordered them to stop the bleeding and save their lives before destroying all their symbols of power. He bowed respectfully and issued the command. Hyung Jun turned to order everyone to destroy their spellbooks, and they immediately obeyed. The wind. Then he turned back with a faint smile. Now, Li Jun looked at the group of people who had just arrived, and more kept coming to join. Hyung Jun stepped forward to confront them. I've done all this, and Dagong still hasn't shown up. Don't tell me Dagong isn't here. Li Jun sneered mockingly. Really so? He's not here. Then this is indeed the perfect opportunity. He looked at the group blocking his way, contemplating. The absence of Dagong was the perfect opportunity to wipe out the Imperial fortress. Even now, sparing them, they would surely come after him later. Immediately, Li Jun rushed towards them, who were standing stunned, and he needed to weaken their strength right now. You jump up to perform the secret technique. Suddenly a voice rings out. The Guardian. Li Jun coldly looks at the newcomers. At this moment, Dagong and Ti-He, along with Titan, step forward. He angrily grips his sword. Do you know where you are? Li Jun immediately steps back to dodge Dagong's sword strike. You finally show up. The most powerful ones. The expressions of the subordinates show joy. The elders. We are saved. He reports the damages coldly. Dagong frowned, his face showing clear signs of concern as he listened to their report that the engineering core and the black core had been destroyed. He looked at you calmly, brushing dust off his clothes. That kid killed the entire Imperial unit and even made Li Jun submit. This outcome was expected. His aura is many times stronger than when I faced him in the past. Taeho is standing behind him. Alone I can't handle him. All the elders must attack together. You look at me with that attitude, even speaking that way to my face. Is that kid really that strong? Li Jun half smiled as he looked at them, saying Han's skills are on par with the clan leader. But the clan leader is... His eyes are full of fierce intent. Do you think I show fear because I was defeated by that kid? If you want to survive, you'd better listen to me. Tashin and Taho are already in fighting stance. You are being attacked from both sides. Dagong shouts loudly. Everyone, unite and attack. At this moment, Li Jun's master also appears to defend. They are coming. You glance at them rushing toward you, including those brothers, a total of 10 elders. And the first to attack will be Dagong. He swings his sword at Li Jun, who struggles to block with his spear as the wind pressure is immense. He also starts shouting, Hey, retreat. And Li Jun immediately notices Taeho. The force was too strong. You were thrown into the wall. And Dagong was also knocked back. He somersaulted mid-air. Li Jun immediately steadied himself and regained his composure. Now kneeling and quietly observing, Taeho's face was filled with contempt. As I thought, no matter how strong you are, you're still just a kid. You can't withstand the attack of our two brothers. Dagong retorted no. He's not someone easy to take down. As he finished speaking, he charged forward, and the man suddenly shouted, Second, brother. At this moment, he tightly grips his spear, and then, Li Jun raises his spear to block Dagong's sword. His face suddenly showed a look of confusion and disbelief. No way. I delivered a precise strike with my energy sword. Yet he didn't burn any of his energy at all. Opposite, he still kept a calm smile on his face as he blocked, while Dagong's eyes were filled with tension. Then, a fierce battle broke out between the two. With neither willing to yield, he swung his sword straight at Li Jun's face, but he managed to dodge just in time. In a critical situation, Taeho quickly turned around and raised his hand to give the order. This situation puts the second brother at a disadvantage. Everyone formed the Emperor's formation to support him. They form a circle with their hands raised to create the Imperial formation. If the wedge formation is a defensive tactic, then the Imperial formation completely ignores defense and is purely an offensive setup. The 7 elders of the Emperor transfer their internal energy to 3 attackers, who continue to attack until the target is dead. Seeing that, Hyujun looked surprised, not expecting them to use the Imperial formation against the young master, which is a double-edged sword. If they cannot overpower their opponent, they may be overwhelmed. But the Emperor has never failed to eliminate anyone when using this formation. He stands from afar watching Li Jun fight back against powerful attacks. Even the king's sword struggles against it. No matter how strong the young master is, this is still too dangerous. I have to help him, even though it's difficult. Stay calm and don't act recklessly. Hyujun, leave them to me and go handle the other fake awakened ones of the Emperor. His face was covered in sweat. But the young master, the Imperial team, is something even the Sword King cannot. Li Jun gently smiled and said yes. It's a bit difficult to rely only on the Heavenly King divine technique. But my strength doesn't come from that skill. Both sides will temporarily hold back. So, leave them to me and take out the rest. Don't forget to destroy their Dantian. You can do it. Right, you can rest a bit easier too. I understand. Someone spoke up. The Imperial Army formation has already been deployed. This is bad. We have to go help him. If those old men capture him. Hyujun approached seriously and instructed them to let the young master handle it. We will attack the remaining enemies. One person found it hard to believe. Are you serious? Even if he's the young master, it's still dangerous. Deep down, he also understood that, yes, this is clearly a dangerous situation for him. But Hyujun is strict. And that's the command of the young master. So he places his trust in Li Jun. Strangely feeling that he can believe in him. Right after, Hyujun pointed and loudly declared his trust in the young master and his completion of the assigned task. Urgency driving everyone to hurriedly leave. We are on patrol. His face furrowed with tension. The fake Awakens in the area will be handed over to the Heavenly King team. But the real issue is the Imperial team. At this moment, Li Jun is surrounded by people standing in a circle. As 7 elders transfer their internal energy to 3 attackers. The 3 others are all gripping their weapons tightly. Probably the attackers are Choi Dagong, Tae Hong, and Tai Sin. The elder warns carefully. Disciple, be careful. You eye that guy. The first attacker is Tae Hong. He immediately rushes forward with a slash. But you react quickly and dodge in time. Dying. The 2 weapons clashed fiercely. And Li Jun marveled at how formidable his energy was. Even causing the demon spear to tremble. You secretly plan your moves. I need to retrieve the spear and create some distance. Tae Hong is ruthless. That spear seems to have some kind of strange magic. I can't ignore it. Li Jun's tears fell on his weapon. But the magic spear didn't move. He used his energy to pin it down. Damn it. If I try to take it back, it will damage my internal strength because of his energy. You get annoyed and realize, damn it. The elder's experience has taken the lead. At this moment, Tae Shin starts rushing out. And you. Hold him back. Li Jun's face is panicked. Tae Shin, he shouted fiercely. I will first take your leg to avenge my grandson. You suddenly struck hard at his elbow, causing his whole body and weapon to tilt to one side. His face turned in shock. This guy wrapped his legs in protective energy for that brief moment. Daejeon watched from outside as they fought. Protective energy. Someone not easily defeated. His sword releases a green energy. So let's see if anyone can block this. Li Jun's face gradually showed signs of exhaustion. Daejeon was stronger and more precise than the one he saw at the Thousand Peaks Lake. Old Man Tien pulls back. Wielding a technique with immense power, can anyone block it? You stare intently at him. I have a plan. Li Jun began to recall a plan he had devised when the Imperial team first formed, when his primordial divine technique reached 6 stars. And the system displayed information at that time. Your primordial divine technique has reached 6 stars, with an astonishing growth rate unmatched by other disciples. And as a reward, the final technique of the infinite spear art, illusion, has been unlocked. The focused look on his face marks the final step of the infinity blade technique. Dagong's body emits a surge of blue energy rising from his chest like flames, and the enemies before him are worthy opponents to test this technique. The next second, he tightly grips his sword and charges forward. I will end this here. Dagong's sword faces Li Jun's heart, and the boy calmly calls out 2 words. Illusion. In the illusion, Li Jun saw the 3 of them desperately attacking him. He dodged to the side just as his opponent's sword was about to touch him. This is an illusion. Amazing. It feels like time has stopped reading. Just as I thought. He warned that if it kept standing there, it wouldn't reveal its true strength. Li Jun's face was tense. Yes, he instantly launched a deadly counterattack in the illusion. using the infinite wound technique, the fifth awakening, the light signal. As the illusion was triggered, the damage energy from the heavenly destruction remains at the spot, and as time passes, it will attack them. Li Jun stands in the middle of the encirclement, followed by the elders who only reveal the imperial formation. Then, you carefully calculate, taking only one step at a time, which also requires a lot of effort. Li Jun fights desperately. If he wants to master everything in a short time, he needs to train much more. Illusion destruction, until he was completely exhausted and sweat was pouring down his body. Elder Preen watched and praised, saying it wasn't bad for a first time. Returning to reality, Dagong forcefully thrust his sword into the ground, suddenly staggering as his eyes widened in horror. At this moment, Li Jun was no longer there. They were surprised. He had disappeared. Dagong immediately ordered, "There's no time to waste. Find him now." With a look of panic in his eyes. "Brother, I can't move my body." Taeho also spoke, "And I feel the same." At this moment, you stand on the tower and snap your fingers lightly. Instantly, countless beams of light appear around you. Dagong, with tears of confusion, suddenly finds a series of sharp sword rays surrounding them. Li Jun's eyes flickered with tension as he kept his subordinates in stunned silence. Where did the elders go after being defeated? He stands on the platform, controlling the beam of light shining down on the courtyard below. Then Li Jun jumps down to the injured people lying scattered on the floor. Master Jun, standing from afar, stammers and asks, "What just happened? Does such martial arts really exist in this world?" His face was full of surprise. "At your power, this is the first time I have seen such a technique." Sweat was pouring down Li Jun's face. He couldn't believe it. He shattered the Imperial team like that. "Hi, mister." Jun is amazed and can't believe that the elders of the Emperor have transformed in an instant. "Young master, what kind of martial arts are you using?" Li Jun's dull eyes glanced at them. "Stop standing there idly. Finish the rest." Everyone said in unison. "Got it. What are you doing? Go quickly. My body feels a bit sore and tired. But I guess the Ultra Infinity Blade technique puts a strain on the body." At this moment, the system panel appears, and the SS Plus Ultra Infinity Blade has been unlocked. You can now use the SS Plus Ultra Infinity Blade. Li Jun quietly rejoiced. "Thank heaven. It has reached SS rank, so it won't be a heavy burden on me anymore." Li Jun stands holding his spear, reading the notice board. "Analyzing your reputation. The alias War King has been added, and you are now registered on the global leaderboard under the name War King." I glanced coldly and thought they were hiding some kind of incredible treasure here. But there's nothing special at all. At this moment, as Mr. Jun approaches and whispers in his ear, Li Jun, with a stern gaze, looks ahead. In front of him stand two men standing silently. His serious expression reveals that the man behind him is Ki Young-hun, the most powerful leader and his father's closest protector. And the two of them stare at each other intensely. "And the first person I need to eliminate to claim the divine power." The system displayed Li Jun's ranking, replacing Spear Emperor, ranked 100, and Li Jun was surprised it's been here all along. "Your eyes are good at reading that list." "Oh. I only ranked 100. I feel a bit annoyed. I thought the fake awakening with ST would at least get me into the top 20. Wait a minute. This list must be wrong." You read each confusing entry. The King of Sword, the number 1 in Korea, only ranked 90th. At this moment, the immortal elder appears behind, stroking his beard curiously. What kind of strange ranking is this?" Li Jun looked up. I'm not the only one who sees this. You realize, there's only one conclusion about this kind of list. The immortal old man guessed that if monsters like Bloodfire are on the list, then this ranking is meaningless. Li Jun silently thought that perhaps we should check if there are others besides Bloodfire. "Hi." Jun respectfully bowed and reported that we have cleaned everything up. So Mi watched from above with an annoyed expression. That guy single-handedly defeated all the royal elders, and the weapon in his hand is the weapon of destruction. No wonder there's no news from Bloodfire. He must have been taken out already. Then, the hood quickly left, and it's best to report this to Lord Waidu. The next morning, at the main house of the Blood Gorm clan, a hand was pressing on the system panel. Junshich gasped for breath, holding his phone in his hand. "Dad. There's a call." Junshich paused and turned around. "Good. I'm waiting." The old man picks up the phone, and the voice on the other end asks, "Junshich, have you checked the rankings yet?" The old man responded quickly. Then the voice on the other end hesitated. "Those question marks, Jun, Etron. Junshich calmly asked again. Don't tell me they've started acting. The person on the other end warned that yes, and even worse. I haven't been able to find the demon heaven or the fire Buddha for days. Please be careful. Lao's face briefly showed concern. I understand. Junxie was worried inside. Juna Trong looked surprised. It seems this country is about to face a major crisis. Meanwhile, the news anchor is reporting a breaking story early this morning. The ancestral tablet of the imperial clan was found among the ruins, and all the awakened inside have been shattered. The reporter handed the recording device to the witness, who stated that Li Jun of the Divine Force clan led the Heavenly King team, and the public believes this is truly a declaration of war against the Emperor. Down in the Red Bone Club basement, today, a young man approaches and takes out his phone. Sir, have you seen the news? He stares intently at his phone. I'm watching it now. On the phone screen are 2 messages from Li Jun, reducing the Emperor's forces to only De Kuang and his son Zori Ong carrying his belongings. Injay praises him. He has succeeded. He frowned, and then remained silent for the following moments. On the other side, Zion Mu is talking on the phone. Haha. The new clan is always welcome. We've been a bit distant lately, so from now on let's get closer. At this moment, when Mr. Hun approached, he quickly turned off the phone and contacted us later, asking if this time it was the new family clan. Zion Mu remained calm, hands behind his back. Yes. In the past, they looked down on us, only knowing how to endure with the Blood Mirror and Mandok, but now they are competing to line up, and you also realize how much influence Li Jun has. He angrily turned away, forgetting about that, and asked if the lead had been found, when Mr. Hun reported no. A journalist was waiting for an interview with you. Zion Mu, holding the business card. From Get Info magazine, he added. That's the page covering exclusive news about young Master Li Jun lately. All the positive articles about him are authorized by this journalist. He carefully examined the information on the business card, and then agreed. All right, go ahead and contact her. The person on the other end of the line proactively introduced herself, saying hello. I am journalist Kim SLA from Get Info magazine. Zion Mu, calmly. I've heard a lot about you. You are the one who writes good things about my son. The purple-haired journalist sitting in front of the computer screen. No. I only write the truth. He chuckled softly, still grateful. So, what do you want to talk to me about? She politely asked for permission. I just have a few questions. Is that okay? Feel free to ask. I'll answer if I can. The reporter asked a question that made Zion fall silent for a few seconds, asking if Li Jun's actions reflected the will of the Divine Clan. And Mr. Hun, standing behind, watched intently. Seeing the silence for a moment, she repeated herself. I would like to ask again. Is Li Jun's action the will of your majesty, Lord of the Divine Power? He carefully replied yes. It can be said that Li Jun's actions reflect my intentions. Isn't it true that the king has always deceived the public all along? The look on the female reporter's face was stunned, especially since they even ambushed my son at the gate, which made Li Jun angry. And I also believe that the emperor has gone too far. Hearing that, she asked again carefully. So you mean Li Jun and the king share the same view? Zion Mu confirmed. Yes. I want to be the shadow supporting my son. The journalist's face was dotted with sweat as she thanked him for his sincere words. Her mind was filled with thoughts. In other words, this is a confirmation that Li Jun is the heir of the Divine Power clan. And now there are many things to write. Sir Han bowed respectfully. Surprisingly, I thought you would draw a line between yourself and him. He calmly turned his head back. It may be a violent approach, but all the effort I've put into elevating the family's reputation, Li Jun achieved it in just one try. How can I not cherish that? He agreed. Yes. With young Master Li Jun in front, I will accomplish many things. Then, when Mr. Han looked at his phone and reported, Your Majesty, young Master Li Jun is waiting outside with the Heavenly King team. I will escort you. Jian's face looked a bit tense. My son is here. I have to see him. And in the morning, outside the Thanlu clan building, virtual reporters kept bombarding with questions about Li Jun's whereabouts, while the guards tried to calm the crowd. Everyone stay calm. Gathering here won't make him arrive any faster. And someone else asked what the stance of the Divine Power is on this matter. At that moment, someone looked behind with a distressed expression. Over there. The crowd all looked on as it turned out that he and his team, the Heavenly King team, and Li Jun, were approaching. The reporter rushes to your side, asking if you can confirm that Li Jun, the survivor of the Awakened, is the one who destroyed them. He remained silent in the face of the questions raised. The Divine Power clan and the Emperor were once allies. So why has everything turned out like this? At first, Li Jun was not on the same side as the family, but he revealed his power to overthrow the elders. He put his hands in his pockets. Yes, I am not on your side. When Mr. Jun stepped forward to intervene, I thought you should leave before I used force. Li Jun's calm demeanor has changed now. A loud cry rings out. Hey, gatekeeper. With a calm yet slightly panicked expression. Yes, Li Jun's calm face says to my father, your son Li Jun is here. Please open the gate. Hearing that, the gate gradually opened, and the confident look on his face made him step inside. However, in the previous life, Li Jun was only allowed to stand behind the line, and in the previous life, I was not permitted to step past this threshold. You and your team walk with confidence. But now, I can enter without hesitation. The reporters keep looking up in surprise. It's Li Jun. Li Jun just entered the main house. In the main house, Ki Ong-hun stood facing you. Recalling when you were young, Li Jun knelt down and begged, asking to know what he had to do to be allowed into the family. Ki Ong-hun frowned in annoyance. Casting a dismissive glance down at him from above, Ki Ong-hun coldly and firmly said, your mother was just one of the women he slept with back then, and now this illegitimate child is trying to enter the family clan. If you don't want to die, don't even think about approaching the family. After saying that, he slammed the door shut, leaving Li Jun kneeling outside alone, just pulled out of the flashback. I couldn't help but glare at my uncle's fake face, two-faced bastard. The one who handles all the main affairs of the family, second only to his father. Li Jun is the key commander of authority. Xian Ki Ong-hun. Ki Ong-hun smiled as he looked at Li Jun, saying, you've grown a lot since the last time I saw you. Young Master Li Jun, he is the first person I need to eliminate to overthrow the bodyguard. And you silently stared darkly at Ki Ong-hun. Li Jun then returned to his calm demeanor. Glancing at Xian Mu, what could have prompted the king himself to step forward, he replied, I heard about compassion. You look surprised and ask again. Me Xian Mu says with a very cunning expression. Yes. More importantly, seeing the person accompanying the heavenly king. Have you accepted the position of heir? So what if I do? Are you going to give me divine power? Xian Mu's face darkened as he lowered his voice and said, do you understand what it means to be an heir? To inherit me and lead the divine power with me. I mean the entire divine power clan. Stop for a moment. Li Jun's expression darkened. Then he continued, and in my divine family, there's no room for my father to see your abnormality. As Mr. Jun anxiously spoke softly. Young master, after hearing Li Jun's words, Xian Mu couldn't hold back his laughter, while Mr. Hun, sweating profusely, looked at him with a strange expression. But immediately after, Xian Mu sniffed his head and burst out laughing even louder. Hung Hun loudly declared that those of divine power always get what they want, especially when it comes to divine power itself. And those with the authority can take it even if it means upsetting their own parents. Wait a moment. Xian Mu smiled slightly and continued. But it won't be easy. You probably know that you need to be recognized by all members of the divine power. Right, the boy replied confidently. Of course, he agreed. Let everyone's approval be secured, and then I will relinquish the clan leader position and hand over the entire family to you. Then I will no longer interfere with the family. As you wish. Li Jun frowned with a pleased look at Xian Mu. He will regret it. After hearing what you said, he frowned in regret. I have never regretted anything in my life. Command the authority and escort Li Jun to the auxiliary house. Li Jun turned around and looked at Xian Mu with a dangerous smile, hoping he could say and do what he promised. He also looked back at him and smirked, saying he hoped he would succeed but he would be disappointed. This is the servants' house of the powerful clan. Kyung-hun spoke to the two in front of him. This is the servants' house. You will stay here. It's a bit old and run down but still comfortable enough. Li Jun looked around and smirked mockingly. It's been a while. This place hasn't changed at all. Kyung-jun asked curiously. Have you been here before? I looked at him and replied. This place is full of memories with my mother. I never thought I would come back here. Someone once said they would never let me step inside. Kyung-hun fake smiles. This must be a very nostalgic place for you. When you were just a boy. And now you've grown up and come back here. An old man like me feels so moved. Seeing his uncle's scheme, I secretly feel annoyed. He's truly a poisonous snake. Is this the play he intends to perform? Kyung-hun looked up at Hyung-jun and said, Hyung-jun, walk with me for a bit. It's about the main authority office. No. No need. From now on, only the fourth branch will completely detach from the main authority's affairs. He looked puzzled and asked why. Suddenly, Hyung-jun, is that your decision? He looked at Kyung-hun and replied, yes, I am giving up my position as deputy leader of the main authority. I want to focus entirely on the Heavenly King team. He asked curiously, does the clan leader know about this yet? Hyung-jun honestly replied, not yet. After hearing that, Kyung-hun spoke up. So you must ask for his permission first, he said with a bright smile. No. It's not necessary. Only the fourth branch is related to me. Wait a moment. Lee Jun asked softly. Kyung-hun, if there's nothing else to say, why haven't you left yet? He glared at you angrily but still forced a smile. So I will speak on your behalf to the clan leader. You should rest now. Hyung-jun scolded as he watched Kyung-hun walk away, saying, young master, what you did to Commander is not right. He continued, saying that the false awakeners of divine power who follow the clan are indeed obedient to the commanding authority. Lee Jun calmly expressed Hyung-jun's thoughts, meaning that with the presence of the commanding authority, it would be easier to gain recognition from others. Right. He looked at you and replied, yes, that's right. Lee Jun smiled as he looked at the phone in his hand. Is that all? I have my own plans, and more importantly, I have something to tell you all. He suddenly asked, what if the Thunder God Academy teaches Storm God magic, and you learn the Heavenly King magic? Hyung-jun hesitated, seemingly still not considering this issue, muttering to myself, the Celestial Sovereign Divine Technique. Lee Jun smiled and looked up at him. Didn't you say you are only loyal to me? Hyung-jun simply replied, yes. Hearing his answer, your cousin turned around and walked away casually saying, then go ahead and learn it. A weak subordinate reflects a poor master. There are still many legacies to pass on. So Hyung-jun stood there in confusion. Lee Jun kept walking while staring intently at his phone, quietly calculating to push his father out of the divine power. I need to strengthen my power base. If I have to face John Ochan, I will need to be many times stronger. Before the holiday ends, I will make the divine power belong to me. Just as I was about to activate my thoughts, the phone suddenly rang. And I smiled contentedly. Perfect timing. I told them to come here. A person kneeling on one knee beside the bushes responded, yes, you've arrived at the right spot. And upon hearing that voice, you turned to look. That person removed her mask to reveal her face. The anonymous guest of the Dark Society, Han Eun-bi, who caught the eye of young master Lee Jun. Lee Jun, stunned, widened his eyes as he recognized that face. He never expected the receptionist to be the anonymous guest. The anonymous guest, one of the top assassins of the Dark Society, even in the previous life, is the only assassin who was not caught by John Ochan. Eun-bi smiled brightly and handed the information to Lee Jun. This is the information you requested from the Dark Society about Xe on Kyung-on. You accept the information and then look up at her with a smile. Feeling sorry for the chairman, you can't bring down the king, but you're still willing to fulfill this request. Eun-bi bowed deeply with respect, saying he is truly grateful and that you are a lifelong blessing to our organization. Please feel free to call us anytime you need. Wait a moment, she continued, and just as I thought, he embezzled a lot. Lee Jun looked closely at the information in the notebook. He calmly replied to Eun-bi, yes, the therapy bath, the training clothes. He has committed numerous large-scale embezzlements, including building maintenance costs. Wait a moment. After reading the information on the notebook, Lee Jun asked, is there anything else besides this? She handed the USB to him and said, of course. What's inside is only the tip of the iceberg. The most important part is in this USB. I investigated why the fake awakeners of divine power are so loyal to Zeon Kyung-hun. Lee Jun guessed curiously. This must be the vice commander's video. Eun-bi asked in surprise. How do you know? You're satisfied and focused on the USB. There's always a way to find out. A scandal from a past life related to divine power. A USB holding the deputy commander's secret, revealing why fake awakeners have no choice but to obey Zeon Kyung-hun. She looked at Lee Jun seriously and asked, if we report this to the king, do you think he will eliminate Kyung-hun himself? I immediately replied no. This USB doesn't start with Zeon Kyung-hun. It begins with my father, Lee Jun continued. My father only intended to identify their weaknesses, but Zeon Kyung-hun went further and used it to maintain his own power. Eun-bi exclaimed in surprise. What? He spoke to thank you. Anyway, thanks for the information. She put on her mask and said, My grandfather ordered us to give you Li Jun any information you want. Whenever you need help, just find us. After hearing Eunbi's words, he quickly rushed away. Li Jun stood still, watching her figure disappear into the distance. He silently picked up the information tablet and spoke. Now then, wait a moment. Li Jun wondered to himself whether he should start gradually cutting off his sources of funding as the sun slowly set. Transitioning to the Divine Power Supply warehouse, Taepeng is focused on writing something on his iPad. While everyone lines up to watch him, Li Jun, holding the information in his hand and sitting above, silently thinks, I see. He sat on the wall behind, watching Taepeng. Xian Taepeng, the brother of Xian Qi Wung Hun, who appeared in most of Han Eunbi's records. Li Jun stared intently at him, thinking, that man is Xian Taepeng, Xian Qi Wung Hun's younger brother, and he appears in most of the Han Eunbido notebooks. He closed the notebook and muttered to himself, not understanding why he still trusted him despite all the embezzlement behind his back. After a moment, Li Jun watched Taepeng, who was smiling and reaching out to talk to a man who had just arrived. Then he continued. It turns out he used his brother as a shield. Chat mo voi vong noi gap. Xin loi toi. Den muon. Han wang mei ki lai nhn. He was dressed in Western-style clothes as if he had just fought, and he hurried over. I escaped by turning the gate. The guy next to him whispered into Taepeng's ear. This is the first team, made up of low-level people. Taepeng looked at the young man and thought you should have come earlier. Everything would be settled by now. Come back tomorrow. He panted and said, Sir, tomorrow we have to assist at Wangju Gate. We can't go without supplies. Taepeng irritably asked. Isn't Team 1 just responsible for handling trivial tasks? And you still have to do dangerous jobs too. Do we really need supplies? He replied bitterly. Sending us to the gate without supplies is basically telling us to go die. Old man Tian, standing behind, whispered to you in his mind. I can't stand by and watch someone abuse the source of income like that. Disciple. Li Jun glared darkly at Taepeng below. So that's how he disposed of the remaining items. He pats your shoulder. It seems it's time for my disciple to act. Li Jun slightly purses his lips. I think so too. Since we've seen it with our own eyes, we must make the most of it. At this moment, Taepeng is extremely angry. So the distribution of supplies is my decision, and I will not give it to you. The young man asked nervously. So what should we do tomorrow? Then turned around and casually said, just use your salary to buy it. And he couldn't help but be surprised. As if he was saying something obvious. Taepeng looked down at the young man from above, his voice deep and steady. So why have you been playing hard to get all this time? Acting like the warehouse manager is a joke. At this moment, Li Jun jumps down from the wall, while on the other side, Taepeng is still criticizing the young man, calling him just a low-level fake awakener. Before he could finish speaking, you kicked Taepeng in the head, surprising the young man, and immediately after, he was knocked back and thrown against the beam by the sudden attack. Taepeng sat on the ground in shock, exclaiming what is going on, as Li Jun slowly approached him. Seeing his face, Taepeng stammered in amazement. Li Jun, young master, one side of his face is swollen, and Taepeng, sweating, explains, what are you doing? I'm just punishing those who disobey. Li Jun raises the notebook and repeats his words. Disobedient. With that, Li Jun paused to breathe deeply before raising his head high and shouting loudly, awakening all the divine power users. Listen up. From now on, we will begin punishing those who embezzle the family funds and conspire to rebel. And those around who hear the voice instinctively look up toward the source of the sound. Hearing that familiar voice, the young man hesitated before asking. That voice, Hiu Hungjun, replied. It's the voice of the young master. In Gyeonmu's room, as he sat on the chair, a deep voice echoed. What do you think you're doing, Li Jun? On the other side, Taepeng's face was swollen, with a bloody nose, and he kept defending himself. I was plotting against you. Young master. What are you talking about? Li Jun raised the notebook and looked down from above, annoyed, and said, I've seen this notebook. How can you still say that? Taepeng stammered and replied, that. You are speaking with a mocking tone. Your father and brother must have gained a lot of benefits. Am I wrong to say that? Hiu Hungjun also arrived at this moment. Young master. Li Jun turned to look at him. Oh. You're here already. Hiu Hungjun opened his eyes wide. Puzzled. I heard the voice and came immediately. What's going on? Li Jun looked at the crowd around him and thought to himself. Enough people are gathered. Let's start. He raised the notebook for everyone to see and said, "Everyone is here now. From now on I will root out the corruption within the Divine Power clan." Everyone around looked at each other in confusion, wondering what he meant. Then Hung Jun stepped forward from the crowd to stop him, and paused. "Are you frowning and pretending to be worried? Lee Jun, young master, has your current actions been reported to the clan chief yet?" He glanced contemptuously at Hong Jun. "The most rotten part of this family is coming now." Lee Jun spoke, commanding the key authority. He continued, "Even if you are the heir, acting without the clan leader's permission is too much, because your pride as the heir belongs to you. It's best that you apologize to my brother and end everything here." Lee Jun threw the notebook to the ground in front of Jun and then ordered, "Read it." He picks up the notebook, opens it, and asks curiously where you got it from, then questions back if that's really important. After reading it, Hung Jun broke out in a cold sweat, forced a smile, looked up at you, and said so. "So you want me to believe this unverified information?" He silently cursed. "My own notebook, recording my corruption. How did it end up in that kid's hands?" Thinking to himself, Hung Jun spoke, "My younger brother embezzling supplies. If that's true, I should be the first to know." Lee Jun stared at him intently. "So both of you are shameless in the same way." As he finished speaking, Lee Jun immediately raised his slender fingers. Instantly, he channeled his inner strength into the surrounding earth and rocks, causing them to levitate in midair. Hung Jun couldn't help but hesitate when seeing that scene. Thinking to himself, "Heavenly Protector." Lee Jun proudly flicked the USB towards Hung Jun, thinking, "I did all this just because I believed in a notebook." He couldn't help but be surprised as he saw the USB flicked in front of him. When Hung Jun's bloodshot eyes widened and the image appeared in his eyes, he couldn't believe it, and thought to himself, "USB. What is inside that makes you act like this?" But suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "You appeared and caused chaos in the family clan." He turned around in surprise and glanced at Ji Yeonmu. Unexpectedly, "I didn't think you would come here." He calmly stepped forward. "Seeing what's happening, I can't stay still." "Do you think you're doing something with the command authority?" Lee Jun calmly replied, "Exactly as you saw." As Hung Jun, sweating and panicking, looked at Ji Yeonmu, the clan head, I hesitated for a moment and then said, "The clan leader is also here. Should I open this USB in front of everyone from the clan?" After hearing Lee Jun's words, Ji Yeonmu's face became puzzled. He pointed at Hung Jun and said, "You know what's inside. Right, Dad?" This statement made him startled and panic. "Hold on a moment," Lee Jun continued, revealing the dirty secrets of the family leaders inside. When Hung Jun angrily shouted stop, everyone around started whispering, questioning the secrets of the executives in that USB. Hung Jun, sweating and gritting his teeth, sharply asked, "What do you want?" Lee Jun beat his chest and said, "What do I want? I just said it. I want to cut this clan off at the root. The only thing I want is for you and your brother to disappear from the clan." He listened to your request, and then angrily said, "How ridiculous. Do you know how many years I have dedicated to this family over here?" Zion Mu picked up the notebook and opened it. Reading silently, he suddenly spoke up, commanding authority, "Follow Lee Jun's orders." And when Hong Jun was stunned as if he couldn't believe it, "Clan leader, why hesitate? Stop for a moment when Hong Jun speaks. Don't say you trust that notebook, a thing of unclear origin." Zion Mu looked up, voice becoming serious. "USB. Exactly. That USB contains something." As he stammered and sweat poured down his face, Zion Mu cut him off. "Enough, I don't want to hear any more. I am disappointed in you," the clan leader exclaimed in panic. Lee Jun turned around and called out to command the unit. And Mr. Jun immediately responded with yes. He raised the notebook and ordered, "This is a copy of the notebook, tracking the listed operators." He looked at the notebook in surprise. Master Lee Jun turned his back and left without a word, saying only no. You probably tilted your head to look at me and smiled, saying, "Commander of the unit, trust me." Lee Jun tilted his head to look at Hyong Jun and continued, "Trust me, Commander, I believe in you, young master." A little while later, Lord Jun said, "Heavenly King, from now on, destroy the Dantian of those listed in the book." Lee Jun looked at the face of the old man Jun and spoke, "After destroying the elixir fields of these two brothers, they are then imprisoned in the underground prison." Ryeon Mu casually stands under the tree, acting beyond his authority as soon as he entered the family. With a genuine smile, he tilts his head and smirks at the old man. "I don't remember when I exceeded my authority." Ryeon Mu calmly asked, Then destroying the entire dantian of the commander isn't overstepping authority. What is, he replied. If it's done without reason, then it's truly abuse of power. The heir has the authority to execute anyone considered a threat to the family without approval. I believe the head of the family is aware of this too. And he silently frowns in displeasure as he glances at Li Jun. He continued saying that someone obsessed with training without realizing that the power of the family is gradually collapsing. He is not worthy to be the head of the family. The scene shifts to the forest. Unbi hands Li Jun a book. This is the additional list you requested. He grins slyly and takes it. Thank you. The payment will be deducted from my secret account. It seems Li Jun slightly wondered if these people were demoted for ignoring orders from their unit commander. That's right. She nodded. Yes. Some also left the family, disappointed with their clan's behavior. Unbi finished explaining and then asked casually, but why add them? She smiled and replied, because we have a power vacuum, and I plan to fill it. Like a void in the political system where no one truly holds power. It creates instability and can lead to many negative consequences. That night, Li Jun destroyed the commander's dantian and ordered his imprisonment. The listed officers were also dismissed, and the departments that lost their officers overnight fell into chaos. The scene shifts to early morning at the Than Luke family estate. Inside Hu Eungjun's room where he bows to report. Everyone is gathered, and Li Jun finally speaks. Good. A loud voice echoes, announcing that Li Jun, the successor of the divine power, is entering. As he looks inside the room, Li Jun surveys those familiar faces. Former leader of the Exong Yui region, former leader of the Jinshan region, former leader of the Manpung region, and former head of the BX unit, LT, smoking his cigarette, looked at you with a puzzled expression and asked why the young master called us, the retired old men, here. And that person is Li LT, the former leader of Zhong Ui. Li Jun sat down with a bright smile. I have some important matters to discuss. You look surprised. Important matters. You speak up. Currently, there is a vacancy in the family. All high-level awakening experts, including the commanding authority, they have all been dismissed. Jinshan was shocked to hear. Even the command authority. Who did it? Li Jun with a bright smile replied. It's me. Jinshan opened his eyes wide in disbelief. After hearing that, LT closed his eyes and smoked his cigarette. Lately I've heard countless stories about young master Li Jun, who just joined the clan and already overthrew the command authority. But that's just gossip. He looked up at you and asked, so this is why you called us here? Hearing that question, Li Jun secretly felt happy, straight to the point, and replied with a bright smile. I hope you will fill those gaps. Lai LT. The former leader of Song Yui district, once known as the left hand of divine power beside the commanding authority, is the only rival force opposing Xe on Kyung Hun. All the fake awakeners gathered here once supported Li LT and were unjustly expelled by Xe on Kyung Hun. Li Jun calculated that if Li LT returns, most likely the others will follow. He looked up at them and said, I didn't just tell everyone to come back for no reason. Li Jun raised his hands sincerely. Whatever he wants from the family or whatever he likes. I will give him the best things possible. He thought to himself that instead of replacing those in those positions, replacing the people who had worked with him would avoid unnecessary conflicts. Jian, sweating profusely, said, We appreciate your proposal, but we are already retired. Li Jun calmly replied that leaving capable people like you idle is a loss not only for the family but also for the country. Stop for a moment and continue. Like a regional commander. For example, Lieutenant silently smoking and listening to Li Jun speak. Isn't his level comparable to the commanding officer just yesterday? Suddenly he spoke up. Young Master Li Jun. I appreciate your invitation, but I am tired of clan battles now. It's better to find a new person rather than bring back an old man like me. Li Jun suddenly interrupted. I heard that your niece has a blockage of the 9 yin meridians. He asked in surprise. How do you know that? You smile and continue. Also hearing that he has settled in Hainam to find a way to cure her. Li Jun secretly feels satisfied. Well, it seems the underground network's information is worth the money, LT said. Since I already know. It saves time. I can't return because I need to treat my niece. I heard that Hoa Thien Nien Kai, a medicine for treating 9 meridian blockages, is available in Hainam. Li Jun looked at him intently and made a proposal if I treat her. Will you return to the clan? LT replied. That's not a condition that can be easily fixed. Your expression turned dangerous as you said, if I teach her the Heavenly King divine technique, That skill will surely cure her illness, LT. Upon hearing this, couldn't help but be surprised and hesitant. The Celestial King technique. For my granddaughter, that will surely cure her. But Li Jun interrupted to reassure him. Don't worry. I have enough inheritance flowers. LT nervously warned no, but first we need the approval of the clan leader, Li Jun replied. It's not necessary. Li Jun extended his hand and said, seriously, I only pass on my techniques to my family, the clan has no right to stop me. Hearing these words from you, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. And all those present fell silent for a moment. LT stepped forward, took Li Jun's hands, bowed his head, and begged, I set aside my pride to ask you. Please heal my granddaughter. The scene shifts to LT's niece's room, where a 9-yin blockage occurs, a disease that blocks all meridians at age 20 and can be fatal. The positive side is that it grants immense internal strength through powerful yin. Li Jun asked, Hyungjun, have you read the skill book? And he quietly replied while reading, Here, the skill book is an item used to transfer martial arts to others. The higher the technique level, the lower the success rate. LT stands nearby, watching anxiously. The Heavenly King Divine Technique is an S-rank skill. Is he really going to give it to her just to bring me back? Li Jun opens the skill book and places it on her. A purple light immediately emanating from within the book. You put your hand up and told Hyungjun, the air, to mix it again. Right, give it to me. He immediately replied. Yes, sir. Li Jun handed the newly prepared medicine to C.K. He, Miss Li, quickly took out some medicine, which seemed to ease the situation. LT's face showed clear worry, and he looked at his granddaughter with a heart full of anxious concern. But right after, C.K., with his face supported by Li Jun, sat up, and Li looked at her grandfather and opened her mouth to speak. Sir, C.K. Grandpa placed his hand on his chest and said, It's strange. I feel a pain like being squeezed. But now it feels very light. Wait a moment. She smiles happily, looking at LT, feeling as if she has been reborn, and he gazes at his granddaughter who has woken up, then suddenly falls silent. Li Jun gently smiles at the two elders. C.K. The evil old man spoke up. Hey, are you crying? The sun is gradually setting. The afternoon sunlight gently shines on the porch, and Li Jun sits pensively on the steps. After a moment, LT finally stepped out. Thank you so much, young master Li Jun. He smiled wickedly at him, commanding the flow. Li Jun reminds him, Your eyes are all swollen now. LT's eyes are so swollen you can't see the pupils anymore. It's been a long time since I saw my niece so healthy. He bowed his head respectfully and pledged his loyalty to young master Li Jun, even if it meant sacrificing his life. It didn't take long for Li LT to persuade the retired pseudo-awakened who once followed him, as they pretended to hesitate but quickly agreed when urged to return. Looking at the paper in his hand, Li Jun asked, The position of the shield is for the commanding authority. Yes, Mr. Jun. We decided to leave the position vacant to consider carefully. I understand. Li Jun raised his face excitedly and said, Then abolish the authority unit. Huh. Hey Mr. Jun. He quickly warned that the authority unit is the face of divine power, and the clan leader will definitely be very angry. Then he smiled and said, You are all my people now, and I am the next clan leader. Wait a moment, Li Jun continued. I will remove my father from the chieftain position soon. Transition to early morning at the main house of the Divine Power clan. Jeonmu, sitting on the stairs, asked what's going on today. Everyone gathered at the main house, and there were many familiar faces I hadn't seen in a long time. He listed the familiar names one by one: Song Sun Hyung, No Ji-hun, Jun Byung Jun. Wait a moment, Jeonmu continued. Including Li Yote. Yote greeted politely. Long time no see. Clan leader. Jeonmu wondered and asked, What are the resting commanders and leaders doing now? Li Jun stepped forward and confidently said, I told you. I will take over the family in my own way. With an extremely proud and disdainful look, You have reached your end. Jeonmu sharply asked those people, What are they thinking? Everyone there took turns speaking. The Song-Ui region has been decided by young master Li Jun, the Jincheon region as well, and even Manpeng. Hearing this, he let out a cold laugh, referring to the BX unit and the Chien Bin unit. Jeonmu slowly stands up, having quickly won the hearts of all the regional commanders. Calling back the retired soldiers to fill the gaps, he slightly smirks, sighs, and stares intently at Li Jun, saying among his children, You are the most promising. If you had shown this talent earlier, he opened his eyes wide and said, you have no right to say that after shedding your own blood. Enough talk. Now keep your promise to me. The challenger looked down at Li Jun. No. Not yet. First, show me your true skills here, he asked with a cunning smile. Do you want a duel right now? Jianmu, holding his weapon with a fierce expression, loudly says, yes. Show me how strong you really are, he shouts. Come on. Li Jun, who also has his weapon ready, is prepared to fight. Li Jun silently thought. Jianmu, raising his hand with a sly smile. Come on. The endless thoughts raced through his mind. A man obsessed with martial arts. A bloodline clan can abandon their family for the sake of the clan's interests. Li Jun thought as he took off the old gold ring from his finger. Li Jun immediately appeared, with the power of destruction, and the only way to remove the primal ring is within 5 minutes. Otherwise, the person will be overwhelmed by the primordial divine magic inside them. Li Jun replied. I understand. He raised his fist in anger, feeling the bitter taste of betrayal and pain. Today I will break free from that curse. The scene is at Changvian Jia Tok Thiet Huet Gurm, where it is said to be extremely peaceful and calm. Suddenly, Chun-sik felt a strange sensation and looked up. Dom shouted loudly. Hey! Your stuff is here. While Chun-sik was trembling and sweating, eyes blazing, he immediately tore off his outer robe and said go. John Sehop hesitated for a moment, then looked at the old man and asked, is this the area of the divine powerhouse? Then suddenly, a divine voice responded, with a strange aura of darkness approaching, and the ground cracked beneath his feet. John Sehop looked up and froze, unable to move or speak. Both then successfully landed on the ground. John Sehop looked at the old man and spoke. But Dad, wait a moment. Looking into the oppressive aura inside him, he asked, is this the area of the divine powerhouse? John Sehop looked at those demonic auras and said, but the aura still emanates from here. Something terrible is happening inside. John Sehop wondered and asked, are you going in? Dad. The old man opened the gate and stepped in. Dad has to go in. There are no guards there. He must see it with his own eyes. Both of them entered one after the other, and as they stepped inside, they were stunned by the source of spiritual power before them. Both watched the battle between Li Jun and Xian Mu. But it seems that at this moment he is the one holding the advantage. Xian Mu, bleeding from the wound, lies on the ground, clutching his arm and says, I surrender. Xian Mu admitted. Continuing, you have become stronger. My energy has been depleted for a long time. He sneered and stared intently at Li Jun. You win. I thought I would feel satisfied after defeating him, but now I only feel shame. Li Jun looked at Xian Mu with contempt. Using us as pawns just for such a pathetic power. Didn't you abandon my mother and me? Just as you are recalling the childhood memories with her. Xian Mu raised his hand and hesitated before answering. But it was also because of that moment that he gained that incredible power. Li Jun's veins bulged as he heard his answer, and the last remnants of reason in his mind snapped. Li Jun glared sharply and said with a fierce tone, yes, I have obtained the Heavenly King divine technique that you covet. How does it feel to kneel before your own child? Now resign from the position of clan leader and see for yourself the difference between the power you desire and the power I possess. Xian Mu suddenly spoke up. The clan leader's seat isn't as easy to sit in as people think, and Li Jun fell silent after hearing that. He bowed his head and told Hyung Jun, the team leader, to escort the former chief to Jinshan, and he responded from behind Vaxian Mu. Yes, watching their backs. Li Jun silently thought, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. But why does the emptiness feel so overwhelming, seeing everyone bowing respectfully to you, welcoming the new clan leader, the elder, Chun-sik spoke up, saying the divine power area is too chaotic. And Li Jun then looked over at the elder. You look at Chun-sik in surprise and ask, Sword King, why are you here? The old man smiles and waves his hand, saying, I've been here all along. I sensed a dominating aura of evil nearby. Seeing the aura of love surrounding him, Chun-sik silently thought that kid was the source of that aura. The old man kept asking, so now are you the new leader of the divine power? Li Jun replied, you already see everything. There's nothing to hide. Yes, I am now the clan leader. Chun-sik smiled and said, sorry for dropping by without notice. Can I ask one more thing? Wait a moment. The old man asked again, are you proficient in the technique? Li Jun smiled and asked back, how should I answer? Chun-sik crossed his arms, smiled brightly. and naturally said, "After all, you will marry Junjian. I need to know if you practice technique or magic to explain to the elders." "Right." You looked confused. And John Sehup beside you couldn't help but be alarmed. "Dad, you haven't even asked for my opinion yet." Li Jun was sweating and hesitating. "Why would I marry Jun Gion?" John Sehup angrily pointed at him. "What? Is there something wrong with my Junjian?" The old man asked in surprise. "Don't you like that girl? She's perfect, and just like me." Imagining your wedding with Junjian, Li Jun's face turned red. "I'm still in school." As soon as I finished speaking, I turned around and left. "That's enough. If there's nothing else, please go home." Chun Sik happily smiled brightly. "Just joking. Just joking. It's so fun to tease the kids." The old man, with his hands on his hips, said seriously, "I came here because I sensed an unusual aura of love, and it was emanating from you, which also answers your question." Then Chun Sik immediately asked Li Jun, "You are ranked 100th in the world. The king of war." "Right." He turned around and said, "This is a long story. Let's go inside and talk." Inside the room, sitting on the chair, Li Jun replied, "Yes. I am the War King." Chun Sik happily said, "I knew it was you," and thought to himself that to rank a person with an S grade means this body is an S grade. Chun Sik continued, saying that recently the world rankings have been quite chaotic. Li Jun, ranked 104th, the Merchant King, and the rest of the rankings are filled with question marks. Old man Tram Chu looked at you and continued, "I and other top-ranked people believe those question marks represent foreign members, also called outsiders. Do you know what outsiders are?" Li Jun answered and asked, "I know. Did they cross the gate?" "Yes," Chun Sik immediately replied, "Exactly. Do you know why they came here?" You reply that they are searching for an artifact related to the blood god. The old man, surprised, asks, "Is that so? Do you know anything else?" Li Jun replied, "I also know that the outsiders are hiding inside the King clan." Chun Sik was so shocked he nearly stood up. He honestly replied, Li Jun pondered as he intertwined his fingers. Their leader has allied with the outsiders. The old man lowered his head and gritted his teeth. "So that's why you eliminated them." "I sensed something strange, but I didn't expect them to borrow power from outsiders." You calmly volunteered, "I will handle their leader myself." Chun Sik agreed, and the old man asked again, "Just do it." You ask finally if you are involved with the outsiders. Chun Sik confidently confirms that your martial arts do not come from the alliance of the 15 clans, as if you have merged the heavenly stance and the flame Buddha technique. Li Jun's face grew grim. "My mother was killed by an outsider. I avenged her. But they faked her death. Our relationship is that of eternal enemies, and my plan is to eliminate them all." The old man stood up, looked at you, apologized for bringing up painful memories. "And then I have a request." Chun Sik extended his hand and then stated his request. "Sharing intelligence about the external celestial beings with our Blood Mirror clan and Han Ji Wun of the Divine Finger clan. They are very strong, but our 3 clans can work together to find a solution." Then both of them shook hands and spoke in unison. Li Jun nodded and saw them off, promising to visit properly next time. Chun Sik agreed and replied, "Sure. As a head of the clan, you deserve to be respected." Both father and son clasped their hands and the elder congratulated them, wishing them success as the new head of the Divine Power clan. They turned and left, while Chun Sik still couldn't help but smile brightly, teasing and reminding Jungian to be careful. John Seub next to him let out a frustrated shout. "Oh!" Li Jun heaved a sigh of relief as he watched their figures disappear, silently thinking, "King Kim used respectful language with me. I am truly the head of the clan now." He tilted his head and called out, "Captain." Hiyu Ung-jun knelt on one knee and responded, "Yes, clan leader." Li Jun shed tears and said, "Make sure nothing leaks about the divine power area. From now on my succession must remain a secret." Vuong responds with a nod. He looks away thoughtfully. Kim Vuong won't say anything. The outsiders' whereabouts are still unknown. I will stay hidden. And that's it. The scene shifts to early morning at the school when suddenly an urgent announcement is made. A clear voice rang out across the schoolyard. "And from now on, to welcome the new semester, we will introduce the new teachers. Li Jun, the homeroom teacher of the special class." Li Jun looked confused and silently cursed himself for forgetting about the special class. Musago Gymnasium. On the stage, Min Sung raises his hand to introduce the 4 people. "Pleased to meet you. I am Chairman Han Min-sung. So, are you kids having fun? His voice echoed throughout the room. And to start the new semester, I want to introduce a few new teachers. Below, a group of students looked at each other and whispered, "Hey, did you see that?" They all stared intently at Lee Jun, standing on the podium with the two others. Why is Lee Jun up there? Don't tell me he's been invited as a teacher, right now. I can't stop thinking about this spot. Oh my god. I completely forgot about the special class. Tai, holding the microphone. Nahai Yuan began introducing himself to the students. Very happy to meet you all. I am Nahai Yuan, from the Detrang group. Then the monk Chong Yuan also stepped up to speak a few words. I am Chong Yuan, sent from Sinyang Temple. After the two of them, Lee Jun walked straight to the podium. Tai took the microphone, took a deep breath, and slowly introduced himself. I am Lee Jun, now appointed as the representative of the faction family. Everyone probably knows me already. Let's work happily together. Lee Jun will be the top teacher. So Lee Jun is on the same level as Oh Wang. Soon. Everyone started to get excited, feeling overjoyed that we would learn martial arts from someone of the same rank as Oh Wang. Their attitude only strengthened Lee Jun's determination to teach well. Yes. If we face John Ocean, the strength of the kids is also very important. I will train them properly. Seeing that the auditorium was a bit noisy, Min-sung on stage immediately reminded everyone with the microphone. All right. Settle down now. Not everyone can join Teacher Lee Jun's class. The next words from him made Jun Gyeon and Hyuk Jin smile quietly. Only a few people chosen by the teacher could participate in the special class. Over here, Han Ji-woo nonchalantly eats a chocolate bar. Eun-bi gently reminds her, Ji-woo, this is not a place for private activities. Min-sung's announcement hit like an arrow, piercing through the other students. Just as expected, ordinary folks like us have no chance. To save time, Lee Jun began going through the list of students. So let me announce the students selected for the special class. Hearing his name called out loudly, Han Ji-woo remained completely calm, while Eun-bi looked excited. Bak Jun-gyeon. Han Ji-woo. Bak Eun-bi. Seo Ye-ji. Nam Se-ong-ho. The next name made Hyuk Jin happily pat his head. North Hyuk Jin. And the last person everyone was surprised to see was Hee-sul. And finally, we chose Y-cup. Hee-sul. Hearing his name chosen by Lee Jun, the people behind showed admiration. Jika and the others are all in the top 8 of the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. So why is Hee-sul here too? Their next words made him hang his head in sadness. Lately he's been hanging out with senior Lee Jun, clearly just because of connections. Hee-sul. Your attitude is making Lee Jun immediately step in and correct you. Lift your head and go. He spread his arms towards him, emphasizing that he has the potential to be ranked among the best in the country, and I will help that potential flourish. Then he quickly made a suggestion. Let's work hard together. To which Lee Jun praised him, and Hee-sul blushed and nodded politely. Yes, sir. The next morning, early at the stadium, you were already there, and all the students of the special class gathered on the field. Seeing the hat on Lee Jun's head, Hyuk Jin looked puzzled and asked, Jun, what's with that hat? It's not military gear. But he was reminded of his authority and told to see him as a teacher. From afar, a girl carrying a weightlifting box introduced by Lee Jun now introduces the assistant teacher of the special class. Cha Ki-ong-jin. A large container filled with diapers is placed on the ground, and you ask everyone to wear the iron rings on their faces before starting the training. Jun Gyeon glanced at the iron rings on their hands, each weighing about 100 kilograms for a total of 400 kilograms, and Kai chuckled, saying they weren't her style. Can't we make it a little cuter? Please. Lee Jun forced a smile and explained. This is training. Sis. Alright. Everyone has put them on already. Right. Seeing everyone has finished putting on the iron rings, you then explain the rules. So from now on, we will seal everyone's internal energy. What? Han Ji-woo immediately responded upon hearing the information and quickly asked Lee Jun, what does sealing internal energy mean? You gently soothe her mood, just as its name suggests. From now on, the exercises will be carried out without using internal energy. Seeing everything was ready, Lee Jun looked at Kyung-gyeon and asked, Miss Cha, start now. Her whole body brimming with renewed determination. All right. Now let's line up. Haeseo and Jun Gyeon are covered in sweat, running like arrows ahead, following the special training class. With their inner energy sealed, it was already easy to run 500 laps around the field while carrying 400 kilograms of iron rings. Hayu Gian immediately raised his hand to block Li Jun's training kick and occasionally checked on the progress. They sparred with Li Jun after his inner strength was temporarily released. And if Li Jun judged their progress to be sufficient, the weight of the rings would be increased. Giyu puts an arm around you, showing you a few techniques for punching and kicking. The weight keeps increasing, now up to 1,600 kilograms, as if you're running while carrying a 1.5-ton truck on your back. During their endurance running training, Jun Gian and Han Ji-u did not forget to challenge each other. Don't drink water outside the yard. I was a bit surprised. They run like monsters. Eunbi hesitated a bit about what the two are doing. Are they joking or something? Anyway, they're just taking a break. Take the water bottle and turn around immediately when Master Li Jun calls out. Yes, Li Jun's master, looking at Han Ji-u, who is running non-stop, warned him. Are you sure you've considered the consequences for that girl? Especially that kid. It seems that kid wants to kill after this is over. Knowing that the old immortal was worried, I gently smiled to reassure him, and then remembered I haven't let Han Ji-u eat chocolate during the entire training. I've been a teacher for a month now. Maybe it's time to quit. In front of Li Jun, a blue tablet displaying information appeared. Anyway, he looked at the data of the people he had personally trained after a month of basic training with the rings. Everyone's stamina has increased significantly. Hyuk Jin has a special trait, but it's not useful in combat. Jun Gyeon has no traits at all. Jun Gyeon at the running track now hands a water bottle to Han Ji-u, but I guess that just physical training isn't enough to awaken your ability. Drink it. Li Jun was lost in thought. Holding his hand to his chin, it was time to send the kids to attack the gate. As night falls, deep inside the forest, within a cave, a man stands amidst the bloodied bodies lying on the ground. Suddenly, from outside, a hurried voice reported that the royal clan had been attacked by Li Jun. The old man didn't seem very pleased. The uncles. Kim Beom ran in but stayed outside. Jun's voice was tense as he lowered his head and apologized, saying he just got back and brought the news. His eyes, unable to hide his emotions, even burning with a fiery red, swept over the vast tombs, searching for where the bodies and uncles were buried. Kim Beom's face beads with light sweat. His expression turns anxious as he suggests, I'll take you there. After a while, beyond the royal clan's mountain, the three of them moved to the graves and explained quickly so he wouldn't misunderstand. Because of the suspicious looks and whispers, we had no choice but to act quickly. We couldn't retrieve the bodies, so we could only bury the clothes they were wearing at the time. Gayuju unexpectedly requested to go to the imperial palace, but Kim Beom was a bit opposed to the idea. Though right now reporters were surrounding the area, no matter what reasonable explanations he gives, I still keep moving forward. I don't care. The three of them stepped down the stairs, where a crowd of reporters was already waiting. Are they fleeing? Or are they escaping? Gaiju listened to their shouting and only silently glanced without saying a word. This would be the hot news of the moment. In front of him now was a crowd of surrounding reporters. With no way out. Kangju ko ju bin tin. Nan gang tao dao tu yen. Bo man mi voi. Dam tru yen thong. Da thuksula noi ma jia tok ta tung dung. Still standing as before. Unexpectedly, the old man's voice now faded completely. My imperial clan turned into a handful of dust and vanished. As soon as he finished speaking, Kangju raised his hand and slashed across the neck of a nearby reporter. The others saw the scene and panicked. The divine king killing people. Holding his blood-stained arm against his chest, the old man turned to look at Taeho and asked, Son, how is your strength now? He opened his palm, a smug smile on his face. He's about to go crazy. He wants to use it immediately. Hearing his son's words, his increasingly intense gaze turned redder, and his voice was full of excitement. Fine. I will let you run free. We will go to Han Nam Dong, where the divine power family is just waiting. Suddenly from afar, Inju stepped forward, clapping his hands loudly to get everyone's attention. I will kill that precious thing right in front of Li Jun and tear it to pieces myself. Staring intently at the two people, he cheerfully said, Great. It seems I arrived just in time. The familiar face made me remember something more clearly. Thanks for watching. Also this video. Could it be? Looking at the person before him, the old man immediately remembered Inju, with his sharp teeth and raised arm, revealing the purpose of their meeting. I have a proposal related to Li Jun. Standing on the ground, Inju glanced at the headless bodies scattered below. The danger had caused quite a spectacular mess. He looked toward a reporter approaching from afar, raising two fingers high. Inju lightly flicked that guy's head, which instantly exploded into nothingness. Standing opposite and witnessing his power, Kangoo tried to steady himself and greeted him. I've heard a lot about you, Inju. It's an honor to meet you today. Hearing the old man's words, he quickly turned his head and offered a gentle smile in response. I hear you're heading to Hanam wrong. I won't hide anything. Kangoo. Don't face Inju and tell him the whole story. Yes. That bastard Li Jun destroyed the royal clan. I will take revenge at any cost. But you only asked the old man one simple question. How? Currently, the members of the imperial clan are lying in hospital beds. Some survivors have also had their dantian destroyed and are hospitalized. And all the family executives have been killed. Inju frowned slightly and explained the most important issue to Kangoo. Above all, that what just happened would cause the major clans in Korea to hear that the Demon King was slaughtering the reporters. Mr. Man Gien Kamdoan said, maybe he has become stronger, but can he really face all those families? The hidden implication was immediately understood by the old man, who questioned back, what exactly do you mean? Teacher Kangoo understood the issue clearly and didn't beat around the bush. Inju widened his eyes and proposed cooperation, saying he would lend his strength but with one condition. Back at the school in the private room, Li Jun stands in front of the 5 people to announce that the special class will go to the Red Cliff Gate. I can't sit still. I quickly stand up from the chair, pounding my hand on the table. Isn't the Shish-san Gate the Red Zone Gate? And it's also an unexplored gate. You remember the time you went alone through the Kich-sun Gate to visit Geo, needing at least 100 fully matured awakening experts to form a dual team to clear the Red Zone Gate. A difficult problem is how enough people can double-team the special class alone. Li Jun's face remains calm as he confidently states that it is possible. That very gate is exactly where the special class needs to train right now. But it seems she also doesn't agree with your opinion. Chairman, on this side, after some thought, Ming Sung looked a bit worried, but still agreed. I trust Teacher Li Jun. Let him do as he wishes. What do the other teachers think? Na Hyun, stunned, shouted out loud. Chairman, are you really going to send the student to his death? While sitting calmly on the chair, also making your own decision. Everyone here knows Li Jun's abilities, and since he has made up his mind, I have no objections. One after another, approvals were given, and I also did not object. So let Li Jun do as he wishes. After a moment of observation, he seemed to understand her feelings. Quickly, Li Jun spoke to reassure Na Hyun immediately. Na Hyun, I know you genuinely care about the students, but please trust me, and my students as well. Seeing that, I don't want to give too much either, so I sighed and accepted the situation. Fine. I don't intend to oppose it, but shouldn't we get the parents' approval first? If anything happens, all the blame will fall on Musago. Seeing everyone still hesitating, Min Sung sat on the bench and offered an idea. I actually have a suggestion for that. The next morning, Li Jun's entire group of students entered the school, still thinking about the plan, and then the attack on the Shish-sun Gate by the special class was decided. The Crimson Gate is a barrier that requires a team of 100 or more to attack, and the Musago special class will be the first to challenge it with just a few people. He looked up at the drone camera flying overhead. Perhaps that's why this gate. Then remember Min Sung's words and ideas from yesterday. A suggestion from Chairman Han Min Sung to live stream the Quadroni Gate to reassure parents that their children are safe. But clearly it was just for promoting the special class. Thinking all that through, Li Jun's eyes have become dark circles under the eyes, under a lot of pressure, although some people seem to enjoy it. Jungian behind him can't help but look at his face. After a while, in front of the towering red magma mountains surrounding the Crimson Gate, Li Jun at the front of the line turns back to remind the group behind him. Okay, now we are inside the gate. Walk carefully and move to the middle point. Everyone seems to have understood his instructions. Hyuk Jin and Han Ji Yu used the skills Li Jun taught them to run ahead and scout the situation. Feeling lighter than before, this is the result of their training. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide as if he had seen something ahead. Facing them now was a luxurious and neat house, with a house inside the gate that looked so beautiful. Hyuk Jin couldn't hide his emotions, eyes wide with amazement as he looked around. Inside was also very clean, and Li Jun followed to introduce further, saying this is the central point. The whole house echoes with admiration. And there's even a bathroom, all thanks to the owl. With everyone praising it, his face turned red. I built it for everyone. What do you think? Do you like it? Well, I guess I was right to tell Taegu to do everything. Looking at the girls, Li Jun announced their options. There are enough rooms for everyone, so please choose a room. Li Jun-gyeon immediately decided I'll choose the room next to Jun, but Han Ji-woo, jealous, snapped, who gave you permission? Seeing that Hee-sul remained silent, he urged him to choose a room quickly. Hee-sul, do you want this room? Go check it out. All done. Li Jun announced. We will stay inside the gate for the next 2 weeks. So get ready. Hyuk-jin and Eun-bi turned to look from afar. Then after a while, inside the luxurious and spacious house for your group, all the students are sitting on the ground, looking up at Li Jun as he announces that the training session in this red zone gate will last for 2 weeks. Until then, we won't leave the gate no matter what happens. Enduring is the only way to wipe it out. To avoid questions, you look at Ki Yong-jin. So please, ma'am, explain. She sat there and started introducing to the group that there was only one exercise, called the Team Spirit exercise. Ki Yong-jin's voice echoed throughout the room, simply saying it was about strengthening team spirit. Eun-bi looked at Han Ji-woo a bit surprised. Ah, team spirit. After her words, Li Jun reports that the opponent will be a shadow demon from the depths of darkness. And as he finishes speaking, someone from the group seated below suddenly stands up. What? Mr. Xe is coughing so much that his face is covered in sweat. Jun shakes his head firmly and insists it's impossible. We need at least a level A to fight it. It's a very strong monster. Only they can stand against it. Your teacher's attitude. I lightly furrow my brow and question. This is the only way to improve skills quickly. Aren't you here already risking your life to train? So what you're saying makes sense. And Mr. Ho's coughing is also true. But still, to save time, Li Jun spread his palm, a glowing magic circle beneath his feet. And before facing the dark abyss, there is something everyone needs to learn. That is the Silver Tiger Chain Attack formation. If you master this formation, even at your current level, you can defeat the dark abyss. Mr. Jin straightened up and looked at him without taking his eyes off, quickly asking his questions. The chain formation is the standard attack formation of the school. Right. So is the Silver Tiger a upgraded version? When Mr. Jin nodded and explained beside him, he immediately told him that teacher Li Jun reviewed the original and created a new attack formation. First, I will demonstrate. To begin the training, she asked the following names to step forward with their weapons: Hee-seol, Park Eun-bi, Seo Yeji, and Nam Seong-ho. Please come to the front. A training plan has been laid out by Mr. Jin, so follow it. When I attack, the 3 around Hee-seol just need to block my strikes. And from above, she will descend with her sword begin. A straight slash aimed at Seo Young-ho, who is kneeling and trembling in fear, without giving him time to breathe. Mr. Jin swings his sword for the next strike. She even managed to block the remaining darts coming from Seo Yeji. Having just watched the fight, Li Jun continuously teaches his students that the key to the White Tiger chain is never to stop attacking the enemy. Back in the fight, as Mr. Jin tightly grips his sword and charges straight at Eun-bi. The moment the attacks pause, the entire team will collapse. Remember that. The one in the middle will seize the opening and deliver a fatal blow. Don't forget to remind Hee-seo. Your position is the most important. Hee-seo quickly nodded and obeyed yes. When Mr. Jin leapt into the air, he was surrounded by him, Seo Yeji and Seo Young-ho. Suddenly, something unknown made her lose her vigilance, her eyes wide open. Seizing the opportunity, Hee-seo drew her sword, charged forward, and delivered a few strikes at Ki Yong-jin before landing. After the attack, he bowed his head, his face darkening as he thought to himself, I did it, I really did it. Hee-seo looked over at her from afar, sure that she had defeated them all. One strike. Ki Yong-jin's face had a light scratch that Li Jun brought medicine for. This is a healing item. Thank you. You didn't forget to praise Young for kneeling on the ground. The first attempt was very good. Well done. Hee-seo blushed all over. Thank you. Seeing that the whole group had mastered their skills, Li Jun turned around and suggested that we continue training until dinner. When the sun sets, we will face real battles. So everyone get ready. And they all immediately agreed without hesitation. And so, the challenge begins for your group. And tonight marks the first night at Sikseon Gate, where darkness falls amidst towering mountains and glowing red lava. Li Jun with his backpack leading the way. He turned to remind Hee Yong-jin, Jun Ki-yong following behind. It's getting dark, so everyone please, watch your step. You couldn't wait any longer, and asked how much longer Jun would be. But Li Jun signaled with his hand to his lips. Shushing, tell her to look far away, and keep her eyes on that direction. Tham Yen Tich and his subordinates are floating in the air. He Yongjin was briefly captivated by its beauty. Tham Yen Tich Ha looks not like a human, but also so beautiful. Seeing their expressions, Jun Ki Yong gently reminded them, "Hey, that's a monster." The noise from both of them made Li Jun speak up. "Quiet down." He gently opens his backpack, and Lam Lam peeks out from inside. "We need to deal with those siren monsters first." Li Jun quickly puts it down, trusting Lam Lam completely, relying on the kid. Tham Yen Tich's subordinates seem to sense something, their faces covered in sweat. Lam Lam's task is to hold them in place, as different monsters have their own hierarchy. Lam Lam rushes forward, opening her mouth wide and aiming straight at them. If ordinary red-tier monsters see a red boss monster like Lam Lam, their entire bodies will freeze and they won't be able to move. At this moment, only Tham Yen Tich is standing there, closing its frightened eyes, and we will attack Tham Yen Tich when the opportunity arises. Seizing the opportunity, your group's team surrounded from all sides, with Team 2 forming the Silver Tiger attack formation, while Hai Seo held his sharp sword tightly. Awaiting orders, the opportunity has come. He swung a powerful strike directly at Tham Yen Tich, but was blocked. It all relied on Tham Yen Tich's strong arm, using it as a weapon. His master is under attack. Lam Lam's subordinates are getting anxious. Don't let them get close to Tham Yen Tich. Damn it. I can't move. Standing outside and observing, Li Jun ordered everyone to defend together when He So was attacked, and the others followed the EAG's command immediately. The four of them surrounded Tham Yen Tich without leaving a step, while the students from the special class attacked Tham Yen Tich for 2 hours. Finally, Hai Seo discovered its weakness and delivered a fatal blow. After 2 hours, Hai Seo found an opening and attacked Tham Yen Tich with his demon mirror, and the special class successfully defeated Tham Yen Tich for the first time. The mirror in your hand emits a dazzling blue light, and Li Jun's face shows clear surprise, teeth clenched as the demon mirror finally shines. With your master arriving beside you, besides the divine sword, it is also the best weapon in the world. But so far its full potential has not been unleashed. Not far away, after completing the mission, he was breathing heavily with the group, and Li Jun guessed that this meant the mirror had acknowledged Hai So, and the elder also agreed. So I think that's the case. To give the group a rest, he slowly approached and suggested, "Everyone is good. The rest leave it to me and the lady to handle." Li Jun calmly announced that there are 9 more challenges waiting ahead, and Hyuk Jin looked confused, asking how there could be 9 more challenges after just defeating Tham Yen Tich. Change the attitude of the whole group. Then you continue to lower your tone and turn around to explain. There's no way this big gate is only guarded by Tham Yen Tich. According to the report, there are 9 more. Vang Li kept complaining. "No. I'm going to die." Li Jun immediately reminded him to stop complaining and head back to the base. The drone camera hovering in the air was recording everything that had just happened. Back in a room, Chairman Mi Sung is watching Hiso through a camera. Then she looked at Ji Woo and asked, "Secretary 5, did they really kill a red-level monster?" She nodded in response. "Maybe so." Ji Woo begins to describe and briefly introduce Hiso's background on the screen. A novice awakening who defeated a red-level monster. This has never happened before. And that student is wielding a large mirror sword. That's Hiso. A first-year student. Mi Sung reached out to touch his chin, clearly surprised and worried, as he's always been by Li Jun's side. He wasn't very remarkable before, but that swordsmanship technique seems to be a technique from the royal clan. Hiso's sword-fighting stance kept lingering in his mind. Yes, but it was more powerful than the forms the Sword King had ever performed. It was definitely the imperial sword technique that the emperor had desperately been searching for all along. Hearing this, the person next to Ji Woo, holding a device with documents, asked loudly, if Hiso truly mastered that technique, what would happen? Mi Sung turned around and explained to her that if the Divine King was still alive, Hiso's life would be in danger. Suddenly, Ji Woo's eyes widened as she looked at the screen and announced, "The Divine King. The chairman. Look at this." The latest information shocked Mi Sung. The Demon King has appeared in Incheon. What returning to Incheon? A group of people lie dead on the ground, fallen from Kangyu's sword. Looking around, the old man slightly smiled with a very satisfied look. From above, Kangyu observed as the entire city seemed to fall into chaos. I've gone this far and the divine power still hasn't revealed itself. So maybe there's been a real change in the divine power's inner circle recently. The monsters controlled by him are attacking civilians all over the streets. I didn't even need to borrow troops from Ainju. Everything has become so easy, not far away. On the screen, a journalist is updating the latest news, showing the group of the Divine King attacking the civilians recklessly. The Awakened have been sent to the Divine Power and the alliance of 15 clans. But they also suffered heavy losses. Looking at his father, Tiho couldn't help but wonder about Inju's actions. But why did Inju lend us his power? Even Kangyu couldn't understand. Who knows what his true plan is? The old man looked seriously into the distance, promising the man beside him that now all that mattered was the Divine Power clan and crushing Li Jun and his family. Inju has given us a precious opportunity. Let's go and destroy the Divine Power. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice from afar interrupted to question Kangyu, asking who he was trying to defeat. No one dares to speak up to the Tao King but Li Jun's father, Jianmu. But first he probably has to step over this old man's corpse. Seeing him appear, Kangyu turned back with a faint mocking smile, as if to say, "Who is this?" "The clan master himself coming to greet me. We are also on our way to visit him now. You already know. Your son owes a bit to our family." Hearing that, Jianmu apologized to the old man on behalf of the boy, hoping for his understanding. He's just a rebellious kid. Behind him, Hyungjun was worried. "Have you been able to contact Li Jun yet?" The information was reported immediately, but he didn't respond. His face covered in sweat, he clenched his teeth and ordered, "And he's probably still at the gate. Contact Musa, go right now." Hyungjun hurriedly approached Xianmu, gently placing his hand on his shoulder and suggesting that this place be left to our Heavenly King team. With a serious expression, he firmly told Xianmu that we will hold them off until Li Jun returns. "Please take care of your health." Then, he entrusted everything to Hyungjun, relying on him. On this side, with a confident attitude, Taeho asks Kangyu, "Dad, can I make the first move?" "Is that okay?" The old man hesitates a bit, wondering if it's allowed. He chuckled confidently with an arrogant smile and boldly replied, "Of course. You want to see just how strong you really are." Seeing his son like that, Kangyu decided to let him try once to assess his ability. "Fine. I allow it. But remember, you have to kill Than Qian." As soon as he finished speaking, Taeho swiftly swung his sword forward like a gust of wind. The boy understood. The man raised his sword high and slashed fiercely at Hyungjun, blocking in front. Seeing him dodge the attack, Taeho quickly sheaths his sword, lightly smiles. "Long time no see. Divine power." Hyungjun saw Taeho's indifferent face and clearly looked annoyed. It doesn't seem like the right time to greet. He slightly bows and looks at him with a challenging gaze. "Can we consider him a king declaring war on divine power?" Taeho immediately bursts into a fierce laugh. "Is this also considered a battle? With a monster behind him opening its mouth to swallow a person? As you can see, the divine power was defeated before the fight even began." The scene in front of him makes Hyungjun feel a bit worried. What is inside those monsters? Clearly, they escaped from within the gate. Seizing the opportunity, Taeho tightly gripped his sword and charged quickly at him for a surprise attack. "You emperors have relied on and been supported by someone. Right, you already know who." Hyungjun was startled by that action, his mind racing. Now was the time to show the strength Li Jun had trained for him. Bit by bit, regaining his composure, he quickly crouched, raised his hand to channel his inner energy, and as the Emperor's previous battle raged on, as the shield of divine power, "I will do my best." Standing outside and observing, Kang Gi-yu clearly shows a puzzled expression about that source of power. That strength is the Divine King's magic. As if recalling something, the old man's eyes bulge with red veins. "No. Could it be the celestial sovereign divine art?" Kang Gi-yu quickly shouted, warning his son facing Hyungjun. "Tiho, be careful. Don't be complacent. I'm not worried. Fighting him is one thing. But I remind my teammates around us, the celestial team, to kill all those attacking with divine power." A few meters away, Hyungjun's group is fighting the monsters. There, back to on. An intense battle is about to erupt between Hyungjun and the arrogant Tiho, the leader of the 15 clans of the Union. Representing their clans, sits at the meeting table. Gigon places his hand on his chin, with a worried expression, and asks around, "What is everyone planning to do now?" Someone at the top of the table suggested an idea. "The Demon King is committing mass slaughter. Shouldn't we expel him from the Union?" A person slammed the table and asked, "What's going on with those monsters? If it weren't for Shinji Jiga, things would be much worse." Shinji Jiga, leader of the squad, Jiga at the table forced a nervous laugh and said, "You're exaggerating." Suddenly, someone in the meeting slammed their hand down on the table to show their anger. As the representative of the family now, that man questioned Jiga. "So what now? I mean, are we going to sit here and watch her?" The North Ron Exiop and the Blood Clan continue. Before he could speak, Jiga interrupted. "The four great clans aside, but if they let a weaker clan like ours offend the Tao King..." John Zio Op listens with a helpless expression. These cowardly people are also part of the 15 Great Clans Alliance. Unbelievable. He grits his teeth and speaks out. "Is that all you can say? Truly pathetic." It didn't stop there. John Zio looked directly at the group at the meeting table, criticizing them openly. And even now, as the losses continue to grow, who knows how long the Divine Power Clan can hold out. She steadied herself and calmly explained that it was not that we didn't want to help the Divine Clan. His face clearly showed fear, sweating as he softly said, "It's just that the Divine Force side is trembling. We don't need to get involved." Suddenly, a man kicked the door open and stormed in. At first glance, everyone immediately recognized that Sword King Chun-Sik frowned and shouted loudly, pointing at those present at the table to question, "Do you know how many people have lost their lives out there?" Chun-Sik's words shame the noble families into pretending to be silent. This is why the common people despise the noble families. Because people like you only care about your own gains and losses. Their attitude made me so angry that I shouted out loud, "If you are truly warriors, you should know what to prioritize first." Chun-Sik looked at his son, John Seawolf, then quickly stood up and nodded in agreement. He said little, turned and left, then told John Seawolf behind him to go outside and protect the people, and he hurried after him. Yes, thus, father and son Chun-Sik left the meeting room feeling extremely disappointed and ashamed. Above the rooftop, the fierce battle between Hyungjun and Taeho was raging intensely. Outside, Kangyu kept watching and nodding in praise, impressed that he could keep up with Taeho. Suddenly, the old man blinked as if sensing something. John Mew rushes from afar, sword in hand, confronting Kangyu. Oh my. His men are fighting fiercely for him, yet he doesn't seem to value his life. He still hasn't forgotten to keep Hyungjun fighting his own son. That guy seems to have learned some kind of strange martial art. But he's still no match for Taeho. But it seems John Mew still trusts you. He just gently smiles and replies, "Isn't it you who is using that strange martial art?" He grabs Kangyu by the collar and questions him. "The swirling aura around your body, what kind of demon art is that?" "Some kind of magic from Sumerian." Hearing that, Kangyu still firmly denied it. "Magic? Do you think I'm an idiot who would learn such things?" Without another word, John Mew swung his sword fiercely at the man denying it. With a determined look at Kangyu, he remained firmly convinced that not only had they invaded the domain of divine power and those monsters, but surely the person had allied with outsiders. The old man shouted angrily with veins bulging on his neck, "If you think this is ordinary demonic power, then your understanding is too limited." The moment the sword strike landed, Kangyu suddenly vanished before John Mew's eyes. What was that? It was his teleportation technique that made him look sinister, bowing his head in confusion before disappearing. Suddenly from above, Kangyu's fists with red palms aimed straight at John Mew, and he will have to find the answer himself. Back in the Red Mountain Gate area, Jun Gion and Han Ji-woo, after a moment of fighting, have completed the blue score sheets that appeared. Ignoring the green notification sheets, Lee Jun's eyes showed deep contemplation as he stood still. Not far from him, the beetle-shaped monster lay unconscious on the ground. This is our 10th ambush in this quiet, secluded place. This is the last one at the gate. Looking at all the students, Lee Jun asked loudly, "Is there anyone who still hasn't awakened their trait?" Hyuk Jin, with a sad expression, raised his hand to report to him, "Hey, it's me." Standing on the ground with his hands on his hips, Lee Jun looked at him with a puzzled expression. "How unlucky can you be?" Hyuk Jin responds nonchalantly, "Probably because the teacher isn't skilled enough." The students doubted his abilities, so he turned around and walked away calmly. Best if he never wakes up at all. Lee Jun's actions surprised him. Is he really going to abandon the students like that? Hearing that, he quickly turned around to clearly explain to Hyuk Jin, "Don't give up. If the training is too hard, just don't run away." Then he ordered all the students covered in mud to go rest at the base. Rest and prepare for the next training session. Suddenly from above, their camera started making noise throughout the journey. "Teacher Lee Jun, please check your messages immediately." Seeing its function, Jun Gyun couldn't help but be surprised. Does that drone have a built-in connection feature? Li Jun quickly brought the camera close to his face. He quickly turned the camera forward, and a news screen appeared, showing that the Demon King had appeared in Incheon, leading a horde of monsters. With the current estimated death toll, Jun Gyeon immediately remembered that Incheon was the place of the body strength. Hyukjin looked at him, but Li Jun remained silent. You look up at the screen with a gentle smile on your face. So this is how he wanted to do it. On the screen, Jun Gyeon's determined face stares directly into your eyes, along with the information from the other end of the line. Li Jun, are you still there? Li Jun, the more I think about it, the more I feel I should tell you. So I decided to contact you about the clan's strength and the awakening techniques of each family. Currently, Teacher Li Jun, if you're listening, please respond. Seeing his father's image, Li Jun's eyes widened with worry. Dad. Dad. He quickly responded to Min Sung on the other side, then looked over when Chairman Jun. I am listening. Thank you for letting me know. Sister. You understand the situation. So she nodded and suggested to him, go ahead. Holding Lam Lam in her arms, Li Jun told everyone around her instructions before leaving. I need to go out for a bit. Keep the students here to practice around the area. As long as Lam Lam is present, the monsters won't dare come close. Seeing you leave alone, Jun Gyeon was very worried and held your hand tightly, suggesting Jun, come with me. Beside her, Hai Seol also wants to help Li Jun. You've become strong enough. You won't be a burden. Please let me support you. Seeing everyone's sincerity, he was deeply moved, but had to decline. Thank you all. But it's okay. The class hasn't ended yet. And without me, it will still go on. And so Li Jun left the Red Mountain Gate alone, leaving the students behind. Because this battle only makes sense if I go alone. Using his movement technique, he sped across the buildings incredibly fast. Li Jun seemed to sense the power of the surrounding purple auras, with the air filled with chi everywhere. Such intense energy is at level S. Immersed in those energies, he also understood the problem. It seems that way. This is why he still hasn't responded or made any move. Li Jun keeps moving forward, rushing deep into Incheon City as two enormous energies clash endlessly, one belonging to the Tao King, the other to the Father. After a while, he stood on a rooftop, looking down below. The street was deserted. Only Kang Gi-woo and Ji-won-mu slumped on the ground. His whole body is now covered with wounds on his face. Thinking to himself, it will end soon. The opponent on the other side of the road smiles smugly and mocks. Rude. All your training efforts are wasted. He reached for his chest and realized he couldn't move his body. Blood was pouring from his nose and mouth as he looked at Kang Gi-woo and demanded, what did you do to my body? Hearing that, the old man reached out with his hand on the opposite side of his face, emitting a cloud of red smoke, and Ngaetho said, I didn't do anything. This is a special technique. I didn't just give up the throne for no reason. Kang Gi-woo still boldly declared to Ji-won-mu that he would die slowly and painfully. With his nose lightly pinched to stop the bleeding, he remained calm in the face of the old man's threats, listening to both of them. Because I will kill before you do. Kang Gi-woo clenched his teeth, but didn't notice Li Jun behind him charging with a spear, as his son raised the weapon to strike. Kang Gi-woo moved behind him, and stopped. Hearing those words, he froze. Seeing that, Kang Ji-woo shouted at Li Jun, if you come any closer, your father won't have a life to go back to. Ignoring the old man's words, he raised his spear, and then, if that's the case, a palm strike toward the Min, leaving no time for Nai to dodge. Hitting him straight into the wall. Caught off guard, he shouted at Li Jun. Li Jun, you dog, how dare you hit me? Hyung Jun. And another person ran towards Li Jun. Master Captain. Seeing the two of them, Li Jun smiled faintly. You've held out this long. Good job. I'm a bit late. Huh. I'll take care of the remaining monsters and evacuate the civilians. Leave it to you two. Kang Gyu nervously calls out to his injured son, Taemin, as Kim Byom rushes over to help him and says, let me treat your wound. Kim Byom looked at Taemin's wounds and said, Taemin, your hand. He looked at his own bloodied, scratched arm, probably from the hit earlier, that bastard Li Jun. Kang Gyu with a cold stare looks at Li Jun, enunciating each word. You bastard. Don't you see your father lying beneath my feet? Li Jun sneers defiantly. Then come on. Kill me. In a moment, your face was full of murderous intent. But in return, I will kill every member of the Empire here, including you. The old man stepped harder on Gyeon-mu, causing him pain. Fine. Let's see how long you can endure this. The old man's foot presses harder and harder, making him unable to endure, and he spits out blood. His face is full of glee. I destroyed your father's land. And now what are you going to do? Kang Yu hadn't finished speaking when he looked at Li Jun's expression in shock. Eyebrows raised, wondering why he was smiling. Tian Lao wondered as he watched Li Jun take off the ring, then looked at Kang Yu with a smirk, saying, however far you want to play, I'll go with you. Old Man Thien warned Li Jun to be careful not to be possessed by that power, as he reached out to Timin and replied yes. Timin was extremely terrified and unable to control his own body. Screaming in horror, my body was roughly lifted by Li Jun. Timin's eyes were filled with panic. Unable to run, he coldly looked at him and blamed his foolish father. Timin shouted to Kang Yu, Dad, save me. The old master was stunned, speechless. Timin is now motionless on the ground. Li Jun says, don't worry, I haven't killed him yet. I just wanted to make sure his hand was completely ruined. People often say that a swordsman's life depends on his hands. Right, well, you also destroyed my father's dantian. Let's call it a draw then. Kang Yu, hearing that, swung his sword at Li Jun. You bastard. He went berserk and charged at him. I have to kill you. Kang Yu raises his high sword. Anyone related to you, I will cut them to pieces. And then, he unleashes his ultimate move, striking fiercely at Li Jun. Kang Yu looked at Li Jun and shouted, he's gone. The strike caused a massive explosion. Hyung Jun frowned as he watched the battle on this side. That terrifying power is almost impossible unless it's an S-rank false awakening. Young master. The two others looked on in amazement. He's not even human. Is the clan leader okay? Amid the loud shout, clan leader Li Jun struggled to withstand his attack. Nguyen clenched his teeth. Dao Vuong. During his retreat he has cultivated unimaginable power. To fight him, I need more strength from the destroyer blade. The elder worries and calls Li Jun. Disciple. I understand. Another strike comes down, but you easily dodge it. He warns you again. Be careful not to get caught in the heavenly destruction trap. I already told you. I know. Master. Li Jun sneered and looked at Kang Yu. So you talk big but that's all you've got. He got angry, raising his sword towards you again. You bastard. You half-witted fool. You dare to fight me too. Arrogant idiot. Pain splits into many branches. But your voice remains calm. That statement was only made because you are stronger than your opponent. And around Li Jun, a strange power begins to emanate. Feeling this aura, Kang Yu broke out in sweat. This energy is not a fragment of divine destruction. This is real primordial divine magic. The energy of primordial body magic dominating this place. The old man shouted at Li Jun, who appears noble. But you yourself have also learned dark magic. Kang Yu shouted loudly. Dark magic. Master. Disciple. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and beat that guy like a pro. Li Jun gathered a mist around Kang Yu. It seems the master also heard it. The master narrowed his eyes. I must dodge. Kang Yu grits his teeth and curses. Damn it. I'm trapped in the fog he released and can't escape. He screams out. Infinite void technique. And immediately the old man receives a deadly blow. Kang Yu was thrown back and slammed into the wall. And the old man couldn't believe it as blood spurted out. Everyone was stunned. Look there. Li Jun looked down at the old man, stood up, and directly challenged his divine power. Is this where you want to fall? Kang Yu clenched his sword trembling. How could this be? I am an S-rank. How could I lose to someone like you? The old man looked at your hand near his face in horror. Do you want me to tell you a very interesting story? Li Jun said, while holding the old man's neck tightly. You're not the only one who knows how to drain blood and internal energy from humans. Then all that could be heard was Kang Yu's agonized screams. The system voice announces that you have absorbed a fragment of Pa Chong Gi. The required intelligence points to unlock Pa Chong Gi have decreased to 250,000 points. Li Jun coldly looked at the aura on his hand. Just as I thought. It was Pa Chong Gi. Seeing this surprising scene, Kang Yu stammered and pointed at Li Jun. He's a demon absorbing internal energy. 10. You. Why did you attack the Emperor? You're on our side too. Aren't you? I hear you like you're listening to a joke. On our side? Huh. Kang Yu lost his temper and shouted. Isn't that demonic technique the one John Ocheon gave you? So you're also a believer of the Lord like me. Li Jun sneered and glanced away. So that Lord is the one pulling the strings behind him. Kang Yu looked devastated. You dare insult me? Li Jun. Li Jun, I will kill you. Even if I have to sell my soul to the devil to keep, I will tear you to pieces. You only speak up to question. That must be how the people he killed felt, helpless, unable to do anything except suffer and hope for a vaccine. Your eyes are full of hatred. Did he spare them back then? Old Jun trembles, covering his mouth. Li Jun raises his hand to summon a stream of black. I'm just doing the same as him, protecting my family like he does. Kang Yu, trembling with shame, stammered, no, I don't want to. Li Jun summoned the dragon, commanding it to charge at Kang Yu. Everyone was stunned by this strange scene. The monsters were retreating. Kibem was speechless. How could this be? The monsters had vanished without a trace. Li Jun, with his cold gaze and fiery red eyes, what the hell have you done? Now Kim Belm realizes that Li Jun is staring at him. He looked at Min, still unconscious. Brother, this is bad. That damn monster dared to touch him. We need to retreat quickly now. Kim Belm hadn't even had time to leave when Li Jun charged at him with a spear, knocking him out with a single strike. While Hyung Jun was still stunned, the person beside him announced that the monsters were beginning to retreat. In the strange atmosphere, Hyung Jun approached Li Jun, the young master. He happily placed his hand on your shoulder. Young master. No. Head of the clan. Everything is settled now. He stared in shock at the neck of the bottle being squeezed. Li Jun suddenly turned around, lifting Hyung Jun with one hand. Clan leader. Elder Tien stood by watching. This little brat is about to be consumed by divine destruction. Old man Tien quickly whispered to Li Jun. Idiot. Don't embarrass me. Stop right now. Seeing the unfamiliar scene, Li Jun was extremely confused. Master, where is this? I just heard my master's voice. Then suddenly an arm reached out. Someone called you unexpectedly. And finally, we meet. Li Jun turned around and saw another Li Jun in front of him. Someone who knew him. And his deep voice asked, You know very well, don't you? How do you know? Because I am a person. And you are also me. Your vague answer makes Li Jun wonder what's going on. Li Jun then smiles softly and replies, I am the great desire hidden within you, persuading and reaching out to you. Your fate is always to walk with me. Let's shed blood together over everything in front of us. Li Jun coldly replied, I know who you are, the Heavenly Destroyer, right? I thought you were very scary, but it turns out you're quite clumsy. You lift your head in disdain, implying that my greed for fame, power, or money is because of you. But actually it would be very complicated. Li Jun tilted his head, and his master would scold him for focusing on irrelevant matters after hearing Li Jun's words. The person in front of me no longer has the mysterious aura from before. On the side, you fool. I am destruction. The craving of a bloodthirsty demon. He screams out. I know it's not easy to sway someone. Now I will take over their mind and body. Let's do it together. Li Jun's words made that Li Jun guy stiffen. What? You didn't hear I said, let's do it together. As you spoke, you reached out to him, surprising Li Jun a little. Weren't you saying it would be troublesome? I scratch my head and say, I mean it would be troublesome if he finds out. I don't want to disappoint my master. The atmosphere became more relaxed, and the two sat down on the ground. Li Jun asked you, why do you like that old martial god? In my opinion, he's always mistreating you. You smile faintly because he cares about me, but you don't realize how terrifying indifference can be. Li Jun turned his back to you and muttered to himself. Who would have known? I am always the center of attention. Li Jun looked at him with a frown. Interested in my master, he frowns. So people tend to think badly of him. If you've been coldly ignored for 10 years, you wouldn't say that. Li Jun seemed to drift into memory. My master was the first to notice me. I may not understand the indifference you speak of, but I know very well what loneliness feels like. Hearing your confession, Tien Diet. I smile. So, I think we will get along very well. No. I am someone else. Li Jun asked, how are we different? You reach out your hand to Li Jun. If you feel lonely now, I can be with you. Li Jun looked doubtful and said you know very well. I am a cruel madman who kills. So why do you still choose to stay with me? Li Jun stood up and replied, because I want to follow my master's path. A path that demands overwhelming strength. You look serious. Even in the final battle. Without their strength, how could we defeat the Tao King? I believe that victory was because we fought together. Li Jun wondered. So he's just like us. He finally agreed. All right. Let's see how he can control this body. I am very confident I can take control of him. Two hands move closer together. The space dissolves, and Li Jun gradually regains consciousness. The first scene, Li Jun regains consciousness in. He is still lifting Hyung Jun high, the clan leader. The clan leader, Hyung Jun. He bowed his head and apologized, saying it was probably because I lost control. Hyung Jun waved his hand, indicating he's fine and okay, and that he would treat this as punishment for not handling the situation before the clan leader returned. The surrounding scene is desolate and ruined. After the clan leader defeated the Dao King, the monsters quickly disappeared, but there were many casualties. What about Dao Vuong? The yen is trying to hold on. And Kim Belm, looking in Hyung Jun's eyes. Li Jun saw Kim Belm lying motionless there. Li Jun remained silent. Attacked by the Heavenly Destroyer. I don't remember killing him. Did it happen when the Heavenly Destroyer took over my consciousness? You promised yourself to always wear the ring from now on and to stop hesitating. Quickly clearing the area and rescuing as many people as possible, Li Jun commanded the surrounding area. The Immortal Elder appeared and asked Li Jun if he was back to his senses yet. Master, you kept calling my name earlier. Right. I think I heard your voice. He bowed. Of course. When my disciple was about to be taken over by that thing, I had to bring that kid out. You smiled brightly and looked up. If you said Tien diet, then we already handled that trouble. Tian Alox tilted his head and saw the window appear in front of him. So it must be true. Li Jun looked in amazement at the system notification. You have subdued the celestial annihilation and the dissection. 10 million points of sacrifice. The destroyer has changed the nature of the primordial divine technique. The division. The infinite supreme energy. Li Jun pondered deeply about this division. The infinite supreme energy. With Elder Xian by his side evaluating him. But then he thought about how someone had subdued that thing. Your inner strength has stabilized and seems even stronger now that the primordial divine technique has reached 8 stars. But the malevolent energy still rages within you. Although the primal forces have suppressed it significantly. Maybe it's time for you to enter the Chaos Gate. Li Jun looked confused, not understanding what he was pondering. From above, a voice echoes. So me? You're right. Inju glances over. That Li Jun. He's truly a disciple of the divine martial arts. Then we're in real danger. Inju asked So Mi how the rebellious heaven was doing, thanks to the Dao King attracting attention. The rebellious heaven formation, a powerful team against the heavenly mechanism, was used to resist or control the 2 divine powers. The voice remains steady despite seeing the chaos around. As the conditions have been met, in front of the 2 of them is a strange formation, and we can prepare just in time. It has already absorbed some blood, so it is still quite small, but it will grow over time. They have set up a rebellion formation in Incheon, to use it to summon the divine Jade and the Lord of Heaven into this world. Inju smiled eerily. Everything was unfolding smoothly. Li Jun seemed to sense something, then looked up at the tall building before turning to ask Tian Lao. You also know about Zhano Chul appearing in Sandong, China, right? Tian Lao approached and whispered, Are those blood demon things? I heard someone called Inju is behind this. And those people are helping with some dark conspiracy. Old Master Tian probably also sensed something. Maybe they are ready now. So what? Nothing. I feel something very ominous. Li Jun seriously suggested that we need to hold a major family meeting. A few days after the Dao King attacked Incheon, clans were sent there to rescue civilians and establish a sanctuary. But the Dao King's actions caused many people to be injured or killed. The people mourned for them and also criticized the Than Luke family for failing to protect them. Li Jun brought the special class students back from the Scarlet Mountain Gate. Hyuk Jin ran into her sister's room holding her phone. Sister, read this article. The article states that after the Dan Tian was destroyed in the Sovereign King's domain, Li Jun became the leading candidate for the next clan leader of the Divine Power. The media is focusing on how the Divine Power will take responsibility for the incident. At the Grand Assembly Hall, the servant respectfully bowed to welcome Li Jun. The loud announcement echoed, drawing everyone's attention to him. The leader of the Divine Power clan. The day Li Jun arrived, he smiled and nodded towards him. The speaker is the leader of the Dark Realm, Deng Su-ho. So the news is true. The Dantian of the King of Power has been destroyed. No matter how talented he is, he's just a kid who became the head of the clan. Li Jun interrupted the ongoing conversations about him after Dao Vuong's attack in Incheon. There is a character named John Ocheon. Just one line of dialogue. And surprise gradually appears on the faces of those sitting here. John Ochan. Seeing the doubt in many people's eyes, Li Jun explained. Just think of them as those who want to destroy this world. Recently, I faced one of their members. And indeed, they are not easy to turn against. He crossed his arms and spoke seriously. Dao Vuong is just a puppet of theirs. I don't know their true purpose. But Li Jun's eyes are sharp. They definitely want to cause us great harm. If everyone who is awakened, including the 5 great clans, does not unite and fight together, we won't be able to defeat John Ocheon. Lee Jun nodded in confirmation. This time it's Ocheon. And maybe next time South Korea will be the next victim. Everyone fell silent and listened to Lee Jun. Today I want to share a few things. Just this once. Let's unite our strength to fight against John Ocheon and protect this country. Old Chun-sik was the first to agree. And we are united in our strength. Min Sung also agreed. And we do too. The person sitting nearby gently reminded us that if it could prevent major losses, we would do anything. Gradually, everyone raised their hands in support. Lee Jun was very pleased that everyone was united like this. So let's work together to consider measures to deal with the hidden places across the city for the people to evacuate to. When the hideouts are ready, I will inform you. Min Sung was about to leave when he heard Lee Jun call out, "President, there's one more thing. I think I need to pause the special class for now. Who would have expected you to become the clan leader so early?" And he just sighs. Is Lee Jun asking because he's busy with the position of clan leader? Maybe it's because you feel guilty about what happened in Incheon. And in Lee Jun's eyes, there's a look of guilt. Well, I also need to keep an eye on John Ocheon, a teacher who can't even protect a city. I'll just take some time to think things over. Can someone explain it to the students for me? The man sighed helplessly. Fine. If you feel that way, I won't insist. Min Sung happily pats your shoulder and says, then forget it. Just think of this as a vacation trip. You can return to that place whenever you want. So don't worry. He smiled happily and waved with a bright smile. You are now a teacher at our Musago. Lee Jun bowed and watched Min Sung leave. Old Master Thien appears, noticing Lee Jun's unusual aura. His disciple. As his energy rises in greeting, Lee Jun lowered his head and apologized, saying that whenever he couldn't control his emotions, he also couldn't control his aura. He frowned. Those symptoms are almost universal among those who possess divine destruction. The ring also has its limits, and for someone to enter the chaotic gate is only a matter of time. The boy asked doubtfully. The chaos gate. And old Qian replied, a place created to develop chaos divine technique. As a person's level increases, the aura of heavenly destruction also grows. If a person practicing chaotic divine magic reaches 9 stars inside the chaos gate, they will completely control the destruction of the heavens. You stammer in amazement. 9 stars. You reconsider this. Yes. If I have to face John Ocheon, this power won't be enough. I need to become stronger. Elder Qian guided Lee Jun to take the Blood God map, and the system voice echoed, the Blood God map has been unlocked. Activate SSS. With SSS difficulty. The map leads to the hiding place of the Blood God and his disciples. The Blood God map has been activated. Lee Jun touches the spot on the map. The Chaos Gate is here. Seorexen. Gangwon-do. Lee Jun observes from the middle platform below. He lands in a cave, using the map to find the entrance nearby. Behind Lee Jun, the map floats forward and drifts into the space ahead. A flash of light creates a path for you. Oh, I see. The elder gently reminds you. Just go inside. You reach out your hand. Yes, your eyes are struck by a powerful beam of light shining directly on your face. System message. You have entered an abnormal area. Chaotic gate. Lee Jun is amazed by the beauty of this place, which is more magnificent than the cracked temple from last time. You glance at the master beside you, twitching the corner of your mouth as you ask, Master, why is this place so vast? Did you create it just to stay here alone? Old man Qian looked at his surroundings with a gaze like he was looking at a fool and said, Of course the Wind Sect, founded by the greatest people of the era, has to be grand. Even those weaker than me have a faction as big as Mount Ko. We walk and talk, and to me this place is small. Are you surprised your influence is greater than mine? Master, that's because their ambitions are still too small. Lee Jun doesn't know where to start either. So, what should we do first? His voice is steady. Listen first before exploring. It's behind the largest hall. Here, you follow the footsteps of Elder Qian. Lee Jun steps into the main hall. Oh, it's larger than I thought. Once again, you are amazed by the luxury here. You glance around and can't help but wonder who is so handsome. Old Master Thien clears his throat and says, You also think he's handsome, right? Lee Jun hesitates. Could it be? Is that him? He responded nonchalantly. That's your master. You kept pointing at the painting and then at your master. And finally you shouted, He's threatening the artist. Right. Old man Qian glared at him. This kid is too cheeky. refusing to admit that your handsome master. Huh, Li Jun turned around. No. I'm just surprised. Who knew he was so handsome in his youth? No more arguing with him. All the faces in the nearby paintings have been burned off. Those are the people who turned their backs on the master. Li Jun stared blankly as the main task, chaotic ability, appeared suddenly on the window. SS difficulty. Chaotic martial arts can become fire, water, or even nature. Only by mastering all these traits can you be recognized as a true heir of chaos. Master all the traits to prove you are the heir of chaos. Complete the condition. Pass through the first gate, and earn the power for the second gate. The breath of death. Li Jun looked back at the person beside him, confused about the fire, water, and nature. He was just told to go through the door, and then he would understand. So if you don't want to die, get ready properly. This is the first gate of the Chaos Gate. The breath of death. Li Jun was startled to see the door suddenly appear. Huh. I didn't see anything earlier. Where did this gate come from? The old fairy beside him spoke, saying that after passing the test, the second gate would appear. He lit his staff in hand, and said, so the gate of the dead, huh? Then what does that have to do with nature? Li Jun marveled in surprise. It's so dark, I can't see anything. It reminds me of when I talked with the Heavenly Destroyer. When he opened his eyes, Li Jun found himself in a different space. The mechanical sounds are steady. You have entered the first gate of the death path. Only Chaos, Divine Magic, SSS, and Celestial King, Divine Magic SSS can be used. All effects of the traits have been nullified, and the power of the 4 divine treasures has been disabled. The temporary seal has been secured, and the window displayed a series of notifications. Li Jun no longer paid attention to the window and started to walk around, walking and marveling. Such a vast space exists inside that small building, and the atmosphere is completely different from outside. Master, Li Jun called out as if he couldn't see the immortal old man. Li Jun leaned on his hip in frustration, wondering what to do now. He suddenly realized something. An endless pile. And finally sent someone over. So the death god's vow is being fulfilled. Suddenly, 3 strangers appeared before you, and the thoughts kept circling here. So the death god's vow is being fulfilled. Thonlong briefly wondered who this was. This woman's human side. It didn't feel right. Li Jun also slowly stepped forward, lost in thought. Just passing the time, Brother Vu spoke. We've waited a long time, and finally, that day has fulfilled the promise made long ago. He replied, I don't know about that yet, but I still want to hold on to hope for that day. Ben asked, what are you talking about? And who are you all? Thon Long calmly said, and you will find out. Then he swung his sword and charged forward. Let's get started now. Li Jun was confused but quickly got into position. Even if I didn't understand everything, all I had to do was defeat you guys. Uncle Took said. That's right. As long as you defeat the 4 spirit guardians, you are the chosen one. So you must be very confident. You still seem confused. Wondering about the 4 spirit guardians, Li Jun briefly thought, could they be fire, water, and nature mentioned earlier? The system appears, allowing only primitive divine techniques to be used. All special abilities are disabled, and the Tamlam body is sealed. Li Jun ponders. Do I really have to fight with just basic skills? It's okay. As long as we have the primal divine magic, we'll be fine. Bakho rushed from behind to Ben and asked, ready yet? I will go first. The girl finished speaking and immediately charged like the wind. Bakho delivered a divine stomp kick to Li Jun's face. He suddenly thought, the strength and speed are incredible. Even though I defended with Muguki, it still broke. Based on the appearance and foot movements, this is probably Bakho. The girl is very passionate. She's coming now. Li Jun briefly thought. Too heavy. Is that what the 4 spirit guardians are like? Bakho seems very determined to win this fight. He smirks confidently. Not bad. Usually protected by Muguki, but the blocker just blocks with nothing. The little girl confidently replied. Your Muguki is only like a cat scratch compared to Mugukja. Hey. You're reacting too indifferently. Haven't you always relied too much on your abilities? Thonlong said. It seems only Bakho alone can handle him. Huyenvu replied. It's not over yet. Li Jun was beaten so badly that he was criticized for his wounds. But his unwavering spirit made him say, not bad at all. Li Jun weakly said. Muguksha seems to know my master. Bakho replied. Of course. That's why you're stuck here. Do you want to keep fighting? Hopefully the second match will be more exciting. 2 days later. It seemed the battle was nearing its end. Both Bakho and Li Jun were exhausted. And the girl asked, "Are you giving up? You've fought 5,000 times already. When will you finally give up?" Li Jun remained silent, then suddenly raised his leg, surprising Bak Ho. "You still keep that bright, challenging smile. I'm still full of energy. Keep going." Bak Ho unexpectedly replied, "Your endurance is impressive too." From above, Thon Long and Huinvu watch closely, assessing. His stance has improved significantly compared to the beginning. There has been progress. If it were him, he might master the 12th star of the primordial divine technique and fulfill our wish. Huinvu said, "I don't expect him to reach the 12th star. Only that he achieves the 10th star of the primordial divine technique and makes Tian diet completely belong to him." Master Tukfudanese. Tian diet. It's useless. That little brat can't even beat Bak Ho. So what hope is there left? The purpose of the Self-God Hall is to allow the heir who has mastered primordial divine magic to control heavenly destruction. Perfect control of primordial divine, magic, and heavenly destruction is what Muguk and the 4 spirit guardians desire. Those thoughts keep swirling around that place. Only when he becomes that person can the plan we desire be carried out. The angry boss is getting ready to fight and can't take it anymore. I have to join in too. I can't let Bak Ho have all the fun. Thon Long also stretches out his hand. I'm joining in too. It seems Bak Ho is also reaching his limit. The battle has become more intense. Now it's 1 against 3. Li Jun seems a bit worried, thinking to himself, each person taking their turn to fight. The spear burning, as if submerged in a sea of flames. Bak Ho shooing him away. "What's wrong, old man? I'm not done fighting yet. Go play somewhere else. Even your anger doesn't give way." The newcomer just left. "Kid, it's your turn now." Suddenly he realized that his opponent had a hidden ace. Than Long also fiercely launched powerful attacks. But Li Jun calmly said, "Wait until I gradually gather my strength. You're attacking one after another." Li Jun thought to himself, "I've long surpassed my physical limits. My internal energy is exhausted, and I have no strength left in my dantian. But if I accept defeat like this without any resistance, my master will definitely scold me loudly." Li Jun was so exhausted he couldn't move anymore. But he kept encouraging himself. Maybe he wouldn't be called my disciple anymore. He immediately charged forward with a fierce attack, shouting that he didn't want to suffer such a humiliating defeat. Seizing Li Jun's opening with a quick attack, Thon Long was injured and bloodied. And he thought happily, "Got it. I hit him once." And then, Huin Vu suddenly spoke in a mysterious tone. "Sorry. But according to the rules, I also have to join the fight. The branches immediately stretch out and wrap around you," Thon Long said in surprise. "I didn't expect someone to show up there," she replied. "Rules are rules," he said. "I got stabbed by him," Huinvu said with a smirk. "Even though this is our playground and we are the 4 guardian spirits, losing is only natural." Silver Tiger patted him affectionately and said, "It's fun but a bit embarrassing." Uncle Took also added, "Now I understand why the old man chose this kid's name. If he were a little stronger, that would be great." The scene where the tree wraps around Li Jun leaves him with no strength left, and he can only give up. Uncle Took immediately spoke. "Now I understand why he chose that nickname. If only he were a bit stronger." Suddenly, Hu Yanvu on the other side was startled and wide-eyed as Li Jun gradually approached from afar, with misty bones swirling around. As he stepped outside, he let out a breath and looked down. Then Li Jun raised his head to block the light above, wondering if he had already died. Li Jun thought for a moment and sighed, realizing he didn't die at the hands of the monster Hai John G. Echelon, but during training. Now he understood why his master told him to always stay honest and alert. "The first time I lost to the 4 spirit guardians." Hearing this sound, Li Jun was startled and awakened. He quickly looked around and asked, "Master, are you here? I've done my best." The voice continues to echo from the void. "There's no more time. Wake up. The power sleeping within your dantian." Li Jun was confused. There's no more time. The strength inside his dantian is fading. That voice exhales deeply and says carefully, "Listen. Your life is gradually fading away. I don't have enough time to intervene. You've caused me too much trouble. Ungrateful disciple. So I'm not dead yet, huh?" The voice was both scolding and reminding. "Who said you're dead? If you're dead, how can you talk to me? Enough already. Go find the strength sleeping in your dantian." You quickly replied yes when you heard. Then Li Jun immediately stopped, closed his eyes, and focused on sensing within his body and dantian. That voice continues to remind you step by step. Close your eyes and focus your entire mind on the inverted cage. Your heartbeat is also slowing down. The voice still gently reminds you not to panic and to focus. Unlike before, now you know how to transmit chaotic divine magic. Li Jun placed his hand on his reverse cage and muttered to himself, "The way to transmit chaotic divine magic is to focus the chaotic divine magic and stimulate your heart." At this moment, he also felt his own heart inside the reverse cage. The voice gradually guides him. 1 turn, 2 turns, 5 turns. The blood flowing through his heart begins to beat again. Li Jun opens his eyes in amazement. His blood is replaced by the energy of chaotic divine magic. He is amazed, as if waves are crashing into his body. And this strange sensation feels like the chaotic magic is recreating itself once again. Then, Li Jun's body gradually merged with the flowing water and the swirling mist. What is this weakness? His inner self is returning. No. It's even more overwhelming than before. You open your eyes in shock, feeling the strange marks on your body. And after a moment, the scene before Li Jun changes into different images. The system appears. The chaotic divine art, SSS, has reached 10 stars. All restrictions have been lifted. The use of the 4 great treasures has been unsealed, and the 3-lamp body has also been unsealed. As soon as he saw this, he immediately widened his eyes in shock. 10 stars. That voice still resonating. Now this is truly the disciple of the god of nothing. Now open your eyes. Strange images appeared in Li Jun's chaotic mind as he suddenly opened his eyes, realizing he was continuously emitting brilliant golden energy swirling above his body. The others below also looked up, shielding their eyes from the emanating aura. That power, the SSS energy, Master Tsu asked sharply. Aren't you skilled with SSS energy? Long Than. What's going on? Han stammered. I don't know either. The Chaos Divine technique is emitting SSS energy again. She also looked up in panic. This power is not just SSS energy. It's a level completely different from before. Her hesitant words. She guessed that maybe he had somehow increased his chaotic divine magic to level 10. Over here, Li Jun was also nervously looking at his hand. Was that just a dream? No. It felt more vivid than a dream. He secretly marveled. His body tense with power. And Li Jun shouted, "With this strength, I can defeat you all." The girl on the other side stretched eagerly and said, "So we'll keep fighting, right?" He immediately jumps down to attack. "Yes. Sorry for making you wait." She crouches down and replies, "This time I will be even stronger." At this moment, the two rushed at each other with attacks. Facing Li Jun, the girl thought to herself, "Enough now." Watching his every move, his speed was completely different from before, and the girl couldn't help but feel confused, her eyes almost unable to keep up. At this moment, Li Jun's legs also moved incredibly fast. Not only faster, but the strength he used was similar to theirs. From the spiritual guardians, the master on the other side, angry, warned that it's too late now. He immediately rushed forward shouting, smashing everything, his hand reaching out, and a staff struck directly into the back of the white tiger girl, catching her off guard. Immediately after, the silver tiger collapsed to the ground, eyes rolling, while I pulled back my staff and Huyen Vu couldn't hold back and attacked the silver tiger. Then, vines appeared and attacked, and Li Jun raised his hand to summon a large tree to block them. That tree trunk immediately absorbed the power of Huyen Vu and then shattered into many pieces on the ground. She was stunned. Impossible. He is absorbing our attributes. Then Li Jun jumped up again, wielding the staff to attack. Yes. Now I can only absorb a small amount. You immediately lowered the staff to fight back, but enough to contend with you all. At this moment, the mystic vortex was lying unconscious on the ground. The Lord of Rage was stunned by this sight. Knocking down the mystic vortex with a single explosion, he immediately became wary of Li Jun, wondering who he was and about that strength. At this moment, the Azure Dragon also rushed over and said, "Master, you can't fight alone. Let's team up," he replied. "Fine." Immediately afterward, they quickly joined forces and said, "So just a little stronger and already arrogant." The Lord of Rage then charged with his weapon towards Li Jun, who still stood there calmly observing. Seeing this, he laughed loudly and said, "Fool, I just need to burn these vines." Li Jun looked down and saw that his feet were already frozen and unable to move. Master Tuk on the other side warned, "Thon Long." He drew his weapon and said, "I will hold him back." "Go ahead, Master Tuk." Li Jun scoffs at this. Then immediately a wall of ice appears in front of Zhu Teach. Seeing this scene, he is terrified. "Wait, The Lord of Rage hesitated. This won't melt. Right. As he finished speaking, the ice wall immediately melted and poured down onto his head. The Lord of Rage, once fire, has no strength left to fight after being extinguished by water. And Li Jun turns to the other side. Good. Now only one person remains. He over there said, impressive. Not only did he absorb our attributes in a short time, at this point, all three of them have exhausted their strength to fight. And they are sent back to the garden. Hearing this, I find it hard to understand. In the garden, that old man is squeezing water over there. Thonlong snapped his fingers and said, if you lose the will to fight, it's over. But whatever. With my current state, I can't face you anyway. At this moment, the ice blocks around Li Jun's legs shattered. So I gave up. Seeing that, you smiled. Truly a wise move. Even if we fought, the outcome would be the same. So let's open the gate to the next scene. But Thonlong still reached out his hand. But first, I have to take my reward. I can't believe it. You are the only person in human history to achieve 10 stars through your own strength. At this moment, the system window appears. The mark of water has been placed in your heart, followed by the mark of fire, the natural mark. The chaotic divine spell SSS reacted to it, and the seal of the triple lamb body was lifted. Seeing this, you feel confused. What is this natural mark? Thonlong replied, that is the power of the 4 spirit guardians you absorbed and used earlier. From now on, you can freely use our power. Then a door opens, and he says, if you've understood everything, then quickly go through the next gate. Li Dun asked one last question before passing through. Why are you here and how do you know my master? Thonlong replied, asking if a mere pawn would question us about our master. In the end, he still said fine. Since there's nothing more to say, I will answer you about a man called Vo Ha Nan. The story began when he was known by the name Seon Guk. Back then he was still a young teenager. He began to recount that the former name of the fake infinity was Seon Guk. And when he first arrived at Lianin, he was just over 30. He looked no different from a country bumpkin. Then suddenly challenged a vassal to a duel and won in just 5 seconds. He used a strange martial art that no one knew about. And according to witnesses at the time, he was extremely excited when his martial art proved effective. Then, after defeating the Northern Swordmaster, the most skilled swordsman in the area, Seon Guk traveled around practicing martial arts and one by one defeated the rulers of the Central Plains. Then one day, at the Atgyang Pavilion by Dongting Lake, he met a woman named Ju Kyung-a who was being chased. Far away, the servant is chasing after her. The young lady and the elder will be very angry if they find out, she said as she ran away. Don't follow me. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Ju Kyung-a firmly, and then the man pulled her to another side, telling her not to make a sound. Then Seonguk asked, she's being chased. Right, I will get her out. Just follow me. Ju Kyung-a blushed at his words, then she softly said, thank you, Lord. And hearing that, Seonguk couldn't help but blush. Ji Kyung-a ran away from the Yu family, and he looked up in surprise, thinking maybe he shouldn't have saved her then. She exclaimed, why? Those who are chasing me are actually sent by my family. Then Seonguk asked again why she had to run away. Ju Kyung-a nervously replied that it wasn't exactly running away, more like seeking freedom, as she had her own reasons. At this point, she appears sad and apologizes, but I can't tell him. He doesn't question but asks if she has any plans to go somewhere. And Ju Kyung-a replies, nowhere. So Seonguk asked, do you want to go with me? And she was a bit startled by that. Then he asked again, are you flirting with that guy? And hearing that he panicked and shouted no way. You idiot. And then the two of them traveled together. Love began to blossom. They didn't know much about each other, but they were happy being together. Until a year later, Ju Kyung-a suddenly disappeared, leaving an empty room with no one inside. When Seonguk returned home, Ju Kyung-a had already left, leaving only a letter behind, knowing she would return to her family and telling him not to search for her. For 3 long months, Seonguk crazedly searched everywhere for Ju Kyung-a, because he believed she would never leave without saying a word. Finally, Seonguk found her home, which was the Murim Alliance in Henan. At this moment, the two of them sat together talking. Thonlong replied, this is where the terrible misunderstanding began. The fake infinity caused his greatest mistake in life. Li Jun asked, is he crazy, or what? Han replied, quite the opposite. He behaved extremely properly. Hearing that, you felt confused. So why is it considered the biggest mistake? Recalling that moment, Seon-guk was recognized by the alliance leader, the one who defeated each head of the main clans. Wouldn't it be great if he became her son-in-law? But the leader of the alliance isn't Jukyung-a's father. Lee Jun was confused, but Jukyung-a said that the union was her family. So only the children of the leader could live there. Right. Thon Long said that Jukyung-a is not the daughter of the leader but his wife. At that time, her face was always filled with sadness. A year ago, she ran away on her wedding day. And at the same time, Seon-guk believed that the leader of the alliance was Jukyung-a's father because he was too old for her. So he didn't refuse the challenge from the leader. And even thought the leader was hiding Jukyung-a. Tomo asked, and then what happened? As a result, Seon-guk won. Everything ended in tragedy. He defeated the leader of the heavenly demon sect and returned, earning the title of God of Martial Arts. But that was after Jukyung-a took her own life upon hearing the news. Later, he learned that at the moment she died, Seon-guk's flesh and blood were also growing inside Jukyung-a's belly. Hearing that, you also felt sad. So both lives were lost. Lee Jun also understood why Jukyung-a didn't tell her master anything. Because the sects are incompatible, and the Ta sect and the Trin Thong sect are entities that cannot coexist. Even when he throws himself onto a deadly stone or blows up all his internal energy, he even destroys his own meridians, none of it could harm Seon-guk's body. The price of becoming a top martial arts master is that he is cursed never to die until his lifespan is completely exhausted. So Thon Long recounted that Seon-guk completely lost his mind and killed all members of any sect that challenged him. Jun listened and sighed, understanding that given his martial arts skills and his master's personality, it was not surprising. He continued, tragedy repeating itself until the ultra-void self imprisoned itself in solitude. Lee Jun asked, do you mean the sect brothers betrayed him? At this point, Thon Long said, so I was very surprised to see you. I didn't think the fake infinity would take on another disciple. That's everything I can tell you about the fake infinity. Lee Jun heard that and smiled. He rarely talked about himself. Then he stood up and said, Master, so you have gone through such a past. It's okay. From now on I will serve him well. Lee Jun looked at his hand. If he considers that as a way to show gratitude, he hasn't been able to repay to his parents. Then that's enough. I don't know exactly how the grudge with the brothers will end, but now I have another reason to face them. At this moment, Lee Jun was transported to a different space. He half opened his eyes and looked around. Just like before. In front of him, another version of himself appeared sitting there. We meet again. The challenge begins as Lee Jun enters the gate. And the condition to pass through the second gate is to control the divine destruction. This is a soul of a bloodthirsty person who only knows killing. And normally it wouldn't behave like Lee Jun. Then the space turned brighter. And he looked around before saying, it's brighter now. This is something even the fake universe and the gate creator have never encountered. Lee Jun looked at the young man on the other side again. So now the murderous aura has been controlled. Huh. It still appears occasionally around people. I respond seriously. As long as nothing makes me angry, I can control them. But when facing death, I want to kill everything in sight. Lee Jun looked on. Meaning it's similar to the Dao Huang incident last time. And the media's reaction isn't beneficial to our family. He sat on the ground and said, I don't know what to do. There have been too many casualties. I can't please everyone. So just ignore those insults. Lee Jun continued, saying I can't do it. Having power and sitting still is the ultimate stupidity. If it were me, I would immediately drown the world in blood. The other person turned to ask again, but you won't choose that path. Right. Then he continued. Fine. I decide to stare into your eyes as I leave. They looked directly at each other. And whatever choice they made, they would accept and follow. Then the other side pointed to the door on the other side and said, if you understand, go out through that door. Lee Jun was startled and wondered when that door appeared. He replied softly, it seems that since this place lit up, the person has already met the condition for the gate since they entered. Lee Jun was stunned and asked, so I've really completed it? And still couldn't help but ask, then what exactly was the condition? But that guy disappeared. Lee Jun sighed. Damn it. At least give a beep when you call. So cold. The voice continued to speak. I will still sleep inside the person. Rest assured. Your hand also reached inside the door. Really. So now only the final gate remains. Suddenly a light appeared, illuminating the dark gate. And in front of Lee Jun was a completely different scene. Lush green trees and grass, along with a clear water pond. Suddenly a voice rang out. Finally, you have arrived. Upon seeing the opponent, Lee Jun was stunned. Oh my God. You are. At this moment, the appearance of the man transforms into a young teenager, and he is amazed. Master, this is the first time we meet in this form. Xe Ongguk smiled and said, I created this place. After a moment, the man's appearance changed back to his original form, as it can transform into any shape. Li Jun exclaimed in surprise. Master, why are you here? Xe Ongguk replied. I have been waiting for you for a very long time. Li Jun also asked directly. So the final gate is a fight with the master? Right, he replied. Exactly. Then he reached out his hand, and streams of energy gradually appeared. But disciple, it's not the right time yet. Li Jun, confused by this, asked why, and Xe Ongguk replied that to face him, one must be at least proficient in chaotic divine magic at 12 stars. But he's only at 10 stars, and now the fog is gradually becoming more and more blurred. Li Jun thinks to himself, the mist is covering everything, I can't see him. Master, so he asked again, what about the third gate? Ongguk replied, you cannot participate in the challenge. His face was full of seriousness. When the chaotic divine art reaches 12 stars, come back. Once you step through the gate, there's no time for anything else. Reaching 12 stars is something you must conquer on your own. Hearing that, you ask, so until then, will the master stay here forever? He replied, as I said, I can't be with you forever. Li Jun felt a little sad and said, so that means you won't be by my side anymore from now on. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have entered this gate. The image of my master gradually faded before my eyes. He said, haha, do you like your master that much? Li Jun wiped away his tears. No, there's no one left for me to tease anymore. That hand then rested on your shoulder. And the gentle smile on the old man's face. Don't feel lonely without the master there. You also have good relationships. Right. I still couldn't hold back my emotions. But to me, the master is still all right. That's enough. I'm leaving now. Then Li Jun turned around and left, his voice still echoing behind him. My disciple, even if I am not by your side, you must always keep a smile on your face. The voice still echoed softly. And it was only then that Li Jun, who was meant to listen to these words, let out a gentle breath. He smiled and turned back, saying, I understand now. Don't worry about me. I will return as soon as I can. Master also smiled reassuringly and said, fine. I will wait here. Then he stepped out of the door. A flash of light appeared, and Li Jun softly called out, Master. Then his face turned with loss as he looked back at the flying petals. Li Jun, stay there alone in loneliness. He was truly left behind by himself. After returning, the 4 spirit guardians exclaimed, hey, he's back. Of course, he cleared the second gate so quickly. Suddenly Chenglong said, it seems he failed at the third gate. Li Jun looked at them and whispered, what is this? I am in a bad mood right now. Don't bother me, if you have nothing to say. Step aside. Chenglong, still smirking, said, the person who doesn't want to quickly reach 12 stars. Hearing this, you finally asked if there was a faster way. Han replied yes. And Xuan also said that absorbing the divine destruction from someone born with a rebellious body is possible. From the way she calls them, Li Jun finds it confusing. The rebellious body is rare. She replies yes. In this world, those born with it exist. Huyen Vu then listed the names. Ngoai Vo Kuk Jia, with only his disciples Chan Ju, Jiju, and Yi Ju possessing them. Hearing about these 3 people, Li Jun was stunned. Wait, are you saying they are in this world? Huyen Vu replied, those who don't know. Yes, their current strength seems weak, but we can still sense them, probably brought into this world through the chaos reversal array. Hearing this so-called thing, you feel confused. The reversal array is a formation that opposes fate or natural order. In other words, it is a method of bringing people from another world into this one. And to bring such important characters here, they paid a very high price in blood. Li Jun was shocked to hear this. Bloodshot appeared in his eyes, and they created the heaven-defying array during the Tao King incident. No wonder that Weiju guy stepped in to save the Tao King. Your face looks angry. Their sinister aura is causing Incheon's territory to be drained of divine power, turning him into a sacrifice for the rebellious formation. At this moment, the Azure Dragon suddenly stepped forward to remind him, hey. He then looked confused. Wasn't he already through the second gate? What's with this murderous aura? Hearing that, Li Jun hurried to explain. Normally it's fine, but when my emotions get heated, sometimes it shows. I thought passing both would make him calmer. They asked if he was suppressing the destruction of heaven with that ring. And Li Jun replied yes. He said he would only observe from now on. But it's still just a precaution. He clenched his hand tightly around the ring, knowing that to reach 12 stars, he would have to face Chanju. This time, without his master's help. Perhaps entering the gate was a wrong choice. On the other side, Thon Long said again, "Don't worry. They can't act right away," he reminded. To complete the summoning of Chanju and Jeju to this world, one rebellious heaven array is not enough. They will continue to build rebellious heaven arrays in major cities to regain all their power. Li Jun asked, "So you mean that will happen across this entire land?" And Thon Long replied, "Yes. But now the strongest are here, and they will stop them." The silver tiger appeared from behind, stroked his head, and said, "Of course, we can confirm his strength." The girl said, "My shoulder still hurts from the hit earlier." And beside her, the old man also sighed, "While my whole body is still wet." Seeing that, Li Jun regained his composure. "That's right. Resistance won't change anything. We need to head back quickly and make a plan." You smile brightly at them. "All right. I will get 12 stars and come back here again." So Li Jun quickly turned around and left, reminding them to take care of the master and help me until then. The scene shifts to Xinjiang, the Tian Shan Mountains, where a tall mountain peak with strange characters written in red appears. Yindu respectfully said, "Senior brother, senior sister, it's a pleasure to be invited." Now, inside the cave, the voice echoes. "It's been a long time." The blazing red flames roar with voice. "Is this damp place a star? And is this how you called us here?" He smiled and replied, "Yes. The Yingyi Thien formation can be completed in Incheon, but there isn't enough space to set up the main pillars." They looked at the people behind and asked, "Are these all the followers from the demon god?" The other replied, "Yes. About 2.0 inches total." That fire roars with a whooshing sound, but the number is still too small. He smiles confidently. "Yes. But we have a way to make up for that." So the other person asked, "You mean monsters?" And he replied, "Yes. Creatures that humans call monsters. Mostly stronger than us, but enough to cause a major distraction." Yindu turned to the person beside him and said, "Show Chanju." Somi bowed her head, and immediately a space appeared, with the gate already open, revealing many monsters inside. Seeing that, the guy sighed and said, "Monsters of the highest and most supreme realm. Very interesting." At this moment, another woman's voice rang out. "Oh my God. You want us to fight alongside them? How disgusting." He replied, "Senior sister, they are the best option we have right now. Even alone, they could cause a lot of chaos." The flame replied, "Yeah, that might work. And how many chaos-breaking formations are left?" He replied, "Only 4 locations remain. If everything goes according to plan, we will soon be able to bring people into this world, senior sister." Then the other person said, "Act quickly, even if the chaos array is completed and I set foot on that land. It seems someone is being restrained in the darkness. I will revive him right here on this land." The person's eyes gently opened, signaling something not very good. Somi on the other side suddenly spoke, warning Chanju and hesitating over Yuju. Somi looked confused and apologized, asking for permission to speak briefly. The fire responded, "Go ahead." She knelt on the ground and said, "We should be cautious of Li Jun for 2 days. He's just an ordinary person. But with the divine destruction and the chaotic divine technique like Yuju, I just laugh. I have heard Jeju talk about that guy. I've always kept an eye on him. He is indeed dangerous. But there's no need to worry too much. Senior brother." His words grew cold before he unexpectedly completed the next move to personally deal with him. Cutting to Li Jun. After returning, Li Jun announced a state of emergency at the family strategy meeting. Hideouts have been established in every city, district, and county, and he has informed the clan leaders that John Wei Cheon. A few days later, a nationwide emergency alert was issued across Korea due to the red door appearing at Li Jun's residence. The destruction of Mr. F.S. Gak's vehicle, and the Divine Power Clan. The cityscape begins to fall into chaos as gates open across the country. All of them red-level gates, unleashing high-level monsters into the streets. That was clearly a provocation from John Wei Cheon aimed at Li Jun. At this moment, there is a hole in the ground revealing a dark red light, and the divine power of the demon clan shattered Mr. Gak's car. Sa Hyung-jun immediately ordered the Sky King team to protect and evacuate the civilians around the buildings, and they responded instantly. At this moment, a monster reached out with a clawed hand growling, and he saw that the Keragen species belongs to high-level monsters. At this moment, they immediately go into combat mode, and the monster spreads its large wings and takes flight. Sa Hyung-jun rushed forward, white feathers flying through the air, and immediately punched the monster square in the face. The monster roars loudly, flames blazing fiercely. But it's useless. Your strength isn't enough to extinguish those flames. Sa Hyung-jun clenched his fist and said, "This is the fire of the Phoenix Lord. An ordinary monster like humans cannot extinguish it." Right after returning from the Chaos Gate, Lee Jun taught the Heavenly King team the power of the 4 sacred objects. When unable to escape the flames, they will retreat back to the gate. Sa Hyung-jun clenched his fists and thought to himself, no, that would be too easy right now. He decided to directly attack the gate to destroy it and seal it off. On the other side, the observers were amazed. That guy was about to destroy the entire gate. Over here, the Heavenly King team was still guiding everyone to evacuate. All right, everyone, stop watching. Let's evacuate now. We'll lead everyone to safety while attacking the gate. Sa Hyung-jun was thinking. If all the monsters inside break out, at this moment, the gate gradually shattered with pieces of stone falling down, and the monster retreated back inside. Immediately afterward, the gate was sealed with large stones, forming a high wall. They were all stunned. Seeing him block the gate with his bare hands, the evacuation leader forced a smile and told everyone to evacuate quickly. At this moment, someone stepped forward and said, "That impression was right. Using the power of the 4 great sacred objects immediately upon returning was indeed the correct choice." The person who arrived was none other than Lee Jun. Upon seeing him, they all exclaimed. Clan leader, Lee Jun then asked, "Have you destroyed one of the gates yet?" Sa Hyung-jun bowed his head and said yes. Sorry for his limited abilities. Lee Jun still smiled and praised him. "It's okay. You've done well." Then he added, "It's quite funny really, daring to open a portal right inside my house." Then Lee Jun asked again, "Where is the other portal?" Sa Hyung-jun said, "There's another one at the east gate." Hearing that, he reminded him to take care of it quickly and mentioned he had a few things to announce, asking him to gather the clan members. A while later, in the office, the chairs were neatly arranged. Lee Jun pointed to the front desk and said, "Currently, the number of gates appearing nationwide is estimated to be around a few days. At this point, all the members inside have gathered," and he continued, "including several red-level gates, the highest level. We must close the gates and clear them out as much as possible." Then he immediately ordered all unit leaders, including Lord Tong Huai, to coordinate with local clans to resolve the gate issue together, and he responded seriously, "Understood." Then Lee Jun turned his head away, and at this moment all his friends had arrived. He thanked everyone for coming. They smiled, and since the teacher called, they had to go. Lee Jun chuckled softly. "It's been a long time since we last met. Jigu, what's with that face?" She blushed emotionally. "Don't you have anything to tell us?" Han Jigu added, "I saw the news about the incident in Incheon and heard my father talk about your temporary suspension from teaching." And hearing that Lee Jun was stunned, she added, "Why is it always others telling me things? Why don't you just tell us yourself?" Lee Jun replied, "Sorry. I thought I could handle everything on my own. I didn't want to trouble you guys." Han Jigu, hearing that, got angry and muttered, "This is so troublesome. From now on, don't do that anymore. We'll face everything together. Why did you call us here?" Lee Jun then replied that it was about the red-level gates appearing all over the country, and that he wanted them to handle it. They were stunned and asked, "Are you sure we can do this?" "The red-level gates." Suddenly the guy next to us spoke up, "Save it for us." He smiled and said that with the abilities that the teacher has taught us, it will definitely be useful. Lee Jun smiled then, thanking everyone for their trust. At this point, Hyuk-jin also admitted defeat and said, "So this can be considered a continuation of the previous lesson." "Right." He smiled and thought that would be great if things went that way. Then he asked again, "You have something important to take care of, right?" Hearing that, Lee Jun's expression also slightly darkened. "So just leave this part to us. Friends are supposed to do that." Seeing them all smile and trust me, I softly said yes. Then Lee Jun raised his hand to say goodbye to them. Then he turned to say, "All right, so the Heavenly King team and I will look for the place to challenge the heavens." Lee Jun silently thought to himself, "First I need to follow the trail of Jeonju, Jeju, and Inju. As I remember from my previous life, Jeonju only appeared in one place in Korea, and that is here, at the Seocho Gate. Then you also arrived at the place you were close to, and below was an ancient building. Hyung-jun approached and said, "Clan leader, we have brought him here." Lee Jun smiled and said, "Very good. The person coming is Han Guman, the leader of the Black Society. And he says, it's been a long time, Lee Jun. No. Now I have to call you clan head." Guman then added, "I'm sorry I couldn't meet you in person last time. So I came here myself today." And you politely replied, "Long time no see." Then he took out an item. This is the item I mentioned. This thread is called the Deep Abyss thread. When coated with the toxin of the Deep Abyss, it becomes invisible. Guman also added that not only that, but it is also sharp, hard, and incredibly durable. At this moment, inside the paper, someone had placed an item, a tool to be used as a hidden weapon. Hearing that, my cousin smiled and said, "Thank you. This is exactly what I needed." Then Lee Jun turned to his subordinate and ordered him to place it along every corner of the street. And he replied, "Got it." He also advised to move to the Scion Forest afterward, as I still have something to do. Then Lee Jun looked back at the paper in his hand. Previously, Chonju appeared at the Seocho gate to collect an item. It was a reward given by the master to the disciple upon reaching the third gate. At this moment, inside the paper, a circle appeared resembling the edge on the map, which directly leads to the Seocho gate and is definitely related to Chonju. Following its direction, the map rushes forward, and Jigo immediately confirms his suspicion. Lee Jun looks into the gap. Who would have thought there's a hidden gate right in the middle of the road? As soon as he looked inside, his face turned in shock. Inside, there was a skeleton, and it was a dragon. The scene shifts elsewhere, to Sichuan, China. At the airport, Inju approaches and asks if the message has been delivered to the others, and the person responds, "Yes." "Shanghai," she said, "everyone has decided to go to Korea through the portal, and the monsters are moving across the sea." Hearing that, he reminded her again, "Remember, no mistakes allowed." Somi respectfully replied, "Understood." Inju's face was calm as he planned to set up the heaven-reversing array all over Korea. He looked behind him. "I can sense it." The subordinate beside him looked confused and hesitant. Inju whispered that someone had found Long Tam, and that person was none other than Lee Jun. At this moment, the system appears, revealing that the ancient dragon tomb has opened. The unlocking condition is a map showing the location of the ancient dragon tomb. Hearing this, he is stunned, and it is indeed Long Tam. At this moment, a blue light begins to emit from the mist. Long Tam. The light grows brighter, and Lee Jun reaches out his hand, sensing a powerful energy. At this moment, a stone appears inside the fog, and he quickly takes it out. Perhaps the master wants to transfer this energy to him. As soon as you touched it on the other side, Inju smiled softly. "Someone has awakened Long Tam and come here to see if any of us are here." He smiled and appeared behind you. Lee Jun was calculating this, and Inju smiled kindly. "Anyway, I was planning to meet you." He calmly approached, leaving you feeling surprised. "It's not this terrible pressure," Inju said. "So how did you find this place?" Lee Jun, confused about why he wanted to know, smiled and said, "It doesn't really matter. Just give it to me." Lee Jun, holding Long Tam in his hand, asked nervously, "Why should I do that?" Inju immediately questioned what you plan to do with that. "It's meant for John Weiqian. For you, it's no different from a piece of stone." Upon hearing this, Lee Jun immediately realized that Bastard was one of the John Weiqian gang. Then suddenly he leapt high and charged down, and since negotiations failed, he had no choice but to force his hand. When he strikes, Lee Jun also raises his hand to block the attack. He looks up with tension, knowing that with this power, he's not an ordinary person, but a disciple of the master. According to the four great sacred objects, Jeonju and Jeju have not yet fully manifested in this world. So, in front of everyone, is Inju. He saw that and smiled, finally realizing I was the one. But then, Inju activated the divine destruction technique right before your eyes. Lee Jun smiled. But he's not the only one who can use it. He heard that and felt annoyed. I was quite suspicious when I heard Somi's report. But immediately, that guy attacked. "You're just a cheap imitator." So I quickly summoned my protective armor. He said confidently that it wouldn't work. But then those attacks immediately struck Lee Jun's body. He quickly rushed forward with his ice staff, and Lee Jun reached out his hand to meet the attack. Then the other's weapon immediately launched an attack, and you quickly blocked that assault. After observing for a while, Lee Jun was certain in his heart that the healing arts I had noticed from the beginning. Inju. His fighting style is similar to mine. Li Jun couldn't help but marvel. Your skill with healing magic is quite good. It seems you are the child I was initially compared to. Hearing that, he smiled and said, of course you think I haven't stepped onto the battlefield in hundreds of years. The electric sparks gradually gathered on Inju's spear. My extensive experience is on a completely different level. Then the spear gradually emitted streaks of light that illuminated the eyes. Crying out loud, my white dragon spear. He suddenly soared into the sky, and the spears shot down, piercing through the shadow. After observing for a while, he whispered to himself that, to create so many spears, his inner strength must be nearly limitless. Li Jun also planted his spear into the crack, and the golden dragon appeared. Roaring loudly, it immediately fought back against Inju's attacks. Hatlong absorbed a fragment of the heavenly destruction, and the chaos divine technique purified the fragment. At this moment, he still couldn't avoid some of his attacks. Blood was flowing from his face, and he knew he was different. He was the strongest martial artist he had ever faced. While fighting, Li Jun guessed that maybe because they share the same master, his movements are exactly the same as mine. Inju looked annoyed and said, don't imitate me. When you hear that, you shout that I am the one copying you. Deep down, Li Jun also confirms that my experience in spear techniques, martial arts, and understanding of combat all definitely fall short of Inju. Then I quickly draw my spear. But at least I am stronger in this experience. Forget everything else. From behind, Li Jun's magic circles appeared. I will crush him with my own strength. Activating the world destruction wheel, doubling all attributes. At this point, the lethal potential has increased by 100%, he coldly said. The main attribute is light. The system continued. You have chosen light as the main attribute, and the attribute of the world destruction wheel has been converted to light. The second attribute is me. The system also announces, you have chosen me as the second attribute. The effect of the apocalypse wheel array has been activated. At this moment, my light attack power increases by 25%. My Ta resistance decreases by 100%. My attack power increases by 100%. And my light resistance decreases by 50%. You may be more experienced than me, but I have my master's martial arts, magic, and my own destruction. If I use all of that, I can defeat you. The sudden attack caught him off guard. Blood spurted out, and his power suddenly weakened. He reactivated some kind of special ability. Inju observes Li Jun. No. It doesn't seem unstable enough to become a powerful enhancement pair. He silently thought to himself that he had to counterattack. His efforts were not connecting, and what kind of strange power was swirling around his core. Then Inju immediately asked, you did something to my body. Right. Li Jun laughed and said, who knows? This is not the time to stand around. Hearing that, he whispered to himself, it seems someone has injected some kind of evil energy into my meridians. But that's nothing to me. At this moment, Inju regained his confidence, clenched his fist, and said, I will quickly kill him. Just as you wish.